Chapter 1106. Are there a lot of treasures on the island? This was what Chun Zhao was most concerned about. If there really were countless treasures that Chun Zhao wouldn't have to worry about food for the rest of his life, he would be willing to take the risk. I don't know if there are treasures on the island, but there's the spring of immortality. To be honest, Chun Zhao didn't really believe that the spring of immortality existed in this world. Even a great lord like Beelzebub Zofi had to wage war to extend his life. Could a human really have the spring of immortality? If there really was a fountain of immortality, then where was the Pirate King now? I drank the spring of immortality, so I got the curse of immortality. Curse of immortality? Is it a curse? In some movies, it was said that immortality was a curse. Chun Zhao felt that the happiness should be greater than the pain. The curse of immortality is that after I drank the spring, my body started rotting. Only dogs can free me. Then why don't you free yourself? Don't be silly. Even though my current state is terrible, it's better than real death. I don't want to disappear completely. You said that the evil spirit that your pet dog turned into is sealed. That's right. It was that person who sealed my dog, and he also used magic to bless me and dispel my curse. But you're still alive after dispelling it. Yes, I'm still alive. That person didn't expect that his magic would conflict with the curse. I became a real, undying skeleton. The person you're talking about is the person who mailed you to me. Yes. In other words, that person actually knows the location of the island. I don't know. He found me and used a blessing spell on me. After that, I lost consciousness. When I returned to human society, 100 years had passed. I realized that the entire world had become unfamiliar. 100 years. 100 years ago, I was a very famous explorer. In the past, I was called the Great Hanks by the public. You've been on the island for so long. What dangers are there? Crazy and dangerous plants, giant snakes guarding the ruins, blind eyes wandering by the sea, upside-down palaces, and some evil hidden underground. Tell me in detail. No matter how the plants on Treasure Island are destroyed, they will grow back in a very short period of time. I once tried to ignite all the plants on the island, but I couldn't do it at all. I lit a large area, but the fire quickly extinguished itself. Then, the burned plants will grow back in a few hours. These plants will take the initiative to attack living things. Hank said, then there's the big snake that guards the ruins. It's a super big snake, a monster snake that you've never seen before. It is said that they're the souls of the Pirate King's crew. They wander along the coast every night, as if waiting for pirate ships to come again. But every time a ship comes, they will swarm and kill those who disembark. They are very aggressive and stealthy at night, but they hate light very much. As long as you hold a torch in your hand, you can disperse them. There's also the upside-down palace. And what's the evil hidden underground? I've seen a palace hanging upside down in the sky on Treasure Island several times, but it's soon disappeared. Are you sure it's not a mirage? I'm an explorer, Undying Hanks said seriously. Of course I know what a mirage is. I can tell you very clearly that it's not a mirage, because every time the upside-down palace appears, some rubble, building stones, or scraps of buildings will fall from the sky. As for the evil hidden underground, that's what that man said. He came to the island and found me. He originally wanted to go deeper into the island, but halfway there, he suddenly stopped. He said that there's a terrifying and evil existence hidden under the island. If he goes deeper, he will wake up the evil existence. Is that all you know? Actually, although I've been on Treasure Island for decades, I've only been to the Fountain of Immortality. I don't dare to go deeper into the island. In other words, you've never seen the so-called Pirate King's treasure? Nope. Chun Zhao immediately lost interest. The only thing that kept Chun Zhao asking was the treasure. If the treasure was gone, what else was there to pursue? The Fountain of Immortality? What was the benefit of turning into Hanks? He might as well just die. However, Chun Zhao was more interested in the man. First, he knew the location of the island. Second, he was related to Vanity. Moreover, he was a psychic. At least he knew how to use blessing magic. This person might be Vanity's team member. He already knew Chun Zhao, or he'd gotten information about Chun Zhao from Vanity. But why did he want to trick him to go to Treasure Island? Chen Zhao always had an idea. There are always people who want to harm me. Chen Zhao was never stingy when it came to people he didn't know or wasn't familiar with. Chen Zhao thought of the island from before. There was a large amount of demon gold stored in the cave. The demon gold had also been cursed and was filled with an ominous aura. Some of it had even ended up in Los Angeles and was stored in a safe at Citibank. Suddenly, Chen Zhao thought of a question. Who stored the cursed demon gold in the bank? Could it be the person who lured him to Treasure Island? Chen Zhao didn't want to be led by the nose anymore. So, he decided not to go to Treasure Island this time. If he could, he should show himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't go even if he was beaten to death. Chen Zhao didn't like this feeling. The feeling of being kept in the dark about everything. Moreover, there was a hand scheming and controlling him behind scenes. If he could come out, Chen Zhao would twist his head off and use it as a toilet. Does that person have any special characteristics? Like age, looks, voice, height, and so on. I remember, but how should I tell you? There were only two possibilities for that person to lure him to Treasure Island. One was that he wanted to harm him. The most likely possibility was that the person was his enemy. The other possibility was that he wanted to get something from Treasure Island, but he couldn't do it with his own power. So, Chen Zhao had to pave the way for him. This was also the most likely possibility. Chapter 11:07. Darling, are you going to Treasure Island? Fei Lai had an urge to give it a try. I don't think so, Chen Zhao said. I see. Fei Lai's face was filled with disappointment. You want to go? You decide. I won't force you. Fei Lai's eyes flickered. She clearly wanted to go, but she just wouldn't tell the truth. We'll talk about it after you give birth, Chen Zhao said. Really? Then we'll go together after I give birth? Fei Lai was instantly energized. Okay. Fei Lai rarely made requests of Chen Zhao. Every time she did, Chen Zhao didn't know how to reject her. He knew it was a trap, but he still jumped into it. Oh, I have a party this weekend. I need to drive your car. Evely said that she could drive a car to her house, but Chen Zhao still decided to drive his family's car. What party? My student, Evely, wants me to be her partner. Fei Lai wouldn't be like other women who would make a fuss when they heard that another woman wanted to be Chen Zhao's partner. Since Chen Zhao was willing to share this with her, she would naturally believe him. Come back early tonight. Oh, dress neatly. Don't embarrass our family. It was a party, but Chen Zhao still couldn't get excited. Sunday arrived. Chen Zhao didn't leave until after lunch. Today, he wore a black suit and a white shirt with an open jacket. He was too lazy to tie a bow. Chen Zhao's outfit wasn't much more formal than usual. However, Chen Zhao had a good figure. He was 1.8 meters tall, which was a standard height. Plus, his body was well-defined. After kissing Fei Lai goodbye, Chen Zhao drove out. It was Chen Zhao's first time at Evely's house. Evely wasn't a local. She lived in a small villa in Beverly Hills. It wasn't big, but the environment was nice. Chen Zhao parked his car at the door and honked. Evely stuck her head out of the window and looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, wait for me for 20 minutes. Evely had said that she would wait 20 minutes, but Chen Zhao had waited for an entire hour. He had to admit that Evely was especially eye-catching after dressing up. Evely was going for the sexy route today. Her fiery red lips weren't something every woman could handle. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, paired with a white V-neck low-cut shirt. The long dress that showed off her long legs made her look even sexier. Chen Zhao opened the door for Evely like a gentleman. Chen, didn't you say you weren't going to drive today? I suddenly want to drive again today, Chen Zhao answered casually. Is your car a hardtop? Yeah, what's wrong? Is this the car Miss Fei Lai usually drives? Yes. You should buy her a convertible. Why? Every time a woman goes out, after dressing up, she not only hopes to enjoy the scenery along the way, but also hopes to attract more attention. You don't understand the psychology of women at all. Okay, do you have any car models and brands to recommend? If you don't consider the price, of course a top sports car is the best, Evely said. Evely said, but most of the models are geared towards men. For example, their engines are powerful, and the models are more streamlined. They lack the gentleness of women. The internal facilities are also geared towards men, which is extremely unfriendly to women. So if you want to choose a model that suits women. I recommend the latest model of the Porsche 911. As everyone knows, the Porsche 911 is the most classic model of Porsche. Last year's latest model, the 911 Convertible Series, also combined many modern elements. There's also a model specially designed for women. Even with the best equipment, the price is less than $800,000. You can definitely afford it. I'll go to the store when I'm free, Chen Zhao said. It was Li Qiong's first time at a party like this, so she couldn't help but be a bit reserved. The manor was unbelievably luxurious. Just the parking lot was the size of a football field. This was unimaginable in Los Angeles, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The number of luxury cars parked in the parking lot was overwhelming. Max had a serious expression on his face as well. Max, you look a little nervous. Of course I'm nervous. 90% of the guests here are in high positions. Just then, a voice came from behind them. Hi, Max, you're here too. Max turned around and realized that it was his boss. Hello, Mr. Andrews. Hello. Is this beautiful lady your girlfriend? Yes. Okay. I'm really disappointed that I missed such a beautiful lady. I'm leaving now. Have fun. After Andrews left, Li Qiong asked, Is that your colleague? He's my boss, a client manager. All the clients he handles are worth tens of millions. What's a client manager like him responsible for? He mainly manages his clients' assets, but he also helps them with their finances and investments, Max said. Max said, Take Mr. Andrews, for example. He has 6 or 7 clients with assets worth tens of millions of dollars. If a client needs to buy something, such as a house, land, or a yacht, he will come forward to negotiate with the seller and help the client get the best price. Then he will get a commission of 10% or more from the discount he helped the client get. What do you manage in the company? Li Qiong asked curiously. I'm in charge of credit cards, Max said. Mainly high-class clients, those with assets of around $1 million. Li Qiong silently memorized Max's words. She was also ambitious and wanted to achieve something in her career. Although her family was considered wealthy, and her parents opened a fireworks supermarket, which also earned a considerable amount of income. But that wasn't the life she wanted. The education she received, coupled with the strong sense of feminism in the United States of America, was very good. Li Qiong was also influenced. She also dreamed of becoming a strong woman in movies and TV shows one day. But she was rejected time and time again. She was a little disheartened. Just then, 2 people walked over from behind. Li Qiong walked past them. Li Qiong looked up. It was Chen Zhao. Why was he here? Was he here to attend the party too? Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao turned around and saw Li Qiong and Max. Li Qiong, why are you here? Chapter 1108. Evely, it's you? Max suddenly realized that Evely had come with Chen Zhao. He knew that Evely was the spokesperson of Citibank. She had signed a 3-year contract with $80 million. However, he didn't expect Evely to come to the party. What was even more unexpected was that Chen Zhao was Evely's boyfriend. Li Qiong was also very shocked. Of course, she knew Evely. Almost everyone in the world who didn't know Evely was dead. There was probably no one who didn't know Evely. Hello. Evely replied indifferently. Is Evely your girlfriend? Li Qiong asked curiously. Evely held Chen Zhao's arm. Chen Zhao shook his head. No, she's my student. Li Qiong really didn't expect the world-famous swimming legend to be Chen Zhao's student. Chen, let's go in. Li Qiong, we'll go in first. Oh, okay. Bye. Looking at Chen Zhao and Evely's backs, Li Qiong was a bit disappointed. Your classmate has such a powerful background, Max murmured. He probably only came to this party because of Evely, Li Qiong said, a bit upset. But it's enough to have a student like her, Max said enviously. Max said enviously. Who is Evely? She was a legend in the world of sports. With such a student, it meant that fame and fortune would be in his hands. Qualifications were important everywhere. You could go to any company for an interview. In addition to having a good education background, it was also very important to have work experience. If you could record that a famous person was your student in your resume, the value of the resume would increase greatly. No company could ignore the celebrity effect of a resume. It's so big, Li Qiong exclaimed. The place was really bigger than she'd imagined. Therefore, if one didn't have enough imagination, it was impossible to imagine what kind of life the rich lived. Do you see that woman over there? Max pointed at a beautiful woman surrounded by a group of women in the distance. Yes. What's wrong with her? Li Qiong didn't know the woman, but she recognized the earrings on her ear. The earrings came from a limited edition Chanel handbag, and that limited edition handbag was worth $750,000. Li Qiong did not have that much money, but like most women, she advocated and pursued luxury goods. Therefore, he liked to read those fashion magazines. Go and meet her. She's the owner of this place, Amira. Li Qiong gasped. That woman was about the same age as her, but she was the owner of the manor. She's the daughter of the major shareholder of Citibank's board of directors, and the only heir of the billionaire Depp. This kind of party was a place for the upper class to socialize and network. Therefore, the people here would do everything possible to get to know some upper-class people and expand their connections. Li Qiong took a deep breath, picked up a glass of wine from the servant, and was about to walk towards Amira. But at that moment, Amelia headed in another direction. Li Qiong also turned around and followed them. Just then, Li Qiong realized that Amira was walking toward Chun Zhao and Evely. She was probably going after Evely. This was good, Li Qiong thought. She could get close to Chun Zhao first, and then wait for Amira to come over herself. Chun Zhao. Li Qiong walked toward Chun Zhao and Evely. Li Qiong, you're developing with Mr. Max pretty fast, Chun Zhao said, smiling. We're not deep, Li Qiong explained. I'm only his temporary companion today. Chun, aren't you going to introduce this lady to me? Evely asked. My high school classmate, Qiong. Li, hello, Ms. Evely. Hello, Ms. Evely. Just then, Amira walked over. Hi, Mr. Chun. Amira was dressed rather dignified and sexy today. Her dress was also made of sparkling pink scales. She looked rather noble and elegant. Hi, Amira. Are you here for the party too? Mr. Chun, I'm the owner of this party. Amira rubbed her forehead. This is your house? Chun Zhao asked, surprised. I don't know at all. Li Qiong realized that Chun Zhao actually knew everyone. He also seemed to be very close to Amira. The two chatted casually as if they were friends. Last time, I asked Andrews to send you a message to invite you to the party, but you didn't reply at all. Now you're here yourself, Amira complained. Ms. Amira, don't blame Chun, Evely said. He's here as my shield today. Oh, Mr. Chun, do you know Ms. Evely? She's my student. I didn't expect us to be so fated, Amira said, smiling. Chun Zhao thought to himself, what kind of fate is this? Oh, the shoreline you bought from me last time seems to be under construction. I wanted to introduce you to an engineering company. Chun, you bought a shoreline? Can I swim on your beach in the future? Sure, as long as you're not afraid of the sharks in the water, Chun Zhao said. Li Qiong was a bit dazed. Her high school classmate's wealth was far greater than she'd imagined. He actually bought the entire shoreline. Mr. Chun, have you considered selling your Mirror Lake mansion? I want to buy it, Amira said. Sorry, no. I still want to live there. But you're going to move there after the mansion is built, right? I plan to switch places. I'll live by the beach in summer and autumn, and at Mirror Lake in spring and winter. Li Qiong was a bit dazed. Just how rich was her high school classmate? When she first met him, he seemed to be driving that truck. At the time, Li Qiong had thought that Chun Zhao was just an ordinary teacher. But every time she saw him, she seemed to have a new understanding of him. What a pity. It's such a good place. Amira was a bit disappointed. She'd been to Chun Zhao's Mirror Lake mansion before. She really liked the place. She'd searched all over Los Angeles, but really couldn't find such a good place. There were mountains, rivers, and lakes. The scenery was amazing, and the air was fresh. The temperature was also more stable and pleasant than in Los Angeles. She thought that Chun Zhao would move after the mansion was built. Chapter 1109. Suddenly, Li Qiong was a little jealous. She had lived in this country for more than a decade, but she couldn't compare to Chun Zhao at all. Chun Zhao had only been here for a year or so. In the past, Li Qiong felt quite good about herself. She had never been anxious about not finding a job. She felt that she had enough capital to slowly search for it. In any case, if he were to pick and choose, he would definitely find a satisfactory job. But now, she felt a sense of oppression. He didn't even have a job now. However, this once unremarkable high school classmate had already surpassed him in all aspects. She was unable to adapt to such a huge difference. Chun Zhao and Amira chatted happily, but Li Qiong felt out of place. Just then, Andrews walked over and greeted them. Miss Amira, Mr. Chun, Miss Evely. Andrews basically knew all the money in and out of Chun Zhao's bank account. While he was amazed at Chun Zhao's ability to spend money, he was also amazed at Chun Zhao's ability to earn money. Especially in the past few days, tens of millions of USD had entered the account. Of course, Chun Zhao's spending power was also quite strong. Andrews even felt his heart ache. Chun Zhao hadn't used his credit card yet. If Chun Zhao used a credit card, his spending limit would definitely be a black card. Moreover, as Andrews' client, he could take a large portion of Chun Zhao's commission. Unfortunately, he had too much money. He didn't need credit cards at all. This also made Andrews feel very stifled. But Chun Zhao was rich. What could he say? After all, even billion-dollar companies might not have more cash than Chun Zhao. With Chun Zhao's wealth, it would be easy for him to borrow a few $100 million from the bank. But Chun Zhao didn't need it all. He used as much money as he had. He didn't like to borrow money from the bank. His consumption concept was similar to that of his countrymen. This was also what made Andrews most depressed. If he could think of a way to get Chun Zhao to borrow a few $100 million, Andrews would probably wake up laughing even in his dreams. At Chun Zhao's level of wealth, he had many high-quality assets under his name. They were all easily converted into cash. They are very welcome customers of the bank. Even if the customer did not want to borrow money, the bank would find ways to make the customer borrow money. In short, a customer who doesn't lend money isn't a good customer. Only customers who owed the bank money were the most welcome customers of the bank. Mr. Chun, Andrews asked, a Wuxia manufacturer is holding an exhibition in L.A. Are you interested in going? I already have a yacht at home, Chun Zhao said. I usually leave it at my house and don't really use it. Li Qiong was standing next to them. She felt that if she continued to listen to their conversation, she would only feel more depressed. She even wondered if she should think of a way to poach Chun Zhao over. This kind of man who had the looks, the family background, and the education background could not be found even with a lantern. If Chun Zhao could become her man, she wouldn't have to struggle anymore. Or she could let Chun Zhao pay for her company. By the way, Mr. Chun, I know a company that develops smart management systems. They're currently promoting a brand new smart butler system. Do you need it? How much is it? About $10 million. How much is the actual price? I can say around $8 million, Andrews said. That's still too expensive. The butler system I'm using now is only a few $100,000. It has all the basic functions. Does the company's butler system have any extra functions? The functionality of this system is definitely better than a system that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is also connected to 2 satellites, including a weather satellite and a surveillance satellite. It can automatically identify the identity of anyone who enters the manor. If an unknown person approaches, it will alert the owner directly. If it is a wanted criminal or dangerous person, it will call the police directly, Andrews said. This system can greatly increase the safety of the family. Then what if I have a friend who can't see the light of day and he comes to my house as a guest? The system will call the police too? Huh. Andrews obviously knew what Chun Zhao meant. As long as the owner approves, the system won't call the police randomly. Then the surveillance satellite will continuously take pictures of my home and territory? Yes. Then how can my privacy be guaranteed? Only you can download and view all the pictures taken by the surveillance satellite. Even the developer of the system can't see them. This company advocates an efficient and high-quality customer experience. Every customer has a security lock. Without the password, even the company and the owner of the satellite can't see the content. What's this security lock? Chun Zhao asked, confused. This, only the experts in this field can answer. It's a high-grade ASL security protocol. On the side, Li Qiong finally heard a topic that she could join in on. This ASL security protocol is an agreement between humans and computers. The computer program is already loaded with the ASL security protocol, so no third party can bypass the computer and open the private content. Only the security lock of the security protocol can open it. It's not the first choice for mainstream AI housekeeping systems right now because it's too strict. If there's an accident, even the police can't access the content. Plus, it's expensive, so most AI housekeeping systems use the common UB security protocol. This security lock is worth over $3 million. The security lock that Mr. Andrews mentioned should be the ASL security protocol. Chen Zhao didn't understand Li Qiong's professional terms, but he got the general idea. So, other than me, no one can see my privacy? Yes. Li Qiong nodded. Chen Zhao, if your new house is big enough, a normal AI housekeeper won't be able to handle it, so you have to choose a new AI housekeeper. This is the trend of the new era. You know a lot about this? Chen Zhao was a bit surprised. In his impression, Li Qiong had always been a pretty woman. He didn't think that she would be so knowledgeable when it came to computers. That's what I learned in university. Would the operation of this AI housekeeper be complicated? Chapter 11:10. Is it complicated to install and debug the system? Chen Zhao asked. The company is responsible for installing the system, but the customer has to find someone from another company for debugging and inspection. Why? That's too inconsiderate. That company installed and debugged the system last time. This company wants to ensure that their engineers don't install backdoors, and also to ensure the privacy of their customers. That's why they completely exclude themselves when it comes to debugging, Andrews said. Chen Zhao, if you need it, Li Qiong said. I can take this job. How much do you charge? Chen Zhao asked. Li Qiong was about to say no, but Andrews said, usually the debugging fee is around 5% of the system's value. Sure. Chen Zhao and Li Qiong weren't familiar with each other. If Li Qiong wanted to debug for him for free, he would feel awkward. But if she had to pay, he would feel better. Andrews, reserve a system for me. You can help me negotiate the price. After hearing that the trial fee was so high, it was difficult for Li Qiong to say no to the reward. According to Andrews, the system was worth $10 million. Even if the final price was $1 or $2 million less, it would still be a few $100,000. To Li Qiong, a few $100,000 was an astronomical figure. It was almost impossible for her to find a job with an annual salary of $100,000. But if she could complete the debugging, she could earn a few $100,000. How many $100,000 could a person earn in their lifetime? But the construction of the house has just started. It'll be at least a few months later. I'll contact you after it's done. Okay. Li Qiong nodded. To be honest, it was an eye-opener for her today. In the past, she'd only seen multi-million-dollar deals in movies and TV shows. But in reality, Chen Zhao only needed to think about it for a while before deciding to buy it. Chun, I feel like I'm the one who gave you this butler system, Evely said teasingly. I only paid you $10 million. That doesn't count. I took 10 days. Plus, I think you'll earn more. Li Qiong already had a certain understanding of Chen Zhao's wealth. But when she heard that Chen Zhao had earned $10 million in 10 days, she still found it unbelievable. He probably wouldn't be able to earn that much money in his entire life, but Chen Zhao seemed to be able to earn it easily. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Andrews had the same idea. He had worked so hard to negotiate and helped Chen Zhao lower the price. Then, he would take a cut, but it wasn't even 10 days of Chen Zhao's income. Mr. Chen, are you interested in buying an island now? Amira asked. I don't even have 20 million US dollars in my bank account. I can't afford it. If you want, I can transfer a loan under 1 billion USD to your account as long as you say it. $1 billion? I'd be crazy to buy it. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Actually, you can choose from cheap islands that only cost a few million USD or even a few 100,000 USD. Of course, there are also expensive ones that cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of USD. If I want to buy, I will buy the best. When I have a few 100 million USD, I will buy an island. An island that is worth a few million USD is not even 2 square kilometers. If I build a house on such an island, I will occupy the entire land. Oh, Mr. Chun, Amira said. I have a business that I need your help with. Are you interested? What's it about? Chen Zhao could hear that Amira's tone was a bit repressed. He couldn't help but look up at her. Guys, can you give Mr. Chun and me some private space? The people around her left tactfully. Li Qiong glanced at them a few more times. She was curious about what business Amira wanted to discuss with Chun Zhao. To her, it was most likely a huge deal. There was no one else around, but Amira still lowered his voice and said, "My father bought a piece of land in Abilene, Kansas. It's going to be used to build a factory, but the construction stopped because of an accident." What accident? A hole was dug in the construction site, and on the first night, four workers mysteriously disappeared. Other workers said that a monster came out of the hole and dragged the workers into the hole. Then, two similar incidents happened. What kind of monster? Are there any pictures? No, but according to the two workers, the monster looked like a dog, but it was really big. It was 6 to 7 meters long, Amira said seriously. Amira said solemnly, "So far, 6 workers have gone missing, and my father has paid at least 20 million USD as compensation. Then there must be a local search team, right? Didn't they enter the hole to search?" A search and rescue team of 8 people went into the cave, but they never came out. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. "So you want me to help you solve this problem?" "Not me," Amira said. "It's my father. What about the payment? I can pay you 10 million in advance. If you can solve the problem, I'll pay you another 20 million. Chun Zhao had to admit that he was tempted. Just as Chun Zhao was hesitating, Amira said, "It's after-tax income." Amira thought that Chun Zhao was worried about taxes. After all, such income had to be taxed at 45%. Chun Zhao thought about it and nodded. "Is it urgent?" "Currently, my father's land project has stopped. He loses millions of dollars every day. He's worried too." "Okay, I accept," Chun Zhao said. "When do we leave?" "It's best if we can leave in 1 or 2 days." "Sure," Chun Zhao said. "I'll arrange it and leave the day after tomorrow." "Okay, it's settled. Also, do you need me to prepare anything?" "Don't let anyone else near the construction site. I don't like people disturbing me when I'm working." "Of course, I'll tell my father." This was actually Amira's personal decision. She felt that Chun Zhao was the person who could solve this problem. She still needed to talk to her father. "Oh, I'll go with you. If you want to go into the hole with me, then forget it. I don't want to protect you in an unknown situation." Chapter 11:11. Amelia cherished her own life very much. She hadn't enjoyed her life enough yet. Was she going to risk her life with Chun Zhao? Chun Zhao was earning money from risking his life. Of course, the fees were high. However, it wasn't easy to find a big client like Amira. Chun Zhao couldn't meet one every day. Chun Zhao hoped that these rich people would run into big trouble every day. Only then would he be able to use his skills. Li Qiong had been observing Chun Zhao and Amira. Although he didn't know the specific content of their conversation, he could tell that the outcome of their conversation should be satisfactory to both sides. "Mr. Chun, are you staying for dinner? I have a show here tonight." Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. "I can't watch shows. I'll be happier if you arrange a striptease show for me." Amira was helpless. She'd rather help Chun Zhao buy a striptease bar than have a striptease show in her own manner. In the evening, Evely left with Chun Zhao. "Evely, I have something on the day after tomorrow. I'll have to stop training for 2 days." "Okay, as long as you make up for the time." After sending Evely to her house, Chun Zhao went to a car shop. Car shops in America usually had a larger space. There were more than 100 cars in the parking lot. These cars were all very cheap. Some could be bought for $2,000 or $3,000. The frequency of Americans changing cars was relatively high. Some people would sell a car to a car shop after driving it for a period of time and then get a new car. Of course, new cars were also sold here. But relatively speaking, it was more worthwhile to buy a used car than a new one. Car shops like this usually had a track where customers could test their cars. Chun Zhao entered the car shop. The showroom was filled with new cars. Only new cars would be displayed here. An old man walked over slowly. "Hi, how can I help you? Are the cars here the ones in your shop? What model and brand do you want?" The old man asked. "Porsche 911. Because the Porsche 911 was a classic model, many car shops had it. There's a used car outside. Do you want it? It's only $50,000. Chun Zhao shook his head. After all, it was for Feilai. He still wanted to buy a new car. Moreover, Chun Zhao wanted to buy a top-end Porsche 911 that cost $50,000. It was either an old model or had a range of more than 100,000 kilometers. "If you want a new car, you can pay a deposit first, and I can order it for you." Chen Zhao refused. It was troublesome to order cars from American car shops. Some shops would even cheat Chinese people by delaying the purchase of a car for a few months. Some even bought an old, refurbished car. Chen Zhao didn't want to be a fool, so he rejected the old man and left. Chen Zhao used the navigation to search for a Porsche store. Compared to the previous car dealership, this Porsche store was much more professional. However, this was to be expected. After all, the customer base was different. The salesperson was a very beautiful woman. She reminded Chen Zhao of Paris. "Sir, how can I help you? Do you have a Porsche 911? The latest model?" Chen Zhao asked. "Of course, this way please." The saleswoman led him through the showroom for a while and stopped before a dark blue metallic sports car. When Chen Zhao saw the car, he immediately remembered it. It was the same color. The deep yet elegant color and the gentle lines of the car were very much in line with Chen Zhao's ideal car model. "Is it convertible or hardtop?" Chen Zhao asked. "Convertible." The beautiful saleswoman began to talk about the car's performance and various hardware components in an endless stream. Chen Zhao kept nodding. After all, he'd been driving for a year. He could basically understand the gist of it. The saleswoman emphasized the differences between the car and the old model. Of course, it wasn't just the functions. The price was also different. As the saleswoman introduced the car, she studied Chen Zhao's expression. "What's the top-end price?" Chen Zhao asked. "About $850,000. You have to choose the specific interior. If I want you to send it to my home, will you help me?" "Sir, do you want us to send it to China?" "No, my home is in Los Angeles," Chen Zhao said. "But this car is for my girlfriend," Chen Zhao said. "I hope you can wrap it in a huge gift box and send it to my house. I hope my girlfriend can open it herself." The saleswoman stared at Chen Zhao with stars in her eyes. Chen Zhao turned his head and looked at the metallic gray car beside him. "What model is this?" "This is a Porsche 918. The lowest price is $1. $53 million and the top end is $1. $75 million. Do you have this car in any other color?" "Silver gray, deep red, sapphire blue, metallic blue." The saleswoman listed more than 10 colors in a row. This car was almost twice as expensive as the previous Porsche 911. However, it was rare for Chen Zhao to like a car. "I want this car too." "Huh? Then what about the Porsche 911? "I want it too," Chen Zhao said. "But I want a black one. We don't have it in our store, but we can get it from other stores." "Okay, send 2 cars to this address tomorrow at noon." "No problem, sir." Joy was written all over the saleswoman's face. Selling 2 cars at once was equivalent to half a year of her income. "Sir, how do you want to pay?" "Car cash," Chen Zhao said. "Do you have a bank in mind?" "I don't need a loan. Full payment." The beautiful salesperson almost choked on her breath. $2 million, and he paid in full? Where did this rich guy come from? When Chen Zhao came out, there was a phone number in his pocket. The saleswoman stood at the door and waved her hand vigorously. "My Prince Charming, you must remember to call me." When Chen Zhao's car disappeared from her sight, the saleswoman gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "I wonder which bitch beat me to it." When Chen Zhao returned home, it was already past 7 at night. "Fei Lai, you haven't eaten yet?" "Waiting for you," Fei Lai said. "You have a baby in your stomach. Don't starve yourself." "I'm not hungry." Chen Zhao had the underlings prepare dinner. At the same time, he said to Fei Lai, "Do you want to go to Abilene the day after tomorrow?" Chapter 11:12. "I have work there," Chen Zhao said. "I also feel like I've been going out a lot lately, so if you want, we can go play there for a few days." Fei Lai understood what Chen Zhao was thinking. Chen Zhao felt that it would be inconvenient for her to go anywhere since she was pregnant. She also felt uncomfortable going out too often. "Darling, we should be more honest with each other. I don't think it's a big deal." "Okay." Chen Zhao stroked Fei Lai's hair. That was indeed what he was thinking. That was why he invited Fei Lai to Abilene. "What work is there this time?" "A billionaire bought a piece of land and caused some accidents. I'm going to solve the problem. And his price shouldn't be low, right?" "Very high," Chen Zhao said. "Remember to bring me a present." "Of course." The next day, Fei Lai was soaking in the water. After entering February, the temperature had risen a few degrees. The temperature of Mirror Lake was just right, So Fei Lai had been soaking every day. Little Jerlin was just half a year old. She could already jump onto the round rock in the middle of the lake. Just then, Fei Lai saw a large truck arrive at the door. Fei Lai called out to the villa, but there was no response. Fei Lai saw the transport workers unloading 2 large boxes from a truck. Fei Lai carried Jerlin to the shore and draped a towel over her. "Hello, what's the delivery?" Fei Lai asked one of the workers. "Hello, you must be Miss Fei Lai." A woman walked up. She looked Fei Lai up and down. The first thing she saw was Fei Lai's bulging stomach. He felt indignant in his heart, but he still maintained a professional smile on his face. "These are the things that Mr. Chan bought in our shop yesterday. Please sign here." "Oh." Fei Lai signed the shipping receipt. "Miss Fei Lai, you have to open it yourself." "How do I open it?" Fei Lai looked at the huge box in front of her, feeling helpless. "Just unlatch the lock on this side." Fei Lai unlocked the lock, and the lid of the box opened up like flower petals. A new metallic dark blue Porsche 911 was revealed inside. Fei Lai took a deep breath. She was amazed. That was Fei Lai's first thought. Just then, Chun Zhao walked out of the house. "Fei Lai, we've been together for a year now. This time last year, I gave you a car. This year, I'll give you another one. Do you like it?" Fei Lai jumped into his arms and kissed him deeply. The accompanying saleswoman had a look of jealousy on her face as she cursed the vixen in her heart. However, when she looked at the villa in front of her, why wasn't this man hers? Gifting a car for a year was really extravagant. "Chin, I really like it." Fei Lai liked it very much. She couldn't wait to sit in the car and try it out. However, her gaze fell on the other box. "Where's the other box?" "I bought it for myself," Chun Zhao said. "Of course, if you like that one, you can drive it." Fei Lai went forward to open the box. She was also amazed by what she saw. These 2 Porsche sports cars were classic models. Fei Lai wouldn't be surprised if Chun Zhao bought a car. She was surprised that Chun Zhao would buy a sports car. She knew Chun Zhao's habits. He didn't like to drive sports cars. "Chun, I thought you didn't like sports cars. I think these 2 cars are a better match." The saleswoman's face was full of envy. It was so good to have a rich man. "Miss, thank you." After tipping everyone, Chun Zhao ignored the saleswoman's little tricks and sent them all away. "Fei Lai, don't you want to try it?" Jerlin ran out too and pounced on the front of the car. "Car, beautiful. Jerlin wants it too." "Papa, Jerlin wants it too." Chun Zhao was stunned. Fei Lai said, "The supermarket in town has those small toy cars. You can buy one for Jerlin." Actually, Fei Lai wanted to drive out, so Chun Zhao let her. After the family changed their clothes, they went out to go shopping. At the entrance of the supermarket, Chun Zhao saw someone familiar. "Hi, Chun." Dean Sloat walked over with his daughter, Azina. "Such a beautiful car." Azina looked at the car parked by the road, her eyes shining. "Azina, you haven't come to Mirror Lake in a long time." Azina is in high school this year. She lives at school now and only comes back once a month, Dean Sloat said. He glanced at Jerlin in Fei Lai's arms. "Your daughter has grown a lot. Last time I saw her, she was still a little girl." "Huh, kids grow really fast at this age. You should have the most experience." Dean Sloat smiled and did not reply. When Azina was Jerlin's age, he wasn't around. Her mother took care of her. "Chun, do you have time? Let's talk." "Sure." Chun Zhao turned to Fei Lai. "Fei Lai, go in and help Jerlin choose a car. I'll sit here with Mr. Sloat." "Sure." "Azina, do you want to go in? I'll treat you to ice cream." "I'm not a kid." Azina rolled her eyes. "I want strawberry." Chun Zhao and Dean Sloat sat on a bench outside the supermarket. "Mr. Sloat, how have you been?" "Chun, I plan to run for mayor again. I hope you can support me." Suddenly, Dean put on a serious expression and looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao did not expect Dion to talk to him about this. Logically speaking, Chun Zhao should support Dion Sloat. After all, Dean's help was undeniable for Chun Zhao to settle down in Mirror Lake. However, Dion Sloat did not have a good reputation in town. Many people said that Dion Sloat had abused his power for personal gain when he was the mayor, selling out the town's interests in exchange for bribes. Therefore, Chun Zhao felt that even with his support, it would be very difficult for Dion Sloat to become mayor again. However, It was an undeniable fact that Chen Zhao owed him a favor. "Mr. Sloat, if you want to run for mayor, I'll definitely support you. But are you sure there's someone else who's willing to vote for you other than me?" "A fat doesn't know how to manage Mountain Town at all," Dean Sloat said. "Look at how he's managed the town in the 6 months he's been in office." A fate was the new mayor of Mountain Town. Chen Zhao had seen the new mayor once. Many people in the town can't find a job now, and a fate once promised that if he became the mayor, he would reopen the brewery to provide more jobs for the residents of Mountain Town. But he broke his promise. He borrowed $200 million from the bank in the town's name, wanted to start farming, but he completely ignored the fact that the town's land isn't suitable for growing crops. Now, he has lost almost all of the $200 million. Chapter 11:13. Chen Zhao did notice that the town wasn't doing too well recently. The unemployment rate was as high as 20%. It was a terrifying number. In the past, many people relied on the brewery to work and live. Plus, the one-stop sales and transportation took up a lot of jobs. Ever since the brewery had caught fire, there had been a lot of calls to rebuild it. Back then, the new mayor, a fate, had proposed to rebuild the brewery. That was how he obtained the support of the townspeople and defeated his competitors. But after a fate took office, he didn't keep his promise. He actually wanted to do agriculture and borrowed a huge loan from the bank. A total of $200 million. How much was $200 million? The value of agriculture in Los Angeles was around this amount. But a fate actually used $200 million on agriculture in Mountain Town. Of course, he also knew that the land in Mountain Town wasn't suitable for growing crops. The salinity of the land was too high. Therefore, a large portion of the $200 million was used to treat the land. But reality proved that a fate was too naive. The salinity of the land in Mountain Town was much higher than he'd expected. He'd invested a large amount of money to treat the land. Then, the crops would all die after a few days. After retesting, he found that the deep soil had high salinity too. To completely treat it, he didn't need $200 million, but $2 billion. $200 million was enough to treat a few hundred acres of land. How many crops could he grow? It would probably take a few hundred years to pay off the loan with a few hundred acres of land. In the end, he angered the bank. Then, a large amount of the town's land was forcefully expropriated by the bank. Now, half of the land in Mountain Town was in the bank's hands. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter to the townspeople whose hands the land was in. But if it was in the bank's hands, it would be a serious problem. The bank could sell it to whoever it wanted. If it was Chen Zhao who bought the land to build a house or treat it as his backyard, it would be fine. But if it was sold to a chemical factory, the townspeople would probably want to die. The bank didn't care if the townspeople objected or not. To them, they would sell to whoever offered the highest price. In America, it was difficult to get approval from the local government for the construction of chemical factories. Therefore, many chemical factories were built in remote areas. But now, the town government still owed a large amount of money. If they wanted to object, they had to consider the bank's attitude. But this had nothing to do with Chen Zhao. He didn't rely on anyone in town to earn money anyway. Plus, Chen Zhao had a green card, so he had no right to object to the new mayor. Anyway, the new mayor was chosen by them. A sin committed by heaven could be forgiven, but a sin committed by oneself could not be avoided. The new mayor, who had high standards but low abilities, indeed had no management skills. His campaign slogan was louder than anyone else's: eliminate unemployment. As a result, after he took office, the unemployment rate broke historical records. Occasionally, Chen Zhao would pass by the entrance of the town government. He could see people blocking the office building and protesting, asking a fate to step down. Chen Zhao was considered half an outsider here. He didn't even have the right to vote. Other than supporting Dion Sloat verbally, he couldn't influence the town's voting. I've already arranged for people to spread the news in the town. Why don't you let me come back and continue being the mayor? Dion Sloat said. Chen Zhao glanced at Dion. He was indeed an old fox. This method was many times more advanced than that of the new mayor. In the past, Dean Sloat did not have a good reputation, but he had indeed done a lot of practical things. Putting aside Dion Sloat's moral character, At least his ability was there for all to see. Chen, what if I say that I hope you can invest in a beer factory? What would you think? Dion Sloat asked in a testing manner. Chen Zhao really did not expect Dion to make such a request. After all, Chen Zhao had no concept of operating a brewery. He didn't know how to manage it either. Chen, in the past, when the brewery was still here, its sales were always good in the LA area. It made millions of dollars every year, and the sales were stable. Plus, the sales didn't disappear. I still have the contact information of the distributors, so it's easier to open up a market than a new brand. Mr. Sloat, I really don't plan on doing this. Chen Zhao had always kept his distance from businesses he was unfamiliar with. Because he was unfamiliar with them, he was worried about losing money. Also, managing a company was very complicated. Chen Zhao did not want to tie himself down because of this. Chen, if you're afraid that you don't know how to manage it, you can leave it to a professional manager. Plus, your old friend Bant is an old employee of the brewery. He's passed down the taste of wheat beer. Because of this skill, he's always been the brewery's unobtainable taster. How much do I need to invest to rebuild the brewery? Chen Zhao asked. At least $5 million. Chen Zhao could afford $5 million. But this was an investment, not a game. Especially when it was a business that he was unfamiliar with. I can't answer your question right now. I need to think about it. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Chen Zhao had a rough idea of Dion Sloat's plan. He wanted to rely on his own investment to build a brewery and then gain a wave of popularity and rise back to the top. But this also meant that Chen Zhao's interests in Mountain Town were tied to Sloat's. Chen Zhao did not know if Sloat had suddenly thought of this or if he had planned it for a long time. But if the conditions were right, Chen Zhao would rather work with Sloat than an idiot like a Fate. Sloat knew that he should stop here, so he did not continue pestering Chen Zhao. After Fei Lai and Azina came out of the supermarket, he left. Fei Lai, let's go to Bant's house for lunch. Sure. Chen Zhao took out his phone. Bant, are you home? I'm here. Chen Wai, do you want to come? Fei Lai and I are too lazy to cook, so we plan to go to your house for lunch. You won't reject us, right? Come quickly. I've been home alone for 2 weeks. Mary and Ken are both busy and don't have time to come back. I eat alone every day. It's great that you guys can come and eat with me. Bant was very welcoming of Chen Zhao's family. We came empty-handed this time. We didn't bring any gifts. I hope you guys don't bring anything. You always bring gifts. I had to prepare gifts every time I go. It's so troublesome. Bant was very straightforward and said whatever he wanted. Chapter 11:14. When Chen Zhao and Fei Lai arrived at Bant's house, they realized that Bant had even brought out the oven. He even brought the wheat beer he brewed himself. Since Fei Lai couldn't drink, she drove. Chen Zhao didn't have to care and started drinking with Bant. Bant, Chen Zhao said, Dean Sloat asked me to invest in rebuilding the brewery. Fei Lai heard Chen Zhao's words, but she didn't interrupt, as if it had nothing to do with her. Anyway, Chen Zhao would talk to her again when he got home. Bant, who'd been quite talkative, suddenly fell silent. He finished the beer in his glass in one gulp. After a while, he asked, Did you agree? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the brewery's profits, but I also want to hear your suggestion. Bant was definitely more familiar with the brewery than Chen Zhao, so Chen Zhao's first thought was to ask him. If it was from Bant's personal opinion, he was definitely willing to rebuild the brewery. After all, he'd been a bartender at the brewery and had his family skills. But Chen Zhao was his best friend, so he still had to tell him some things. Chen, rebuilding the brewery is a good thing, but you can't hire all the employees back. Why? There were too many employees in the brewery in the past. Sometimes one position would hire 3 or 4 positions. As long as they were residents of the town, they'd hire them unconditionally. This caused most of the employees to become slackers, Bant said. Also, many employees have dirty hands. Chen Zhao frowned. Dirty hands were a big taboo. Chen Zhao could afford the loss, but it didn't mean he was willing to keep them. Also, the accounts are messed up. Chen Zhao wasn't surprised. After all, the previous owner had messed up the accounts, which gave him an opportunity. If you want to rebuild the brewery, it's very likely to return to the chaotic situation in the past. If you hire those people again, then the bad things of the past will happen again. But if you don't, then the people in the town will gossip and say that you're a capitalist. You don't care, but Fei Lai and little Jerlin will be indirectly hurt. Bant stood in Chun Zhao's perspective and helped him consider many problems that Chun Zhao couldn't consider. If you're in charge, can you? Chun Zhao asked. I don't care. I'm an old face here. Those people aren't afraid of me, Bant said helplessly. So, according to what you're saying, we don't need to run the winery anymore? Chun Zhao didn't care about this bit of profit, as long as he didn't lose money. If he could bring benefits to the town, Chun Zhao was willing to make some contributions. However, no one would be willing to accept the fact that they invested in it, lost money, and even raised a bunch of thieves. Chun, if you want to open a brewery, you have to break away from the town. Bant said, half of the positions are filled with people from other places. As long as there's a comparison, the town's employees will be more restrained. The brewery's brand is still in the hands of the town government. The only valuable thing in the brewery was the 30-year-old logo. But the longer it dragged on, the less valuable the logo would be. Dash and Beer's trademark had disappeared from consumers' eyes for more than a year. Consumers were very forgetful. If they didn't see it for more than a year, they might even forget about the brand. Coca-Cola had done a test in the past. They stopped advertising for a month, and sales fell by 80%. It didn't fall to 80%, but 80%. Of course, Dash and Beer's advertising and influence were definitely not as high as Coca-Cola's. Dash and Beer was a regional product. Its consumers were all in the LA area. In just a year, Dash and Beer's brand value had fallen by more than 50%. If it dragged on for another year, the brand's value might not even be 10%. There were too many similar products on the market that could be easily replaced. Consumers wouldn't stop buying just because they didn't have similar products. They could easily find substitutes. The town government couldn't afford to rebuild the brewery right now. According to Bant's suggestion, they could either buy the brand directly or create a brand new beer brand. If they bought the brand, the town government would definitely ask for an exorbitant price. If they built a brand, it would be difficult to expand the market. There were pros and cons to both. If they cooperated with the town government, the town would pay for the land and the brand would still belong to the town. However, they would have to feed a lot of idlers. Chun, Dean Sloat, is planning to run for mayor again. He must be very anxious now. After all, your answer is very important to him, so don't answer him so quickly. You can keep him hanging for now and wait for him to agree to some of your requests. Then you can cooperate with him and try to get more benefits. Anyway, it doesn't matter to you whether you open a brewery or not, but it's different for him. If he doesn't have a bargaining chip, it'll be very difficult for him to become mayor based on his past reputation. If I open a brewery, will you help me? Chun Zhao asked. As long as you need me, I'll definitely come, Bant said. Then what about your woodworking workshop? It's fine. My old friend and I started a woodworking workshop for fun when we had nothing to do. The workshop only cost a few $1,000s, and he could do it alone. The world would still spin without anyone, Bant said calmly. Besides, you might not be able to open a brewery here. By the way, did Dion Sloat take any bribes? Chun Zhao asked. Actually, Chun Zhao didn't have a bad impression of Dean. Perhaps it was because they had a personal relationship. Chun Zhao still felt that Dean wasn't as bad as the rumors in the town said. How would I know? If I had evidence, he'd be in jail long ago, Bant said disapprovingly. But I do know that he did some dishonorable things when he was the mayor. Oh, what things? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Although this guy has crossed the line, he is still very capable in terms of management. In the past, when he was the mayor, there was no big trouble in the town. Chun Zhao quite agreed with this. Compared to a year ago, the town was more stable. Chapter 11:15. According to Bant, he'd rather have corrupt officials than mediocre ones. Of course, this was also because he'd seen how much damage mediocre officials had done to the town in the past year. Chun Zhao was conflicted too. Usually, investments were for money. However, the first requirement wasn't very important to Chun Zhao. After all, a brewery had to have world-class sales and brand recognition. Otherwise, the profits were useless to Chun Zhao. On the other hand, Bant also mentioned the problem of hoodlums. For example, In the early days, some overseas Chinese invested in their hometown. Their initial goal wasn't to make money, but to make their hometown rich. However, most of these factories closed down in the end. This was because some people went to factories owned by overseas Chinese after being laid off from state-owned enterprises. However, they still had the habits of state-owned enterprises and were lazy, waiting to die. Chen Zhao wasn't related to the town's residents. The only family he knew, Bant, didn't rely on a brewery to survive. Therefore, Chen Zhao didn't consider short-term profits, but whether the price would rise in the long term. According to Bant, if the brewery was established, it could survive, but it would be difficult for it to grow. On the way home, Fei Lai asked, "Chun, do you want to open a brewery? I'm still hesitating. Even if I do, the profits won't reach the ideal state." "I don't think so," Fei Lai said. "Did you forget about Mom's supermarket?" Chen Zhao froze. What was Mara's supermarket's most popular product now? Of course, it was alcohol. Mara's supermarket's alcohol was world famous. Many tourists who visited Sacramento had to go to Marla to buy a bottle of wine. And many alcohol manufacturers hoped that Mara's supermarket would put their products on the shelves. From the world's top wine to ordinary everyday beer, it could be said that there was everything. Moreover, Mara's supermarket was also in a phase of rapid expansion. There was 1 branch in Europe and 10 branches in the US. Among the supermarket groups, Mara's supermarket was already a large chain supermarket group. There were 2 in Los Angeles alone. Although Mara's supermarket wasn't a wine appraisal agency, consumers believed that as long as it was on the shelves of Mara's supermarket, it must be good wine. In some alcohol advertisements, they even mentioned that their products were already on the shelves of Mara's supermarket. This had also created a herd mentality. Many manufacturers were proud to be a merchant in Mara's supermarket. Of course, this also caused Mara's supermarket to be very strict with alcohol products. If Chen Zhao really wanted to open a brewery, he would definitely put it on the shelves of Mara's supermarket. Winip definitely wouldn't refuse. Chen Zhao fell into deep thought. According to Fei Lai, the brewery did have a bright future. However, he still needed to consult an expert on such matters. His own conjectures and calculations could never compare to a few words from an expert. "Dad, I found someone who can solve this problem." "Who did you find?" "A spiritualist." "Amira, why would you believe such a thing? Are you looking for a scammer?" "Of course not. I've seen his ability before." "Dad, can you trust my judgment?" "Amira, you don't have to worry about this. I've already found someone to take care of it. They're professionals." "Dad, who are you looking for?" "Mercenaries. They're the most professional mercenaries. There's nothing they can't solve." "Dad, don't you think that normal people can't solve this problem? Do you think that the spiritualist you mentioned can solve the problem? We're facing a monster now, not some supernatural event." Depp's answer was very certain. "Okay, that's it. Just do your job well." With that, Depp hung up the call with Yamala. There was another man in Depp's office. He lay on the chair opposite him lazily. He was tall and wore gold-framed glasses. "Avenger, when will your people arrive?" "We'll be there tomorrow," Avinko answered. "You can solve my problem, right?" Depp asked worriedly. "This isn't a normal attack. I saw a monster with my own eyes." "Don't worry. I remember that we were invited by the British government last time and helped them deal with the Thames River monster. We're very experienced with this." Half a year ago, Avengers' mercenary team was invited to London to investigate a strange incident in the Thames River. Someone was playing by the Thames River when he was dragged into the river. Half of the victim's body was found more than 10 kilometers upstream. After a series of investigations, it was discovered that the attacker was not human, nor was it any known creature. It was a huge mutated catfish. The catfish was 10 meters long and almost invulnerable. Normal firearms could not harm the mutated catfish at all. At that time, the British Special Forces had lured the mutated catfish to a sewage treatment plant. However, they could not kill the mutated catfish. Instead, the mutated catfish killed several Special Forces members. In the end, it was still Avengers people who acted. One of the team members threw a high-explosive bomb into the mutated catfish's mouth and killed it. It was also because of that incident that Depp got to know Avenger. So after the incident, the first person Depp thought of was Avenger. Right, where did your team go? Depp asked. A man-eating shark appeared in the Hawaiian waters. It's more than 15 meters long. More than 10 fishermen have been killed. The local government hired my people to deal with it, Avenger said. Can you make it tomorrow? Of course. Avenger was not worried at all. Don't worry. When I spoke to them earlier, they already found traces of the shark. They should be able to solve it today. Avenger's answer was casual and very confident. This also gave Depp confidence. Now, he only hoped that the problem could be solved quickly. After all, if the construction site could not start, then the hundreds of millions of dollars he had invested would go up in smoke. It would be a loss of millions of dollars every day. Even if he had a big business, it would still be very painful. So even though Avenger had asked for a high commission, Depp still gritted his teeth and accepted it. As long as the problem could be solved, he would rather let it end as soon as possible. Right, if I want a complete monster body, can you do that? What do you want a monster body for? It's a one-of-a-kind monster. I want to use it as a specimen and put it in my living room. Chapter 11:16. A car stopped in front of Chen Zhao's house. A man in black alighted. Mr. Chun, Miss Amira sent me to pick you up. Okay, wait a moment. Chen Zhao had just woken up and hadn't had breakfast yet. Oh, have you eaten? Thanks, but no thanks. The man was very professional. He rejected Chen Zhao's invitation with a smile. After breakfast, Chen Zhao kissed Fei Lai goodbye. Then he got into the car. Where are we going now? Airport. Miss Amira is already waiting for you on the plane. Chen Zhao boarded Amira's private plane. Amira was having breakfast on the plane. Morning, Mr. Chun. Have you had breakfast? Amira's makeup was exquisite, and she had wavy blonde hair. Chen Zhao realized that Amira would change her hairstyle every time he saw her. Miss Amira, dealing with your hair too often is very harmful to your scalp. Amira lost her appetite immediately. She looked at Chen Zhao with a resentful expression. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Chen Zhao waved his hands and said helplessly, Do all rich people like you have a private plane? With your current assets, you can definitely buy one. The cost of this Gulfstream G550 plus the interior costs won't exceed $50 million. Forget it. Chen Zhao shook his head. Maintenance costs another $2 to $3 million every year. Oh, Mr. Chun, I told you before that my father's temper isn't very good. Do you remember? Amira was giving Chen Zhao a heads up. If he offends you in any way when you see him, please forgive him. Of course, Chen Zhao said with a smile. I've always been easy to talk to. Amira didn't believe that Chen Zhao was easy to talk to at all. Oh, Miss Amira, I want to ask you a question about business. Mr. Chun, are you planning to start business? Or invest in some financial products? Sort of. Someone asked me to invest in a beer factory. Chen Zhao told her what had happened. A small brand in a place like this probably can't even make $1 million a year. Amira's analysis was very accurate. She could roughly analyze the situation and profit level from Chen Zhao's simple words. However, she was the manager of the bank after all, so this kind of ability was not surprising. Profitability is secondary. I'm thinking about whether the brewery has the potential to increase in value. Also, is there any way I can set up a brewery without letting moths into it? It's very simple. Use high benefits and high-pressure policies to manage your employees. What do you mean? I don't need to explain the high benefits. The benefits you give are at least twice the pay and benefits of similar manufacturers. The high-pressure policy is not to set strict management rules. Anyone who makes a mistake, even the slightest mistake, will be fired immediately. What's the difference between this and normal management? Chen Zhao was confused. A normal company's management system is flexible. For example, if someone takes a document home and forgets to bring it back, they will only get a warning from their superiors. However, high-pressure management means that even the slightest mistake will cause them to be fired. This will attract the attention of the union. If the union interferes, it'll be very troublesome. That's the problem. If the union interferes, they'll stop production. Stopping production won't affect you much, but it means unemployment for the employees, so they'll try to resume production. If there are similar problems in the future, the employees will also supervise each other. This high-pressure management doesn't have to last for too long. In 3 months, the employees will be able to form self-discipline. Chen Zhao had to admit that he had racked his brains for an entire night. To Amira, this wasn't a problem at all. This problem was easily solved. But I won't be able to help much in terms of marketing, said Amira. No need. I'll put the beer on Mara's supermarket shelves, Chen Zhao said. Your brewery hasn't even started and you're confident that you can put your product on Mara's supermarket shelves? Fei Lai's mother is the owner of Mara's supermarket, Chen Zhao said. No wonder. After flying for 2 hours, the plane finally arrived in Abilene. Abilene was a small city in Kansas with a population of less than 120,000. There had once been a president here, Eisenhower Will. Its main income came from farming and animal husbandry. It had a certain industrial base. Abilene's airport only had domestic flights, so there were only a few people in the airport. After leaving the airport, Chen Zhao got into the car that Amira had arranged for him and went straight to the suburbs of Abilene. According to the law, some polluting projects weren't allowed to be built in densely populated areas. They had to be at least 100 kilometers away. Thus, the land that Amira's father had bought was very remote. After leaving the city, there were no buildings along the way. There were even very few cars on the road. A car might pass by every few minutes. After driving for about half an hour, Chen Zhao saw the construction site. It was a huge plain. The area within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was like this. Only the shadows of mountains could be seen in the distance. The place seemed rather desolate. As long as he opened the car window, he could smell the soil. The car stopped outside the construction site and was stopped. Amira picked up the phone. Dad, I'm outside the construction site. What? Why are you here? This isn't a place you should be. Dad, I brought someone. Who? I told you before. Someone who can help you solve your problem. Wait at the door. I'll be right there. A while later, Depp came out with a person. Depp first glanced at Chen Zhao, who was standing beside Amira, and then at Amira. Amira, is this the person you were talking about? Yes, Dad. Amira answered with certainty. He's the person who can help you solve your problem. How much did you give him? I've already paid $10 million in advance. According to the agreement, you still have to pay him $20 million after this is over. Depp's face darkened, and Avinko, who was standing beside Depp, was also shocked. Buddy, you really dare to ask for a high price. Avinko grinned at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao glanced at Avinko and Depp, not saying anything. Amira had already warned him before. He didn't need to care about her father's words. In any case, he didn't work here to fight with Depp. Chapter 11:17. Chen Zhao glanced at Depp and then at Amira. Dad, if you don't want to pay, I'll pay. Amira was very determined. But to Depp, his daughter had been tricked. Kid, I don't care what method you use to get my daughter's trust, but I can tell you responsibly that if you don't return the money, I'll make sure you never have peace again. Dad, Amira stood in front of Chen Zhao. If you dare to touch my friend, I won't allow it. She was afraid that Chen Zhao and Depp would have a violent conflict. Chen Zhao didn't say anything. He didn't care how Depp doubted him. It wasn't Depp who hired him anyway. Amira, don't you understand? This guy's a liar. I can tell whether he's a liar or not, Amira said calmly. Kid, then tell me how you're going to solve this problem. Why do I have to explain to you? You're not paying me, Chen Zhao said calmly. Depp was seething with anger. Just then, a cloud of dust rose from the road outside. 3 jeeps came, kicking up a cloud of dust. My people are here, Avinko said. The jeep stopped. 8 or 9 mercenaries jumped down from the car. Boss, how's the mission in Hawaii? Hawaii is beautiful, a black man with dreadlocks said. It's my first time there. If I have the chance, I'll definitely go again. I'm asking about your mission. We failed, a short-haired woman with a small waist said. Failed? Avinko frowned. How did we fail? We injured the shark, but it escaped. We couldn't do anything in the water. Fine. Avinko nodded. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Depp, our employer this time. I hope we won't fail again. No, we're on the ground. As long as the monster appears, it won't have a chance to escape. That's for the best. Avinko nodded. When can you leave? Depp asked. We need to assemble the weapons first, one of the mercenaries said. These things can't be delivered in one piece. Dad, prepare 2 rooms for me and Shun. No, take this liar, and leave this place immediately. I'll deal with him later. Dad, I said he's not a liar. I don't want to argue with you now. Get him out of here, Depp said. I'm not leaving, Amira said firmly. Up to you. Depp glanced at Chen Zhao, not hiding his disgust at all. Is this guy a liar? The mercenaries all looked at Chen Zhao. The man with dreadlocks looked at Chen Zhao and made a shooting gesture with his finger. Bayou, Depp led the mercenaries inside and left Chen Zhao and Yamala at the door. Mr. Chen, what should we do now? There's no rush. Let's wait and see. If those mercenaries can solve the problem, you can save 20 million, right? Chen Zhao said, unconcerned. I'm going to sleep in the car. The mercenaries were busy reassembling the equipment. Depp walked into the room, which was originally a temporary building for the construction workers. However, there were only a few of them in the entire construction site. All the workers were on holiday because of the accident here. The construction was still far from resuming. Guys, how's your preparation going? Almost. We can go now, the short-haired female mercenary said. Boss, are you coming with us this time? I won't go in. I'll wait for your good news here. Okay, aren't you going to leave after dinner? Depp asked. No, we'll eat when we come back. Oh, do you want us to help you get rid of that liar? I'll make him disappear forever for $10,000, the man with dreadlocks said. Depp's eyes flickered as he said, let's wait. Wait until this is over, then we'll settle the score with that swindler. My money isn't that easy to take. No matter how much he took, I'll make him spit it out with interest. Be careful when you go in, Avinko said. We don't have any exact information on that monster yet. Got it, boss. The mercenaries all equipped themselves with various weapons. Okay, Mr. Depp, take us to the cave. Depp brought the mercenaries to an empty space, but there was a huge and thick metal plate covering it. This metal plate weighed about 10 tons. Everyone looked at Depp. This metal plate is to prevent the thing inside from escaping. Is it useful? Depp shook his head. That thing is too strong. I originally wanted to cover it with a metal plate and pour cement over it, but the result wasn't ideal. Avinko couldn't go down, so he was in charge of activating the crane and covering the metal plate. After the metal plate was lifted, a crack about 5 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide appeared on the ground. What's the environment like down there? It's about 10 meters deep, and then there's a relatively flat tunnel. A man-made tunnel? No, it should be a natural crack in the ground, Depp said. I don't know if it's deeper than that. Danny, Avinko said, you'll be in command after we go down. Be careful. The short-haired female mercenary nodded. The mercenaries started putting on pulleys and ropes, and then they went down one by one. When they reached the bottom of the cave, Danny waved her hand. Prepare to enter. Everyone be on guard. The tunnel in the crack was relatively wide. Some parts were more than 2 to 3 meters wide, but the narrow parts were also very narrow. The mercenaries even had to lean sideways to pass through. This narrow place is so small. How can a monster get through? Who cares how it gets through? We'll get rid of it as soon as possible, and then we can drink in the city. All of you shut up. Can't you see what's going on? Aren't you afraid that the noise will attract the monster? Danny scolded. It's better if it's attracted. Saves us the trouble of looking for it. Danny, you're only the temporary leader, not the real leader. Danny glanced at her companions and didn't say anything else. Just then, Danny felt something kick under her foot. She looked down. It was a human's broken limb. Danny frowned. Damn it. The mercenaries continued deeper, but they didn't encounter any monster attacks along the way. Just how deep is this crack in the ground? Chapter 11:18. The mercenaries walked for more than 10 minutes without encountering anything. Damn it! How deep is this monster hiding? Sweetheart, come out, come to daddy. They looked back and saw the man with dreadlocks mumbling to himself. Nandev, be careful or your son will eat you. Haha. Everyone laughed, except for Danny, who looked serious. Although Avinko had appointed her as the leader, temporarily commanding the team. But without Avinko, no one took her words seriously. Whoosh, what's that? Nandev shouted. They thought Nandev was joking again. But when they looked back at Nandev, they saw a wet tongue tied to his body. When they looked up again, a giant monster with its mouth wide open had appeared above them without them noticing. The monster's mouth was wide open like a bucket, and its limbs were stuck to the rock above. But because there was no light in the cave, it was hard to notice. They were all wearing night vision goggles, and their vision was greatly obstructed. Fire! Fire! Danny shouted. Da-da-da. They immediately fired at the monster. With a flick of its tongue, the monstrous creature dragged Nandev along the rock wall and left at a rapid speed. Save me! Save me! Save me! Nandev's voice echoed in the darkness. Go! Danny shouted, and everyone immediately chased in the direction the troll had fled. Nandev's voice came from the depths of the cave, shouting. But soon, a scream came from the depths of the crack. It was Nandev's voice, and he was obviously dead. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Don't chase. Nandev can't be saved. Be careful, and don't forget the top, Danny said in a low voice. Because one of their companions had died, everyone was in low spirits. Just then, Danny saw a green liquid on the wall, glowing faintly. It looks like the monster's blood. It's injured. Huh, is that a man-made building? They looked up and saw a brick wall in front of the crack. However, the bricks on the wall were cracked. It should be due to the groundwork that caused the cracks to appear inside the building. The monster must have come out from this underground building. When everyone entered the crack, they found that the crack was the outer wall of an inlaid underground building. This was a ring-shaped well with a diameter of more than 30 meters. Its depth was unknown, and there was a winding staircase that extended into the depths. The top of the ring-shaped well was a thick rock formation, completely sealed off. Without the construction on the surface, the monsters here would never see the light of day. Danny took out a paintball, lit it, and threw it into the circular well. After a few seconds, the paintball fell to the bottom. At this time, everyone saw countless skeletons below. The bottom of the circular well was completely covered with bones. There were also many caves on the walls. In the middle of the pile of bones stood a copper pillar with a diameter of 1 meter. There was a very thick chain attached to the pillar, but the chain had already been broken. How many people have died here? I'm afraid there are thousands of them. This might be a cemetery of the ancient Inca civilization. It could also be an execution ground. Execution ground. Someone purposely left their enemies here to feed the monster. That monster can't eat that many people. Who cares? Let's go down and kill the monster. Our mission will be complete. We can't go down, Danny suddenly said. Why? There's more than one monster, Danny said seriously. How do you know? Look at the holes below. Those holes look like the nests of those monsters. It's likely that these monsters were deliberately kept here by someone. However, for some unknown reason, this place was completely sealed off. Everyone looked at the densely packed caves and felt their scalps go numb. Then what do we do? Use the grenades, Danny said. Everyone throw the grenades down. No one dared to joke around anymore. They all took out the grenades they brought with them. The grenades weren't the kind with a strong impact. They could shoot out a large amount of phosphorus in a short period of time, which would stick to the skin and cause severe burns. In an instant, the ground below was set ablaze. Just then, a monster rushed out of the cave. The monster's body was quickly set ablaze, but it seemed fine and continued climbing the wall. It rushed to where everyone was. Everyone saw that the monster was completely set ablaze, but it was completely fine. They quickly sprayed it with their machine guns. Although this monster was immune to fire damage, bullets could still cause damage to it. The monster was riddled with holes and fell into the pit of bones. Just then, a claw reached out from the pile of bones and grabbed the dead monster. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. There was an even bigger monster hidden in the pile of bones. But then, more monsters came out of the cave. The claw appeared again, grabbed a monster, and dragged it into the pile of bones. The other monsters were like warriors. They kept crawling out of the caves and climbed up to attack the group. Because there were too many monsters, the mercenaries' firepower wasn't enough to clear them all. Soon, one of Danny's companions was wrapped by the monster's long tongue and swallowed. Retreat, retreat. Danny made a prompt decision. They couldn't continue fighting now. Everyone escaped out of the circular well through the crack. However, the long-tongued monsters were still chasing them. They seemed to have some substance on their bodies that could keep burning. Moreover, the flames didn't harm them at all. They followed the mercenaries out of the crack. The dark crack was illuminated by the flames on their bodies. The mercenaries fought and retreated, but there were too many long-tongued monsters. Everyone had to concentrate their firepower to barely kill one of them. Another mercenary was caught by a long-tongued monster, screaming, "Use high explosives!" Danny shouted, "We'll die first if we use high explosives in such a narrow place." "I don't care anymore." Danny hurled a grenade at him. A monster with a long tongue actually wrapped itself around the high explosive bomb and swallowed it. "Watch out!" Everyone fell to the ground at the same time. Then there was a loud explosion. The entire crack was shaken by the explosion, and rocks kept falling. A few long-tongued monsters were caught in the explosion and were blasted into pieces. "Let's go." Danny saw that the long-tongued monsters had temporarily stopped chasing them. He immediately shouted and ran out frantically. Chapter 11:19. They rushed to the exit. Fortunately, they had left behind ropes just now, so they quickly climbed up the ropes. But just then, the scorching heat came from below. The long-tongued monster rushed out again. Another mercenary screamed as he was pulled down the rope. Danny didn't care about friendly fire and threw a grenade down. Boom! Another long-tongued monster was killed. In the end, only 5 mercenaries managed to escape to the surface. Avenko and Depp heard the roar and came out to check the situation. Then they saw Danny and the others return. "Danny, is the monster dead?" "No, boss." "Quickly cover the metal plate. There are a lot of monsters down there, a lot of monsters." "Not dead." Just then, flames came from below again. Avenko frowned. He saw the long-tongued monster whose entire body was on fire. Avenko fired a few shots at the monster. It was about to climb up, but Avenko shot it back to the bottom of the cave. However, Avenko's gun did very little damage to the long-tongued monster. "Mr. Depp, you'd better step back." Depp gulped and hurriedly took a few steps back. Roar! Just then, a loud roar came from the depths of the crack. Everyone standing at the entrance felt the air flow change. Everyone hurriedly covered the metal plates and placed a lot of bombs at the entrance of the cave. Everyone looked nervously under the metal plate. Suddenly, the metal plate flew up. It was accompanied by a loud explosion. Dust and smoke filled the entrance of the cave. Then, moving flames appeared in the smoke. "Fire! Fire!" Avenko yelled. Roar! Accompanied by a violent roar, a huge black-skinned monster stood at the entrance of the cave. The surrounding smoke was dispersed by this loud roar. The huge monster looked like it had evolved from some crocodile. Its limbs were short and thick, but it stood upright. It was at least 8 meters long and more than 5 meters tall when it stood up. It dragged a thick tail behind it and was covered in flames. But it didn't seem to have heard of it. There was also an iron hoop and a thick broken iron chain around its neck. Its head was like a crocodile's, and its belly was white. But its back was like a rock. However, its back was already red from the heat. Those long-tongued monsters looked like its larvae, and the two were somewhat similar in some characteristics. Outside the construction site, Chun Zhao and Amira were eating dinner on the roof of a car. "Mr. Chun, do you hear that?" "Yeah, I heard it. I think they messed it up." Chun Zhao got off the roof. Chun Zhao and Amira had been waiting outside the construction site for more than 3 hours. Chun Zhao had already woken up. "Is my father all right?" Amira immediately became anxious. Chun Zhao continued to eat his sandwich unhurriedly. "I don't know. I'll go in and take a look after dinner." "Mr. Chun, are you still in the mood to eat?" "What else? Your father doesn't want to see me anyway." "Mr. Chun, please go and save my father. I'm afraid he's in danger." "Don't worry. Listen to the frequency of the gunshots. It seems like they're still in the middle of a fierce battle. Maybe they're finishing up now." "Mr. Chun." Chun Zhao looked up at Amira. "Ms. Amira, I didn't accept the mission to save your father. It was your father who rejected me." Chun Zhao was still very petty. Depp had been so rude to him earlier. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't want to save him. Amira panicked. "If you don't go, I'll go." Amira took out a gun from somewhere and was about to enter the construction site. Suddenly, a jeep dashed out from inside. But the jeep was moving too fast. There was no time for it to make a turn, and it directly crashed into the front of Amira's car, which was parked at the entrance. "Amira, why are you still here?" Depp exclaimed. "Damn, the car's broken. I can't move," Avinko cursed. Roar. Another monster roar came from back. Everyone looked back. The huge crocodile monster had charged out with its minions behind it. The flames on their bodies had already ignited the entire construction site. When the crocodile monster charged, it crawled on all fours just like a crocodile. However, it could stand up on its own. Prepare to fight. Avinko didn't panic. He grabbed a machine gun and started shooting at the crocodile monster. However, when the bullets hit the crocodile monster, they only created sparks. The damage was limited. The other long-tongued monsters scattered immediately. "Amira, let's go," Depp called. Amira looked at Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, it's your turn now. You have no reason to refuse now, right?" "No rush," Chun Zhao said unhurriedly. "Wait until they're all dead." Depp glared at Chun Zhao, who was sitting on the roof. "Kid, I'll remember you." "You better remember," Chun Zhao said, unconcerned. The crocodile monster was different from its minions. It was smarter and stronger. It quickly hid in a house and came out from the other side. At the same time, it grabbed a bulldozer parked nearby and threw it at the mercenaries. The bulldozer, which weighed several tons, smashed into the jeep and exploded its fuel tank. Now, Avinko and the others finally realized how troublesome this monster was. But now, they had no other choice but to fight back. Taking advantage of the explosion, the crocodile monster jumped over. It stomped a mercenary to death and swung its tail. Another mercenary screamed and flew away. Everyone's faces were pale as they looked at the huge monster in front of them in horror. "Hey, monster!" Suddenly, Avinko shouted from behind the crocodile monster. The crocodile monster turned around and looked at Avinko. Roar! Avinko suddenly threw a grenade into the crocodile monster's mouth. Boom! A violent explosion came from the crocodile monster's mouth. But the crocodile monster didn't fall. Avinko's legs went soft. At this moment, he finally lost his usual calmness. The crocodile monster seemed to be immortal. The gunshots stopped. Everyone stared at the crocodile monster anxiously. The crocodile monster looked down at Avinko with a hint of mockery. Just then, a long-tongued monster that had circled behind the crowd curled its tongue around Depp. "Ah! Mr. Chun, please save my dad." Seeing that Chun Zhao wasn't moved, Amira immediately shouted, $30 million. "I'll raise the price. $30 million. Chun Zhao suddenly jumped off the roof and disappeared into the darkness. Not long after, Chun Zhao returned with Depp, who was still in shock. Chapter 11:20. Chun Zhao tossed Depp onto the ground. "If I don't receive the money in 1 minute, I'll throw you back to those monsters." Depp was also scared out of his wits. He was dumbfounded during the entire process. He'd never been so close to death. He thought that he was dead for sure, but the next moment, he realized that the monster grabbing him didn't seem to be able to stand still. Then he fell into Chun Zhao's hands. "You're blackmailing me." Depp still didn't understand the situation. Amira immediately went up. "Mr. Chun, I promise in my name that I won't go back on my word." "Fine, I'll believe you." Amira looked at the monsters surrounding him and gulped. "So, Mr. Chun, are you willing to help now?" At the moment, Amelia was equally nervous. Suddenly, a monster shot its tongue over and wrapped around Chun Zhao's body. Seeing that Chun Zhao was wrapped up, the remaining mercenaries naturally thought that he was dead for sure. However, something unexpected happened. Chun Zhao wasn't dragged away. Instead, he stood there without moving. On the contrary, the long-tongued monster was pulled over by Chun Zhao. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. These monsters weighed more than 500 kilograms and were at least 3 meters long. How did this man pull them? But the monster wasn't stupid. Since it couldn't pull Chun Zhao, it opened its mouth and tried to cover Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was about to be swallowed by the monster. Suddenly, Chun Zhao raised his arms and grabbed the monster's upper and lower jaws. Whoosh! Depp's eyes widened. Chun Zhao actually tore the long-tongued monster in half. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. Just now, he'd torn the monster in half. Did that really happen? Even the crocodile monster noticed Chun Zhao. It turned to look at Chun Zhao. Ignoring Avinko, it charged at Chun Zhao. Just then, Chun Zhao was wrapped up by another monster's tongue. Oh no! Seeing this, everyone started to worry for Chun Zhao. The crocodile monster smashed into Chun Zhao, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. He landed in the fire of the exploded jeep. It's over. Dep's heart sank. Amira's face was pale as well. She had high hopes for Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao had died just like that. This was something she had never dreamed of. Just as everyone was in despair, Chun Zhao stood up in the flames. Then, Chun Zhao grabbed the flaming bulldozer. Who? The bulldozer was lifted up and smashed toward the crocodile monster. The crocodile monster had the same thought as everyone else. The bulldozer had already smashed into the crocodile monster's body and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Chun Zhao patted the flames on his body and walked out. Dep, Avinko, and the rest all stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. Chun Zhao shrugged as if he was warming up. Now, the way everyone looked at Chun Zhao had completely changed. This man was the real monster. He was a monster through and through. The crocodile monster pushed away the bulldozer on its body and stood up again. Roar! This time, the crocodile monster wasn't so careless. It looked at Chun Zhao with vigilance and hostility. Previously, it had only treated Chun Zhao as food, but now, Chun Zhao was an enemy, a powerful enemy. The crocodile monster crouched on the ground and charged at Chun Zhao. But when it was less than 5 meters away from Chun Zhao, the crocodile monster suddenly turned around. Its huge tail swept towards Chun Zhao. There were still flames burning on its tail. Bang! Everyone felt a little dizzy from the sound. It was too loud. Just when they thought Chun Zhao would be swept away, he only moved a few meters back and hugged the flaming tail. Ah! Chun Zhao also roared. The crocodile monster started spinning in Chun Zhao's hand. Bang! Chun Zhao grabbed the crocodile monster's tail and smashed it into the bulldozer. The bulldozer had already become a piece of scrap metal. Then it smashed into Amira's car. Amira's car was also flattened instantly. Chun Zhao swung the huge crocodile monster again. This time, he smashed it into the ground. The crocodile monster suddenly turned around and spat out a pillar of fire at Chun Zhao. Boom! Chun Zhao was blown away. Everyone tensed up again, but Chun Zhao stood up again. It can actually spit fire, Chun Zhao muttered to himself. Yin percent hashtag yin. Chun Zhao suddenly raised his head. Did this guy come from hell? But that didn't seem strange. Chun Zhao looked at the crocodile monster's neck. There was a metal collar around it, just like a dog's collar. There was also a chain on the collar. Chun Zhao moved again and charged at the crocodile monster. The crocodile monster spat out flames again. But this explosion couldn't stop Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had already reached the crocodile monster and grabbed the chain around its neck. Pooh! The crocodile monster was pulled to the ground. Chun Zhao dragged the chain through the crocodile's mouth and then jumped onto its back, tugging on it like a rope. The crocodile monster struggled crazily, but Chun Zhao only had to pull the chain upwards, and the crocodile's upper jaw was almost broken. Everyone was watching this thrilling battle. Dad, how do you feel now? Amira glanced at her father. Dep's face was bright red. He didn't answer Amira's question. Because of your stubbornness and suspicion, I have to pay 30 million more, Amira said angrily. I'll pay for it. Dep turned his head away. Actually, his heart was dripping blood. Even if he was a billionaire, $30 million wasn't a small amount. If it was anyone else, they would probably feel heartache. Crack! Just then, Chun Zhao ripped off the crocodile monster's upper jaw. The crocodile monster's arrogance instantly weakened. Chun Zhao took out his bronze sword and pierced through the crocodile monster's skull. Mr. Chun, $5 million. I want this monster's body intact. Amira knew that her father collected animal corpses as specimens and kept them in his house. But she didn't expect her father to be so obsessed with them. After the crocodile monster's skull was pierced through, it struggled for a while and then stopped breathing. The moment those long-tongued monsters saw that their boss was dead, they immediately fled, all of them fleeing towards the underground cave. Chun Zhao jumped down from the crocodile monster's body. I hope to see the transfer tomorrow. Is that okay? Chapter 1121. Chen Zhao glanced at Depp and didn't say anything. However, his attitude had already explained everything. He refused. Mr. Chun, Amira said, please help the monsters that escaped back into the cave. Chen Zhao nodded. I'll do it according to our agreement. Chen Zhao walked to the cave and jumped in alone. Depp let out a long sigh. Amira, where did you find this guy? Compared to this monster, he's more like Dad. If you know the enemies he fought in the past, you won't think he's that strong. After entering the cave, Chen Zhao went straight to the depths. He didn't encounter a single monster along the way. Soon, he found a circular well in the depths. All the long-tongued monsters were gathered below. They seemed to have sensed Chen Zhao's arrival. They all barked at him like a bunch of mad dogs. Chen Zhao frowned, not because of the monster's frenzied reactions, but because of the bronze pillar. Chen Zhao jumped down from above and landed on the pile of bones. The monsters tried to attack him, but he killed a few on the spot. There was a broken chain on the pillar. Thinking of the collar and chain on the crocodile's neck, it wasn't hard to guess that the crocodile had been chained to the pillar. There were many patterns on the pillar, and one of the largest patterns was that of a crocodile monster. In the pattern, the crocodile was eating people while a group of people knelt on the ground. It was as if the crocodile was a god. There were also demonic words on the pillar. It seemed to be a spell. Chen Zhao recognized the demonic words. Sakami, Domi, Adonis. Chen Zhao chanted the demonic words. Just then, the pillar suddenly shook. The surrounding monsters seemed to be affected by the spell and became even more frenzied, but they didn't dare to approach Chen Zhao. As Chen Zhao continued chanting, the monsters actually started dispersing. They turned into a beam of green light and entered the pillar. Every time Chen Zhao chanted a note, another tongue monster would disappear. Chen Zhao was confused. When Chen Zhao finished the last note, all the tongue-tied monsters disappeared. Chen Zhao pulled the pillar up bit by bit. It was at least 20 meters long. Could this be the Rui Jingu Bang? Chen Zhao laughed at himself. He was thinking too much. However, he discovered that there was another demonic incantation carved on the other side of the pillar. Chen Zhao was a bit surprised, but under the urge of curiosity, he still chanted the spell. The long-tongued monster that had disappeared earlier reappeared before Chen Zhao, but this time it didn't attack him. Instead, they knelt on the ground devoutly. Is this copper pillar the artifact used to control these long-tongued monsters? These long-tongued monsters seemed to be very reluctant to return to the copper pillar. However, Chen Zhao still chanted the first part of the spell and pulled all the tongued monsters back into the pillar. Chen Zhao was more curious about the bronze pillar's origin. Chen Zhao put the copper pillar into his spatial ring. After returning to the surface, Depp and Amira had yet to leave. When they saw Chen Zhao jump out of the 10-meter deep hole, they were secretly shocked. Mr. Chun, is it settled? Yup, it's done. There's not a single monster down there. The two heaved a long sigh of relief. Depp was very regretful now. Because of his doubt, he had to pay an extra $30 million. However, Chen Zhao's display of strength made him not have the courage to go back on his word. Mr. Chun, is there anything else? Back to the hotel. Tomorrow, Chen Zhao said calmly. Amira called a car and sent Chen Zhao back to the city. To be honest, the battle today wasn't that intense for Chen Zhao. However, he actually felt tired. After arriving at the hotel, Chen Zhao washed up and hurriedly went to bed. In a daze, Chen Zhao suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed to have appeared in an unknown place. Surrounded by copper pillars, Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. Chen Zhao was very clear-headed now. He was dreaming. He was in a dream. However, he couldn't wake up. Chen Zhao started pacing around the pillars. Suddenly, he saw figures in front of him. One of them was a 10-meter-tall female giant. She lay on the ground lazily, one hand resting on her head. She looked like a reclining Buddha. Although the female giant was huge, she gave off an indescribable sense of beauty. Not to mention her figure, just based on her appearance, this female giant was definitely a peerless beauty. The female giant kept yawning as if she hadn't slept enough. A man knelt before the female giant. The man kept saying something. However, Chen Zhao couldn't hear their conversation. The female giant didn't seem to want to pay attention to the man. At this time, the man took out a golden knife and cut his wrist. Then he raised his bleeding arm high. Soon, a pool of blood formed on the ground. The female giant finally looked at the man in the eye and then opened her mouth to speak. Chen Zhao couldn't hear anything, but he could see the female giant's lips. In wrath, Terra, alas. Chen Zhao unconsciously repeated the female giant's incantation. Then the surrounding copper pillars started glowing. They turned into beams of different colors and shot into the sky. Chen Zhao looked up at the sky. Only then did he realize that the place in his dream wasn't the human world. It was hell. However, why did he have such a strange dream? This female giant should be a demon, right? Who is she? Who's the person kneeling on the ground? Suddenly, the female giant looked at Chen Zhao. The moment he met her gaze, Chen Zhao's body and mind shook. Whoosh! Chen Zhao sat up from the bed. He'd woken up. Was it because the dream had ended? Or was it because he'd been woken up by the female giant in his dream? Did the female giant know that he was in his dream? Chen Zhao felt strange. The female giant, the man, and the copper pillars. Chen Zhao looked outside the window. It was actually morning. Chen Zhao walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. He enjoyed bathing in the sunlight. However, his mind was still filled with the female giant's eyes. Had the female giant barged into his dream, or had he dreamt of the female giant? However, it definitely had something to do with the copper pillar. He'd had such a strange dream because he'd taken the pillar. Chapter 1122. There was really no place to play in Abilene. The most famous place was the former president's former residence and 2 museums. Chen Zhao walked around Abilene in the morning. Even Amira didn't know where to take him. Chen Zhao was glad that he didn't bring Fei Lai. That afternoon, Chen Zhao returned home. When he got home, he immediately took out the bronze pillar and threw it in the backyard. Huh, demon god pillar. Beelzebub exclaimed in surprise when he saw it. What demon god pillar? You know about this? Chen Zhao didn't expect to get the answer so easily. It's very common in hell, Beelzebub said. In order to control low-level demons, some high-level demons will imprison them in demon god pillars. But the main demon of this pillar seems to be gone. I killed it, Chen Zhao said. Now, only some small fries are sealed inside. Next time you go to hell, you can find a powerful demon and imprison him in this demon god pillar. This demon god pillar looks pretty high level. There's only release and recall spells on it. There's no imprison spell, Chen Zhao said. Do you know the imprison spell? If you don't understand, you can ask King Samuel. Just then, Fei Lai and Jerlin, who was carrying Samuel, walked to the backyard. Seeing the demon god pillar, Fei Lai was stunned. Chen, what's this? Demon god pillar. Are you talking about one of Solomon's 72 demon god pillars? Hearing Fei Lai's words, Chen Zhao couldn't help but be stunned. Among all the legends in the West, Solomon's 72 demon god pillars were one of the more familiar ones. But before this, Chen Zhao hadn't thought about this. Moreover, Solomon was the king of the ancient Jewish kingdom. Chen Zhao wouldn't associate something that appeared in North America with Solomon. I don't think so. Chen Zhao wasn't sure either. After all, anything related to demons couldn't be understood with common sense. For example, Abaddon. Who would have thought that it had the appearance of a mummy? Is there a demon god inside? I killed the demon god inside last night. Really? If you meet him again, remember to catch him alive. I want to see what the legendary demon god looks like. Okay, I'll remember. Chen Zhao smiled bitterly. However, were these demon god pillars really Solomon's 72 demon god pillars? Chen Zhao reached out and touched the demon god pillar. The moment he touched it, the female giant's eyes flashed across his mind. After returning to the villa, Chen Zhao picked up the computer and searched for information about Solomon and the 72 demon god pillars. Through the search engine, a lot of information about this legend quickly popped up. In many historical records, Solomon sought refuge from the demon king of hell, Belial, in order to consolidate his royal power. After that, the demon king of hell, Belial, and Solomon signed a contract. Solomon could command the 72 demon gods under Belial, But the price was that after Solomon died, his soul would belong to Belial. During Solomon's reign, the country was extremely powerful. However, before he died, Solomon sealed the 72 demon gods in a bottle. After Solomon's death, the Babylonians immediately seized the opportunity to invade the Jewish kingdom. They mistakenly opened the bottle with the 72 demon gods sealed inside, causing them to escape and disappear without a trace. Chen Zhao sank into deep thought. If he analyzed it according to the information he had found, based on the information he'd found, in his dream, the female giant he saw was Belial, and the person kneeling in front of the female giant is Solomon, right? Amon was Belial's subordinate. He could go and ask him. Chen Zhao walked to the lake and looked at a water monster with a white belly in the distance. Amon was usually too lazy to move, so he just floated on the water like this. Chen Zhao shouted, "Amon, come here." Amon didn't move, so Chen Zhao continued shouting. Only then did Amon flip over and slowly swim to the shore. "Master, what are you doing?" "Is your subordinate, the king of sloth, Belial, male or female?" "I don't know." "You don't know? How are you a subordinate?" "I'm King Belial's subordinate, not his son. How would I know if he's male or female? Plus, with King Belial's ability, it doesn't matter to him whether he's male or female. Only you humans care about this." Chen Zhao realized that communicating with Amon was really painful. This lazy guy had been with him for a year. When Chen Zhao gave him his salary, he often asked for demonic crystals. But every time Chen Zhao talked to him, his attitude was still like he was a demon master. It was the same for Beelzebub. "Last night, I killed a demon god pillar familiar. I suspect it's Belial's demon god pillar," Chen Zhao said. "Do you have a way to tell?" "Let me see." Chen Zhao brought the demon god pillar to Amon. Amon shook his head in the water. "I can't tell. Apart from the fact that it looks like an advanced demon god pillar, I can't tell anything else." "Advanced demon god pillar? But that familiar feels very weak. I didn't even use 1/10 of my power." "Who said that advanced demon god pillars have to imprison powerful demons?" Amon said matter-of-factly. "Demon god pillars usually imprison demons with special bloodlines. Their combat power might not be high, but I don't feel that the familiar has any special abilities." "Maybe it's not a battle-type special ability," Amon said. "Are there any crocodile-type familiars in Belial's 72 demon god pillars?" "I don't know," Amon answered. Amon replied, "In addition, you seem to be mistaken. King Beria has far more than 72 demon pillars. King Beria controls 11 demon legions, and each legion has 6,666 demons. Belial wouldn't imprison all his demons in the demon god pillars, right? Lord Belial is very lazy, so he always brings all his servants with him." This was a level of laziness that had reached a certain level, but it was understandable. Belial was the king of sloth. There was no demon in the entire hell that was lazier than Belial. Chen Zhao looked at the demon god pillar and stabbed it into the ground. No one would be able to steal it anyway. Moreover, if an enemy came to invade, he could directly chant an incantation or directly summon minions to kill the enemy. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao had killed the main familiar. He should have kept the crocodile-type monster. It didn't have high combat power, but it looked cool. "Oh, do you know how to imprison demons in demon god pillars?" Chapter 11:23. The next day, Chen Zhao went to school directly. After all, he'd promised Evely that he'd start her pre-race training. Chen Zhao wanted to continue driving his truck, but Fei Lai forced him to drive his new car. It was quite eye-catching to drive $1 million supercar into the school. Chen Zhao wanted to keep a low profile, but Fei Lai's retort made him speechless. "You want to keep a low profile after buying this car?" Chen Zhao was speechless. On the way, Chen Zhao received a call. It was another call from the handsome guy. "Chen Zhao, I changed my ride recently. Look at my new ride." Chen Zhao saw a huge ray, commonly known as a devil ray. However, the devil ray under the handsome guy's feet was clearly dozens of times bigger than a regular one. Of course, compared to the super big black dragon from before, this stingray seemed a little small. "Handsome, Where's your black dragon mount? It's too flashy riding the ancestral dragon's projection. I've been more low-key recently. Chen Zhao was speechless. This devil ray wasn't that low-key either. I got a new car too. Chen Zhao chatted with the handsome guy. At the same time, he sent a photo of his new car. Next time, bring me one too. I want this car too. My car can't fly. I want it anyway. Okay. Oh, let me ask you something. What? You know Belial, right? Yes. Is Belial male or female? I mean, according to human standards, he's the most primitive gender. Don't tell me that his gender is meaningless. I think he's female. Why do you want to know? I think I found something that belonged to her. After getting the handsome guy's answer, Chen Zhao was completely sure that the demon god pillar was one of the 72 demon god pillars. The demon god pillar that she left in the human world. Chen Zhao said, and I even dreamed of her. Weird. Why would you dream of her? The handsome guy was also confused. If it's you and someone dreams of you, can you find a dreamer? I can't, the handsome boy said. Then I shouldn't be dreaming. You used the demon god pillar to infiltrate Belial's consciousness, said the handsome boy. This was the most reasonable explanation. Because dreaming was an act of self-consciousness, the people and things in the dream were all fake. So, if it was a dream, the person in the dream shouldn't have self-consciousness, let alone look at him like that. Therefore, the little handsome guy immediately guessed the only possibility. But the gap between you and her is so big. How did you manage to infiltrate her consciousness? Chen Zhao could be imagined as a thief who had successfully snuck into the Ministry of Defense and stolen something from inside. From the perspective of probability, this was almost impossible. If Belial's self-consciousness was so easily invaded, then Belial wouldn't be the great demon king. Chen Zhao didn't understand either. But one good thing about Chen Zhao was that he didn't want to think about things he couldn't understand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. By the way, handsome, what color car do you want? White. I'll bring it to you next time I go to hell. Chen Zhao paused and said, by the way, I want you to know the spell to imprison the demon in the demon god pillar, right? Yes, I'll teach you the spell, the handsome boy said. Also, you need to be careful that the demon you imprison can't be stronger than you. You also have to beat the demon until he's unconscious. That'll make it easier to imprison him. Just then, there was the sound of a police siren. Chen Zhao glanced at the rearview mirror, his expression gloomy. I can't talk to you anymore. I have trouble. Do you need my help? How can you help me? Kill him, and I'll torture his soul. No need. That's all for now. Chen Zhao immediately hung up and watched as Sharon's police car stopped by the roadside. You bought a new car? Sharon asked, studying his car. Yes. Is buying a new car against the traffic rules? It's not illegal to buy a new car, but it's against the rules to answer a call while driving. Here's your ticket. Also, it's not your first time answering a call while driving. I'll deduct 1 point. In California, there is the same penalty point system as in the U.S. Chen Zhao's expression was helpless. It seemed that every time he broke the traffic rules, Sharon would appear. Sometimes, Chen Zhao even suspected that Sharon was following him. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao followed the traffic rules most of the time. However, he had no choice but to answer a call while driving. Your car is so beautiful. After giving Chen Zhao a ticket, Sharon started admiring his new car. Chen Zhao's expression was lifeless. He didn't want to talk to Sharon at all. Chen Zhao remembered that Sharon had a sports car that was several times more expensive than his. It seemed to be a limited edition Pagani. Do you want a drink? I don't have time today. I have to go to school. Chen Zhao and Sharon seemed to have formed a tacit understanding. Every time Sharon stopped Chen Zhao, they would find a nearby cafe to have a cup of coffee. Okay, I'll drink next time I see you. Sharon, did you put some tracking device on me? Why do you always appear before me every time I break the rules? I also want to ask you if you break the rules in front of me every time. Sharon rolled her eyes. Chen Zhao didn't stay for long. After saying goodbye to Sharon, he went straight to school. The Porsche 918 was quite eye-catching. On the way to the school parking lot, a few girls threw flirtatious glances at Chen Zhao. Every time Chen Zhao went to the swimming pool, there would always be a lot of spectators. There were especially many male spectators. Chun Zhao suspected that the boys were here to see the girls' swimsuits. Chun Zhao saw that Zabby was still training the other students on the school swim team. When Zabby saw Chun Zhao, his eyes were filled with resentment. He felt that Chun Zhao was blocking his way. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao completely ignored Zabby. In another pool, Evely was practicing alone. "Hi, Evely. Chun, you're finally here. I thought you were going to stand me up again. I said that I'll take 2 days off. I always keep my word." "Okay, hurry up and train. I've waited long enough." "How far did you swim this morning?" "About 5,000 meters. Chapter 1124. Evely was already used to Chun Zhao's rough training method. But Chun Zhao's training method was very effective. As long as Evely cooperated with Chun Zhao wholeheartedly, there would always be results. She had doubts in the beginning, but now she no longer had any doubts. The only thing she doubted was that Chun Zhao's training time was too short. After lunch, Chun Zhao planned to leave. "Evely, you need to eat more fat and protein. Your fat ratio is a bit low. It's not good for your stamina." Usually, a normal person's fat ratio was around 10, while an athlete's was below 5. There was also a type of bodybuilder. They injected a lot of cholesterol, which resulted in a very low fat ratio. Their muscles would look very exaggerated in the short term, but if there was too much cholesterol in the body, it would be very harmful to the body. Bodybuilders had exaggerated muscles, but their stamina, endurance, and explosive power couldn't be compared to other athletes. Evely's fat ratio was already below 3. Fat could actually provide a lot of stamina. The lower the body fat, the better. Athletes usually pursued the most perfect and standard ratio of fat to muscle. "Also, you can come to my house tomorrow and train at Mirror Lake." "Why?" Evely asked, confused. Usually, swimmers rarely trained in water. "The environment is good," Chun Zhao said calmly. Evely rolled her eyes. This guy was just too lazy to go out. Mirror Lake contains some substances that are very beneficial to the human body. It can greatly stimulate and increase one's stamina and cell activity, Chun Zhao said. Feilai and Jerlin soak in the lake every day. Evely's eyes brightened. Chun Zhao definitely had the best arrangements for his girlfriend and child. Since even they soaked in the lake every day, it would definitely be very beneficial for him. "Does it mean that the more I soak, the better it is for my body?" You can understand it that way, but human cells can't infinitely increase their activity or absorb those beneficial substances. "The more and longer I soak, the worse the effects will be." "Did you buy Mirror Lake because of this?" Evely thought that Chun Zhao had chosen a place that was useless in other people's eyes because of his unique vision. Sort of. Actually, Chun Zhao only liked Mirror Lake's environment. That was all. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao went to treat Kohler. Kohler's recovery from his injuries was very good, and he was now able to carry out rehabilitation exercises. In less than a week, Kohler would be able to return to the field. A few days ago, Kohler took the time to go to UCLA. He gave the players of the basketball club a lesson. When he came out of Kohler's house, Depp had already transferred the money to his account. Tens of millions of dollars made Chun Zhao very happy. Chun Zhao went straight to the headquarters of the association. He hadn't been there for a few days. Of course, the supernatural organization only needed to report when there was a mission. Normally, everyone was busy with their own things. For example, an elite. The association even bought a huge insurance policy for every member of the association. However, when everyone was free, they would still go to the association. After all, everyone wanted to improve their strength. Thus, they all wanted to cultivate in the Tower of Trials. The supernatural organization was quite famous. However, their reputations were not very good. The main reason was that the supernatural organization had been making a fool of itself in the past 20 years. They had been weak for a long time, and it was difficult for the people of the supernatural world to shake off their preconceived notions. Of course, the association was too lazy to correct people's thoughts. Actually, it was very easy to change people's minds. They just had to report the results of the association last year. However, the people of the association had the same opinion. They were just pretending to be weak. Otherwise, if the association had any enemies in the future, they would be even more careful. For example, the family from back then. If the family had been more careful, they might have been able to severely damage the association with their abilities. Thus, the members felt that they should be low-key and do things in a high-profile manner. As soon as Chen Zhao's car stopped at the entrance, Jala Nash appeared before him excitedly. "President, I passed the first round." Jala Nash's eyes were shining. "Really? Good job." Chen Zhao could tell that Jala Nash wanted his praise. Thus, Chen Zhao's performance was also very exaggerated. This greatly satisfied Jala Nash's vanity. Chen Zhao realized that Jala Nash's magic power seemed to have increased quite a bit. Chen Zhao was surprised. Jala Nash's magic power increase was too much. The association's magic power potion is finished. Yes. Jala Nash nodded and casually revealed her golden ring. "Chairman, my magic power has reached 449. Roland nodded and said, "President, my magic power has reached 449. The magic power potion this time is so effective." Chen Zhao was surprised. "It's mainly because I didn't care about the high-grade materials," Jala Nash said. "But Mr. West said that there was a small mistake when making the magic potion. Otherwise, the effect would have been better." Jala Nash said, "Okay, try to pass the second level as soon as possible. I have high hopes for you." Chen Zhao patted Jala Nash's shoulder. "I'll go in first. Where's West now?" Chen Zhao felt that it was a pity. He'd already taken the potion. It could only be used once. It was ineffective the second time. In his office, Chen Zhao entered the headquarters and pushed open West's office. "President, you're here. West, is the potion done?" "Yes, it's done." "President, how many do you need?" "I don't need it. I've already used it before, so I don't need it anymore," Chen Zhao said. "Oh, prepare a few more for Gaia." Jala Nash could increase her magic power by several times, so Gaia's increase should be even greater. "Okay." West nodded. "Oh, President, there's something I want to discuss with you." "Go ahead." "I'm planning to recruit 2 more members," West said. "Why? We already have a lot of people in the association, right?" "It's mainly because we already have combat and logistics, but we don't have healing-type spiritualists or alchemists. This time, we completely relied on a list flipping through books while making the potion. The final product's effect was actually reduced," West said. "The magic power potion is still the most basic alchemy product. A list can barely do it. If we want to make more complicated alchemy products in the future, we can't do it without a professional alchemist. The other thing is a healing-type spiritualist." Chapter 1125. Of course, West knew that Chen Zhao was a doctor. Indeed, Chen Zhao could treat most injuries. But more importantly, Chen Zhao's combat ability was too outstanding. Most of the time, Chen Zhao was the main fighting force. When Chen Zhao fought, he couldn't treat the injured members at the same time. Therefore, the effects of a healer were obvious. Moreover, Chen Zhao didn't know how to heal quickly or suppress pain. This was also what West considered. Actually, most people in the association had complicated magic systems. For example, Chen Zhao was a typical example. His magic system was very complicated. Next was Jala Nash. She majored in elemental magic and mixed in other magic systems. She also knew some healing spells. Although Helly's had the bloodline of death, she also knew 1 or 2 normal spells. The most simple ones were Patya and more. Patya was a shaman's battle dance. She only knew this magic system, while Moore was a clone magic. Norma and Gaia were pure, awakened bloodlines. Therefore, when West heard that Chen Zhao refused to find a healer, he immediately argued with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao couldn't win against West. In the end, he was convinced. "Whatever. Do as you see fit," Chen Zhao said helplessly. "Oh, I need you to investigate some information for me." "What information?" "Are there any ancient bronze pillars around the world?" West was shocked. "President, there's one under our headquarters." Chen Zhao's eyes widened. He looked at West in shock. "There's a bronze pillar under our association?" "Yeah. When we bought this place, the previous owner brought me to see this copper pillar, but I didn't find anything wrong with it." "What kind of bronze pillar? How big? How long?" "Never mind. Take me there." Chen Zhao didn't expect that there would be a bronze pillar right under his nose in the association's headquarters. West brought Chen Zhao to the basement 3 floors. The basement was a warehouse. The second floor was a dungeon. The third floor was originally used as a warehouse, but it wasn't used yet. But when Chun Zhao reached the lower 3 floors, he only saw a few pillars. He didn't see any bronze pillars. The construction team that the president hired found that this copper pillar was too much a hindrance, and they couldn't move it, so they built the outer shell of the copper pillar with concrete. "This is the pillar," West said, pointing to the pillar in the middle. Chun Zhao peeled off the concrete shell, revealing the copper pillar inside. It was indeed the demon god pillar. Chun Zhao had an idea. "If I pull out this pillar, will it affect the structure of the headquarters?" "That won't happen. This pillar was originally not part of the plan. It's not responsible for bearing any weight." Chun Zhao glanced at the ceiling above him. First, he removed all the concrete covering the copper pillars. Then, he wrapped his arms around the copper pillar and pulled it outwards. West was used to Chun Zhao's strange strength. Very quickly, a hole appeared in the ceiling. Chun Zhao pulled it out bit by bit. West asked in confusion. "President, the previous construction team said that they couldn't pull the bronze pillar out even with a crane. How did you pull it out?" "I don't know," Chun Zhao said. The pillar was heavy, but it was within Chun Zhao's bearable range. He didn't feel that it was too heavy. Logically speaking, the crane should have enough power to pull the pillar out. But Chun Zhao didn't hesitate. Instead, he pulled the pillar out bit by bit. This copper pillar was slightly longer than the previous one, but relatively speaking, it was thinner. After pulling the entire pillar out, Chun Zhao put it in his spatial ring. "President, what's the use of that pillar? Have you heard of Solomon's 72 demon god pillars?" West's eyes widened. He stared at Chun Zhao in shock. "President, you're saying that this pillar is one of Solomon's 72 demon god pillars?" "I think so. I found one the night before yesterday." "What about the demon god?" "I need a spell," Chun Zhao said. "Let's go outside first. I'll try to summon it." When Chun Zhao and West arrived at the empty space outside the headquarters, Chun Zhao took the demon god pillar out again and placed it flat on the ground. Chun Zhao studied the incantations and patterns on the demon god pillar. The pattern on the demon god pillar was a leopard-headed familiar. The leopard-headed familiar was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a bow placed horizontally between its legs. "Badalu Adawa," Chun Zhao started chanting. Gradually, the demon god pillar released a wisp of green smoke. A tall familiar with a leopard's head and human body gradually walked out of the green smoke. West looked at the familiar in shock. Disbelief was written all over his face. The leopard-headed familiar's chest bulged. It was wrapped in animal skin. Its limbs didn't look like humans. They had sharp claws. On its back was a 3-meter-long bow and a quiver with 12 arrows in it. The familiar looked at Chun Zhao. It took 2 steps toward him and then knelt on one knee. Chun Zhao was on guard because the familiar didn't have a collar. "Agars, I pledge my loyalty to you, master." The familiar spoke in demon language. "President, what did he say?" Chun Zhao didn't answer West's question. Instead, he asked in demon language, "Don't you know the human language?" "I can learn, if that's your order." "Then learn it quickly," Chun Zhao said. "West, she's Agars. Teach her the language." She doesn't know the human language." "Teach her." "Oh." Just then, Adu saw Agars. "President, what's this big guy?" he asked curiously. "She's Agars, a demon god," Chun Zhao said. "Oh, Agars, do you have any special abilities?" "My bow and arrow can hit any target I lock onto," Agars said. "How?" "By having a magical aura, I remember." "In other words, if the target doesn't have a magical aura, I can't lock onto them, right?" "Yes. You fight enemies with bows and arrows." "And my claws," Agars said expressionlessly. Or perhaps Chun Zhao couldn't understand her expression. Anyway, Chun Zhao felt that Agar's tone was cold and her expression was cool. "Try to attack me." "No. Familiars aren't allowed to attack their master." "I allow it." Chapter 11:26. "West, you try Agars." Agars turned his head and looked at Chun Zhao. "Should I kill him?" No. Chun Zhao hurriedly stopped Agars. "Forget it. Don't try." With Agars' personality, who knew if she wouldn't know how to control her strength and directly blow up West's head? "West, forget it. It was too tiring to speak human language and demon language to Agars at the same time. Agars, you'd better use your bow and arrow to find something to shoot at. Anything? Can I shoot whoever I want? Hearing Agars' tone, Chen Zhao had a bad feeling. Don't shoot living things or buildings, Chen Zhao added. Chen Zhao added, just shoot at the surface of the lake. There are fish in the lake, Agar said. I told you shoot. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Zhao was getting impatient. Do you want me to shoot as hard as I can? All right, shoot with all your strength. They came to the lake. Agars picked up his bow, knocked an arrow, and pulled the string. Agars' bow was already pulled to a full moon. Everyone stared at Agars. She'd been preparing for too long. Chen Zhao checked the time. Agars had been pulling the bow for 30 seconds. Just then, Agars' hand loosened slightly. The arrow left the bowstring and instantly pierced the surface of the lake 100 meters away. Boom! A huge water pillar shot into the sky, as if a torpedo had been detonated in the lake. Everyone stared at Agars, dumbfounded. It was almost as powerful as a small rocket, right? Soon, a large number of dead fish floated to the surface of the lake. Chen Zhao was secretly shocked. Agars' attack was really powerful. However, it took too long to charge up. It needed more than 30 seconds. Agars, can't you attack quickly? Yes, but I can't make it so powerful, Agars said. Agars said, I have a lockdown mode, a group attack mode, and a killing mode. That was the killing mode I used just now. What's group attack mode like? Agars took out another arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. This time, it didn't take as long to charge up. It only took 10 seconds. Chen Zhao was confused. It was only an arrow. How could it be a group attack? The arrows suddenly turned into dozens of arrows in midair and then fell to the ground like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Each arrow exploded like a grenade. This AoE attack mode was like dozens of grenades exploding at the same time. The entire lake was a mess, and the water was tumbling and turbid. West was amazed and secretly delighted. With Agars joining, the association's strength had increased significantly. What about lockdown mode? Lockdown mode can only be used on living creatures. West, try Agars' lockdown mode. Guild leader, she won't kill me, right? No. She's very obedient. All right. West was still worried and looked at Agars with trepidation. Regardless of whether Agars understood or not, he begged for mercy. Agars, be gentle. Agars knocked another arrow and shot at West. Chen Zhao was shocked too. West was so frightened that he used his slow field. In an instant, Agars' arrow stopped in front of West for a second. West covered his head and scurried away. Only then did the arrow advance again. But the arrow was like a homing missile. It clearly turned around and chased after West. West looked back and saw the arrow chasing after him. Right now, West could no longer use the slow field. The arrow was about to hit him. Suddenly, the arrow exploded into a cloud of white mist enveloping West. When the white mist dissipated, West's body was covered in a layer of what looked like frost. West was rooted to the spot like a statue. He also maintained his running posture. Agars' variety of attacks surprised Chen Zhao, but what surprised him more wasn't Agars. In Chen Zhao's mind, Agars' ability was inevitable. Instead, it was West who used the slow field in that instant. He actually managed to make the arrows stop. In the past, West could at most make people slow down in the field, but his powers seemed to have increased a lot. More and more people came to the association. They all knew Agars' identity without blinking. On the other hand, Aduz explained to them one by one. The seal that Agars put on West lasted for half an hour before West was able to escape. Everyone get to know each other. Chen Zhao had Agars, and the others recognized each other. Everyone was curious about Agars' strange appearance. Agars doesn't understand the human language. Communicate with her more often and let her understand it as soon as possible. Agars, come with me. I have some questions for you. Agars followed behind Chen Zhao. Agars, are you Belial's subordinate? Chen Zhao asked. King Belial sealed me in the demon god pillar. I'm not his subordinate. Whoever has the demon god pillar is the master. Agars' words made Chen Zhao even more certain that Agars was one of the 72 demon god pillars. Do you know a crocodile monster? He's also a servant of the demon god pillar, Celios. He's the representative of the manic side. What's the manic side? Back then, King Belial lent the 72 of us to Solomon. The 72 are divided into the neutral, manic, and submissive. The manic side doesn't think that humans have a right to control us, so they aren't willing to cooperate with Solomon's command. That's why Solomon forged a chain for the manic side and the manic side. What about you? Are you a neutral or a submissive? I'm a submissive. Agar's answer didn't surprise Chen Zhao. Then what's the neutral side's position? They're loyal to King Belial, but they don't reject human domination. After all, to us, human life is too short. Us, on the other hand, have nearly infinite life. What's the use of a chain? Can a chain make the manic side's servant obey? No. The chain's use is for the master of the demon god pillar to borrow the magic of the tame monster. Chen Zhao nodded. No wonder the crocodile monster could break the chain. Do you know where the other demon god pillars are? No. Before Solomon died, he split us up and sent us to different corners of the world. Chapter 11:27. I don't know, Agar said. I don't know what happened either. Do you have any restrictions on your movements? No, but I can't be more than 5 miles away from the demon god pillar. One last question. Can you change your tone? Agar still stared at Chen Zhao coldly. Chen Zhao had a rough understanding. The demon god pillar couldn't completely restrain a familiar's will. Every familiar had its own personality. The only restriction was that the familiar couldn't attack the user. After staying in the association for 2 hours, Chen Zhao went to Steven's set. Today, Steven was filming an outdoor scene. It was the building where Steven and Rasfa had been kidnapped. Because the kidnapping had gone viral on the internet, the abandoned building in the suburbs had become a tourist spot for many people. Steven had bought the land a long time ago. He knew very well that after the movie was released, the value of the land would increase again. Steven wasn't just an excellent director. He was also an excellent businessman. He knew when he needed to invest and when he couldn't. When Chen Zhao arrived at the set, Steven was explaining the scene to a few actors. 2 of them were Wang He and Chen Ku, but Chen Zhao remembered that Chen Ku didn't have any scenes here. Of course, this was based on the actual situation. Chen Zhao hadn't read Steven's script carefully, so he didn't know if the plot had been changed. The other 2 main actors were 2 old men. They should be playing Rasfa and Steven respectively. In the script, they were friends who loved each other and killed each other for life. They were set to fall in love with the same woman when they were young. Later, the woman married Steven. Later, Rasfa became a big boss, and Steven became a big director. However, the 2 were like enemies in the beginning. They schemed and slandered each other. Chen Zhao's bodyguard was Rasfa's adopted son and then Steven's bodyguard. Chen Zhao didn't know if Steven had set up this character to satisfy his own bad taste. Chen Zhao looked at Steven from afar and didn't disturb him. Steven seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked in Chen Zhao's direction. Jerry, come and film the later scenes for me. Steven called the assistant director over. Chen Zhao recognized Jerry. He was also an important assistant in Steven's team. Unexpectedly, he was promoted to assistant director this time. Jerry knew James's path. He knew that James had gotten a chance because he was close to Chen Zhao. So, whenever Chen Zhao came to the set, Jerry would come and greet him whenever he was free. Steven walked over. Chen, why are you here today? I'm looking for Gaia. By the way, where's Gaia? Why don't I see her? Gaia has gone to deal with some trouble, Steven said. Trouble? Did someone cause trouble for your crew? Chen Zhao asked. No, it's just the paparazzi who want to take photos of the crew, Steven said. It was also because Steven's movie had received too much attention. Therefore, too many entertainment media outlets wanted to dig up the latest insider information about Steven's movie. Some paparazzi even crossed the mountains, try to enter the set from other directions. These paparazzi are so annoying. There was even a paparazzi who snuck into the set and ran into the actress' dressing room. Gaia was furious. After listening to Steven's explanation, Chen Zhao was enlightened. Gaia was the only one who could solve this problem. How's the filming going? Chen Zhao asked. Not bad. That Chinese actor is okay. If Wang He knew that Steven had a good review, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Of course, it was only good because Stephen was filming a commercial film, not an art film. Acting only required the feeling. It wasn't like an art film where one's gaze had to convey a lot of content. Just then, Gaia returned to the set. "Hey, Chun, how come you're free today?" Chun Zhao glanced at Stephen. "Did you guys discuss to use the same question to open the show? You guys talk. I'm going to watch the scene." Stephen bade farewell to Gaia and left. Chun Zhao took out 2 potions and gave them to Gaia. "These are yours. You can't use them separately or all at once. If there's a long interval, the second time will lose its effect. You can only increase your magic power once." "Got it. Are you here to give me the potions?" "Also, we have a special member." "Special member?" Gaia looked up at Chun Zhao. "What kind of special? You've heard of Solomon's 72 demon god pillars, right? I had a university education, after all." Gaia rolled her eyes. "There is a demon god pillar in our association. I summoned a familiar called Agars." "Oh, I'll go take a look after the crew's work is done." Hearing about the familiar, Gaia was also interested. The next day, Evely came to Qin Zhao's house. She also brought a small gift for Fei Lai. After all, she was a guest. Evely's social skills were quite good. Little Jerlin had seen Evely once, but it was 2 or 3 months ago. She couldn't remember Evely at all. She just tilted her head and looked at Evely. But Jerlin wasn't afraid of strangers at all. Some kids would hide behind their elders when they saw strangers. But soon, she lost interest in Evely. Little Jerlin didn't even bother to wear clothes at home. She just ran around in diapers or jumped into the lake to play. There were no open crotch pants in America. Even kids weren't allowed to wear them. There was once a Chinese woman who took her child for a walk in the park for the first time. A passerby called the police because her child was wearing open crotch pants. Of course, this was a difference in customs. You couldn't say which was better or worse. Everyone had their own pros and cons. Some kids in America were used to diapers, so they still wore them when they were in their teens. They still needed them when they slept at night. Without them, they would wet the bed. But open crotch pants weren't all good. They could make it easier for kids to pee, but they weren't hygienic. However, open crotch pants were not hygienic. After all, a child's lower body was exposed, and it was easy to cause some infections. In short, the laws in the United States were very strict on the protection of children. In China, parents were the ones who were overly protective of kids. Chapter 1128. Before Evely entered the water, Jerlin jumped in first. And what made her feel strange was that Jerlin actually swam to the center of the lake alone. How far was it from the center of the lake? It was at least 1,000 meters away. Most adults wouldn't be able to swim that far. But Jerlin swam more than 1,000 meters by herself. "Chun, is Jerlin that fit? She's been soaking in the water every day since she came to this house," Chun Zhao said. Evely had heard Chun Zhao say that the lake water here had something beneficial to the human body. It could greatly improve a person's body. It seemed that Jerlin had been soaking in the lake since she was young. Her body was much stronger than other children her age. After all, Evely had never seen a child less than half a year old with such good stamina. But normal families probably wouldn't let their children play in the water. When Jerlin played in the water, the family's pets would always follow. Ever since Evely had seen Jerlin, she'd always had pets by her side. Black Ma and White Ma were always by little Jerlin's side. They were like full-time nannies, moving from land to water. "Chun, is Jerlin going to be a swimmer in the future?" "If she's willing," Chun Zhao said. "I won't choose any path for her." Evely really envied a father like Chun Zhao. Compared to her father, if she hadn't made a name for herself in the swimming world, her future would probably be fixed too. But now, Evely was completely out of her father's control. The price was that she had to be a free spokesperson for the family business. Evely's income now was probably not even comparable to her family business. She earned hundreds of millions of dollars from events, advertisements, and endorsements every year. This was also a level that only top sports stars could reach. "Go into the water first. Swim 5 laps in a straight line," Chun Zhao said. "You don't have to rush. Just enjoy the lake water. Eat at my place for lunch." After Evely went into the water, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai laid on the recliners in the front yard and basked in the sun. The temperature was a bit high today. It was already 28 degrees at 9 in the morning. Chen, is this how you coach? Fei Lai was speechless. What's the point of me going into the water? Chun Zhao had already swum 20 laps in the morning. By the way, I found another demon god pillar yesterday. I'll take you to see it in the afternoon. He found a second demon god pillar so quickly. I didn't really find it. It has always been in the headquarters of the association, but I didn't pay attention to it. Yesterday, I suddenly found a demon god pillar in the headquarters. To be honest, even Chun Zhao felt that it was too much of a coincidence. What is that demon god like? Wait, let's not talk about it. Let me see for myself. If you tell me, it won't feel fresh anymore. After a morning of training, Evely had a great appetite. Moreover, the lunch Chun Zhao had prepared today was all suitable for Evely. This was a feast for Evely. Evely even felt that the meal had made her more energetic. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao trained Evely for another 2 hours and then sent her away. Then, he brought Fei Lai and Zhilin to the headquarters of the association. After entering the headquarters, Fei Lai saw the demon god pillar standing on the empty ground. Where's the demon god? Where is it? I don't know. I'll ask. Chun Zhao brought Fei Lai into the building and stopped Patya, who was walking toward them. Patya, where's Agar's? Mr. West is teaching Agar's English. He's in the meeting room. Fei Lai turned to look at Chun Zhao. What the hell was English? Chun Zhao brought Fei Lai to the meeting room and saw Agar's tall figure squeezed in. Even though she was sitting on the ground, she still had to lower her head. If she raised her head, she would touch the chandelier above her head. West stood in front, a blackboard hanging in front of him. Hello, Agar said to Chun Zhao. This was the only word she'd learned today. Chun, is she the demon god? Yes. Fei Lai looked at Agar's curiously. Zhilin, who was in her arms, was even more surprised. Hug, hug, hug. Zhilin wanted to leave Fei Lai's arms and jump into Agar's arms. Fei Lai put Zhilin on the ground. Zhilin was already on Agar's body, climbing onto Agar's chest. Then Zhilin lifted Agar's hide to cover her chest and opened her mouth to bite. Chun Zhao covered his head with his hand, speechless. The scene was very awkward, but what was unexpected was that Agar seemed very calm. Carefully holding Zhilin with his claws, he pulled her away from his chest. Master, is this your child? Agar's asked. Yes. She has an extraordinary life. Her future is pure and bright. No matter who it was, they would feel proud when someone praised their child. Chun Zhao was no exception. He was very happy with Agar's words. This is for you. Chun Zhao tossed a perfect demonic crystal to Agar's. Agar's accepted the crystal. She didn't expect Chun Zhao to be so generous as to give her something so valuable. So this is your wife? Yes. The child in her stomach will be filled with golden light. You can see the future. I can see the light of the future. It's my special ability, Agar said. Everyone will have different colors of light. What about me? Chaotic colors. Countless colors interweave together. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. I can't tell good from bad with complicated colors. Does every tame monster have a special ability? Every tame monster in the 72 demon god pillars has a special ability, Agar said. What's Celio's special ability? He can obtain magic from any environment with temperature. His magic is almost limitless. Wasn't this ability the same as Lisa? Lisa could also absorb and release heat. However, Lisa couldn't be like Celio's. She couldn't feel any pain even when her body was ignited. According to Agar's, she could borrow the magic of the tamed monster through the chain. If Celio's was still alive, then he could use this characteristic of Celio's to obtain nearly unlimited mana. Chapter 1129. Zhilin was tired after playing for a while at the headquarters. There were no animals here. She wanted to go home. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai could only take Zhilin home. On the way home, Chun Zhao received Laura's call. Hey Chun, can you come over? Johnny's hurt. Chun Zhao was stunned. Then he immediately said, Okay, I'll be right there. After Chun Zhao hung up, Fei Lai asked, What's wrong? Risfar's hurt, Chun Zhao said. What's the situation? I don't know the details. Chun Zhao turned and drove toward Beverly Hills. 10 minutes later, Chun Zhao arrived at Risfar's house. The security guard immediately opened the door for him. Laura stood at the door, waiting for Chun Zhao's arrival. After Chun Zhao and Fei Lai got out, Jerlin immediately yelled in Fei Lai's arms, "Annie Laura, a hug." Laura squeezed out a smile and caught Jerlin. "Laura, how's Johnny?" Johnny was attacked by a shark. Chun Zhao sucked in a breath of cold air. "Take me to him." When Chun Zhao entered Risfar's bedroom, he realized that Dell was there too. "Chun, you're here." Chun Zhao nodded and turned to look at Risfar on the bed. He wasn't as bloody as Chun Zhao had imagined, but he looked really weak. "Didn't you say that Johnny was attacked by a shark?" "Johnny and I were surfing on the beach," Dell said. "His surfboard was hit by a shark and Johnny was hit by a rock at the bottom of the sea." Thankfully, Chun Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. It was just a bump. He wasn't bitten by a shark directly. That was a good thing. Usually, when a shark bit someone, the shark's teeth would cause great damage to the victim. If the main artery was bitten, not even an ambulance would be able to get there in time. "Move aside," Chun Zhao said. "I'll check." Chun Zhao lifted Risfar's blanket to check his injuries. There was a very obvious bruise on the left side of his abdomen to his upper ribs. Chun Zhao reached out and pressed down. The unconscious Risfar suddenly screamed. "Ah!" Laura heard Risfar scream and immediately ran to the door. "It's okay. Laura, stay with Fei Lai outside." Chun Zhao comforted. Chun Zhao looked at Sfar. "You're awake." "Chun, why are you here?" "Be gentle," Risfar said weakly. "If you get hurt next time, call an ambulance first, not me," Chun Zhao said in annoyance. "Doctors aren't as insured as you," Dell said. "The ambulance came faster than me." Chun Zhao glared at Dell. "Johnny isn't just injured. He also has water in his lungs." "Is Johnny okay?" "He won't be able to walk for half a month." Chun Zhao started treating Risfar. Chun Zhao took out a syringe and pierced it into the lung. Then he started extracting the lung fluid. "The next time you get hurt, call an ambulance immediately. I happen to be outside this time, so it's not far from here." I got it, Dell replied, trying to cope. Chun Zhao started setting Risfar's bones. His ribs weren't comminuted. Instead, they were dislocated due to the impact, so it wasn't difficult to treat. However, there was some muscle damage. Risfar endured the pain until Chun Zhao stopped. Then he complained, "Chun, can you give me some anesthetic? Where did you meet the shark while surfing?" "Shoal. That's one of the few places with high waves." "Oh, where's Ronnie and Vera? Why aren't they here?" "Laura was afraid that they'd see their dad get hurt," Dell said. "She sent them to my house and let them play with Faith. Good thing it's not fatal." Chun Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. "Oh, I bought a beach. I'm building a villa there now. The waves are pretty high, too. You can go surfing there." "What? You bought a beach? What did you buy it? Why didn't you tell us?" Dell and Risfar's reactions were intense. "Are you selling the house at Mirror Lake?" "Fuck off. Don't even think about Mirror Lake. I still want to live there." Chun Zhao cut off their thoughts. "Where did you buy the beach?" "It's in the direction of Sandro National Park. It's just across the road." "I heard that there are a lot of sharks there." Risfar had just been attacked by a shark, so he was still traumatized. "After I move there, I'll chase the sharks away." "How?" Dell asked. Idiot Amon, of course. Thinking of Amon's terrifying size, the two didn't have any more doubts. Amon was probably the largest creature in the ocean. No, he was the largest creature on Earth. To be honest, if Amon was here, they would feel an unparalleled safe haven. Just then, Laura walked to the door. "Chun, how's Johnny? He can talk and laugh. He should be fine. Stay here for dinner. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare dinner." Okay, Laura didn't just want to be the host. She was also worried about Risfar's injuries. As long as Chun Zhao was here, she would feel much more at ease. Soon, Fisher, Ronnie, and Vera came too. Because the three girls were sent to Mirror Lake by bodyguards every few days, Jerlin was very familiar with them. The four little girls could be said to be the four heavenly kings. Whether it was at Mirror Lake or this manor, they were simply lawless. The only non-human creature in the manor, Laugher, was already tormented by the four girls. Fei Lai and Ronnie sat in the yard and chatted. Ronnie taught Fei Lai many things from her experience. Of course, she mainly talked about things that pregnant women needed to pay attention to. As for food, Ronnie didn't talk at all. With Chun Zhao by her side, She didn't need to tell them what they could and couldn't eat. Ronnie was even planning to have a second child, so she asked Chun Zhao what to eat. Chun Zhao even arranged a recipe for Ronnie. What to eat in the first month, what to eat in the second month, all the way to the 9th month. For example, when to have intercourse, and what to eat to increase the chances of getting pregnant. Chun Zhao was Ronnie and Risfar's most trusted person, so they were busy making babies too. Chun Zhao, Risfar, and Del chatted in the room. Chun, do you plan to marry Fei Lai? Of course. Why do you ask? Chapter 11:30. Del and I opened a hotel together. It's going to open next month. You, Fei Lai, and Zhirlin can come to the opening ceremony. Okay. Chun Zhao didn't reject. Chun, I heard that China has feng shui, right? Del looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes sparkling. Before he finished, Chun Zhao could guess what he was planning. I don't know feng shui, but I can introduce you to someone, Chun Zhao said. Chun Zhao thought of Li Qing. Li Qing looked like a typical Chinese woman. She wasn't very educated, but she was hard-working and honest. But Chun Zhao knew Li Qing's real identity. She was a warlock. Li Qing knew feng shui and physiognomy. Oh, why do you suddenly want to know feng shui? Chun Zhao was confused. Our hotel was a bankrupt hotel, and we bought it at a low price. Apparently, before that, someone committed suicide in the hotel. At the same time, there were supernatural incidents. Then we found a priest, and after the priest walked around the hotel, he said that the location of the hotel was very strange, and it was best to find a Chinese feng shui master to take a look. You're the only Chinese we know, so we thought of you, Del explained. How about this? When you're free, I'll bring the feng shui master I know to your hotel, but I can't guarantee that she'll be able to help you. When will you be free in the near future? I have a lot of time. My friend can spare some time too, Chun Zhao said. It depends on you too. Risfar can't get out of bed for now. Del, you can take us there. I can go anytime too, Del answered casually. I said at night. At night? Why? Didn't you say that supernatural incidents happened in the hotel? How can you see them in the day? It's more likely to happen at night. You're crazy. There's no one in the hotel right now. Won't you be scared to death if you go to such a big hotel at night? It's not like you're alone. I have my friend with you. Can I not go? If you're scared, you can stay at the door. I'll go in with my friend. Chun Zhao didn't force Del to go in. He just needed him to lead the way. That was all. Oh, why do you want to open a hotel? Chun Zhao asked curiously. Mainly because Del wants to do something. Risfar said, that's why he's interested in that hotel. However, he doesn't have enough cash on hand, so he dragged me along. I saw that the hotel's facilities and location are pretty good. It doesn't require too much investment, and the price is rather low. It's a pretty good choice as an investment. Didn't you know that the hotel was in trouble before you bought it? I know, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. The price of that hotel was too low. When did you realize there was a problem? We wanted to ask the original hotel manager to come back and continue working for us, but the hotel manager refused to come back no matter what. He even said some strange things and told us to be careful. The two of us felt a little uncomfortable, so we went to find a priest. Where did you find that priest? He's an old priest. I was introduced to him by someone else. How about tomorrow night? So fast. Isn't it better to solve the problem earlier? I need to prepare, Del said hesitantly. What do you need to prepare? Mentally prepare. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. The three chatted until Laura came in and called them for dinner. Risfar still couldn't sit at the table, so he could only watch Chun Zhao and Del leave. During dinner, little Zhirlin, Faith, Ronnie, and Vera played hard. When they got home, little Zhirlin, Faith, Ronnie, and Vera had a life-and-death farewell. It was as if they would never see each other again. The four children cried their hearts out. Chun, why didn't you say anything? Are you tired? No. Johnny and Del opened a hotel together. Their new hotel seems to have encountered a supernatural incident. I'm going to check it out tomorrow night. It's just a supernatural incident. Why are you so worried? To Fei Lai, a small supernatural incident was nothing to Chun Zhao. The problem this time might not be as simple as a supernatural incident. If it's just a few evil spirits, it can be easily solved. It might be related to feng shui. Oh, feng shui? I've studied it. Fei Lai was instantly energized. She started explaining what she'd learned from the books. This kind of hotel is haunted because the front door is facing north. Black tortoise is water and the air is cold. The wind blows the cold air into the building and it gathers. After a while, it becomes a land of Een. Fei Lai continued. Chun, bring me tomorrow night. I might be able to give you some pointers and change the layout slightly. That way, you can change the feng shui. Fei Lai, pregnant people can't go to that kind of place. You have to stay away from it. The cold air is quite harmful to people, especially pregnant women. Chen Zhao's words dispelled Fei Lai's thoughts. She was rather depressed. Chen Zhao didn't know feng shui, but he clearly didn't trust Fei Lai. Ever since Fei Lai got pregnant, she'd been learning Mandarin and feng shui. As long as she thought it was related to Chinese culture, she would learn it. Recently, she'd fallen in love with ink painting. She could already draw runes on a piece of flawless Xian paper. She didn't have any teachers to guide her. She learned from videos on the internet and some books. It would be a miracle if she could learn anything. What made Chun Zhao speechless was that Fei Lai had collected all of her works. To put it nicely, each work was proof of her progress. If she became famous in the future, these paintings would be very valuable. Most of the time, Chun Zhao loved her. As long as Fei Lai liked it, he liked it too. But Chun Zhao really wanted to burn the works that insulted China's ink painting. Chun Zhao always felt that Fei Lai's ink painting had some kind of magic. It was a magic that people couldn't like. Chun Zhao had once tried to comfort himself by saying that those paintings were only the works of beginners. But after seeing Zherlin's decent works, Chun Zhao completely recognized the truth. Fei Lai really didn't have any artistic talent. Fei Lai's works only embodied 2/3 of the essence of ink painting. Moreover, Fei Lai was learning the most complicated category of ink painting, splashing painting. Chapter 1131. The next day, Evely continued her training at Mirror Lake. Evely could clearly feel the cells in her body becoming active during the training. It was completely different from swimming in a pool. Even after swimming for 10,000 meters, her breathing was still very smooth. In the afternoon, after Evely left, Chun Zhao planned to go find Li Qing. Chun, if you encounter any problems with feng shui there, you can call me at any time. Chun Zhao could tell that Fei Lai really wanted to show off her feng shui knowledge. Chun Zhao wondered if he should create an opportunity for Fei Lai to do so. Of course, haunted hotels definitely wouldn't work. Even if the risk was small, Chun Zhao didn't want Fei Lai to come into contact with such an environment. After arriving at Ethan's hotel, Chun Zhao swaggered in. Ethan happened to be carrying a plate of freshly filled burgers. Seeing Chun Zhao, he took the plate and left. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes and took out a drink from the vending machine. Fuck, why do you have the key to the vending machine? Of course, whatever you have, the key is in the counter. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes and took a burger from Ethan's plate. Did you know that I make a burger at this time? I'm not here for you today, Chun Zhao said. Who else are you here for? Do you have friends staying here? Auntie Li. Just then Li Qing walked out. You're here for Li? Yes. Mr. Chun, please wait a moment. I need to finish my business, Li Qing said. It's early anyway. No rush, Chun Zhao said. Take your time. Chun, why are you here for Li? None of your business. Chun Zhao glanced at Ethan. You ate my food and stole my employee. Am I not allowed to ask? Chun Zhao slapped a check on Ethan's table. Can I do it now? Ethan picked up the check. It was $400,000. Puffed. I won't ask. Ethan smiled brightly. Ethan had a great time working with Chun Zhao. Logically speaking, Chun Zhao could have canceled the collaboration long ago, or just reduced the commission. But Chun Zhao had never done that. He didn't even have the intention. He felt that it was Ethan who had helped him in his most difficult time. In the beginning, Ethan had only chosen her for his own benefit. But no matter what, Ethan did help him. When he first arrived in Los Angeles, he had no friends. He didn't even know what he should do. Ethan was also introducing the best clients to him. Emotions are strange things. You don't know when it happens. But by the time you realize it, it already exists naturally. Ethan would always share some information with him. After a while, Li Qing came out. Ethan was stunned when he saw Li Qing's attire. At this moment, Li Qing was dressed like a Taoist nun with a yellow crown on her head. Li Qing had worn the same outfit during the previous New Year. Then she set up an incense table in front of the door and danced there. A Taoist nun is also called nun. In ancient times, women did not have crowns. Only female Taoists would have crowns, which was why they were called female crowns. Li, why are you wearing this today? Mr. Chun asked me to take care of something, so I'm wearing this. Can't normal clothes do? Or is there some magic in these clothes? No, I believe in Taoism. If I use Taoist spells, I have to wear traditional clothes to respect my teachings. You can also understand the reason why priests wear monk robes. Li Qing's Taoist robe didn't have any enchantments. It was just because she paid more attention to tradition. If she didn't use Taoist spells in a sudden situation, Li Qing would wear the Taoist robe and appear as a Taoist nun. Oh, what time will you be back tonight? I don't know. Okay. After saying goodbye to Ethan, Li Qing got into Chun Zhao's car. Mr. Chun, you seem to have completed ultimate transformation. Li Qing glanced at Chun Zhao. Her cultivation wasn't as high as Chun Zhao's, but Chun Zhao didn't have great control over his cultivation. Taoists also had the ability to see through people. Even if he faced someone with higher cultivation than him, he could still see through them if he didn't know how to hide it. Is it that obvious? Mr. Chun, there's a technique in Qingyi's sect. You can take a look when you're free. Okay. Thank you, Auntie Li. Mr. Chun, in Taoism, ultimate transformation is the peak. Qingyi sect's techniques can only reach this level, but it's said that there's a Shang-Qing state. What's Shang-Qing state? Shang-Qing is heaven and earth, while Shang-Qing is emptiness. That's why it's also called emptiness of heaven and earth. This is recorded in some Taoist books, but I'm afraid I can't answer more than that. In ancient times, famous Taoists cultivated to ultimate transformation was already the peak. One would appear every few hundred years, but emptiness of heaven and earth was only recorded in books. No one had ever reached emptiness of heaven and earth. Chun Zhao had no idea. It seemed that he had to ask Old Turtle later. Perhaps Old Turtle could point out the path for his current level and his future. Many of the spells of the Qingyi sect were created by the founder of the Qingyi sect, Shangliu Qingyi. Shangliu Qingyi was an ultimate transformation expert, so these spells can only be used by ultimate transformation experts. Mr. Chun, why don't you study Qingyi's records? Chun Zhao nodded. Qingyi sect's books had indeed helped him a lot when he was growing up. Mr. Chun, where are we going now? Beverly Hills. My friend's house is there. He's taking us to his hotel personally. Chun Zhao said. I really don't understand. Why does he have to lead the way himself? He's so scared. There's a custom in the West, Li Qing said. If outsiders enter a new shop, the owner has to accompany them. When they arrived at Dell's house, Chun Zhao called him. A while later, Dell came out. Dell glanced at Chun Zhao and Li Qing from the car window. Chun, the lady you mentioned, is the helper. You better be polite to her. She's an Easter magician. Be careful. She might curse you. Dell immediately gave in. Okay, miss, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I can't fit in this car. I'll get a bigger one here. Chapter 1132. Chun Zhao and Li Qing arrived at the entrance of the hotel. When they saw the hotel, they couldn't help but gasp. So big. They both thought the same thing. The hotel was an arc-shaped building. It was estimated to be 50 stories high and 400 to 500 meters long. The scale of this hotel was very large, and there was a large green belt. Dell, how much did you and Risvar pay for this hotel? $230 million. Worth it, Chun Zhao said. The building before them probably cost more than $300 million. I don't understand the building's entrance. It faces the south, which is fire. Fire brings wealth. There are also palms blocking the door, so it's hard for customers to find the entrance, Li Qing said. Also, the building is curved and close to the coast. When the sea wind blows, it blocks the entire city's water flow and sends the water back into the sea. It's called bringing wealth to the door. Is the water flow good or bad? In feng shui, there is a saying of the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams. Every kind of weather attribute has its good and bad. This building coincides with the pattern of the 100 acupoints Diao Cong. The so-called 100 acupoints Diaocang is like this building with 100 eyes and 100 acupoints. Each window is 100 acupoints, but there is no finishing touch. Therefore, the flow of water takes away the fortune. If you can leave an acupoint eye, you can form the finishing touch. The water will turn into a dragon, and the 100 acupoints will return to 1. Chen, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You don't understand, Chen Zhao said. Looking at Li Qing, Chen Zhao said, Auntie Li, I heard that this place is haunted. That's normal. The wind comes and goes, so the owner of this place will have great ups and downs. It's not an auspicious sign. Humans have 7 orifices, so they have to face the ups and downs of life. The 100 acupuncture points are a place with many things. Luck comes, but doesn't gather, but misfortune gathers, but doesn't disperse. Now that everyone is gone, the building is weak and Yin is born. If it's left here for another year or so, this place will probably become a ghost town. Just then, a gust of Yin Qi rushed toward the car. Crack. The car window was covered in dense cracks, and they appeared in an instant. Frightened, Dell hurriedly escaped from the car. Chen Zhao and Li Qing also got off the car. Dell was scared out of his wits. Chun, let's not exorcise evil spirits anymore. Let's go. It's scary here. Li Qing raised his head to look at the sky. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Tonight's moon is too bright. The strength of the evil spirits entrenched in this place has also increased greatly. Sister Qing, are you confident? If it's just an evil spirit, there's nothing to be afraid of. Li Qing said, but looking at the Yin Qi, I'm afraid someone is doing something evil here. Sister Qing, are you saying that someone is purposely raising ghosts here? That's possible. Li Qing nodded. Mr. Chun, I'll go in and investigate first. You stay here for now. Okay. If you need anything, call me immediately, Chen Zhao said. Just as Li Qing was about to step into the hotel, a gust of cold wind blew towards him. The car behind him seemed to be attacked by some invisible force, and the cracked glass window instantly shattered. Chun, is this lady going just like that? Are you sure it's okay? Dell's teeth were chattering. Dell had seen many horror movies, and in them, the same scene often appeared. It's okay. She's a professional. Chen Zhao and Dell watched as Li Qing disappeared into the hotel. Li Qing entered the hotel alone. However, the hotel was simply too big. It was a super hotel. Just the guest rooms alone numbered more than 2,000. There was also no electricity, so the elevator couldn't be used. Li Qing had to check each floor. Li Qing took out a stack of paper dolls and held them between her fingers. She exhaled on them and waved them lightly. The paper dolls turned into another Li Qing. This spell was called Qi Restoration. The Li Qing to the paper dolls turned into her old Li Qing's breath of air. There could be an unlimited number of them, as long as Li Qing had enough air. However, they couldn't fight at all. Li Qing waited where she was. The clones spread out in all directions. Furthermore, these clones were extremely light. They were able to do things that Li Qing could not do on her own. Because they weren't real, they were just pieces of paper that had a breath of air, so they were very light. At the same time, Dell and Chen Zhao, who were standing outside the hotel, saw countless figures floating up the outer wall of the hotel. That's... Dell exclaimed. What are those? Chen Zhao's eyes were better, so he could see more clearly. They seemed to be Li Qing, but judging from a number, Chen Zhao guessed that Li Qing had used some kind of cloning spell. Dell had never seen such silence before. He immediately took out his phone to take pictures. Li Qing suddenly felt that one of the clones had been destroyed. At the same time, she sensed where it had been destroyed. This wasn't Li Qing's home ground, but she used this spell to turn the entire hotel into her home ground. Everything was under her control. Those clones were her eyes and her senses. No matter what monsters were hiding here, they couldn't escape her eyes. Taoist had the Heavenly Eye spell. Li Qing's spell couldn't see everything in the world, but the building could. Li Qing found the floor where the incident had taken place and saw a malicious spirit attacking her doppelganger. The ghost couldn't tell if it was the real one or the clone. When it saw Li Qing's real body, it thought that it would be defeated like the previous clones, so it attacked Li Qing without saying anything. Li Qing pointed with 2 fingers at the malicious ghost's forehead. Ah, ah, Master, save me. Chun, do you think that lady is really okay? Dell asked, feeling uneasy. She's fine, Chun Zhao said calmly. She's strong. Just then, Dell suddenly saw a woman in white standing under a streetlight in the distance. But the streetlight kept flashing, alternating between light and darkness. Chun, you, look, that woman. Chun Zhao also saw the woman in white. He frowned. The woman had an ominous aura. The woman in white walked towards them barefoot. Every streetlight she passed, the one above her would flash. Chun, when the woman was less than 10 meters away from Chun Zhao and Dell, she suddenly stopped. Suddenly, the streetlights on both sides fell down without warning, pressing down on Chun Zhao and Dell. Chun Zhao was shocked. He hurriedly pressed Dell to the ground. What kind of spell did the woman use? A spell that could control metal? Just then, the parked car suddenly flew into the air. Chapter 1133. Chun Zhao pulled Dell away. Looking down, he saw that Dell was wet. The woman in white looked at Chun Zhao in surprise, because Chun Zhao wasn't afraid at all. Just then, the fallen lamppost suddenly twisted and swept toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao pulled Dell away again. The woman in white also frowned, because Chun Zhao dodged her attacks again and again. Dell, move away. Chun Zhao pushed Dell away. Chun Zhao was ready to kill. But just then a voice rang out. Stop, wait. Don't do anything. Rupert ran out from the darkness. Stop, don't do anything. Rupert, perfect timing, the woman said. Help me go in and take a look. The little ghost I'm raising is being attacked. Rupert looked at Chun Zhao with a troubled expression. Chun, it's a misunderstanding. Rupert, do you know him? Fei Sha was surprised. Fei Sha, if you attack again, he'll kill you. Him? Fei Sha sneered, her face full of disdain. In her eyes, Chun Zhao was at most a wizard. In the past, wizards had always existed as servants of witches. Dell was still in shock. He didn't understand the situation. But it seemed that Chun Zhao knew the girl who'd suddenly appeared, and the girl knew the woman in white. Rupert, go away, Chun Zhao snorted coldly. Chun, it's a misunderstanding. She wants to kill me and my friend. It's not a misunderstanding anymore, Chun Zhao said. Rupert, you don't have to do anything here. If you don't want to help me, then go away. Fei Sha was also determined, but Rupert still blocked the two. Chun, I apologize on behalf of Fei Sha. No need to apologize, Chun Zhao said calmly. I just want to kill her now. If you can kill me, then come at me. Suddenly, Dell's car crashed toward Chun Zhao without any warning. Chun, watch out, Dell exclaimed. Chun Zhao was about to be hit by the car, but he blocked it with one hand. Fei Sha's pupils contracted, but the next moment, Chun Zhao suddenly closed in on her. So fast, Fei Sha watched as Chun Zhao approached, but she didn't even have time to react. Suddenly, a wall of light appeared in front of Fei Sha. Chun Zhao's fist smashed into the light wall, and it shattered instantly. But in that split second, an old witch appeared behind Fei Sha and grabbed her by the back of her collar. Then, she disappeared. Chun Zhao looked around in confusion. Escaped? Rupert, stop right there. Chun Zhao turned to look at Rupert, who was planning to escape. Rupert turned her head awkwardly to look at Chun Zhao. She forced out a smile. Hi, Chun, long time no see. That woman just now, and the old witch who appeared later. Who are they? Where did they go? That? I don't know them well. Rupert shrugged and spread her hands. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes at Rupert. Don't think that I won't do anything to you just because I know Sienna. I might not kill you, but I'll make you want to die even more. Chun, even if I tell you where they are, you can't do anything to them, Rupert said. They're witches from the British Witch Club, especially Lady Cybora, who appeared later. She's the top witch in Britain and the only witch in the world who can transmit magic. No one can catch her. At this moment, Li Qing walked out from inside. When she saw the mess outside, she couldn't help but be stunned. Mr. Chun, what happened here? Is it all cleaned up? Yes, they've all been cleaned up. Someone has kept more than 10 malicious ghosts inside. Chun Zhao turned to Rupert. Tell me, what happened? Actually, Fei Sha didn't mean any harm, Rupert said. She just saw that this place was empty and suitable for raising ghosts. So she raised some evil spirits. Where are they now? Chun, I really can't tell you. You can't, right? I'll make you tell me. Chun Zhao picked up Rupert and said to Del, Del, we're done here. We'll go now. Wait, Chun, what happened just now was real, right? Del asked after Chun Zhao. If you think it's real, then it's real. If you think it's fake, then it's fake. Don't play dumb with me. I need you to answer my question directly. You saw it. Why do you still ask? Chun, you're a wizard too, right? And this lady too? And this little girl? Who are you calling little girl? Do you think I won't curse you? Rupert glared at Del. Ouch. Chun, don't hit my head. Del, you don't have to get involved. She won't curse you either. Go home. How do you want me to go home? Don't you have bodyguards? Have them drive a car over. What about you? It's none of your business. Fuck off. Don't. Let me follow you. Del was very interested. Do you want to see me torture a little girl, break her limbs, dig out her eyes, and soak her in acid? Chun, you definitely won't do that to me. I'm only 10. Chun Zhao wouldn't really do anything to Rupert. He took out his phone and called Sienna. Sienna, Rupert's beside me now. You want to call Sienna? Don't call her. No, I don't want to see her. Chun Zhao didn't care. He just waited where he was. 20 minutes later, Sienna arrived. When she saw the person beside Chun Zhao, she was stunned. Chun, did Rupert cause trouble? I was attacked by a witch from the United Kingdom, but she was rescued by another witch called Cybora. Sienna looked at Rupert. Rupert, Miss Cybora is already in L.A.? Humph. Rupert turned her head, ignoring Sienna. I don't want to talk to you. Sienna, are you in trouble? Chun Zhao asked. Nothing. Sienna smiled. Rupert, let's go. I don't want to go with you. Sienna looked at Chun Zhao helplessly. Chun, since Rupert doesn't want to go with me, help me watch her. Don't let her escape again. Last time, Rupert stayed at Chun Zhao's house for 2 days and then left without a word. Sienna, I can't watch her. Unless Chun Zhao locked Rupert up, he couldn't watch her at all. He couldn't stay by Rupert's side all the time either. Chapter 1134. Sienna wasn't angry at Rupert. She really wanted to lock Rupert up. However, she couldn't do it herself. So, she decided to let Chun Zhao take her place as the bad guy. With that, Sienna got into the car. Just then, Chris poked her head out. Chun, we're leaving. Goodbye. Mr. Chun, I'm leaving too. Annie Lee, wait. Del's car will be here soon. No need. Running at night is good for your body, Li Qing said. Come here. I want to talk to you. Chun Zhao glanced at Rupert. Stand here. If you run, I'll break your legs. With that, Chun Zhao and Li Qing went to a corner. Annie Lee, what do you want to talk about? That girl seems to be a meat cauldron. What's a meat cauldron? It's also called a cauldron in our country. Li Qing glanced at Rupert in the distance. I don't understand, Chun Zhao said, confused. When you encounter some powerful monsters or demons, you use magic to separate the demon's body and soul and seal them into newborns. You mean there's a part of a demon sealed in Rupert's body? Chun Zhao asked, surprised. Maybe, but I don't know if it's true. I just feel like there's something in her body. Also, the Sibylla you just mentioned. 20 years ago, she was part of the British witch delegation and came to our country for an exchange. That's why I've seen her before. She seemed to be here to exchange spells, but she was actually here to seek help from some sects in our country. She wanted to see how our country handles powerful demons. So did she find it? Sort of. It's this meat cauldron spell. Li Qing glanced at Rupert again. Auntie Lee, have you seen this girl before? We met more than 20 years ago at that exchange meeting. She must have slept for more than 20 years. Auntie Lee, do you need me to help her? Chun Zhao asked. Chun Zhao felt that Li Qing was looking at Rupert differently. She has an excellent spiritual mirror constitution. She's perfect for cultivating Qingyi sect spells. But she's a foreigner. Now, I'm the only one left in the Green Robe sect. You're considered half a member. If we continue to remain stubborn, I'm afraid that the Green Robes sect won't be far from extinction. Furthermore, with the exchange between the spiritual world and the outside world, some ancient sects have already begun to open branches in various countries or directly recruit foreign disciples. If the Green Robes sect doesn't keep up with the times, we'll be eliminated by the times sooner or later. Chen Zhao didn't expect Li Qing's idea to be so modern. Okay, I'll think of something, Chen Zhao said. Li Qing had helped him a lot, and they had a good relationship. Moreover, Li Qing had taught Chen Zhao before, so he was willing to help her. This is my suggestion for your friend's hotel. Li Qing took out a piece of paper and handed it to Chen Zhao. I'll be leaving now. Sister Qing, be careful on the road. Yes. Li Qing took 2 steps and stopped. She turned back and said, if the thing in the girl's body wants to come out, extract it directly. Don't wait for it to grow stronger. The girl can't take it anymore, and it will harm her life. Okay, got it, Chen Zhao answered. This time, Li Qing really left. Chen Zhao returned to Rupert and Dell. What's sealed in your body? Chen Zhao asked directly. He didn't beat around the bush. Rupert looked up at Chen Zhao. You know, tell me directly. I think I have a way to help you. You can't. 1/3 of a big demon's soul is sealed in my body. This demon can't be destroyed. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. To him, the biggest problem wasn't how to destroy the demon's soul, but how to pull it out of Rupert's body without harming Rupert. Chen, can you give me the contact information of that lady from China? Dell asked. What do you want? Chen Zhao looked at Dell suspiciously. From Dell's past misdeeds, it was hard for Chen Zhao not to be suspicious of his intentions. I want to hire her to be my hotel security consultant. She won't agree, Chen Zhao said. Li Qing was too sentimental. She was also the kind of person who would repay favors with a spring. Ethan had taken her in, so she wouldn't go anywhere now. She was only willing to stay in the hotel and help Ethan. What if we encounter similar things in the future? You're so stupid. Since you're so close to Chen, why don't you go to him directly? He's the strongest spiritualist in L.A. There's nothing he can't solve. Dell looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao immediately said, Don't come to me for this kind of small trouble. Sienna takes this kind of thing. I'll give you her contact information, but it depends on her time. She's the security consultant for the power company now. So if you encounter similar things, you can only wait until she's free. Chen, I think the China lady is more reliable. This is Sister Qing's suggestion for your hotel. As long as you follow her suggestion, this kind of thing will basically not happen in your hotel anymore. But don't you China people have a saying? It's better to be safe than sorry. You're so troublesome, Chen Zhao said in annoyance. Actually, if Dell encountered something supernatural, he could just call Chen Zhao, and Chen Zhao would definitely come to help. Just give me Ms. Li's number. I told you that she won't be your security consultant. No, Chen Zhao shook his head. Li Qing was different from Sienna. Giving Sienna's number to Dell was to introduce Sienna to a client. But Li Qing wasn't in this line of work. If Chen Zhao hadn't asked for her help, she wouldn't have come. Chen, why are you like this? I told you to call this number if you're in trouble. Ms. Sienna is also a professional spiritualist. But I want to find a China lady. What exactly do you want? Dell's face reddened. After a while, he said, I want her to be my teacher. What? Chen Zhao's eyes widened. Are you crazy? No, I'm serious. Dell looked at Chen Zhao seriously. After taking a photo with his phone, he could tell that the figures were all Li Qing. In his eyes, Li Qing was definitely a godlike person. He even felt that Chen Zhao was Li Qing's junior. That was why he wanted to be her disciple. Do you know what it means to be a China disciple? What does it mean? There's a saying in China that a teacher for a day is a father for life. Ms. Li's children are all dead, so you have to be filial to her like a son. You even have to take care of her when she dies. Chapter 1135. Are you serious? How am I not serious? Chen Zhao looked at Dell seriously. He really wanted to tell Dell that he wasn't serious from head to toe. It's not easy to get Annie Qing's approval. If you don't have the talent, you won't be accepted. Don't you Chinese say that hard work makes up for a lack of talent? You don't have talent. Cultivating magic isn't like other skills. Most people in the world can't cultivate. It's useless no matter how hard you work. Rupert was good at adding insult to injury. Chen, do you think I have talent? I don't think so. I'll ask Annie Qing later. Just then, Dell's bodyguard drove over. Okay, let's go. Chen, I still have something to say. If you keep nagging, I'll ask Annie Qing to reject you. Okay, I'm going. Dell was unwilling, but he still got in the car obediently. Let's go. Chun Zhao glanced at Rupert. Where are we going? Near? Rupert was even more unwilling, and it was completely shown on her face. Moreover, she always did whatever she wanted because she was a kid. She would only restrain herself a little in front of Chun Zhao. She knew that if Chun Zhao wanted to punish her, he wouldn't care if she was a kid or not. Come, get on my back. You want to carry me? Rupert couldn't believe it. Chun Zhao was so generous. Her impression of Chun Zhao was that he was a violent person. As long as it wasn't his friend, he would treat them in a violent way. But she clearly wasn't his friend. Rupert climbed onto Chun Zhao's back unwillingly. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. Yes. Okay. Suddenly, Chun Zhao sped up. Oh. Rupert felt the strong wind slap her face. When she opened her mouth, the wind poured into her mouth. Right now, Rupert only wanted to escape from Chun Zhao's back. But Chun Zhao's hands were firmly gripping her legs. She couldn't break free at all. The night wind whipped Rupert's face hard. Rupert had never felt so real or so fast. She couldn't even open her eyelids, and the skin on her face was completely deformed. If you were sitting in a car, traveling at 150 kilometers per hour and stuck your head out of the window, facing the wind, you wouldn't be able to speak. Moreover, Chun Zhao was moving at full speed. The huge wind pressure at 500 kilometers per hour was enough to make Rupert want to die. Rupert could only hide behind Chun Zhao. She watched as the streetlights on the road moved backward. This feeling lasted for 10 minutes before it stopped. Chun Zhao put Rupert on the ground. Rupert looked at the building before her. She didn't understand where she was. At this moment, the guard inside opened the iron gate. Guild leader, why are you here? I have something to do. Go rest first, Chun Zhao said. Chun Zhao brought Rupert into the headquarters. At this moment, West ran over. Guild leader, why are you here? Prepare a room for her and have someone keep an eye on her. If she dares to run away, you can take any form of attack. West glanced at Rupert. He didn't understand how a little girl like her had offended Chun Zhao. But then he thought about Risa. She was only in her teens, but after offending Chun Zhao, she was still punished. So, West wasn't that surprised. Just then, Agars walked out. When Rupert saw Agars, she was immediately shocked. What's this? Chun Zhao glanced at Rupert and then said to Agars, have her stay in the same room as Agars. What? Have me stay with her? This monster won't eat people, right? Slap. Chun Zhao slapped Rupert's head. Have some respect. Agars, keep an eye on her. If she wants to run, you can shoot her with your bow. Of course, I don't want her to die if possible, so you just have to tear her tendons with your sharp claws. Rupert rubbed her head, depressed. She didn't understand what Chun Zhao and Agars were talking about, but she believed that it wouldn't be anything good. For example, this girl is very naughty. Teach her a lesson for me. Patya brought Rupert into a room. Little girl, you'll be living here from now on. Little girl, I'm older than you. I just stopped growing for 20 years because of special reasons. You have to call me sister, okay? Oh, there are some things you need to pay attention to. For example, don't disobey the president's orders, don't get into conflict with him, and don't question his decisions. President? You mean Chun? Yes. Patya heard Rupert call Chun Zhao by his surname. In her impression, only Gaia called Chun Zhao like that. You know the president long ago? Of course. He loves me a lot. Then what did you do to make the president put you in the same room as Agars? Agars? That leopard-headed monster? Yes, that's one of Solomon's 72 demon god pillars. Don't joke. It's just a legend. Rupert was halfway through her laugh when she saw Patya's serious gaze. That Agars is really one of Solomon's 72 demon god pillars? Yes, Patya said. The president found him a few days ago and summoned him. This monster might turn on you, Rupert said. No way. Agars is cold, but he's easy to get along with, Patya said. Plus, as long as the president is here, no threat is a threat. One day, he'll also encounter an enemy he can't deal with. No one can be strong forever. Maybe you should go to the basement and see a powerful enemy the president killed. You'll definitely be shocked. I'm a spiritualist too. I've seen Shin fight with powerful monsters. He's indeed powerful, but not enough to scare me. Just then, Agars walked in. The room was specially prepared for Agars. The door was also specially raised. But when Agars entered the room, he still had to lower his head. After entering the room, Agars glanced at Rupert and then said to Patia, "Sleep." "Okay, Rupert, I'm leaving. See you tomorrow." Agar's bed was specially made. It was huge. Rupert looked at Agars. "Hey, you're Agars, right?" Agars glanced at Rupert and then laid down on the bed. Chapter 1136. Rupert and Agars slept on the same bed. Rupert felt warmth, something she had never felt before. When she woke up in the morning, Rupert realized that she'd slept the whole night with Agars in her arms. Agars had short fur all over his body, just like a wild beast. But to Rupert, Agars was more like a furry toy. After washing up, Rupert followed Agars to the dining room. She realized that half of the dining room was filled with evil spirits. Even the ones who serve her food were evil spirits. Many evil spirits here were disaster level. Rupert was a witch herself, and she wasn't weak either. But living under the same roof with so many evil spirits was too uncomfortable for her. But everyone here was very natural. Even the old man guarding the door chatted with the evil spirits nonchalantly. Just then, a woman dressed in a Gothic style walked into the dining room. Rupert's first impression was that this woman wasn't easy to deal with. She emanated a very obvious aura of death. Usually, those with the aura of death were either people who were about to die or people who worked with the dead. Even the evil spirits made way for Helith when she arrived. Even evil spirits didn't want to come into contact with her. If they were touched by her aura of death, it would be very scary for evil spirits. They wouldn't dare to go out for a few days because they might encounter bad luck. "You're weak. She's strong." Agars glanced at Rupert and knew what she was thinking. But her English limited her way of expressing herself. Rupert looked away. Chun Zhao had entered the river map long ago. "Old Turtle, do you know the Shangqing region? Or should I say, the world is clear?" "Yes," Old Turtle answered. Old Turtle sat by the river and held a fishing rod. But there were no fish in the river. Apart from Old Turtle and Chun Zhao, there were no other creatures in the entire river map. What are the requirements for the Shangqing region? Or how to enter it? Comprehend the world and empty your mind. Ow! Just sit here cross-legged for a few thousand years. That long? A few thousand years in the river diagram was only a few years in the outside world. The river diagram is boundless. There is no real heaven and earth. The ground beneath our feet is just a huge rock, and the sky above our heads is a void. So, you can only accumulate your comprehension here and use enough time to facilitate it. One day, when an idea flashes in your mind, you will succeed. Is there no other faster way? Chun Zhao didn't think he had that much time. He felt like he would go crazy if he had to sit here for a few thousand years. "Yes, go and feel the real world for yourself." Old Turtle said, "With your current technology, you can comprehend the world more easily than the ancients. It can't be that I have to go to the heavens to comprehend the heavens and the earth to comprehend the earth, right?" "That's right. Isn't it simple? Is there a method that is both simple and fantastical?" The last time you were at the extreme transformation, you created the mysterious ice domain and the heavenly fire domain, which are very suitable for this kind of cultivation style. "No." Old Turtle shook his head. "How about I throw you into the sky? Air. Never mind." Chun Zhao was afraid that if Old Turtle threw him into the sky, he might fall for a few months. "How many fish have you caught? Are you stupid? Are there fish here?" Old Turtle rolled his eyes. "Since you know there are no fish here, why are you still fishing? Are you going to learn from Jiangxia? Learn from him? You should learn from me. I'm old enough to be his ancestor," Old Turtle said proudly. "Then what are you doing instead of fishing?" "I've been sitting here for more than a decade. I'm training my mind." Chun Zhao looked at Old Turtle, who still didn't move. After a while, Chun Zhao left the river diagram in boredom. In the morning, Evely came to train again. Evely's complaint was that Chun Zhao's training time was too short. Even though one morning of training might be more effective than a month of training for her, Evely still felt that time was too short. Or rather, she was reluctant to leave Mirror Lake. She envied Chun Zhao for being able to find such a good place to stay. She envied Chun Zhao for being able to find such a good place to stay. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao went to the headquarters of the association. Klaus, come here for a second. President, what's up? How high can our helicopter fly? President, are you talking about the highest altitude? That's right, about 6,500 meters. Fill up the helicopter and send me up. Oh, okay. President, where are we going? Nowhere, Chun Zhao said. Just flying up. Klaus was confused, but he still carried out Chun Zhao's mission. President, we're already at 6,000 meters. If we climb any higher, the airflow will cause the helicopter to lose control. Do we still want to go up? Helicopters relied on the difference in air pressure to climb, but the higher the altitude, the lower the air pressure. It was more difficult for the helicopter to climb. Usually, civilian helicopters could barely reach 4,000 meters. Military helicopters were mostly below 7,000 meters. Chun Zhao felt the airflow and temperature outside the helicopter. Maintain this altitude, Chun Zhao said. Chun Zhao sat in the back seat and started meditating. However, he didn't feel anything. The air here was already thin, and so was the spiritual qi. Chun Zhao found it hard to cultivate. Cultivating here for 100 years might not be as good as cultivating in Mirror Lake for a year. Was it because the altitude here wasn't high enough? Or did he need to jump outside to feel the sky? Klaus, fly the helicopter to the wound in the lake. Okay. Klaus obeyed Chun Zhao's order and moved the helicopter above the man-made lake. I'll go down first. You can land by yourself. With that, Chun Zhao jumped down. Head down, body vertical. Chun Zhao plummeted like a scallion. Chun Zhao closed his eyes. Instantly, he found a feeling. The air kept attacking every corner of Chun Zhao's body. It was like something was constantly stimulating Chun Zhao's body and mind. However, he couldn't grasp that thing. Enlightenment, enlightenment, enlightenment. Suddenly, Chun Zhao opened his eyes. Before he could savor that feeling, the huge impact had already arrived. Splash! Chun Zhao fell into the lake, creating a huge splash. After a while, he surfaced and swam to the shore. Klaus' helicopter landed too. Klaus knew that Chun Zhao had the ability to resist the impact of falling. However, it was still hard to imagine Chun Zhao jumping down from such a high place with his own eyes. Chapter 1137. Klaus was speechless inside. Wasn't it exciting enough to jump from that height? But he was really envious. He could jump from that height without using any cushioning equipment. Guild leader, propeller planes can generally fly more than 8,000 meters. Moreover, propeller planes are cheap, even cheaper than helicopters. The most expensive one might only cost $2 to $3 million, while the cheaper ones can be bought for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The thing Klaus was most satisfied with about the supernatural organization was that it had ample funding. In the past, he had a few hundred people in the counterterrorism department. In the end, their budget was only a few $100,000. After deducting their salaries, the remaining funds could be counted on one hand. If they wanted to modify a car, they had to beg for help from the finance department. In the end, when they received a few $100,000, they had to thank Chun Zhao shamelessly. But in the supernatural organization, there were less than 30 people. Chun Zhao was also very generous with tens of millions of dollars. It wasn't just in terms of their salaries. In terms of their funding, as long as their requests were reasonable, especially if they wanted to modify their equipment or weapons. Without even thinking, Chun Zhao called them without any hesitation. Buying a plane for $1 or $2 million was almost impossible for the counterterrorism department in the past. When they needed to use a plane, they would rent it. But now, they had to buy it without saying anything. Also, they had to rely on the lightning squad to buy a plane. After all, they knew planes the best. They were also the ones who used planes the most. Usually, if they went on a mission, they could fly a helicopter to show off. Chun Zhao thought about it. Are there any planes that can fly higher? Chun Zhao felt that the fall was too short. He needed more time to comprehend. But propeller planes needed airflow to ascend. They couldn't fly too high. If you want to fly at higher altitudes, you will need a jet. But for jets, The runway here could not meet the needs of takeoff and landing. President, if we modify it, I'm confident that I can make the propeller plane climb more than 10,000 meters. Not enough. Chen Zhao shook his head. Forget it. I'll think of something else. Chen Zhao didn't want to make things difficult for Klaus. The hardware wasn't good enough. Killing Klaus wouldn't solve the problem. President, how high do you want? The higher, the better. Guild leader, do you want to consider the hydrogen balloon? Chen Zhao slapped his forehead. Right? If the only requirement was the height, the hydrogen balloon was undoubtedly the best choice. At least in terms of cost-effectiveness, the hydrogen balloon was the best choice. The main principle of the hydrogen balloon was that the mass of hydrogen was much lower than that of air. However, when an ordinary hydrogen balloon flew up to a kilometer, due to the gradual decrease in pressure, the volume of hydrogen gas would increase, and eventually the outer sphere would explode. However, in the 1950s, it was already possible to rely on hydrogen balloons to ascend to an altitude of 30,000 meters. Now that more than 60 years had passed, there were no technical problems. Help me make a hydrogen balloon that can fly to an altitude of more than 30,000 meters. Ask West for how much money you need. All right, but it will take some time. How long will it take? We need to buy an ordinary hydrogen balloon and then modify it. The estimated time is about 10 days. All right, as soon as possible. Guild leader, if you go up into the sky, not only will you have to face gravity, but the low temperature, thin air, and strong ultraviolet rays will also be fatal. I know. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Chen Zhao thought of another problem. How should he deal with the underground? Oh, the crypt demon's relic was underground, but it didn't seem deep enough. He needed to find a chance to go to the relic and ask them if there was a deeper place. Thinking of the crypt demons, Chen Zhao thought of something else. Back then, he'd promised the crypt demons that he'd get them a wild boar monster. They seemed to call those boars Nissan. It seemed that he had to go to the desert outside of Las Vegas again. There was no time like the present. Let's go today. Las Vegas wasn't far anyway. It was a city in Nevada, but it was less than 400 kilometers away from Los Angeles. Klaus, let's go to Las Vegas. Guild leader, which casino? Do we need to bring guns? You're thinking too much, Chen Zhao said. We're going to the desert in Las Vegas. Klaus was still a little disappointed. For every man, going to Las Vegas to gamble once was their lifelong dream. Of course, for someone like Chen Zhao who had no interest in gambling, Las Vegas wasn't attractive at all. If you want to go, we could go to Las Vegas next time. Guild leader, can I drive your car? Klaus was also very interested in sports cars. Usually, he was envious of Chen Zhao's Porsche 918. However, he was afraid of Chen Zhao's authority, so he didn't dare to ask to borrow the car. This time, he finally had the chance to drive Chen Zhao's luxury car properly. Sure, as long as you don't hit my car, drive as fast as you can. Guild leader, I promise to be in Las Vegas in 2 hours, Klaus said, rubbing his hands. Sure, let's go now. Chen Zhao was impatient and had a lot of things to do recently. If he missed a day, who knew how long he would have to wait for the next time? Klaus' driving was much bolder and crazier than Chen Zhao's. After buying the car, Chen Zhao had driven it a few times. This was the first time he truly displayed the power of the Porsche 918. No wonder so many people like the explosive power of sports cars. In order to enjoy the thrill, Klaus deliberately deviated from the main road and chose a more remote one. Guild leader, do you know Highway 666? Yes. Do you want to tell me about the Highway to Hell? You've heard of this legend. Not only have I heard of it, I've even entered the real Highway to Hell. Didn't I go to Las Vegas on New Year's Day? I took a bus back and then entered Highway to Hell. Is Highway to Hell scary? Not really. The twisted monsters on the second level of the Tower of Trials are the same as the ones on Highway to Hell. Klaus was speechless. Thinking about it, Chen Zhao seemed even scarier than the so-called Highway to Hell. He hadn't been to the second level, but he'd heard Helly's, Norma, and Gaia talk about it. He had a rough idea of how scary it was. But Chen Zhao didn't care about the twisted monsters at all. But it made sense. Chen Zhao could pass through the 6th level and increase the strength of the monsters on each level. Chapter 1138. One didn't have to be very powerful to see things. It depended on the level of people they'd met. He'd fought a few high-level enemies with Chun Zhao before, so Klaus's vision was also very high now. Klaus's Lightning Team's daily training was based on powerful enemies. 2.5 hours. It was half an hour slower than expected. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao was still very satisfied with Klaus' driving skills. "Drop me off here," Chun Zhao said. "You can go walk around Las Vegas by yourself. When I'm done, come pick me up here." "President, do you need me to go with you?" "No, it's just a small matter. I just need to walk around." Chun Zhao got off the car on the road outside of Las Vegas. Las Vegas was built on a desert to begin with. Chun Zhao entered the desert and soon approached the Crypt Demon Relic area. A massacre had happened here, but it had been cleaned up long ago. There was only a no-entry sign with a sign of chemical contamination and a skull on it. Chun Zhao had just walked a few steps when he saw a desert four-wheeled motorcycle drive over, kicking up dust. On the motorcycle was a policewoman wearing a cowboy hat. The scorching sun here made her skin a bit red. The policewoman stopped the bike before Chun Zhao and took off her sunglasses. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The policewoman looked Chun Zhao up and down. She saw that he was only wearing a t-shirt, sweatpants, and sneakers. It was really strange for him to appear here like that. "Sightseeing. Is there a problem? Don't you see the sign over there?" "What sign?" Chun Zhao pretended to be blind. "There's chemical pollution here. Don't get close." "Are you a tourist?" "I'm from LA, Chun Zhao said calmly. "Even if you're sightseeing, your clothes are too simple." Usually, when people came to the desert to sightsee, they couldn't wear revealing clothes. Otherwise, the strong ultraviolet rays in the desert would cause sunburn. Also, their pants couldn't be too loose, or else the poisonous snakes and scorpions in the desert might crawl into their pants. However, Chun Zhao was dressed casually. In the policewoman's eyes, he wasn't here to sightsee. He was here to die. In Las Vegas, more than 10,000 people died from poisonous snakes and scorpions in the desert every year. There would also be hundreds of people missing, all due to incomplete equipment. The policewoman felt that Chun Zhao had come here for a walk. "Let me see your driver's license." Chun Zhao handed his license to the policewoman. She called the headquarters and asked for his license number. "University professor?" The policewoman looked at him. "Since you're a university professor, don't you know anything about precautions?" Chun Zhao couldn't think of any excuse to get rid of the policewoman. "Fine," Chun Zhao said, shrugging. "I made a bet with my friend to stay in the desert for 6 hours." Hearing his explanation, the policewoman felt that he was telling the truth. Chun Zhao didn't look like a tourist at all. Moreover, tourists needed to go to the desert. Usually, they would have a special team, and they would not be brought to such a forbidden zone. "Come up, I'll send you out," the policewoman said. "Miss, can I stay here for a while?" Chun Zhao asked. "You know, with what you're wearing now, you'll be burned to death before the sun sets in less than 6 hours, and you didn't even bring any water. Aren't there some rock strata over there? I can hide from the sun there. I'll leave later." The policewoman shook her head. "No, leave now, or I'll arrest you. You'll make me lose $100 like this. Don't make me warn you again." "Fine, fine." Helpless, Chun Zhao sat on the policewoman's four-wheeled motorcycle and was sent to the city. Chun Zhao looked like he had nothing to live for. He found a bar and sat down to drink. It seemed that he could only wait until it was dark before going in. Chun Zhao had just ordered a glass of wine and was drinking at a table outside the bar when the policewoman came again. "You still want to go into the desert?" "Officer, I'm just drinking. That's all. That area is very dangerous. Don't you know? People died there before. Sorry, I just want to drink in peace." Chun Zhao smiled at the policewoman. "Maybe I should buy you a drink." The policewoman stared at him. "I'll keep an eye on you. If you dare to step into the desert again, I'll arrest you." "Miss Officer, did I break any laws?" "I have the right to arrest anyone I think is suspicious." Chun Zhao really found it annoying, but he only needed to go into the desert at night and get a Nissan. There was no need to talk to the policewoman now. Just then, the policewoman received a call and left in a hurry. "Weenie, a fugitive escaped into the restricted area under your jurisdiction." Weena's expression was serious as she drove her car into the restricted area. Weena knew what was inside. She also knew how dangerous it was. Especially at night, it would turn into a shuraba. Even she did not dare to linger in there. It was getting late. If she couldn't find a fugitive and bring him out before dark, she might only find his broken limbs tomorrow morning. Or maybe she wouldn't even be able to find his broken limbs. After entering the restricted area, Weena found footprints very quickly. From the clarity of the footprints, the fugitive hadn't left for long. Weena followed the footprints to find the fugitive. Finally, Weenie arrived outside an abandoned camp. This place used to be a military encampment, and a tragic incident had occurred here before. The military had been attacked by something here at night. Almost everyone had died. The tents were very dilapidated. Many of them were already leaking air. Some even had bloodstains on them. Weena took out her gun and glanced at the sky. Weenie entered the tent carefully, her gun still in her hand. Suddenly, she heard a whistling sound behind her. Weenie also noticed the shadow on the ground and was about to turn around. The gun in her hand had already been knocked to the ground by a wooden stick. Weena was about to pick up the gun when the person who had attacked her pushed her to the ground. From the information her colleagues had given her, Weenie already knew that the fugitive was a murderer. He was very dangerous. Weena fought back with all her might and kicked the fugitive's stomach. The fugitive took a few steps back. Then he grabbed Weena's hair and threw her to the ground. Chapter 1139. Winnie turned around and wanted to run, but a gunshot sounded. Winnie fell to the ground. Her thigh was shot through. Winnie already regretted coming here. She regretted coming here. Winnie turned around and watched the criminal approach her step by step. This is the perfect crime scene. After I'm done, I can bury you here and no one will ever find you. Winnie panted heavily and looked at the criminal. More accurately, she looked at the thing behind the criminal. The criminal saw the shadow under his feet. What was that? The fugitive turned around abruptly and saw a huge monster standing in front of him. But the monster had a tattered cloth on it. It was a crypt demon, but the sky wasn't completely dark yet. Crypt demons were very sensitive to light, so this one had a piece of cloth on it. But now, it looked more like a piece of clothing. What is that? The crypt demon bit the criminal's neck. Help! Help! Help me! The criminal cried weakly, but he couldn't do anything. Soon, the crypt demon bit off half of the criminal's neck. The crypt demon had a shocking bite force. It could easily bite through a person's body, let alone a neck. The crypt demon slowly walked up to Vinnie and sniffed her body with its nose. Winnie froze. She could clearly see the criminal's blood on the crypt demon's head. Winnie carefully reached out and touched the crypt demon. Luote. The crypt demon's claw lightly scratched Winnie's cheek before it turned away. Luote was the name Winnie gave the crypt demon. On New Year's Eve, the night of the incident, Winnie was on duty nearby when she met the crypt demon. The crypt demon was heavily injured. Winnie didn't know what she was thinking. She saved the crypt demon and hid it in her house. When the crypt demon woke up the next day, it almost killed Winnie. But after noticing the bandages on her body, the crypt demon didn't hurt her anymore. Winnie gave the crypt demon the name Luote. It was her brother's name. However, when Winnie was very young, her brother passed away. Later on, Vinnie also found out about the massacre in the desert on television. Then, Vinnie sent Roth back here. Luote sensed the setting sun and screamed at Vinnie. Ing. Although Winnie did not understand what Luote was saying, she could understand him. Luote wanted Winnie to leave. Because darkness was coming, when that time came, his clansmen would be wandering nearby. If Winnie encountered them, she would not be able to escape death. Crypt demons were intelligent, and their intelligence was no less than that of humans. The only difference between them was the level of civilization. However, Vinnie couldn't move at all. Her thigh was injured, and Winnie was still sitting on the ground. Lot seemed a little anxious. He came forward and sniffed Vinnie's thigh. Although crypt demons couldn't see, they could sense other creatures' states through their sense of smell. Lot dragged Vinnie into the tent and used his finger to cut a wound on his face. He then smeared his blood on Vinnie's body. Luote, what are you doing? Ing. Are you trying to trick your friends with your smell? Vinnie asked. Ing. Luote covered Vinnie with a heavy cloth. At the same time, he dragged the escaped prisoner's body in. What happened next was more bloody. Luote tore the prisoner into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Luote even picked up Vinnie's gun and tossed it to her. The sky was already starting to darken. Just then, footsteps came from outside. Luo Te and Vinny fell silent at the same time. Vinny was very nervous. If she encountered other crypt demons, her chances of survival were very low. It's been so long. Why is there such a heavy smell of blood here? Chun Zhao strolled in the abandoned camp. Hearing this voice, Vinny immediately thought of the Asian she'd met in the afternoon. That Asian man still managed to get in. He really didn't know what was good for him. He'd actually come to such a dangerous place. The desert at night was more dangerous than during the day. Especially in the Forbidden Zone, it would be even more dangerous to encounter crypt demons. Chun Zhao noticed that the tent beside him had a heavy smell of blood. He pulled open the cloth and saw that the ground was a mess. At the same time, there were two other figures in the tent. One was the policewoman he'd met in the afternoon. The other was a crypt demon. Hi. Vinny's face darkened. Why are you here? Would you believe me if I said I'm here to play? Ing. Vinny saw that Luo Te was very hostile toward Chun Zhao. Like a beast pouncing on its prey, Luo Te leaned forward. Luo Te, don't hurt him. He's not a bad person, Vinny hurriedly said. She could ignore the escaped prisoner just now. That was because the escaped prisoner deserved to die. Thus, Vinny didn't have any sympathy. But to her, Chun Zhao didn't deserve to die. Hee, is this your pet? Your pet is really special, Chun Zhao said, chuckling. Vinny froze. Was this guy blind? Couldn't he see that Luo Te was different? Was it because it was too dark here? Couldn't he see clearly? But Luo Te was almost 4 meters long. He could not know, right? Or was he pretending to be calm? Just then, a gust of wind blew in the desert. The smell of blood from the tent was also blown toward the cave in the ruins. Chun Zhao left the tent because he sensed that something had come out from the ruins. There were a lot of them, too. The wind didn't just blow the escaped prisoner's blood over. It also blew Chun Zhao's scent over. A large number of crypt demons and Nissan species swarmed over. The crypt demons still remembered Chun Zhao, the instigator of all this. After all, Chun Zhao was the one who'd started an all-out conflict between the crypt demons and the military. Although the crypt demons had slaughtered almost everyone in the military camp, it didn't mean that they were unharmed. The crypt demons were also heavily injured. But Chun Zhao, the instigator, wasn't punished at all. The surrounding tents were all torn down. Vinny was also exposed. When she saw the densely packed crypt demons and wild boars, she was so scared that she lost her ability to think. Just then, Luo Te came to Vinny's side and protected her. Chapter 1140. Weenie curled up in a corner and looked at the countless monsters around her. Hi, Your Majesty, we meet again. Chun Zhao looked at a petite figure among the crypt demons. Of course, the so-called petite was only relative to other crypt demons. For humans, a body that was more than 3 meters tall was still considered huge. The other crypt demons immediately stood in front of their queen. Weenie looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. Did this Asian know about the monsters? Or was he scared out of his wits? He actually wanted to reason with these monsters. Most of the crypt demons Weenie had seen ate humans. Even Lot was the same. If not for their special experience, Lot would probably be like the other crypt demons. To her, these monsters couldn't communicate with humans at all. Chun Zhao shrugged helplessly. I didn't come with enmity, so I think we can coexist peacefully. I just want 2 boar monsters. Oh, the Nissan species. Chun Zhao didn't have any enmity, but the crypt demon's hostility didn't decrease. They seemed to want to attack Chun Zhao. Your Majesty, you know that if I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape. Chun Zhao looked at the female crypt demon. Weenie didn't understand where this Asian got his confidence from. He was actually talking to these monsters in such a tone. From her point of view, Chun Zhao was seeking his own death. Chun Zhao looked at the surrounding boar monsters. If possible, Chun Zhao would just grab a wild boar monster and leave. But these boar monsters didn't have the ability to reproduce. To put it bluntly, they were naturally castrated. The Nissan species were very similar to the crypt demons. Or rather, they were like bees. They also had a female body and a group of males. The female body was used for reproduction. If the female died, a male would appear among the males and become the female body. Among the wild boar monsters, there were other Nisan breeds, such as the male breeds that bred with their mothers, the soldier breeds that protected the tribe, and the meat breeds that were provided to the crypt demons. The ones surrounding Chunjiao now were the most common soldiers. They couldn't be used for reproduction. Only by obtaining the mother or a male seed would it work. To be precise, there were two of them. As long as there were two males, one of them would naturally transform and become a mother. Then, they would be able to reproduce into a race. Of course, the crypt demon definitely knew the exact process better than Chun Zhao. If Chun Zhao asked for the mother directly, they definitely wouldn't give it to him. However, if they wanted two male seeds, they would probably give it to him after considering the pros and cons. Of course, he also considered robbing them. But unless it was absolutely necessary, Chun Zhao wasn't willing to do this. After all, they were an intelligent race, not a bunch of wild beasts. Therefore, Chun Zhao preferred to negotiate with them peacefully. However, the crypt demons around him were filled with hostility. When the entrance to their ruins was discovered by humans, they had no intention of becoming enemies with humans. They would only attack when humans entered the ruins. But that time, Chun Zhao had used them to fight the humans head-on. As a result, they suffered heavy losses. Vinnie's nerves were taut, and her emotions were extremely nervous. She could feel that the crypt demons were about to attack. Beep! But just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. The crypt demons jumped in fright. The encirclement, which had been slowly approaching, retreated a few more steps. Chun Zhao picked up his phone and saw that it was Fei Lai. Chun, you're not coming back tonight? Oh, something came up. I'll be back later, Chun Zhao said. You don't have to leave me dinner. Come back soon. I miss you. Okay, darling. Chun Zhao hung up. Just then, his phone rang again. Chun Zhao picked it up. It was Klaus' voice. President, did you solve your problem? Not yet. Do you need reinforcements? No need. Play in Las Vegas first. Come pick me up when I'm done. Okay. Klaus hung up. Just then, the female crypt demon walked out. Human, you shouldn't have come back here. I haven't settled the score with you for last time. Did you forget what you did to me? Huh? You can actually talk. You couldn't talk last time. Chun Zhao was very surprised. Winnie looked at the petite crypt demon in surprise. She was also very surprised. Crypt demons could talk. Human, what do you want? The female asked. I want two Nisan species, Chun Zhao said. Do you know what the Nisan is used for? The female crypt demon asked. Yes. How do you know? Your kind told me, Chun Zhao said. There are other races? The female crypt demon was surprised. Yes. Their numbers are greater than yours. Which race told you to ask for the Nisan species? Yes. Have their Nisan species gone extinct? If they did, they wouldn't have asked for them from you, Chun Zhao said. What's your relationship with that race? We're friends now. Winnie looked at Chun Zhao in surprise. No wonder he dared to swagger into this place. It turned out that he was more familiar with these monsters than she was. However, it seemed that he had an old grudge against them. It was hard to guarantee that these monsters wouldn't attack him. If so many monsters were to attack, the man and himself would be dead. Your Majesty, although you have the advantage in numbers, if a conflict really breaks out, you will definitely be the ones to suffer. Moreover, you will definitely die. If you want other heirs to replace you, then let's start a war. Crypt demons weren't stupid. The crypt demons weren't stupid. Their intelligence wasn't lower than that of humans. Therefore, Chun Zhao believed that the female crypt demon knew how to avoid danger. If he could threaten her before, he could do it again. Moreover, he'd let her go on his own. She should know how to choose. I can't give you the Nisan species. Why? The Nisan species we use for reproduction have been blocked by the Arachne. It's been a long time since we've replenished new Nisan species. Every time a new species is born, they'll be eaten by the Arachne after growing to a certain stage. There's nothing we can do. What spider demons? Chapter 1141. Who is she? The female crypt demon looked at Weenie. Weenie immediately grew nervous. She looked at Chun Zhao blankly. We came together, Chun Zhao said. She's injured. Can you help me take care of her? Weena finally heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Chun Zhao would kill her directly. If I can help you get rid of the spider demons, can you give me 2 Nissan breeds? Sure. Now, of course, the sooner the better, the female crypt demon said. Then take me there. Also, tell me what's going on with the spider demons. The spider demons have existed together with our history. They always wander around our nests and are especially fond of the Nissan breeds we rear, the female crypt demon said. The female crypt demon said, every once in a while, our Nissan breeds would be attacked by arachne. Many times, the Nissan breeds almost went extinct because of this. Can't you protect the breeding Nissan breeds? We've protected them, but the Nissan species are free-range. They will form their own groups, and we can't always send our own people to follow them. The Nissan species will often run to remote places, and those places are often very dangerous. The female crypt demon paused. Some places lead to the abyss. Their scent will be smelled by the spider demons in the abyss, and they'll be hunted by them. Since you can keep the Nissan breeds from going extinct for so long, you must also frequently get rid of the spider demons, right? Can't you get rid of them this time? There's simply too many arachne this time. If we were to fight them directly, I might lose almost all of my offspring. Moreover, there are big arachne crawling out of the abyss this time. I've already sent some of my offspring to probe them, but none of them returned. Weena sat on Lot's back. She also heard the conversation between Chun Zhao and the female crypt demon. To her, the spider demons couldn't even get rid of the crypt demons. It was even more impossible for Chun Zhao to do it alone. However, Chun Zhao didn't seem to realize this problem. After entering the entrance of the ruins, there was no light at all. Everything was in darkness. There wasn't even a signal. This made Weenie very anxious. In an unsafe environment, it was easy for people to lose control of their emotions. Moreover, the scorching heat underground would also cause one's thoughts to be muddled. What are the arachne like? Their bodies are very large. Their larvae are about the same size as the largest among us, while adult arachne can reach 3 times our size. The arachne that appeared near our lair this time is led by a large arachne. That arachne is at least 10 times our length when its limbs are spread out. Chun Zhao gasped. So big. What kind of monster was this? Winnie listened to them from behind. It was as if she was listening to a fairy tale. According to the crypt demon's average length of 5 meters, 10 times their body length would be equivalent to 45 meters long. It was unimaginable what kind of monster it would be. After walking for 30 minutes, a light appeared in front of them. The light surprised Chun Zhao. Crypt demons were creatures that hated light, but there was light in their nests. But soon, he realized that it was a river of lava. This was a huge karst cave, and it was extremely large. Chun Zhao grinned. Even if he fell into the lava river, he would probably kneel down. Because Chun Zhao had the golden key, he could adapt to an environment that wasn't suitable for humans in a short time. But this didn't mean that he could instantly adapt to the temperature in the lava. The lava would kill Chun Zhao instantly. He wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. These crypt demons didn't hate light. What they hated was sunlight. But this was understandable. After all, Chun Zhao remembered that the crypt demons used to be vampires. They also inherited the vampire's aversion to sunlight. Soon, Chun Zhao realized that he was wrong. This wasn't the lair of the crypt demons. It was the arachne's lair. Chun Zhao discovered some huge creatures that looked like spider crabs in the lava. These should be the so-called arachne. The arachne's body was completely red. Its 8 long and thin limbs stood in the lava. It turned out that their bodies weren't as long as Chun Zhao thought. Instead, their limbs were more than 10 meters long. Their bodies were actually about the same size as the crypt demons. Not only could they survive in the lava, but they could also climb on the walls. However, they had a pair of huge pincers in front of them. They were very thick. When they discovered the approaching crypt demons, the 2 arachne immediately attacked them. The crypt demons also charged up and started fighting them. The male crypt demons had hard outer bones to protect them, but the arachne's huge pincers could still easily crush their bones. The arachne's limbs were also very sharp. They could also easily pierce through the male crypt demon's shells. Soon, a few crypt demons were killed, but the crypt demons still had the advantage in numbers. So, the 2 arachne were still killed by the crypt demon's attacks. Chen Zhao went to the Arachne's corpse and checked it. We can only send you up to here. If you go deeper, you'll easily attract big Arachne. It's up to you now. When he looked at Chen Zhao, she was a bit afraid. These crypt demons were going to leave both her and Chen Zhao here. She had some understanding of the crypt demons and knew that they could communicate. But these Arachne behaved like wild beasts. She couldn't communicate at all. If she was left here, she would definitely die a horrible death. Chen Zhao walked into the cave. Lu jumped in with Winnie. How are you going to deal with the Arachne? Winnie asked. Kill them, of course, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. But you're just one person. Most of the time, I deal with problems alone. This is different from the problems you've faced in the past. There's no difference. Chen Zhao turned to look at the entrance of the cave. The female crypt demon and her offspring hadn't left yet. Why aren't the Arachne here yet? Chen Zhao called out. You have to make noise to attract the Arachne out of the lava. Their vision is bad, but their hearing is very good. Fine. Chen Zhao took out a grenade from somewhere and threw it into the lava in the distance. Boom! The lava splashed red with red water. Chen Zhao threw another one. The effect was obvious. A Arachne immediately jumped out of the lava. The Arachne didn't attack Chen Zhao immediately. Instead, it used its huge pincers to knock on the shell on its back. What is it doing? Chapter 1142. Very soon, Arachne began to emerge from the surrounding lava rivers. They came in all sizes. Winnie was in complete despair. Clenching his fists, Chen Zhao faced dozens of spider demons. Suddenly, an Arachne pounced at Chen Zhao. Its huge claws swiped at Chen Zhao. In Winnie's eyes, the huge spider demon's claws were about to hit Chen Zhao. It could slap Chen Zhao to death. But the moment the claws grabbed Chen Zhao, he suddenly opened his arms. The claws were pushed away. The spider demon's claws couldn't close again. Crack! Chen Zhao tore the pincer off. Winnie's eyes widened as she watched the scene in shock. Disbelief was written all over her face. The spider demon's claws sprayed white liquid. The white liquid sprayed on Chen Zhao's body, but he felt very strange. The liquid seemed to be being absorbed by his body. The texture was very strange. Chen Zhao felt refreshed. So good. He was almost infatuated with the feeling. Chen Zhao tried his best to break the spider demon's claws. More liquid sprayed on his body. Chen Zhao smeared some white liquid on his hand and took a sip. The white liquid was as sweet as honey. Just then, the spider demon raised its sharp limbs and stabbed at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao kicked and broke the limbs. At the same time, he shot the broken limbs up through the spider demon's lower abdomen. The spider demon was quickly killed. Winnie's eyes were filled with shock. One had to know that even the crypt demons would need several of them to kill one of them. But Chen Zhao had easily killed one. After one of their companions was killed, the other spider demons became very excited. Chen Zhao bathed in the white liquid. The essence of the white liquid seeped into his skin, which also excited him. Another spider demon charged over. Chen Zhao was in a state of extreme excitement right now. He charged at the spider demon without any regard for his own safety. Winnie had thought that it was suicide. After all, the difference in size was too big. Plus, the spider demon had a hard shell to protect itself. But Chen Zhao shattered the spider demon's front claws and stabbed a piece into the spider demon's main body. Winnie finally understood why Chen Zhao had the courage to come here alone. Why could he make a deal with the crypt demons? This guy was simply a monster. Chen Zhao killed the two spider demons and absorbed the white liquid in their bodies. He even dug out their flesh and squeezed the liquid out. Suddenly, a boulder weighing more than 10 tons was hurled over from afar. Be careful, Vinny shouted in alarm. The 10-ton boulder smashed toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao immediately controlled the dark serum. The dark serum under his feet suddenly expanded, but it was unavoidably contaminated by the surrounding lava. However, the strange thing was that the dark origin liquid did not evaporate. The lava was not extinguished by the dark original fluid. The dark serum and magma fused together. Under Chen Zhao's control, it turned into a red and black blade. He easily cut the boulder into two halves. Weena's face was filled with disbelief. What was going on? Chen Zhao was also surprised. He didn't know that the dark serum could fuse with lava. At this time, a giant arachne crawled out from the depths of the lava river and onto the cavern wall. The arachne's main body was more than 10 meters long. Each of its limbs was more than 20 meters long. Its 2 claws were like hammers striking the ground. This should be the big arachne. It was the one who'd thrown the boulder. It was obvious how strong it was. It was really too big. Chen Zhao looked at the big arachne. He could feel his blood boiling. There seemed to be something about this arachne that was attracting him. Chen Zhao charged at the big arachne without a care. The arachne along the way immediately stopped Chen Zhao. But right now, Chen Zhao seemed to be possessed. It was an instinctive impulse. He didn't even care about the arachne that came to stop him. The liquid formed by the dark serum and magma turned into countless strange-shaped blades. This was a real mountain of knives and a sea of fire. Instantly, dozens of arachne were cut open. At the same time, the dark serum seeped into their shells and extracted the dark serum from their bodies. Chen Zhao charged to the big arachne and tore its claws apart. Weenie thought that this would be a thrilling battle, but the result was far beyond her expectations. It was a one-sided slaughter. When the big arachne appeared, it indeed displayed terrifying power. But Chen Zhao was even more terrifying. He tore open the arachne's shell. Chen Zhao saw a golden substance in the arachne's shell. It looked like magma. It was like crab paste and gave off an alluring fragrance. The big arachne wasn't completely dead yet. It tried to attack Chen Zhao with its claws. But Chen Zhao just laid it on the golden substance and stuffed it into his mouth. Compared to it, Chen Zhao was more like a man-eating monster. The golden substance was the same as the white liquid, but it was purer. Chen Zhao felt the power of the earth. This power filled every corner of Chen Zhao's body. It was as if every cell was absorbing the golden substance excitedly. Chen Zhao burped, but he was still stuffing the golden substance into his mouth. He didn't want to waste a single bit. He wanted to take all of the big arachne's power. It was the essence from the abyss. Whether it was the crypt demon at the entrance or Weenie watching at the scene, they were all frightened by the scene. Compared to the arachne, Chen Zhao was clearly scarier. Around him, there was a substance that was intertwined with darkness and flames. It was like a liquid constantly churning. All the arachne were killed by the liquid. This was the power of the earth. Chen Zhao felt it, but it wasn't enough. Not enough, far from enough. This was the essence of the earth. Chen Zhao suddenly understood what Old Turtle had said before. Go to the depths of the earth and comprehend it. This was the essence of the earth. But the big arachne's earth essence wasn't enough for Chen Zhao. The glutton devoured all of the big arachne's flesh. Only an empty shell was left. Chen Zhao glanced at the upstream of the magma river. It was surging out from the depths of the cave. It was also where the big arachne had come out. Chen Zhao really wanted to charge in, but he wasn't confident that he could leave alive. Even if he absorbed the earth essence from the big arachne, it was only enough to satisfy his appetite. But Chen Zhao only had a preliminary understanding of the emptiness of the earth. In the end, Chen Zhao gave up on the idea of entering the magma river. Right now, he couldn't resist the heat of the magma. Perhaps he should continue training. With the Golden Key's ability to adapt and evolve, Chen Zhao believed that as long as he continued training, he could get used to the magma's temperature in no time. Chapter 1143. Chen Zhao returned to the entrance of the cave. All the crypt demons were even more wary of Chen Zhao. They couldn't see anything, but they knew what had just happened. Chen Zhao had slaughtered all the invading spider demons, including the big spider demon that he couldn't handle. When can I get what I want? Chen Zhao asked. Wait, the female crypt demon said. We need to enter the nest of the Nissan species. The male crypt demons started to enter the cave. There was a tunnel in the other corner of the cave. A while later, the crypt demons brought out some baby Nissan species. 2 of the Nissan pups were sent to Chen Zhao. This is our promise. You need the Nissan species. Chen Zhao picked up the 2 baby Nissan species. Most animals were quite cute when they were young. The Nissan species were the same. They were pink and tender, looking like domestic pigs. Oh, If there are more spider demons next time, I'll be happy to help you clean them up, Chen Zhao said. Even though Chen Zhao hadn't completely understood the earth, absorbing the earth essence from the big spider demon still improved him greatly. It was a real improvement. It was as if all the cells in his body were alive. The feeling was similar to falling from a high place, but it wasn't exactly the same. They were two completely opposite feelings, but they could both make his cells alive. Falling from a high place made his body feel light, as if he was going to ride the wind to the west. But the earth essence made Chen Zhao feel heavy, as if he was a huge rock. When he followed Chen Zhao out of the crypt demon's nest, the crypt demon sent the two to the door. Chen Zhao sent Winnie to where she'd parked her four-wheeled motorcycle. At the same time, he drove 12 kilometers away. Okay, Miss Police, I'll send you out of this restricted area and then call for help. Also, for the sake of your wrath, you better watch your mouth. Then Chen Zhao turned and left. Klaus parked the car where Chen Zhao had gotten off. He saw Chen Zhao return with the two piglets. Klaus was a bit confused. Chen Zhao had gone out for an entire afternoon and only brought back two piglets? Of course, Klaus didn't understand, but he didn't think too much about it. When he reached the headquarters, it was already midnight. However, he told Klaus to fly him to the crypt demon ruins. Klaus, are you coming in with me or staying here? Back in Las Vegas, Chen Zhao wasn't familiar with the crypt demon's lair, and there was quite a grudge between them. Therefore, Chen Zhao didn't want Klaus to take the risk. However, Chen Zhao wasn't worried about the crypt demons here. At least there wouldn't be any conflicts. Klaus had been here before, so there wouldn't be any danger. Guild leader, I can't stand the heat. I'll stay here. All right. Chen Zhao could understand that not everyone could adapt to such a hot environment. Chen Zhao carried the piglet into the nest. Soon, he encountered the patrolling crypt demons. Chen Zhao's scent was rather familiar to the crypt demons. The crypt demon took the initiative to lead the way. Chen Zhao followed the crypt demon and soon arrived at the underground pyramid. The old crypt demon appeared at the entrance of the pyramid. He smelled the little piglet in Chen Zhao's arms and immediately trotted over. Human, is that a Nissan in your arms? Yes, two young ones. Is that okay? Yes, of course. That's great. The old crypt demon was very happy. Chen Zhao put the piglet down. Oh, I heard that the Nissan species attract arachne, right? Human, you know about arachne. I've encountered arachne before, Chen Zhao said. That's right, the old crypt demon answered. We also raised Nissan species in the past, and arachne had a huge impact on their extinction. How about this, Chen Zhao said. I'll give you a way to contact me. If you encounter arachne, you can tell me. I can help you for free. Human, you want arachne, right? Yes. Chen Zhao didn't deny it. Our race has a way to find arachne. Oh, a way to find arachne? Chen Zhao's eyes brightened. Arachne's dung is the food of the earth locust, which is the food of the Nissan species, and arachne like to eat the Nissan species, the old crypt demon said. For a long time in the past, our race didn't have any Nissan species, so we could only rely on the earth locust to survive. That's why we would search for traces of arachne. Places where arachne appear will usually leave their dung, so our race is very sensitive to arachne's scent. Especially in our race, there are a few races that could detect extremely thin traces of arachne in the air through their dung. If arachne enters our nest, we'll discover it immediately. We also know the locations of some shallow arachne nests. Over the past thousands of years, we've found many. How deep does this place lead to? Chen Zhao asked. Very deep. Using your human measurement unit, we've already found a depth of 10,000 meters. Chen Zhao thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. The crypt demon race wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Without enough space to move around and a large enough ecological chain, they wouldn't be able to sustain the survival and reproduction of the race. Therefore, there must be an even larger underground transportation network here. However, even our race is unable to descend any deeper into the region. If I want to go down, will there be any problems? Since you want to chase arachne, you definitely won't be afraid of them. But the deeper you go, the higher the temperature will be. There will also be other dangerous creatures. Arachne aren't the only dangerous creatures deep underground. There are also complicated underground caves. Your human senses are very weak and can't sense the direction. Chen Zhao thought about it. This was indeed a troublesome thing. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature, but the temperature was actually the least of Chen Zhao's worries. Russia had once excavated a cave that was more than 12 kilometers deep. The temperature at the bottom of the cave reached 180 degrees. This temperature might be fatal to most creatures, but Chen Zhao could endure it. But it was precisely the direction that became the biggest problem. Without Peugeot, it was easy for human senses to get lost. This was a basic human sense and couldn't be changed. Even well-trained soldiers couldn't change it, unless they had a super brain that could remember all the characteristics of the path. But I can help you draw a map, the old crypt demon said. You could draw. Chapter 1144. Chen Zhao suspected that if the old crypt demon could study further, he could definitely get a degree. Oh, you humans seem to like spider meat, the old crypt demon said. The old crypt demon said, although we don't like arachne meat and find it disgusting, you humans like it very much. How do you know? Did you forget that humans used to live here? Chen Zhao just remembered that some human scholars had been locked up here. The old crypt demon's knowledge was also taught by those human scholars. If you want, I'll get some for you. You have crypt demon meat here. I just killed 2 spider demons 2 days ago, the old crypt demon said. Their race was much stronger than the crypt demons in Las Vegas. At least, they definitely outnumbered the crypt demons in Las Vegas. Give it all to me. I'll try. A while later, the crypt demon took out the dismembered spider meat. Chen Zhao also chatted with the old crypt demon about many things. They had a common understanding that working together was more beneficial than being enemies. They didn't have any conflicts of interest. The supernatural organization could give them some help. When necessary, they could also become the organization's combat power. When Chen Zhao returned home, it was already past 2 in the morning. Chen Zhao took the spider meat and put it in the space crevice. Recently, Blackie had been busy building his new home on the beach. Chen Zhao was used to living with Blackie. He also hoped that Blackie would move in with him. To live with Chen Zhao, Blackie also knew some human secrets. When both Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were in the bedroom, he wouldn't barge in recklessly. Plus, Chen Zhao and Blackie were used to doing research together. It didn't matter if it was magical or medical. Chen Zhao entered the space crevice. Blackie was instructing the inferior demons to load some materials. After the materials were packed, Chen Zhao transported them to the beach. Chen Zhao, why are you here today? I killed some underground creatures today. I heard they're delicious, so I'm studying them to make sure they don't have any negative side effects. Oh, underground creatures? What kind? Let's talk in the lab first. Chen Zhao took out a spider's limb. This creature is like an enlarged spider crab, but they have a pair of huge pincers that can reach up to 50 meters long. These creatures also have a milky white liquid that can slightly increase my power. The white liquid should be their blood, but the effect isn't obvious with the blood of a dozen or so spider demons. Chen Zhao took out a spider demon's limb and said, "This creature is like an enlarged spider crab." As he spoke, he extracted a small piece of flesh from the arachne's limb and placed it in a test tube, mixing it with the liquid. Chen Zhao had purchased a large number of medical machines in the lab for his and Blackie's research. In the space crevice, Blackie could use any equipment. After analyzing the components, Blackie handed a report to Chen Zhao. The flesh of this arachne is extremely nutritious and very beneficial to you humans. Blackie said, there's also a substance similar to crab amino acid, but it's different. This amino acid is very active. I soaked my bones in it and found that this amino acid can absorb other substances in the liquid and repair the bones. Oh, Chen Zhao was surprised. Amino acid was a chemical, but many plants and animals were rich in amino acids. The first amino acid he'd successfully extracted was from winter bamboo shoots. However, because amino acids were extracted from different plants and animals, there would be some differences in function. If some edible amino acids were added to dishes, they would become extremely delicious. Of course, synthetic amino acids were not suitable for consumption. Natural amino acids were the ultimate taste that humans pursued. For example, the reason why some seafood would taste so delicious after cooking was because it contained rich natural amino acids. After humans ate amino acids, they would not be absorbed directly. Instead, they would be broken down into small molecules by digestive enzymes in the stomach. Then, they would enter other organs through the bloodstream and be recombined into proteins before being absorbed by the human body. Why did people with internal functional injuries need to eat seafood for a long time? It was because many kinds of seafood were rich in amino acids. Amino acids could repair the liver and other parts. Moreover, this repair was selective. The low molecules, after amino acids were broken down, would remain in the bloodstream. Whatever protein an organ needed, it would automatically absorb the low molecules in the bloodstream and recombine in the organ. Therefore, some seafood was the first choice to nourish the body. However, pregnant women were not recommended to eat it because their body functions were not stable due to pregnancy reactions. If they consumed too much amino acids, it would worsen pregnancy reactions. Therefore, they could only eat little or no seafood. Some pharmaceutical companies made shark bone powder. It was quite effective for bone injuries. Chun Zhao and Blackie spent the entire night in the lab, especially analyzing and studying the amino acids of this crab. Chun Zhao found that the amino acids were very effective for bone repair. With sufficient nutrients, the effect was more than 10 times better than the body's natural recovery. Moreover, after absorbing the amino acids, the bones would become tougher. It was almost an instant effect for patients with osteoporosis. Good stuff, Chun Zhao exclaimed. Chun Zhao thought of Risfar's injury. It was a good chance for him to test it. Of course, Chun Zhao was not doing human experiments for no reason. He had to make sure there would be no side effects first. Then he could experiment. Chun Zhao and Blackie thought for a long time and named the substance bone amino acids. The next day, when Fei Lai woke up, she realized that Chun Zhao was not in bed. But before she could wash up, she smelled a strong seafood smell in the air. Fei Lai frowned. She thought that an inferior demon had made some seafood. She grumbled inwardly. She couldn't eat seafood because she was pregnant. Why would an inferior demon make seafood? But when she went to the kitchen, she realized that Chun Zhao was making seafood soup. Chun, how come you're making breakfast? Chun Zhao handed a bowl of seafood soup to Fei Lai. Here, drink it. What seafood is this? It's not seafood, but it tastes like crab. Fei Lai tasted it. The freshness spread in her mouth. Phew, so delicious. Chun, what's this made? Chapter 1145. Darling, I want more. Give me more. Sorry, darling, I can't. Chun Zhao covered the pot. You can't drink too much. Chun Zhao pushed Fei Lai out of the kitchen. She came out unwillingly. On the other hand, after Zhilin woke up, Chun Zhao filled a big bowl for her. Just then, Evely came too. Evely came especially early these days, because Chun Zhao was very busy every day. He was almost free in the mornings. So, Evely came early. Every time she thought about how Chun Zhao had taken 10 million from her, she felt depressed. She was probably the most miserable world champion in the world. Forget it. Thinking about the test last night, Evely lost her courage again. It smells so good. Evely entered the house and smelled the tempting aroma. Evely, you're here. Come and try my seafood soup. Delicious. What crab is this? Sea crab. Evely rolled her eyes. You said it's seafood soup. Of course, I know it's sea crab, but what kind? I'll get the chef to prepare some too. I can't buy it, Chun Zhao said. It wasn't the first time Evely had eaten ingredients that she couldn't buy from Chun Zhao. She'd been eating lunch at Chun Zhao's house every day, so she'd already eaten many ingredients that couldn't be bought from the market. Of course, she still coaxed and pestered Chun Zhao to get some ingredients. In the past, Evely wouldn't have imagined that she'd come into contact with such fresh ingredients. She didn't know how to differentiate food from food. More? Give me some. This kind of crab is not suitable for you to eat. This kind of crab will increase the weight and toughness of your bones. If you have some bone problems, you can eat more, but it will also increase the weight of your bones and slow down your swimming speed. Of course, the effect was actually very small. It might only be 0, 1 seconds. However, for any athlete in a racing event, 0.01 seconds was a crucial time. For your food, I should consider retiring early. Of course, this was just a joke. All athletes were pursuing a longer career. Most of those who retired early did so for various reasons. Very few athletes say, "I've earned enough money, so I don't want to compete anymore." There were also some athletes who had made too much money, which caused them to lose their conscience. They began to squander money and neglect training. The final result was a serious decline in their competitive condition, and they had to choose to retire. Evely, on the other hand, was very competitive. She did not want to end her career prematurely. Moreover, as long as she was still in sports world, she had the highest moment of glory. Just like every actor hoped to become a superstar. Which superstar is willing to stay away from the camera? Who didn't want to be the center of attention forever? In the afternoon, Chen Zhao went straight to Risfar's house. Dell was there too. When he saw Chen Zhao walk in with the box, he snatched it away immediately. "Dell, this isn't for you." Dell knew very well that every time Chen Zhao brought food, it was always addictive. Whether it was wine, ingredients, or fruits. Dell was sure that Chen Zhao would always provide the best. Dell did not care so much. The moment he opened the box, the rich aroma of crab meat wafted over. "Dell, put it down." "Chen gave it to me." "Ah, my chest is starting to hurt again." Seeing that Dell had snatched his thing, Risfar was furious. "You're right." He also knew that Chen Zhao's gift was definitely good. "Chen, where's mine?" "It's in my trunk," Chen Zhao said. "Take it when you go back. It's very good for Johnny's injuries. Ronnie and Vera can eat it too. It's good for their development." "Yummy." Dell grabbed a piece of crab meat and stuffed it in his mouth. Chen Zhao sat down before Risfar. "Johnny, if Dell eats your portion, there won't be any left. This crab meat can cut the time you spend in the wheelchair by half." Risfar nodded. "You're right. Dell, you heard me. If you don't give it back, I'll tear your house down." Dell's and Risfar's manors were less than 100 meters apart, so they often visited each other. "Tear it down? I want to live in a hotel now." "Oh, I heard from Dell that you suggested the renovation of the hotel. Is that right?" Risfar asked. "Yes," Chen Zhao answered. If it was someone else's suggestion, Risfar might not accept it. On the other hand, Risfar trusted Chen Zhao's suggestion. "See? I told you it was Chen's suggestion." "Okay, let's do it." Actually, in China, many architects combined feng shui. This was because some elements of feng shui matched the characteristics of buildings. Feng shui could also be explained in a scientific way. "I'm leaving now. Dell, come with me to get the crab meat." "Oh, Dell, I'll be right back." Dell followed Chen Zhao. After a few dozen meters, he asked impatiently, "Chen, did Master agree to take me as a disciple?" Chen Zhao glanced at Dell. "This is her address. Go find her yourself." "I've already told her, but she said she needs to check your talent first. If you have the talent, she's willing to take you in as a disciple. If you don't, then don't mention it again. Also, before you have a master, don't call her master. You can't just call her master like that." "Okay, I'll go now. You just told Johnny that you'll be right back. Now you're leaving him aside? Then when do I go?" "Decide." "I'm leaving." "Wait, where's my crab meat?" "Oh, I forgot." Chen Zhao took out a box of unprocessed crab meat from the trunk. "Why is it so little? It's more nutritious than the taste. Share it with Faith when you go back. Don't finish it all by yourself." "I'm asking you why Risfar has so much more than me. He's injured. You're not. That's not fair." "Okay, I'm really leaving this time." Ignoring Dell's complaints, Chen Zhao got into the car and drove away. Then he took out his phone and called Li Qing. "Auntie Li, I already told Dell. He should go find you in a few days. Dell isn't a bad person. If he has the opportunity, Auntie Li, why don't you consider it?" Chen Zhao's main concern was that Li Qing was all alone. Her son and daughter-in-law had both died in a car accident. She had to consider someone to take care of her when she died. In China, the disciple was like a son. Chapter 1146. The next day, Dell went to the address Chen Zhao had given him. But he didn't go alone. He brought Fisher with him. "Fisher, do you remember what I said? Remember, when you see a grandma with black hair and eyes like Uncle Chen, you have to call her grandmaster in Chinese." Soon, the car stopped in front of the motel. Dell carried Fisher out of the car and went to the counter. Checking in? How many rooms? Ethan asked, looking up at Dell. No, I'm not checking in, Dell said. I'm looking for Miss Li Qing. Can you call her out for me? Ethan couldn't help but raise his head again and study Dell carefully. He thought to himself, could Li Qing have offended this man? Who are you? Why are you looking for Li? Something. What? Dell was unhappy to see Ethan asking so many questions. Why should I tell you? Li is my employee. She won't be soon, Dell said proudly. Dell's answer made Ethan even more certain that Dell was here for trouble. Li didn't come to work today. Come tomorrow. Give me her address. I'll go find her. How do I know where she lives? Actually, Li Qing lived in the motel. Because of Chun Zhao, Ethan took special care of Li Qing. But on the other hand, it was also because of Li Qing's personality. She worked hard in the hotel, and she saved Ethan's life. Thus, Ethan was also very concerned about Li Qing. He didn't care who the man before him was. Even if the police came, he would still protect her. Dad, this grandpa is lying, Fisher said. Dell looked at Ethan. He was unhappy, but he still said patiently, listen, old man. If you give me her address, the 1,000 is yours. Ethan was even more unhappy. He didn't even look at the 1,000. Do I look like someone who needs $1,000? What do you want? I said that Li didn't come today, and she won't come tomorrow. Also, you're not welcome here. Do you know who I am? I just need to say the word, and I can buy this hotel. Why don't you buy it for me to see? This is my territory. Get out of here. At this moment, Li Qing came downstairs. Ethan, what happened? Li Qing walked to the counter and saw Dell. Why are you here? Dell put Faith on the ground. Greetings, Master. Grand Disciple greets Grandmaster. Faith Xue had practiced these words for an entire day. Li Qing was dumbfounded. So was Ethan. What was this? Ethan scratched his head. He had thought that Dell was looking for trouble. But if this was considered looking for trouble, this method of looking for trouble was too unique. Or were they Li Qing's juniors? However, did the Chinese have such a strange custom of meeting their elders? Moreover, these two people, one big and one small, were definitely white. Or were they of mixed blood? Faith was a mischievous child. She raised her head and looked at Li Qing with teary eyes. Li Qing's heart trembled when he met Faith Xue's eyes. She's your daughter? Yes, Master. Get up first. I haven't agreed to take you as my disciple. Master, if you don't agree, I won't get up, Dell said resolutely. Yes, don't get up, Faith repeated. Your daughter was born with wisdom eyes. She's good for cultivation. As for you, Li Qing looked at Dell. It's not that you can't cultivate, but your talent is mediocre. If you want to continue on this path, you'll probably be mediocre for the rest of your life. Dell immediately said, Master, Faith's eyes were born with malformed eyes. Chun cured her eyes. Oh, is it Mr. Chun? Li Qing looked at Faith. Her love for talent had risen. Get up first. Master, will you take me as your disciple? Get up first. Dell hesitated for a long time, still waiting for Li Qing's words. Just then, Faith stood up and pulled Dell up. Dad, Grandmaster definitely wants to take me in. There must be some test. Dell looked at Li Qing, who nodded. This little girl was young, but her mind was bright, and she was very clever. She was indeed a rare talent. If she could inherit Qingyi's sect, she might be able to make it flourish. Mr. Ethan, I'll take them to the back for a while. I'll ask for an hour's leave. Master, I have a hotel. You can go there. You don't have to do anything. Dell didn't like Ethan. Li Qing glanced at Dell. Don't mention this again. I won't leave the hotel. Dell shut up, feeling like he was asking for trouble. Ethan looked at Dell, gloating. Then he said to Li Qing, go. Li Qing took Dell and Faith to the backyard. Ethan picked up the phone. Chun, a father and daughter came to the hotel to find Li. They mentioned you. Who are they? You know that Annie Qing has some ghost-catching and demon-exorcising abilities. That night, I asked her to go to his hotel to exorcise ghosts. Then he felt that she was very capable and wanted to learn from her. Oh, where are they now? Did she agree? I don't know. Annie Qing took them to the backyard. Ethan hesitated, wondering if he should sneak over. Li Qing brought Dell and Faith to the backyard. You're Dell, right? Yes, Master. I'm Li Qing. the current successor of Qingyi sect in China's Taimu Mountain. There are 3 rules in our sect. Don't use our spells to do evil, don't rape, and don't cheat. You might be able to do it. Master, I can do it. Dell answered Li Qing's question without even thinking. What kind of question was that? Even without the rules, he wouldn't do such things. Also, your talent is mediocre. I'll teach you a spell. If you can learn it in 7 days, you'll become an official disciple of Qingyi sect. Otherwise, our fate ends here. Dell looked troubled. Master, is it very difficult? It's the most basic spell, Yin Yang Ai, Li Qing said. This spell isn't unique to our sect. Basically, all warlocks know this spell. If you can't even learn Yin Yang Ai, you're really not suitable for it. Fine. Please teach me, Master. This is the incantation. Take it and learn it yourself. Looking at the dense Chinese words, Dell got a headache. His current level of Mandarin was limited to his spoken language. He knew nothing about writing. Master, it's all Chinese. Chapter 1147. Dell looked at the incantation with a bitter expression. How was he supposed to practice this? He couldn't even understand it. Dad, you're so stupid. Doesn't Uncle Qin know? Ask him. Dell slapped his forehead. That's right. Qin Zhao knew, and he could teach him too. Dell immediately drove to Mirror Lake. When he reached Mirror Lake, Faith had already forgotten about her mission. She charged into the mansion. Jerlin, I'm here. Seeing that there was no one in the living room, Faith ran to the front yard. Seeing Jerlin playing in the lake, she jumped in without even taking off her clothes. Walter, who'd been dozing off on the shore, immediately jumped in. Walter was like a protective dog. It didn't matter if the kids in the water needed help or not. As long as the parents weren't around, he would follow. This was what he'd been taught since he was young. Dell walked in and saw Chun Zhao and Fei Lai lying in the sun. Chun, Fei Lai, Dell greeted. How was it? Did it go well? Chun Zhao asked. Chun, come here for a second. Just say it. Dell glanced at Fei Lai. Does Fei Lai know? She knows more than you do. Okay. Dell took out the incantation. This is the incantation my master gave me. Oh, I succeeded. Not really. Master told me to learn this in a week, or he won't take me in. Chun Zhao glanced at the incantation. It was a simple incantation. Okay, it was simple for Chun Zhao. Not to mention Chun Zhao's current level. Just the content on it was easy to understand. Pressing the Lingshu acupuncture point with his index finger, he filled his head with qi. Then he focused on his eyes. This mnemonic formula was introduced and explained in the most common vernacular. If it was a little more profound, it would be written in classical Chinese or even in a more obscure Taoist narrative form. Even Chun Zhao found it hard to read, let alone Dell. Chun, help me translate the content and then teach me. Chun Zhao translated the incantation into English and recited it. That's simple? Yes, but whether you can learn it or not depends on your ability. Then how do I know if I've mastered it? Let's go find a graveyard. If you can master this Yin Yang Ai, you will definitely be able to see anything unclean. Dell followed Chun Zhao's translation and turned to Chun Zhao. Chun, I feel like I don't need to practice at all. It's very simple. Very good. Since you're so confident, go to the graveyard tonight and try your Yin Yang Ai. Chun, come with me tonight. I don't dare to go alone. If a spirit controller doesn't even dare to go to a graveyard, how can he be a spirit controller? I'm not a proper spiritualist yet. Chun, come with me. I'm not going. Chun Zhao rejected Dell's request without hesitation. Wasn't it better to rub Fei Lai to sleep? Why would he follow Dale to the cemetery? Chun, come with me. I really don't dare to go alone. Chun, just go with Dell. Fei Lai felt that Dell was quite pitiful. Chun Zhao's face was gloomy. He should have just found an evil spirit. Why did she have to accompany Dell to the cemetery? Chun Zhao was confused. Dell didn't leave at all. He dragged Chun Zhao so that he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. After dinner, Chun Zhao was dragged into the car. Faith stayed at home. Fei Lai could take care of her, and Jerlin could play with her. She was already so happy that she didn't want to leave at all. Chun Zhao sat in the passenger seat with a dejected expression. Because of Chun Zhao's company, Dell's expression was relaxed. Dell, just find a cemetery nearby. Of course, the nearest cemetery was at least 50 kilometers away. After all, there couldn't be a cemetery in the city. Because Chun Zhao would occasionally go to the cemetery with Blackie, he was familiar with the cemeteries in LA and the surrounding areas. Lakin Cemetery. Ever since it was built, it had been surrounded by all sorts of rumors. All sorts of supernatural events would spread from time to time. After all, it was a cemetery. It would be strange if there weren't any supernatural events. The car stopped beside the cemetery road. Chun Zhao could occasionally see some ethereal figures. They were spirits, but they were all harmless. They didn't even have their own consciousness. They were all people who'd been buried here in the past few days. They would only stay here for 3 or 4 days. Then they would completely disappear from this world. Their consciousnesses would also disappear completely. They couldn't even reach hell. Sometimes, Chun Zhao wondered if they'd gone to heaven. But Del couldn't see them. Del first had to learn the yin-yang eye, and then go through complicated preparations to barely see their ethereal figures. Chun, I'm ready. Can we start now? If you think we can, then let's start, Chun Zhao said calmly. Del began to focus on the direction of the graveyard. He forced his eyelids open and then started exerting force. Chun Zhao was speechless at Del's weird behavior. Use your own thoughts, Chun Zhao said, rolling his eyes. Don't make your eyes bulge out. I'm just warming up. Don't disturb me. Chun Zhao was even more speechless. You're the one who's wrong, and you're complaining that I'm noisy. I really shouldn't have come out with this asterisk shoal. More than 10 minutes later, Del was still trying. Finally, Chun Zhao couldn't help but ask, how is it? Do you see it? Wait a bit more. It'll be done soon. Oh, there's spirits in the cemetery, right? Yes, Chun Zhao answered. He leaned against the window and looked in the direction of the cemetery. Ah, I see it. I see it. There's a woman in a black dress. She's looking over. She's noticed us. Chun Zhao saw it too, but the next sentence disappointed Del. She's not a spirit. She's a living person. The woman walked toward Chun Zhao in Del's car. Who are you? Why are you here so late? The woman sounded proud. Who are you? Police? Why should we answer your question? Del said unhappily. He'd thought that the woman was a spirit, but he was greatly disappointed. Chun Zhao could feel that the woman in the black dress had a very powerful magic power. We're here to relax, Chun Zhao said, smiling. Relax? This is a cemetery. His parents passed away not long ago and were buried here, Chun Zhao said. He misses them, so he came to visit. Is there a problem? Del was stunned. His parents had been dead for more than 10 years. Why would Chun Zhao lie? Chapter 1148. You're a woman and you're not scared. Why should we be scared? Del was a simple-minded person. At least outside of business, Del always spoke and acted without thinking. It was like this in the past, present, and future. Then whatever. The woman in the black dress looked at the two coldly and turned to leave. Crazy. Del's voice wasn't loud, but the woman clearly heard him. She paused, but she didn't turn around to argue with Del. Instead, she continued walking and soon disappeared into the darkness. Do you know that you just offended a witch? Chun Zhao asked with a smile. Huh? Witch? That's right. She's a witch, and a very powerful one. Why didn't you tell me? Forget it. She probably doesn't have any bad intentions. She didn't do anything to you either. Let's go. Chun, are you sure she didn't cast any curse or magic on me? No. Really? If you keep blabbering, I'll kick you out of the car and you could go back yourself. Then I won't ask anymore. What do we do now? What do you mean, what do you mean? If you want to continue, then continue. If not, go home and sleep. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Chun, how do you know that she's a witch? Of course. Do you think she's normal to appear here in the middle of the night? Maybe she's here to visit the grave. Forget it. Let's go home and sleep. No. I need to master the yin-yang eye as soon as possible. Let's not practice in the grave. I'll find an evil spirit tomorrow and send it to your house. It'll follow you every day. If you master it, you'll know immediately. No, I don't want an evil spirit. Do you want me to have nightmares if you let an evil spirit follow me? It's better than having you come to the grave every night. But fate's not safe at home. Forget it. Chun Zhao thought about it and realized that it made sense. Adults didn't care, but it wasn't good for children to interact with evil spirits. Chun Zhao's house was the same, even though he only interacted with supernatural things. However, He wouldn't let little Jerlin interact with Phalai at all. At the very least, he wouldn't let them come into contact with spirits like evil spirits that were left in the human world because of obsessions. If you want to practice the yin-yang next time, come to the graveyard yourself. I don't want to accompany you to the graveyard. Under a tomb in the Laken Public Offering Center. Below the tomb was a suite with all kinds of living facilities. At the same time, there were 3 people living in this tomb. One of them was Felisa, who had attacked him a few days ago, and her teacher, Sibylla. At this time, the woman in the black dress walked in from outside the tomb. "Mahage, where did you go?" Sibylla asked. "Teacher, I saw someone outside the tomb, so I want to take a look," Mahage said. "What about the other 2? Who are they?" "They are just ordinary people," Mahage said. Feisha looked at Mahage and said, "Mahage, are you sure those 2 are ordinary people? Maybe they are pretending to be ordinary people, or maybe they are agents of the Magic Palace." "Not really," Mahage said. "They don't know me. I used some magic just now, but they didn't react at all." "Mahage, the people from the Magic Palace are already in LA, Sibylla said with concern. "They're looking for us now. It's best if we don't go out. If you or Feisha fall into their hands, it'll be troublesome." "Teacher, I understand," Mahage replied calmly. "LA isn't safe either. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful spiritualist in LA, and a wizard at that." Sibylla looked at his bandaged left hand. "Teacher, you shouldn't have stopped me that day. If we work together, we can definitely kill that Astrus Shoal. You didn't even know who he is and attacked him so casually. Are you sure the power behind him won't take revenge?" Sibylla scolded. "He attacked me first. He killed all the ghosts I raised. They were half a year's worth of hard work. It's fine if we're on vacation, but we're on the run now. You still want to provoke the local power? Are you afraid that you're not obvious enough? Am I just going to watch my hard work go to waste? We need to preserve our strength. We can't fight pointless battles," Sibylla said. "Look at Mahage. She knows how to endure and take a step back. She won't just attack people she doesn't care about. She's she, and I'm me." Feisha had always disliked Mahage. They were both Sibylla students, but Mahage was always a head above her. No matter what, Mahage always seemed to be better than her. This made Feisha hate Mahage. Mahage did not react to her teacher's compliment. She just stood there calmly, as if nothing had anything to do with her. "Teacher, we've been hiding here for more than 10 days. When will our plan start?" Mahage asked. "Not yet. I hired a special bodyguard. It won't be too late to carry out our plan after he arrives." "Teacher, we don't need a bodyguard. I don't think any bodyguard can protect us," Feisha said. "Unless you can hire Superman to be our bodyguard." "You're right. The bodyguard I hired is Superman," Sibylla said with a smile. "Teacher, this joke isn't funny at all. He's not really Superman, but he's very strong," Sibylla said. Just then, Sibylla's phone rang. Sibylla picked it up. "Huh, you're here? Okay, I got it. Send it to me." Not long after, a truck stopped outside the tomb. The worker quickly placed a metal box on the road outside the tomb and left in a hurry. Sibylla, Feisha, and Mahage finally came out of the tomb. "Feisha, move it in." Feisha lifted a finger, and the metal box flew up. "What's inside? It's so heavy." The metal box looked like an iron coffin, but it was very heavy. It probably weighed more than a ton. After returning to the tomb, Feisha placed the metal box in the living room. "Teacher, can I open this box?" "Yes." Sibylla nodded. Feisha cast a spell, and the nails on the metal box popped open one by one. Then the lid flew up. A tall, naked man lay inside. "Why is it man?" Feisha and Mahage were confused. There was a bright red X tattoo on the man's chest. "Is he dead?" Feisha asked, confused. "Teacher, who sent this dead man? What's he for?" "He's our bodyguard." Sibylla walked up and slowly scratched the man's chest with his fingernails. Chapter 1149. When a man opened his eyes, there was a murderous glint in his eyes. Sibylla shook the remote control in his hand, and the man calmed down again. "Ma'am, how can I help you?" "Listen to my orders." Sibylla said. "Any orders?" "Yes, ma'am. I will listen to your orders." Both Feisha and Mahage felt that there was something strange about this man. Previously, They felt that this man did not have any aura, as if he was dead. When he woke up, he had that cold and merciless look in his eyes. But because of a remote control, he had succumbed to his teacher. "What's your name?" "I'm X9. "Teacher, who is he?" Fei Sha asked. "Our bodyguard," Sibylla said. "Him? He doesn't have any magic waves on him." "Teacher, are you sure he can protect us?" "What abilities do you have?" Sibylla looked at X9. "Proficient in all combat, firearms, and all means of transportation. Expert detection and anti-detection abilities. 15 times the human limit of strength, 8 times the human limit of speed, 9 times the human limit of reaction speed, 19 times the human limit of resistance, 6 times the human limit of recovery, 20 times the human limit of vision, and no sense of fear." Fei Sha was still not convinced. "Teacher, I want to test him." "X9, subdue her. Don't hurt her." Whoosh! Before Fei Sha could react, X9 had already disappeared before Fei Sha's eyes. Fei Sha felt a sharp pain in her neck. X9 had already appeared behind Fei Sha and strangled her. This doesn't count. He ambushed me," Fei Sha said unwillingly. "Fei Sha, a loss is a loss. Have you forgotten what I taught you?" Sibylla said, "If we were facing the Magic Palace, do you think those witches or agents of the Magic Palace would reason with you? Or a one-on-one fight? And the man who defeated you the other day, he has the same characteristics as X9? That man." Fei Sha's eyes suddenly exploded with anger. "But before that, we need to find Rupert first." "Teacher, are you sure it's okay for the 3 of us to meet?" Mahage asked. "Of course. Do you have any questions?" Sibylla asked. According to the Eastern sage's explanation, after the seal is completed, Fei Sha, Rupert, and I can't meet each other, let alone touch each other. The demon souls in our bodies will merge into one the moment we touch each other, releasing the sealed demon. The demon soul isn't a threat. The demon soul is just a spirit. Although it also possesses great strength, it needs a body to sustain its soul after breaking the seal. So, we'll prepare a body for it, a body that's decaying and on the verge of collapse. As long as the demon's soul enters this body, it will decay along with the body. We'll be able to easily defeat this demon, and we'll be able to do something that even the magic temple can't do." "Teacher, I think this is too risky," Mahage said. "Coward." Fei Sha looked at Mahage and said provocatively. Facing Fei Sha's provocation, Mahage remained expressionless. Did Rupert cause any trouble in the past 2 days? Chun Zhao felt that it was definitely because he'd gone to the cemetery last night that he was covered in bad luck. Anyway, he just didn't like everyone today. "President, she's very obedient." "Obedient? How so?" "Apart from practicing magic, she rarely leaves her room." "How does she practice magic? Did she hurt anyone?" Chun Zhao just wanted to find an excuse to punish someone. "No." "Then did she say anything provocative?" "No. I know her. She won't be so obedient." "Keep an eye on her," Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. "Whatever, I'll go to the Tower of Trials." Since his plan to find an excuse failed, Chun Zhao could only enter the Tower of Trials and vent on the monsters inside. Chun Zhao entered the 7th floor. It was a place filled with magma. The volcano in the distance continued to erupt. A large amount of magma and volcanic ash burst out from the volcano and then splashed over an area of tens of kilometers. Just then, a ball of burning rock shot over from the distance, dragging a trail of black smoke behind it. The rock landed before Chun Zhao. Then a 10-meter-tall rock giant stood up. The rock giant's body was burning with a high temperature, and the magma was flowing on its body like its blood. Hellfire. That was the name of the rock giant. Immediately, another hellfire descended from the sky, and then another. They were like meteors falling one after another. Chun Zhao studied the hellfire. It was very strong, and there were many of them, but it didn't seem to be as difficult as the demons on the 6th floor. Just then, the hellfire attacked. A hellfire smashed toward Chun Zhao with a scorching fist. Chun Zhao also threw a punch at it. Bang! Hellfire's fist was shattered by Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao howled in pain and took a step back. Chun Zhao looked at his left fist. It was burned. The hellfire stomped over again. Chun Zhao hurriedly used Qingyi Cloud to wrap his body with magic. With Qingyi Cloud's protection, Chun Zhao wasn't hurt anymore. The hellfire was covered in boiling rocks or magma. If Chun Zhao only used his body, he would be easily burned. However, using Qingyi Cloud would consume a lot of his mana. One had to admit that the hellfire's characteristics put Chun Zhao in unprecedented danger. Chun Zhao took out the bronze sword. Qingyi Cloud couldn't last for too long, after all. If it was just a single enemy, using Qingyi Cloud to reduce the enemy's attack power was quite effective. But if there were too many enemies, Qingyi Cloud would become a burden instead. Holding the bronze sword, Chun Zhao smashed a hellfire's head with one slash, then another. But something unexpected happened. The bronze sword was shattered. It was shattered. The bronze sword had been with Chun Zhao for a long time. He never thought it would shatter. It had accompanied Chun Zhao and defeated one strong enemy after another. Chun Zhao had never thought that the bronze sword would shatter. This caught him off guard. A hellfire fist sent him flying. Holding the broken sword, Chun Zhao didn't react at all. Just at this moment, another hellfire attacked. Chun Zhao hurriedly used the dark serum mixed with red magma to cut open another hellfire.
Chapter 378. The man did not seem to have heard her words. He slowly walked towards the white-robed young lady who was standing in the hall. His paralyzed face seemed to have cracked, carrying a faint curve. "You're here." These three simple words expressed the endless yearning in his heart. It was like a hand caressing Yun Luofeng's heart. "I came to find you." The girl's lips curved into a faint smile. Her dark eyes quietly stared at the man standing next to her. Her eyes were filled with evil. "I also wanted to see if you've hooked up with other women." Yun Zhao's gaze was still serious. She looked at Yun Luofeng without blinking. "I only look at you." In this world, besides her, all other women were like a pile of bones in his eyes. What was there to look at? Thinking of this, the man paused and then continued, "In this lifetime, I can't even get enough of looking at you. Why should I waste my time on other people?" These were the best words of love that Yun Luofeng had ever heard. He couldn't even get enough of looking at her in his lifetime. Why would he waste his precious time on other women? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. The smile on his lips gradually became dangerous. "Who taught you these words?" "No one taught me." Indeed, no one had taught him these words of love. He had only said what he wanted to express in his heart. "It seems that my training over the past 6 months has been quite effective." "You're enlightened." Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips. His eyes were full of smiles. "In the future, I don't need to train you anymore." Yun Xiao frowned. "Not enough." "Why?" "Because I want to be trained by you." If someone else had said these words, Yun Luofeng could have taken it as flirting with her. However, when it came from Yun Zhao's mouth, it became serious. It made it impossible for anyone to think in that direction. Lin Ruobai blinked and looked at Yun Luofeng. Then, she looked at the cold man in front of her. Her eyes flashed with excitement. "There's an affair. Master must be having an affair with this man." However, this man was much better looking than Xiao Yuqing. He was qualified to be with such an outstanding master. The more Lin Ruobai thought about it, the more excited she became. The seeds of gossip gradually sprouted in her heart. Unfortunately, before Lin Ruobai could gossip any further, a voice that dampened the mood sounded from the side. "When you attacked me and Xiao Jing in Long Yuan country, it wasn't because you disliked us, but because of this trash, am I right?" Ling Yao pointed at Yun Xiao angrily, gnashing her teeth as she asked. Who would have thought that the injuries they had suffered that day were all because of this trash? "You just found out?" Yun Luofeng glanced at Ling Yao and smirked. "In this world, there's no such thing as hatred for no reason. It's funny that you guys really think that I just don't like you. I'm just helping my man vent his anger." "You Ling Yao glared angrily at Yun Luofeng. You've really given up on yourself. You actually got together with this piece of trash. I'm telling you, you're just picking up trash that I don't want. During this period of time, Ling Yao had suffered a lot, so she naturally vented the anger in her heart at this time. In her opinion, a proud person like Yun Luofeng would never bother to pick up other people's trash. The person you treat as trash is the most precious treasure in my heart. Yun Luofeng's gaze was like the dark night, deep and terrifying. Furthermore, there will come a day when you will regret your decision. Chapter 379. No one was clearer than Yun Luofeng about Yun Zhao's power. That was why he was so certain that one day, Ling Yao would regret this for the rest of her life. Regret? Ling Yao laughed icily and spoke in a mocking tone, don't you know? This man of yours isn't a good person. He keeps pestering me and refuses to back out of an arranged marriage. He insists on marrying me, so I reckon that he's only playing with you. For a man like him who keeps pestering me because of my high status, would he give you his heart? Especially towards this kind of man, he would never regret it. The man, who had ignored Ling Yao from the beginning, finally turned his cold eyes to her after hearing these self-righteous words. However, this one look caused Ling Yao's body to tremble. Her heart felt as if it had been squeezed by a hand, and a suffocating feeling came out of nowhere, causing her to feel extreme fear. Yun Zhao. Yun Luofeng gently placed his hand on Yun Zhao's arm. His eyes darkened and he spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. You can't reveal your power for the time being, so let me handle this matter. Based on what Qin Yuan had told her previously, Yun Zhao must have something that could threaten her life in the hands of the Xiao family. If he were to reveal his power now, the Xiao family would certainly pester him endlessly. Given Yun Zhao's temper, she would never return to the Xiao family. At that time, she would certainly bring danger to him. This was something that she did not wish to see. She's framing me. Yun Zhao retracted the murderous intent on his body, and his demonic red lips curled into a cold and hard angle. His eyes were filled with a cold light. Just now, he had indeed wanted to kill her. Before Yun Luofeng had arrived, he could ignore everyone else. However, he would not allow Yun Luofeng to suffer even the slightest bit of humiliation. Even if he had to risk his life and reveal his power, he would still protect her. I believe you. I believe you. The young girl's melodious voice moved Yun Zhao's heart. The cold light in his deep, dark eyes gradually dissipated as he stared deeply at the young girl next to him. The corners of his lips curled into a shallow angle. Even if one day, the entire continent did not believe in him, it was enough as long as she trusted him. Just stand here and don't move. Yun Luofeng gently hugged Yun Zhao, then turned and slowly walked towards Ling Yao. His slightly raised eyebrows raised insolently. Who did you just call trash? Ling Yao was so scared that she took a few steps back. What do you want now? I'll ask you again. Who did you just call trash? Yun Luofeng lifted his chin slightly and looked down at Ling Yao. Ling Yao was clearly afraid of being beaten by Yun Luofeng. She looked pleadingly at Xiao Yuqing, who was beside her. She was filled with regret. If she had met this woman earlier, she would have brought the guards of the Ling clan. At this moment, the other customers in the hall also stopped what they were doing and glanced curiously at Yun Luofeng and the others as they discussed in low voices. This girl is the woman of the Xiao clan's trash. I didn't expect that the Xiao clan's trash would have such good luck, to actually be able to obtain such a beautiful young lady. Don't underestimate the Xiao clan's trash. Even though he doesn't have any power, his looks are of the highest quality. If you could look like him, there would also be women who would throw themselves at you. Sigh, the heavens are really fair. They gave him a perfect appearance but took away all of his innate talent. However, this is all the fault of the trash's mother. I heard that the Xiao clan's trash's mother threatened Lin Yu to leave him in order to obtain Xiao Chen. Hence, the retribution for her wrongdoings was reaped on her son's head. Chapter 380. Even though those people had purposely lowered their voices, how sharp was Yun Luofeng's hearing? Every single word of their conversation fell into her ears. She bent down and picked up a chopstick from the ground. Then, she turned behind her and with a swoosh, the chopstick brushed past the neck of the youth who had framed Yun Zhao's mother and swiftly pierced into the wall behind him. The originally sturdy wall burst like a bubble, leaving only a black hole where the chopstick had pierced deeply into the wall. The youth was dumbfounded. He wiped his wet neck and looked at his hand. Bright red blood stained his neck and he screamed in fright, "Blood, blood!" He almost fainted. Fortunately, the people next to him hurriedly supported him and he was able to stabilize his body. However, anyone could imagine the terror in this youth's heart. Just a little bit more, if the chopstick had been just a little more to the side, his neck might have been pierced by the chopstick and he would have died. This is a warning. Yun Luofeng's black eyes carried a disdainful aura. If I hear anyone insulting his mother again, I will make sure your blood splatters on the spot. The young girl's voice was insolent and her brows were filled with cold arrogance. Xiao Yuqing frowned slightly. Her clear and cold gaze swept towards the grim man dressed in black. Suddenly, a feeling of jealousy arose in her heart. This man was clearly a good-for-nothing, but there was a woman who was willing to get angry for him. She did not hesitate to stain Four Corner City with blood. And no one would be willing to go to such an extent for him. Even his father, if it were not for his extraordinary talent, perhaps his position in the Xiao family would be no different from Yun Zhao's. Why would such a powerful family jeopardize their own interests for him? The entire restaurant's main hall instantly regained its silence. Everyone did not even dare to breathe loudly as they looked timidly at the beautiful and demonic young girl in white. Now it's your turn. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile as he turned to look at Ling Yao, who was standing in front of him. All these years, how have you slandered Yun Xiao? No. Perhaps Yun Luofeng's actions had shocked Ling Yao again. The fear in her eyes deepened and she grabbed Xiao Yuqing's arm tightly with both hands. Brother Yuqing, save me. Xiao Yuqing's frown deepened. He raised his hand and slowly pushed Ling Yao's hand away. He said coldly and emotionlessly, I told you not to cause trouble. Now that you have caused trouble, you have to solve it yourself. The man's heartless voice made Ling Yao's heart turn incomparably cold. It was as if a cold air had entered her heart from the soles of her feet. Bang! Yun Luofeng sent Ling Yao's body flying with a kick. Then, before Ling Yao landed on the ground, she quickly flashed in front of Ling Yao and used the back of her foot to fiercely kick Ling Yao's waist. Like a kick, she sent Ling Yao flying in the air. When she thought of the humiliation Yun Xiao had suffered all these years, Yun Luofeng's heart was filled with a wave of anger. Now, she was venting this anger on Ling Yao. Who asked Ling Yao to bump into her head for the second time? After the last kick, Ling Yao's body landed heavily on the ground. Yun Luofeng raised her foot and stepped on it. She said condescendingly, Ling Yao, have you forgotten the pill I fed you? Chapter 381. At this moment, Ling Yao's clothes were in tatters and her entire body was in so much pain that she had curled up into a ball. She could feel that her internal organs had been severely injured and her ribs had all been broken. This woman is so cruel. Ling Yao gritted her teeth and the hatred in her heart intensified. If she had the chance, she would never let this woman off. Of course, she had to find out what the black pill that this woman had fed her was. Do you want to know what that pill is? Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips and lowered his eyes to look at Ling Yao's pale face. I call your pill the body-tearing and bone-shattering pill. However, this body-tearing and bone-shattering pill won't really shatter your body, it will only let you experience that kind of pain. I only need a thought to make you taste that kind of pain. I didn't think that after swallowing the body-tearing and bone-shattering pill, you would still dare to come and look for me. Ling Yao's body trembled and she turned her head away stubbornly. She would never believe in the body-tearing and bone-shattering pill. Besides, she had never heard of such a thing. Most importantly, she could make me experience the feeling of my body tearing and bones shattering with just a thought? How could such a miraculous thing happen? This was also why Ling Yao had dared to cause trouble for Yun Luofeng. This was because, during the time that she had left Long Yuan country, she had not felt any discomfort in her body. She had also found a doctor to examine her body, but they had not found anything. Hence, she thought that Yun Luofeng was just exaggerating. In reality, it was just an ordinary pill. You don't believe me? The smile on Yun Luofeng's lips deepened. If you don't believe me, I can let you try it. Hearing the young girl's words, Ling Yao's eyes flashed with disdain. However, before she could continue to ridicule Yun Luofeng, she felt an intense pain in her body. That pain was like a stone grinding fiercely against her bones. Arg! The intense pain caused Ling Yao to scream shrilly. She was in so much pain that her entire body broke out in cold sweat. She trembled uncontrollably and her beautiful eyes revealed a deep sense of fear. The others didn't know what had happened. Just now, when Yun Luofeng had kicked Ling Yao's body, she hadn't screamed so miserably. Now that Yun Luofeng hadn't even touched her, she was screaming instead. Kill me, kill me. Arg! This kind of feeling made Ling Yao want to die. Even death was better than suffering such torture. Do you believe me now? Yun Luofeng chuckled. I already said that this pill is the body-tearing bone-shattering pill. You didn't believe me, so I naturally had to let you try it. Also, don't let me hear you say the word trash again. Otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell. The intense pain slowly disappeared from Ling Yao's body, but her body was still trembling. Now, whenever she thought of the pain she had just endured, fear surfaced in her eyes once again. Yun Luofeng withdrew her foot from Ling Yao and slowly walked to Yun Zhao's side. She stretched lazily and said with a smile, Yun Xiao, I'm tired, let's go back and rest. Other than looking at Ling Yao coldly when she first framed him, he didn't even glance at her for the rest of the time, treating her as if she was air. Indeed, in this world, aside from Yun Luofeng, no other woman was worthy of him wasting his precious time to look at her. Chapter 382. Lin Ruobai, who had turned into an infatuated girl because of Yun Luofeng's domineering manner, finally regained her senses with great difficulty. Only then did she realize that she had been abandoned. She blinked dumbly and had no choice but to accept this reality. For the sake of a man, Master had forgotten about a living person like me. Furthermore, ever since Master's man had appeared, Master only had him in her eyes. She had even lost her disciple without realizing it. Master, wait for me, don't abandon me. Lin Ruobai looked at the delicacies that Yun Luofeng had ruined on the ground. She hardened her heart and quickly threw them in the direction of the restaurant. Because she was too fast, she tripped over the doorsill and fell face first onto the ground. Wah! Lin Ruobai burst into tears and complained pitifully, Master, don't you realize that there's someone missing by your side? How could you forget about such a living person like me? Master really values a lover over a disciple. Lin Ruobai crawled up from the ground and dusted off the dirt on her pants. Her little mouth bit the corner of her clothes tightly and her resentful gaze was like an abandoned puppy. Yun Luofeng walked on the sidewalk. The smile on her lips was filled with laziness as her black eyes turned towards the perfect side profile of the man beside her. Yun Xiao, Qin Yuan has told me everything about you. Yun Xiao was slightly taken aback and frowned. He made a mistake. He's worried about you. Yun Luofeng raised her brows. Furthermore, I hope that no matter what happens, you will tell me. I will face it together with you. When we return, don't punish him, he's a very loyal subordinate. All right. Yun Xiao nodded. If you plead for him, I'll let him go. Hearing Yun Xiao's reply, Yun Luofeng relaxed. Then, she seemed to remember something and frowned. Did I forget something? Yun Xiao thought for a moment. I don't think so. Oh. Yun Luofeng's frown relaxed and she said lazily, "Then let's go rest, I'm tired." Poor Xiaobai, she didn't even know that she had been abandoned by her master who valued a lover over a disciple. She could only pitifully ask the passers-by for directions to the Xiao family home. At this moment, her heart felt like it was being trampled by thousands of horses. "Auntie, you have to avenge me." In the backyard of the Xiao family, Ling Yao threw herself into Lin Yu's arms. She couldn't help but burst into tears. What happened? A trace of disgust flashed across Lin Yu's eyes. However, when she looked at Ling Yao, she put away the disgust in her eyes and said gently, "Tell me, who bullied you?" Ling Yao wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her pale little face was filled with resentment. "I met a woman on the road just now. Not only did that woman seduce Big Brother Yuqing, she even hit me and fed me poison. She wanted me to submit to her so that I would give Big Brother Yuqing to her." What? Lin Yu's fair hand landed heavily on the table. Her beautiful eyes, which resembled that of a venomous snake, were filled with a gloomy expression. "Which woman is so audacious as to dream about my Yuqing? Yuqing's status is so noble, how can some boorish woman have delusions about him?" In her heart, Xiao Yuqing was the most outstanding and also the pride of her life. She would never allow such a vulgar woman to dream of obtaining Xiao Yuqing. Chapter 383. Ling Yao lowered her eyelids and clenched her fists tightly. She has returned to the Xiao family with that good-for-nothing and is now living in that good-for-nothing's courtyard. I suspect that she is only with that good-for-nothing as a temporary measure to enter the Xiao family first so that she can get closer to Brother Yuqing. Hearing Ling Yao's words, Lin Yu's expression darkened. Suddenly, she stood up and a cold light flashed across her eyes. "Let's go, we'll go find her now." This woman was actually so audacious to think of someone she shouldn't have. And she absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening. In the silent east courtyard, only the chirping of a small bird could be heard. Yun Luofeng leaned lazily against the doorsill and crossed her arms over her chest. She glanced at the simple yet elegant room in front of her. Gradually, her gaze turned towards the grim man next to her. "Yun Xiao, I want to know, what does the Xiao family use to control you?" Yun Xiao was silent for a moment and her dark eyes were deep. Every member of the Xiao family, upon birth, will hand over a portion of their soul power. This soul power is sealed in a jade tablet. If the jade tablet is damaged, I will become an idiot at best and die at worst. An injury to the soul is not easy to recover, especially for him. His portion of soul power is still in the Xiao family's control. If it was only the portion of soul power that was in his possession, it would not be so dangerous. Most importantly, the jade tablet that seals the soul power is made of a special item. Once you possess this jade tablet, it is equivalent to possessing the person's life. If you want him to die, he definitely won't be able to live past midnight. This is why Yun Xiao has not made a move against the Xiao family all these years. "Do you know where the jade tablet is?" Yun Luofeng frowned and asked. Yun Xiao pursed his thin lips and looked at the frowning young girl next to him. "I'm not sure yet. I'm still investigating where the jade tablet is hidden. Once I get the jade tablet, I won't let a single member of the Xiao family off. Especially the woman who had thrown him into the forest of no return." Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng gently held Yun Xiao's hand and stared at him seriously. "I will help you." In this half a year, Yun Xiao had helped her too much. This time, it was her turn to help him. The girl's words caused the man's cold gaze to gradually change. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. After hearing these footsteps, his brows furrowed again, and his expression returned to its usual coldness. Not too long after, Lin Yu's figure appeared in the courtyard. Her beautiful face was enveloped in a layer of frost as her furious gaze pierced through Yun Xiao and landed on Yun Luofeng. "Are you the woman who wants to have my son?" Lin Yu sneered, slightly raised her chin, and said arrogantly, "Little girl, I see that you are so young. How could you do such a shameless thing? I know that you only have your eyes on our Xiao family's power and wealth. How about this? I'll give you 1,000,000 taels, and you can leave the Xiao family immediately. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows evilly. She turned to look at the man standing beside her and curled her lips. When did you get a mother? The man's cold gaze swept across Lin Yu's body. He then turned his head and stared deeply at Yun Luofeng with his dark eyes. I don't know her. The conversation between the two of them nearly drove Lin Yu mad with anger. Her venomous eyes stared fixedly at Yun Luofeng as she said coldly, "Little girl, don't pretend to understand when you don't. You know that I'm talking about Xiao Yuqing." Chapter 384. Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Yu. I don't know where you get your confidence from to think that I've taken a fancy to Xiao Yuqing. He. Lin Yu suppressed the anger in her heart and a sarcastic smile appeared on her beautiful face. I've seen many young ladies like you. I don't believe that you would take a fancy to a good-for-nothing. Hence, your motive for coming to the Xiao family is extremely obvious. I'll give you one chance. Take 1,000,000 taels and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and a dangerous light flashed in his evil eyes. Don't you think that 1,000,000 taels is too little? How about I spend 10,000,000 taels to buy your life? How about I spend 10,000,000 taels to buy your life? The young lady's voice was arrogant and domineering. It was filled with arrogance and disdain. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically. Her gloomy eyes flashed with anger and she scoffed coldly. I've seen many young ladies trying to climb into my son's bed, but you're the most shameless one. I advise you to stop daydreaming. My son will never take a fancy to an arrogant woman like you. Boom! Just as she finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly shot towards her from the front and hit her chest fiercely. Her body flew out abruptly. Thump! She fell heavily into the corner, and there was a vicious glint in her narrowed eyes. Who hurt me just now? Yun Xiao? Or this young lady? No. Impossible. Yun Xiao is only a good-for-nothing and this young lady is so young. She must not be very powerful. What Lin Yu did not notice was that when her body flew out, the grim man who had been silent slowly retracted his palm as if nothing had happened. Thump. Thump thump thump. Before Lin Yu could catch her breath, a stream of qi rampaged inside her body as if it was trying to break out of her body. She screamed in pain. Yun Luofeng glanced at the man standing next to him as he watched Lin Yu's miserable state. In the end, he had not been able to control himself and had attacked her. However, she could understand the man's feelings. No matter how others humiliated him, he could ignore it. However, he could not ignore the humiliation that those people had inflicted on him. If Lin Yu had not insulted her, perhaps Yun Xiao would not have made a move at this time. I was the one who attacked just now. Yun Luofeng pressed Yun Xiao's hand tightly. His arrogant eyes glanced at Lin Yu. What can you do to me? She could not let others know of Yun Xiao's power, otherwise, it would definitely bring her trouble. That was why she decided to take the blame for everything. Moreover, even if Yun Xiao had not made a move earlier, she would have made a move to injure her. Guards! Lin Yu stood up with a pale face and a gloomy look on her face. Hua hua hua. Countless guards rushed in from outside and instantly surrounded the entire courtyard. They pointed their weapons at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiaoling, surrounding them in the middle. Lin Yu's eyes darkened, and she said in a cold voice, "Catch this woman." Yun Xiao furrowed his brows and pulled Yun Luofeng behind him. His grim eyes stared at the gloomy Lin Yu. His black robes fluttered in the gentle breeze, faintly revealing a murderous intent. Oh! When Lin Yu saw how protective Yun Xiao was of Yun Luofeng, she spoke in a peculiar tone, "I never thought that a good-for-nothing like you would protect a woman. TSK, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Unfortunately, do you think that someone like you can protect her?" Chapter 385. Her face was clearly filled with disdain, as if she had no regard for Yun Xiao, who was standing in front of Yun Luofeng. Yun Xiao's eyes grew even colder. The aura from his body was like a raging river, dangerous and wild. Yun Xiao, have you forgotten what I've said to you? Yun Luofeng gently patted Yun Xiao's shoulder. I've said this before. Leave this matter to me. Yun Xiao's body stiffened and he slowly retracted the aura from his body. He then turned around and looked at the peerless young woman who was standing in front of him. He thought for a moment before he said, "You can hit her however you like." He would always be there to back her up in everything. When have I, Yun Luofeng, ever been lenient? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly as he walked towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression changed and she shouted, "Attack him immediately." "Yes, madam." Upon hearing Lin Yu's order, the guards quickly stepped forward and charged towards Yun Luofeng. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the gentle breeze. The young woman's peerless face lit up with a smile as her pitch-black eyes stared emotionlessly at the guards who were charging towards her. The wind around her grew stronger as her aura expanded. Boom! The aura around the young girl exploded like a bomb, fiercely slamming into the guards. Before they could even reach Yun Luofeng, they were affected by the explosive force. Their bodies were sent flying, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground. Yun Luofeng's gaze slowly shifted to Lin Yu's body. Her evil smile revealed an awe-inspiring killing intent, causing people's hearts to tremble involuntarily. "Now. It's your turn. An earth spirit?" Lin Yu's expression changed, and a mid-level earth spirit at that? At this moment, she could clearly sense Yun Luofeng's undisguised aura. Her beautiful face sank. Even though her talents were not bad, she was only a low-level earth spirit. This young woman's aura was clearly higher than hers, so she must be a mid-level earth spirit. The difference of one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Yu gritted her teeth. "You're quite bold to actually dare to cause trouble in the Xiao family home. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a mid-level earth spirit? My father is a celestial spirit stage powerhouse. You won't be able to withstand a single blow from him. No matter how strong the Xiao clan's patriarch is, he hasn't arrived here yet. I can kill you before he arrives." The Xiao family had many courtyards, and they were divided into the north, south, east, and west directions. Therefore, Xiao Lin still needed a period of time after he received the news. Lin Yu took a few steps back in fear when she saw the sinister smile on the young girl's face. She leaned her back against the wall, and her face became paler. Just as she was thinking about how to escape, a delicate voice came from outside the door, causing Yun Luofeng's eyes to narrow. "Big brother Yuqing, I've already told you that this woman is bullying Auntie, but you just wouldn't listen. If we had come a little later, Auntie would definitely have died in her hands." This familiar voice made Yun Luofeng's lips curl into a smile. Ling Yao really wasn't afraid of death. He clearly knew the taste of the body-tearing bone-shattering pill, yet he still came knocking on his door. It seemed that Xiao Yuqing held a very important place in her heart. Outside the courtyard, a man in cyan clothes rushed in and appeared in front of Lin Yu. Then, he gently supported her tottering body. Chapter 386. Ling Yao, who had followed them into the courtyard, did not even have the courage to look at Yun Luofeng. She quickly walked to Lin Yu's side and gritted her teeth. Her pretty face was still pale. The taste of the body-tearing bone-shattering pill may be unbearable, but she would rather endure this torture so that Big Brother Yuqing would give up on Yun Luofeng. Knowing Big Brother Yuqing's character, he would never allow anyone to hurt Aunt. Ling Yao's lips curled into a complacent smile and the space between her brows shone brightly. Perhaps she has already seen Xiao Yuqing's hatred towards Yun Luofeng, and the complacency in her heart grew. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. After Xiao Yuqing supported Lin Yu's body, his clear and cold eyes turned towards Yun Luofeng. I've said this before, my mother is not the kind of person you've described her to be. She was not a concubine, she and my father have always loved each other. So, I will prove this to you. However, during this time, I don't want you to hurt my mother. Hurt her? When did you see me hurt her? Yun Luofeng smiled coldly as he asked. Xiao Yuqing did not reply. He looked at the unharmed Yun Luofeng and then at Ling Yao, who had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. His meaning was very clear. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng paused. So what if I hurt her? Back then, she had thrown Yun Xiao into the forest of no return and he had nearly lost his life. Just this incident alone is enough for him to die a few hundred times over. My mother has never done such a thing. Xiao Yuqing furrowed his brows and swept his cold gaze towards Yun Xiao. I hope that you won't let your lust get to your head. Some things need to be rational. Don't jump to conclusions before you've investigated the truth. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and clear my mother's name. The truth? Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips and sneered. What I say is the truth. Arrogant and domineering. What she says is the truth. What other kind of truth do you want? Xiao Yuqing's expression grew even colder and his brows were tightly furrowed. Forget it, I'll look for you after I've investigated the matter. I don't want you to be used by others. Now, I'm going to take my mother away. I can pretend that nothing has happened today. After saying this, Xiao Yuqing supported Lin Yu and turned around to leave. However, an evil and awe-inspiring voice rang out behind him, causing him to stop in his tracks. You can go, but she must stay. Yun Luofeng's gaze was filled with disdain. It was as if he was standing at the pinnacle, overlooking all life on the continent. Her hatred for Lin Yu had long been engraved in her heart. Now that he had finally encountered such an opportunity, how could he let her go so easily? I know that your background is not ordinary. Xiao Yuqing turned to look at Yun Luofeng. But this is the Xiao family. You only have the power of an earth spirit. If you anger my grandfather, I cannot help you. Brother Yuqing. Ling Yao curled her lips. What's so special about this woman? She is just the daughter of an ordinary noble from Long Yuan country. Our Xiao family does not need to fear such a person. Xiao Yuqing remained silent, as if she hadn't heard Ling Yao's words. Her cold eyes were fixed on Yun Luofeng. She stays, or both of you stay. Yun Luofeng raised his brows and said. Xiao Yuqing wanted to continue persuading Yun Luofeng, but at this moment, an oppressive force came from nowhere and pressed down on his body like a heavy stone, rendering him unable to move. Chapter 387. Brother Yuqing, what's wrong? Ling Yao noticed Xiao Yuqing's strange behavior and her expression changed as she asked anxiously. Xiao Yuqing gently pursed his thin lips as his eyes darkened. He hurriedly used his consciousness to search, but he could not find out where this coercion had come from. Of course, based on Xiao Yuqing's level of power, he would not be able to discover that this coercion had come from Yun Xiao. Since Yun Luofeng had decided to handle this matter personally, he would not step forward. However, this does not mean that he would allow Yun Luofeng to fight alone. If he could not help her openly, what harm would there be in helping her in secret? He was willing to be the man behind her back. You had a good time cursing me, didn't you? Yun Luofeng's body flashed and appeared in front of Lin Yu. Her face lit up with an evil smile as her pitch-black eyes stared at Lin Yu with a smile. Did you use to humiliate Yun Xiao and his mother like this? Qing. Lin Yu's expression changed and she quickly tried to hide behind Xiao Yuqing. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuqing could not move at all. His entire body felt as if it was being crushed under a great mountain, as if there was a weight of 1,000 kilograms on his back. Mother, hurry and leave. Don't worry about me, hurry and leave. Xiao Yuqing roared at the top of his lungs. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat and his handsome face was glowing with a pale light. After hearing Xiao Yuqing's words, Lin Yu did not even think twice before she turned around and ran out of the courtyard. She did not even care about her own son and only thought about running for her life. Xiao Yuqing's heart turned cold at the sight of this. He could not understand it himself. He had clearly asked his mother to run for her life, so why would his heart turn so cold when he saw her fleeing figure? Thump. Just as Xiao Yuqing's heart sank to rock bottom, a white figure quickly shot out of the courtyard. Lin Yu was then kicked back and rolled in front of Xiao Yuqing with a thud. Did you see that? Yun Luofeng looked at Xiao Yuqing. This is your mother. She only cared about running for her life and did not care about yours. Do you think that someone like her could be kind? Xiao Yuqing pursed his thin lips and remained silent. His mother was indeed very selfish at times, but he still could not believe that she would be so selfish as to harm the flesh and blood of the Xiao family. Lin Yu climbed up and glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng. Don't listen to this woman's nonsense. I am going to find your grandfather. When your grandfather comes, she will definitely die without a burial place. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Yuqing's heart, which was originally as cold as ice, gradually calmed down. She said in a gentle voice, "Mother, I believe you." As long as she said it, he would believe it. Yun Luofeng sneered and ignored the immobile Xiao Yuqing. Instead, he gradually approached Lin Yu. How did you treat them back then? Lin Yu was taken aback. She stepped back and asked, What do you mean? I've never done anything heinous to them. Don't slander me in front of my son. In any case, there was no one to testify for what had happened back then. So what if she refused to admit it? Yun Luofeng kicked Lin Yu's stomach, causing her to fall to the ground. He stepped on her from a high position. You only need to answer my questions. Don't give me any excuses. At that moment, Ling Yao was so frightened that she hid in a corner. She, who had already been tortured several times, did not dare to step forward and say a word. Otherwise, what awaited her would be severe torture. Chapter 388. Stop. Suddenly, an enraged roar rang out from behind and charged towards Yun Luofeng with a powerful aura. Just as the aura was about to reach Yun Luofeng, an even more powerful aura collided with it and dispersed the aura in the air. Yun Xiao retracted his aura and his cold eyes gradually turned towards the crowd rushing over from outside the courtyard. At the same time, Yun Luofeng put his foot down from Lin Yu's chest. His gaze slowly swept over the group of people who were quickly approaching. His pitch-black eyes narrowed slightly, and an evil light surged out from them. Xiao Chen's expression changed greatly. He quickly walked to Lin Yu's side and asked anxiously, Are you all right? Cough cough. Lin Yu coughed and shook her head weakly, I'm fine. How dare you? After seeing that his beloved woman was fine, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Yun Luofeng and said angrily, How dare you injure someone in my Xiao family? You're lawless. Xiao, is this the woman you brought back? When he said the last sentence, his gaze turned towards Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao frowned and said coldly, My name is Yun Xiao. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with the way Xiao Chen had addressed him. He was no longer a member of the Xiao family. He was only Yun Xiao of the Yun family. Unfilial son. Xiao Chen's expression changed and he shouted angrily, You ungrateful ingrate, have you forgotten who raised you? Now you've actually changed your surname. You're simply throwing the Xiao family's face. From Xiao Chen's point of view, only the Xiao family could remove Yun Xiao's name from the ancestral hall. They could not allow him to change his surname without permission. Even if his name was still not in the Xiao family's ancestral hall, he had no right to become a member of another family. Yun Xiao was expressionless and his gaze was cold. I was chased out of the family when I was 7. In other words, he had been chased out of the family when he was 7, so the Xiao family could not be considered to have raised him. You. Xiao Chen was so angry that he was almost speechless. Luckily, an unfilial son like you is no longer a member of the Xiao family. Otherwise, I would really be angered to death by you. If you were as outstanding as Yu Qing, I wouldn't be so angry. Shaolin glanced at the infuriated Xiao Chen, then turned his gaze towards Yun Xiao. You're in the wrong in this matter. Even if you're no longer a member of the Xiao family, you can't just simply give yourself a new surname. Furthermore, you still have the blood of the Xiao family in your veins. If you use the power of your bloodline to help Yu Qing open the secret realm this time, I'll give you a way out and allow you to return to the family. By then, you'll still have to change back to your previous surname. To the Xiao family, letting their own bloodline follow someone else's surname was a very shameful thing. Even if this person who possessed the bloodline of the Xiao family was no longer qualified to bear the surname Xiao. Yun Luofeng stood quietly at the side, staring coldly at the people in front of him. And they were Yun Zhao's so-called relatives. Not only did he not allow him to use the surname Xiao, he also did not allow him to change his surname. It could only make him lose his surname. At that moment, Yun Luofeng's heart ached. She felt sorrow for Yun Xiao. He really couldn't imagine how much humiliation and disdain he had endured before he was 7 years old. And this humiliation had been inflicted upon him by his relatives. It was no wonder that it had resulted in his cold personality today. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng grabbed Yun Zhao's hand tightly. After feeling the coldness of the man's palm, she said sincerely, "You still have me and the Yun family." Chapter 389. No matter what, she would never abandon him. The corners of Yun Zhao's lips gently rose into a shallow arc. His smile was very beautiful and it could easily strike a person's heart. However, this peerlessly beautiful smile, he would only bloom on one person. I have you. That's enough. He could abandon the entire world. As long as she was by his side, that was enough. Little Xiao. Xiao Lin's expression darkened. If you insist on protecting this woman, you're no longer a member of the Xiao family. Yun Xiao held Yun Luofeng's hand tightly. The curve of his lips disappeared when he turned to face Xiao Lin. He regained his usual coldness and said expressionlessly, "The Xiao family needs the power of my bloodline." Hearing this, Xiao Lin frowned. "What are you trying to say?" "Let her beat you up," the man said coldly. Xiao Lin knew that Yun Xiao was protective of Yun Luofeng, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. Was he threatening him? Good. Very good. In this lifetime, he was the only one who had the courage to threaten him. "Little Xiao, do you know what you're saying?" Xiao Lin's eyes darkened as he asked coldly. "I know." The man's words were as concise as ever. To him, it was as if talking to these people was a waste of time. "You're threatening me because of a woman?" "That's right, you do have the ability to threaten me now. Who asked the Xiao family to have the pure power of the bloodline and only lack you? However, once the secret territory opens, you'll be useless. Are you sure you want to threaten me because of a woman?" Xiao Lin's chest was filled with anger. He realized that he could not see through this grandson of his. Yun Zhao's gaze swept across the beautiful girl next to him. "As long as she's happy." What he meant was that as long as Yun Luofeng was happy, he was willing to let her do anything. He. Xiao Lin chuckled. His voice was filled with anger. "Xiao Chen, you've given birth to a good son. So good that you're threatening his grandfather because of an outsider." Xiao Chen smiled coldly. "Father, you're mistaken. I only have one son, Yu Qing. A good-for-nothing like him has no right to be my son. I can't give birth to such a good-for-nothing son." "Humph." Xiao Lin fiercely shook his sleeves and said with a cold expression, "Xiao, remember the decision you made today. When you can no longer threaten me, I won't easily forgive your mistake this time. Let's go." After saying this, Xiao Lin turned around and walked out of the courtyard. "Father." Xiao Chen panicked and quickly chased after him. "Father, if you leave just like that, what about you, Shaolin paused and said, "Do you want Yu Qing to be the clan leader or do you want your wife? Think about it carefully." With that, he quickly left the place without looking back. Only the heavens knew how sullen Shaolin was feeling right now, but he was helpless. Who asked him to need this piece of trash now? Xiao Chun remained silent for a while. In the end, he made up his mind and hurriedly walked out of the courtyard. In order to make his son the patriarch, he was willing to give up Lin Yu. Lin Yu's heart turned cold as she stared at the direction where Xiao Chun had left. A bitter smile appeared on her seductive features. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. This saying is indeed true. No matter how well Xiao Chun has treated me in the past, he doesn't care about me at a time like this. Chapter 390. Yun Luofeng raised his eyes slightly and looked down at the beautiful woman sitting on the ground. He could give up on Yun Zhao's mother before. Now, he can also give up on you. Lin Yu scoffed icily and closed her eyes. Her pale face slowly displayed a sense of despair. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly." Yun Luofeng took a few steps closer to Lin Yu. The smile on his lips contained a hint of evil, because it's not time for you to die yet. This woman's life must be taken care of by Yun Xiao himself. Right now, she was just venting the anger in her heart. For Corner City was led by the three great families. The three great families were the Xiao family, the Ling family and the Wei family. Other than being extremely powerful in Four Corner City, the three great families also held great weight in the entire spirit realm. At this moment, in the Wei family, which was the leader of the three great families, old Master Wei hurriedly ran out of the main hall. He saw the cute girl standing in the courtyard with a single glance and quickly walked up to her. There was a group of guards lying around the girl. They were all wailing and rolling on the ground, clearly injured. "Oh my little ancestor, why are you here?" Old Man Wei walked to the cute girl's side and glared fiercely at the guards lying on the ground. "You bastards, do you think you can offend this little ancestor?" The guards were extremely sad. They never thought that this inconspicuous little girl would be acquainted with the patriarch. Also, it seemed that the patriarch was a little afraid of her. "Little ancestor, come in and sit. Does your father know that you're here?" Old Man Wei walked forward with a smile, his words filled with flattery. Lin Ruobai grabbed Old Man Wei's beard and twirled it around her finger. "Old Man Wei, your four-corner city is too big. I've asked for directions for a long time but I still can't find the place I want to go. Hurry up and take me to Master." "Your master?" Old Master Wei blinked blankly. This little ancestor has a master? Who was so powerful that this little ancestor would take him as her master? "That's right, my master valued his lover over his disciple, and threw me away. Until now, he still hasn't remembered that he's missing me. I can only go find her myself, but I don't know the way. Old Fart Wei, quickly send someone to send me there." Lin Ruobai blinked her big bright eyes and said with a smile. "This." Old Master Wei asked timidly, "Who is your master? Where is he?" This little ancestor was a little devil, and her master was most likely a great devil. "Seems like I won't have a good life. My master ran away with the Xiao family." Lin Ruobai pursed his lips, his eyes filled with grievance. "Hurry up and send me over. Otherwise, I'll tell my father that you bullied me." "Don't, my little ancestor. I'll take you to the Xiao clan right now." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Old Man Wei's forehead. If this little ancestor were to go home and look down on him, then his position as the head of the Wei clan would be over. However, what he didn't expect was that the Xiao family's luck was actually so good that they managed to abduct this little ancestor's master. And the only person in the Xiao family who could attract a woman's attention was Xiao Yuqing. Could it be that the person who had abducted this little ancestor's master was Xiao Yuqing? The more Old Man Wei thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. It seemed like he had to change his attitude towards the Xiao clan in the future. Being able to form a relationship with this little ancestor was equivalent to stepping onto a big boat with a limitless future. Chapter 391. At the Xiao family home. In the east courtyard, Yun Luofeng stared condescendingly at Lin Yu, who had been beaten beyond recognition by her. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Back then, I will repay you bit by bit for everything you've done for Yun Xiao. Lin Yu's body trembled as she bit her lip. Her malicious eyes were like daggers dipped in poison as she glared fixedly at Yun Luofeng. Yun Xiao, let's go. Yun Luofeng did not spare her another glance as she slowly turned away and walked towards Yun Xiao. Her peerless features were lit up with a moving smile and her black eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. One could not help but be drawn into her gaze. The man nodded silently. His expressionless face was cold and grim. Just as Yun Luofeng reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and paused in her steps. Yun Xiao, I've finally remembered what I've forgotten. What is it? Yun Xiao's eyes fell upon the young girl as she asked. Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng curled the corners of her lips. I've left that fellow, Xiao Bai. She had been feeling awkward all over just now, as if she had forgotten something. Only now did she remember that little girl, Lin Ruobai. One could imagine how bitter she must have felt after being forgotten. In the great hall, Xiao Lin hurriedly went out to welcome the servant upon hearing his report. He immediately saw an old man and a young girl standing in the courtyard. The old man was majestic and his snow-white beard fluttered in the wind. Dressed in navy blue robes, he looked like a treasured blade that had yet to age. Next to him was an adorable young girl in white robes. This young girl had been looking around randomly with her large eyes as if she was searching for something. Huh, Master Wei, why have you come? Xiao Lin burst into laughter and stepped forward to welcome him. His eyes stared curiously at the young girl in white who was standing next to the old man. After all, he had never seen this little girl in the Wei family home. Master Xiao, Master Wei smiled. This little girl is a relative of mine. She's here to look for her master. Lin Ruobai's identity was very special. Based on Xiao Lin's abilities, he didn't have the right to know her true identity. Thus, he referred to her as a relative. Oh! A look of astonishment flashed across Xiao Lin's eyes. I wonder who this young lady's master is. Old Master Wei didn't wait for Lin Ruobai's reply. He smiled and said, you should ask Yuqing about this. Her master ran away with Xiao Yuqing of the Xiao family, so I'm guessing that only Xiao Yuqing knows where her master is? Yuqing? Is her master Ling Yao? There was some surprise in Xiao Lin's eyes. There was only Ling Yao by Yuqing's side. Who would have thought that the Ling family would have a relationship with the Wei family? In this way, the three major factions of Four Corner City could be considered to have completely merged together. Ling Yao? Lin Ruobai curled his lips and said disdainfully, how could that bitch be my master? My father's foresight isn't so bad that he would find such a slut to be my master. Even though Lin Ruobai had been cut off from the world for a very long time, she had grown up in that environment. How could she not understand the intrigue? Therefore, she had deliberately revealed this information. Her motive was to let old Master Wei know that her father had chosen her master for her and that her status was so noble. Chapter 392. Old Master Wei's expression became much more serious. Lin Ruobai becoming a disciple herself and Lin Jingfeng's decision were two completely different things. If Lin Jingfeng had chosen this master for her, then that person's status in spirit realm would be unparalleled. Old Master Wei. Xiao Lin frowned, his expression clearly displeased. Ling Yao is not just the daughter of the Ling family, she is the future mistress of the Xiao family. Isn't this girl lacking in upbringing by calling her that? Lacking in upbringing? Lin Ruobai's expression darkened. She had lived for so many years, and no one had ever dared to say that she lacked in upbringing. Humph. She snorted, and a trace of ridicule flashed across her adorable doll-like face. Not only am I calling her a slut, I'm also going to say that Xiao Yuqing from your Xiao family insists on pestering my master. My master already has a man, so there's no way he'll like Xiao Yuqing. You'd better take care of your clan members first before educating me. Xiao Lin's expression darkened completely. At the start, when Lin Ruobai had insulted Ling Yao, he had endured because Ling Yao was not a member of the Xiao family. The second reason was that old Master Wei was the leader of the three families and he had to give him face. He hadn't thought that this girl would go so far as to insult Yuqing. She even said that Yuqing was pestering her master. What a joke! If Yuqing liked her master, would her master reject him? She would probably have leapt at him already. This. Old Master Wei looked in shock at Lin Ruobai. If it wasn't Xiao Yuqing who took away your master, then who? In the Xiao family, the most outstanding disciple was Xiao Yuqing. Therefore, old Master Wei could not imagine who else other than Xiao Yuqing could take away this little ancestor's master. Lin Ruobai twisted her lips. Doesn't old Master Xiao have a grandson? He's the one who took away my master. Xiao Lin had just recovered from his anger when he heard Lin Ruobai's words. He could not stop himself from mocking, so the woman that trash brought back is your master? Like master, like disciple. You are all the same, lacking in upbringing. At this moment, old man Wei was still in a state of shock. Perhaps he had never imagined that Lin Ruobai's master would be related to that good-for-nothing from the Xiao family. If he had not insisted on personally sending this little ancestor to the Xiao clan today, he might have missed this piece of news. At that time, he would definitely have made an irreparable mistake. Fortunately, he came and didn't step on the wrong boat. Old man Wei took a deep breath. He had originally wanted Xiao Lin to bring them to see Yun Luofeng, but Xiao Lin's mocking voice suddenly sounded in his ears. His old face instantly darkened. Xiao family head, I will leave this little girl in your Xiao family for now. However, let me warn you, no matter what she wants to do, it is best to comply with her. Otherwise, if your Xiao family encounters any calamity, I will not be able to help you. Xiao Lin was really living too much. He actually dared to say such words in front of the little ancestor. If these words were to reach the ears of that person, the Xiao clan would immediately be removed from the three great clans. Sadly, this little ancestor's identity was far too special and he couldn't say it out loud. Or else Xiao Lin wouldn't dare to speak to her in such a manner. However, towards old man Wei's kind reminder, Xiao Lin only scoffed coldly, not taking it to heart. Old man Wei, Lin Ruobai blinked his eyes slightly and said with a grin, "Can you help me capture him?" Chapter 393. Old man Wei was shocked. He then smiled bitterly and said, "My little ancestor, Xiao Lin is the master of the Xiao family after all. This doesn't seem very appropriate, does it?" Just as he spoke, Lin Ruobai grabbed old man Wei's beard and threatened him sinisterly, "Old man Wei, are you going to listen to me or not? If you don't go and capture him, I'll burn your beard." Old man Wei shook his head in exasperation. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Lin and his elderly features carried an apologetic smile. "Master Xiao, I'm really sorry. It's your fault for offending this little ancestor. I have no choice but to put you through this." Xiao Lin took a step back when he saw the smile on old man Wei's face. He then berated him coldly, "What are you trying to do? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because the Wei family is the leader of the three great families. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, don't blame me for joining forces with the Ling family against the Wei family." Hee, old Master Wei chuckled. "I have no choice, so I can only ask you to bear with me." Once he had spoken, his elderly figure moved like a gust of wind and quickly passed through the guards in front of him. He then charged towards Xiao Chen. Both of them were at the heavenly spirit stage, but Xiao Chen was only a mid-level heavenly spirit stage while old man Wei had broken through to a high-level heavenly spirit stage. The difference of one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. Hence, before Xiaofan could even react, Old Man Wei had grabbed his shoulder fiercely. "Little ancestor, I've already caught him. Do whatever you want." Old Man Wei smiled and turned towards Lin Ruobai as he spoke. Lin Ruobai smiled sinisterly. Suddenly, a flame appeared in the palm of her hand and she stepped towards Xiaofan. The Xiao family guards wanted to step forward and stop Lin Ruobai. However, before they could reach Lin Ruobai, their robes were set ablaze by the flame in her hand. They hurriedly threw down their weapons in terror and tried desperately to extinguish the flames on their bodies. "Wei Lianya, is this little girl your illegitimate daughter? Why are you indulging her like this?" Xiao Lin roared angrily when he saw Lin Ruobai walking towards him. This young lass was definitely an illegitimate daughter that old fart Wei secretly had outside. If not, why would the always impartial old master Wei do such a thing? Puchi. The flames in Lin Ruobai's palm instantly ignited Xiao Lin's beard. Her cute little face was filled with arrogance. "It's fine if you scold me, but you even dare to scold my master. Today, I will burn your beard, strip you naked, and throw you out." Xiao Lin was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He wanted to struggle free from Old Man Wei's grasp, but Old Man Wei's hand was pressing down on him tightly, making him unable to move. "Wei Lianya, you old hooligan, you secretly gave birth to an illegitimate daughter, and you actually dare to tell me that she is your relative. If she is only a relative, would you indulge her like this?" Wei Lianya furrowed his brows. His eyes no longer had the apologetic look from before. He looked coldly at Xiao Lin and said, "Xiao Lin, don't forget that a loose tongue can cause trouble." "Hee." Xiao Lin laughed mockingly. "What, are you in my hands? You're an old hooligan. Shameless and vulgar." Hearing Xiao Lin's words, Wei Lianya's expression darkened. "Xiao Lin, no matter what you say now, I only want you to remember one thing. If this little ancestor loses even a single hair on her body, don't even think about keeping your Xiao family." Chapter 394. What he meant was that if Lin Ruobai suffered any damage, his beloved daughter would definitely not let the Xiao family off. But in Xiao Lin's ears, it became that if Lin Ruobai lost even a single hair, he, Wei Lianya, would definitely not let him off. "Wei Liancheng, if you indulge this little girl like this, she'll definitely become even more lawless in the future. At that time, it'll cause irreversible consequences, and your Wei clan will be dragged down by her. So, you better think this through clearly." Xiao Lin gritted his teeth and said word by word. Wei Liancheng saw that his words did not have any effect. He laughed coldly and no longer paid attention to the struggling Xiao Lin. His gaze slowly turned to Lin Ruobai. "Little ancestor, you can start. Don't worry, with me holding him down, he won't even be able to move." The corners of Lin Ruobai's lips curled up into an innocent smile, and his big, bright eyes glowed with a bright light. "This old man's beard is a little short, but it's been a long time since I've burned my beard for fun, so I can use him to test it. Who asked this bastard to humiliate Master? Master was someone that even her father respected, no one had the right to humiliate her." Poof! The flames in Lin Ruobai's hands once again leaped towards Xiao Lin, causing his robes to also start burning. However, these flames seemed to have eyes, only burning his beard and clothes. Not long after, Xiao Lin's chin became bald, and his clothes turned into ashes that floated in the air. The skin on his naked body was already extremely loose, like the bark of an old tree. "Old fart Wei, throw this old bastard out for me. I want to make him lose all his face." Lin Ruobai arrogantly raised her cute little face, her soft voice carrying a tinge of determination. "Okay." With a bang, after old fart Wei agreed to it, he lifted Xiao Lin up and threw him out of the door. On the street outside of the Xiao clan, there were people coming and going. No one noticed Xiao Lin, who had been thrown out. Only when the muffled sound rang out did everyone turn their gazes over. They stared in astonishment at Xiaolin, who was lying on the street with his clothes completely burnt. Isn't this the Xiao family's master? How did he end up in such a sorry state? I don't know. It feels like he was kicked out by someone, but where are his beard and clothes? The crowd's discussion was accompanied by the screams of some women, causing Xiaolin to feel so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. At the same time, his hatred for Old Man Wei had reached a peak, and his old face was filled with malevolence. Wei Liancheng, I won't let you off. He roared angrily, his eyes filled with hatred. Being humiliated in public like this, how could he not bear a grudge? This was especially so since Xiaolin was a vengeful person. Wei Liancheng didn't even look at Xiaolin. He smiled at Lin Ruobai and said, "Little ancestor, are you done playing? If it's not enough, I'll control him again and let you continue playing." Lin Ruobai pursed his lips. "Go back." "Then you," Wei Liancheng was stunned. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the girl's soft voice. "Wherever master is, I'll be there." Hearing this, Wei Liancheng frowned. If it was said that he was at ease leaving this little ancestor in the Xiao family at first, but after what they had done to Xiaolin, who could guarantee that Xiaolin wouldn't hate them? Chapter 395. How could he be at ease letting Lin Ruobai stay? Little ancestor, let's return to the Wei clan first. Xiaolin is a treacherous and shameless old thing. You'll suffer if you stay here. I don't care. Lin Ruobai puffed up her cheeks. I'm here to find master. Plus, with master around, no one can hurt me. Wei Liancheng shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I really can't do anything to you. Only that master of yours can control you. Remember, if anyone from the Xiao clan bullies you, look for me at the Wei clan immediately. I'll bring people to avenge you. If Wei Liancheng knew what kind of person Yun Luofeng was, perhaps he wouldn't have said such a thing. She was a hedonistic young master to begin with. How could she stop Lin Ruobai? She would only indulge this little girl. Lin Ruobai blinked and smiled evilly. No one in this world who can bully me has been born yet. I'd like to see if the Xiao clan has the guts to bully me. Wei Liancheng laughed bitterly. Indeed, this girl was unruly. Coupled with her noble status, there were very few people who could bully her. He hoped that the Xiao clan had some self-awareness. If this girl was hurt in the slightest, that lord wouldn't let them off. Little ancestor, then I'll return to the Wei clan first. Have fun and look for me if you need help. At this point, Wei Liancheng still reminded her worriedly, don't get into conflict with the Xiao clan when I'm not around. I'm afraid you'll be hurt. Lin Ruobai's lips twitched. Her face was full of disapproval. She had come here to vent her master's anger. Furthermore, she had already provoked the Xiao clan. It didn't matter if there were any more conflicts in the future. Wei Liancheng sighed helplessly when he saw that the girl didn't take his words to heart. He took one last look at Lin Ruobai and turned to leave the Xiao clan. No. He had to send a messenger pigeon to inform the Lord on Spirit God Mountain of this matter and let him make a decision. Xiaolin crawled up from the ground pathetically as he gazed in the direction that Wei Liancheng had left. He looked at the guards who were lying on the ground in the courtyard and roared in annoyance, "Get Xiao Chen to see me in the study immediately." "Yes, master." The guard stood up, cupped his fists, and left. Xiaolin also took this opportunity to change his clothes. However, because of the stares that made him feel like there were needles on his back, his footsteps were incomparably hurried. He wanted to quickly leave this shameful place. In the study, Xiao Chen stood at the seat of honor. There was a dark glint on his handsome face. "Father, I heard about what happened just now. I did not expect old Fart Wei to be so daring. He actually dared to hurt someone in public." "Humph." Old man Xiao snorted coldly, "That old bastard Wei Liancheng didn't put our Xiao and Ling families in his eyes just because he went to the spiritual God Mountain. His strength is only slightly stronger than mine. What's so great about that? If he hadn't been chosen by that person on Spirit God Mountain, his rank wouldn't have surpassed mine. Spirit God Mountain was equivalent to the ruler of Spirit Realm. They controlled the life and death of Spirit Realm. However, the people on Spirit God Mountain were extremely mysterious. Very few people in Spirit Realm had seen them. No one was able to enter Spirit God Mountain. As a result, the people on Spirit God Mountain were worshipped like gods by others. Chapter 396. If Spirit Realm was said to be a small world, Spirit God Mountain was the god of this world. He had an extremely high status in the hearts of the people. Even though those people from Spiritual God Mountain didn't appear in the eyes of the world, they still gave out a golden jade tablet. It was rumored that those who held the golden jade token were equivalent to envoys of Spirit God Mountain, and held an important position in Spirit Realm. It was obvious that Old Man Wei had a golden jade token in his hand. This golden jade token was also a proof of entry to Spirit God Mountain. I really don't know what that person from Spirit God Mountain is thinking, actually liking that old bastard Wei Liancheng. Back then, I was stronger than him, but ever since he entered Spirit God Mountain, he surpassed me and became the head of the three great families. Xiao Lin said indignantly. From his point of view, he was much more outstanding than Wei Liancheng, yet he wasn't chosen by anyone from Spirit God Mountain. Someone like Wei Liancheng actually obtained such a lucky chance. It was just too unfair. Father, what should we do next? Xiaochen frowned and said worriedly, not only has Wei Liancheng become a high-stage heavenly spirit being, she has also gained the favor of the Spiritual God Mountain. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for us to deal with her. That's why I've asked you to come here to discuss this matter. Xiao Lin's eyes darkened and the corners of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. Since that good-for-nothing is unwilling to return the engagement token, we don't need to bother with him anymore. Directly let Yu Qing and Ling Yao be engaged. Our Xiao family can only stand on the same side as the Ling family to deal with Wei Liancheng together. Xiao Chen was stunned. He said hesitantly, even if our Xiao clan and the Ling clan work together, we might not be able to defeat the Wei clan. We'll have to rely on Yu Qing for this. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. We'll open up the secret zone for Yu Qing in advance. If he enters the secret zone to cultivate, his power will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. By then, with Xiao Yu Qing, would the Xiao family still be afraid of the Wei family? Only direct descendants of the Xiao clan could enter the secret domain. Of course, because the secret domain only opened once every 100 years, Xiao Lin and Xiao Chen had never entered the secret domain before. As for why Xiao Lin didn't personally enter the secret realm, this was because only those below the heavenly spirit realm could enter the secret realm. Once he broke through to the celestial spirit stage, he would not be able to step into the arcana realm. It was even more impossible for Xiao Chen. His talent was not bad, but it was still incomparable to Xiao Yuqing's. Xiao Yuqing was about to surpass him at such a young age. No one in the entire spirit realm could match this kind of talent. Therefore, Xiao Lin would definitely give such a precious opportunity to Xiao Yuqing instead of choosing to let his son enter the secret realm. Father, there's something we've overlooked. Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Lin and continued, Wei Liancheng is someone that the Spirit God Mountain has taken a liking to. If we were to deal with him, would the Spirit God Mountain have any objections? You worry too much about this. A light flashed through Xiao Lin's darkened eyes. A force like Spirit God Mountain does not lack subordinates. When Yu Qing grows up, our Xiao family can completely replace the Wei family and work for Spirit God Mountain. At that time, Spirit God Mountain will definitely not pursue our crime of killing Wei Liancheng. Xiao Chen's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He asked respectfully, Father, when will we open the secret realm? In a few days. Every time Xiao Lin thought of the humiliation he had suffered today, a wave of anger surged from his chest. He said coldly, opening the secret realm requires time. After a few days, we'll send Yuqing into the secret realm. Chapter 397. The day Xiao Yuqing leaves the secret zone would be the day of the Wei family's destruction. Now, he would let these people run wild for a few more days. Father, when Yuqing successfully enters the secret zone and becomes the master of the family, what should we do with that good-for-nothing and the woman by his side? Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with viciousness as he asked. Execute them all. His voice was as gloomy as ever, as if Yun Xiao was not his grandson but an irreconcilable enemy. Even though that good-for-nothing is no longer a member of the Xiao family, I will never allow him to change his surname. His actions have crossed my bottom line. If we let this good-for-nothing live, we will be the ones to lose face. However, he could not afford to lose face like that. A good-for-nothing like him has no right to live. He would only spare his life if he was more talented than Xiao Yuqing. All right. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up and the smile on his lips was filled with murderous intent. It was obvious that he had wanted to get rid of that good-for-nothing for a very long time. He would not allow his bloodline to be such a good-for-nothing. Back then, if not for his father's leniency, he might have executed him a long time ago. It was a good thing that his father had finally thought things through and realized that this kind of good-for-nothing has no right to live. Xiao Lin closed his eyes and his elderly face was emotionless. I did not want to kill him at first. No matter how good-for-nothing he is still a member of the Xiao family. However, what did he do? Not only did he change his surname for a woman, he even threatened me because of her. I've said it before, once Yuqing successfully activates the secret zone, I will not let him off. He had brought all of this upon himself. Who asked him to be a good-for-nothing that everyone despised? Chen, you may leave. Comfort your wife. After all, she is Yuqing's mother. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said calmly, since Yuqing is the future master of the Xiao family, his mother's position must be very high. Your actions today must have hurt her. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. If it wasn't for that piece of trash, I wouldn't have hurt Er's heart. This is all his fault. I will never forgive him. Hearing this, Xiao Lin waved his hand. There was a look of exhaustion on his face. All right, if you have anything to say, go back and tell Yuqing's mother. I'm going to prepare for the opening of the secret realm in a few days. During this period of time, just let them do whatever they want. The Xiao family already had a lawless Yun Luofeng who was connived by Yun Xiao, and now there was a Lin Ruobai who had the support of Wei Liancheng. Xiao Lin could already imagine the future of the Xiao clan. However, he had no time to bother with these people. He would only be able to deal with these people after Yuqing had successfully entered the mystery realm. Moreover, he would be able to help the Xiao clan reach a higher level. Before that, he could only endure. Master. In the courtyard, Lin Ruobai saw the beautiful young girl standing under the maple tree with one glance. She pouted and tears of grievance almost fell from her eyes. Then, she quickly ran towards the young girl and opened her arms, wanting to throw herself into her arms. However, just as Lin Ruobai arrived in front of Yun Luofeng, a strong arm suddenly reached out from the side and pulled the beautiful girl into an embrace. Thump! Lin Ruobai fell headfirst into the tree. She rubbed her aching forehead and turned her pitiful gaze towards Yun Luofeng. Her gaze was extremely aggrieved, like a puppy that had been abandoned by its owner. It was full of grief. Chapter 398. However, Lin Ruobai did not dare to step forward again. Because the eyes of the man hugging Yun Luofeng were too frightening. He was as cold as a god of death, causing her heart to tremble uncontrollably. Yun Xiao, don't scare her. Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Ruobai's trembling figure and raised his eyebrows. His lips curled into a moving smile. After saying this, Yun Xiao finally retracted her gaze. At the same time, Lin Ruobai felt her heart finally relax and the cold aura that had surrounded her also disappeared. Master, Lin Ruobai tugged on Yun Luofeng's arm and said aggrievedly, in these few hours, didn't you notice that you left something behind? Yun Luofeng said honestly, I forgot at first, but then I remembered. I thought that you should be able to find the way to the Xiao family, so I didn't look for you. Master, Lin Ruobai's gaze became more and more resentful. She stared at Yun Luofeng like a vengeful spirit. How could you forget such a big person like me? Looks like Grandmaster's charisma is not shallow. This was the first time she had seen a master who valued love over friendship and didn't even notice that his disciple had been lost. Yun Luofeng paused. Your Grandmaster's charisma is indeed great. With him around, I really did forget about you. It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. Now that she said this, Lin Ruobai almost cried. It was fine if the delicacies were destroyed, but even her master had abandoned her. Oh right. Yun Luofeng frowned slightly and turned to look at Lin Ruobai. When you entered the Xiao family, no one stopped you? Lin Ruobai pouted. I burned the old man's beard and clothes, and even threw him on the street. Master, did I cause trouble for you? What she meant was that if she caused trouble for Yun Luofeng because of her actions against Xiao Lin, then she would immediately ask her father to send troops to help. At that time, the Xiao family would not be able to cause any trouble. Well done, Yun Luofeng patted Lin Ruobai's little head, seeing that I am very satisfied with your actions today, I will not abandon you in the future. Really? Lin Ruobai's tone was suspicious. Could she really trust a master who valued love over disciple? Don't worry, I will definitely do what I say. It's just that when you used fire to burn Xiao Lin, did he hurt you? Lin Ruobai was quite talented, but she could not compare to Xiao Lin, who was an intermediate heavenly spirit warrior. As such, Yun Luofeng was confused as to how she was able to enter the Xiao clan safely after hurting Xiao Lin. In response to Yun Luofeng's question, Lin Ruobai only revealed a mysterious smile. I have helpers. It had to be said that the old man from the Wei clan was a pretty good helper. In the future, if he wanted to bully Xiao Lin again, he would need the help of this helper. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng did not ask any more questions. She leaned her back against the man next to her and lazily raised the corners of her lips. Xiao Bai, I don't care what your identity is. Since you're my disciple now, you must listen to me. Do you understand? Master, your disciple will definitely obey your every command. Lin Ruobai hurriedly straightened her body and said respectfully, as long as you don't abandon me again, I won't set fire to anyone you want me to kill. All right. Remember what you said today. Yun Luofeng slowly moved his back away from Yun Xiao and swept his evil eyes towards Lin Ruobai. It's getting late. Hurry up and find a room to rest. Don't disturb my date with your Grandmaster. Lin Ruobai pursed her lips. Master was indeed someone who valued love over disciple. After having Grandmaster, she, as a disciple, had become a burden. Chapter 399. Yes, Master. No matter what she was thinking, Lin Ruobai did not dare to express it. This was because she could already feel the increasingly cold aura from Yun Zhao's body. That aura seemed to be urging her to leave. If she lingered for even a moment longer, she believes that this man would throw her out. Hence, Lin Ruobai chose to quickly leave this place. Under the maple tree, the grim man stared coldly at Lin Ruobai's disappearing figure and said in a low voice, she's very dangerous. Dangerous? Yun Luofeng stared blankly. She had never associated the word danger with Lin Ruobai. Hence, when she heard Yun Zhao's words, her expression turned slightly serious. Yun Xiao, do you know something? I can feel that there is a very strong power in her bloodline. That power is not the one you sealed, but something extremely dangerous. Before this, Yun Luofeng had already told Yun Xiao about Lin Ruobai's background. Hence, Yun Xiao knew that she had helped this young girl to seal away a power. It was just that back then at the restaurant, Yun Xiao only saw Yun Luofeng's existence and everyone else beside him was ignored by him. Hence, he now realized that Lin Ruobai was different from the others. Yun Xiao, what do you mean by danger? Yun Luofeng turned towards Yun Xiao and asked. Yun Xiao was silent for a moment before she replied, the power hidden in her blood is very powerful. If she controls it well, she will become your right-hand man in the future. If she is unable to control that power, she will become a bloodthirsty demon. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was absolutely beautiful, and it was as beautiful as a flash of youth. I have faith in Xiaobai. Yun Zhao's gaze fell upon Yun Luofeng. However, I will not allow any danger to appear by your side. Even though Yun Luofeng believes in Xiaobai, he does not want her to suffer any harm. Yun Xiao, Xiaobai is only 13 years old now. She is still young, so I have a lot of time to nurture her. Yun Luofeng raised his head and stared at the grim man next to him. I know you don't believe in Xiaobai, but you must believe in my power. She knew that Yun Xiao had said this out of consideration for her safety, but she had a lot of confidence in Xiaobai. Yun Xiao sank into deep thought. After a while, his black eyes turned towards Yun Luofeng again, his expression exceptionally serious. All right. For you, I'll believe her this once. He believed her only because of Yun Luofeng. But if Lin Ruobai really harmed Yun Luofeng, then he would definitely not let her off. Yun Luofeng gently smiled, her gaze gradually turning towards the distant sky. Her long eyelashes drooped slightly, and while Yun Xiao was not paying attention, she used a soul transmission to ask, Little Mo, did you already know about Xiaobai's situation? Little Mo's voice was a little weak. I've said it before. Her identity is a little special. If you accept her, she will be of help to you in the future. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, but you didn't tell me that she might not be able to control her power in the future and become a demon. This. Little Mo's voice was cautious. Doesn't it depend on luck? If she can control her power, she will be of great use to you in the future. Then let me ask you, how confident is she that she can control her power? Chapter 400. Little Mo fell silent. After a long time, he replied in a timid tone, 10%. This means that there was a 90% chance that Lin Ruobai would not be able to control her powers. No wonder Yun Xiao did not want Lin Ruobai to stay by her side. Because there were too few chances for her to control her powers. Little Mo, you actually hid this from me. Yun Luofeng's voice gradually revealed a trace of anger. This is your loyalty to me? Master, don't be angry. Little Mo noticed the anger in Yun Luofeng's voice and felt a little afraid. However, he still replied firmly, she only had a 10% chance of success, but with me around, there will be no problem at all. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, are you sure? Little Mo replied in an uncertain tone, should be sure. Master, you are not strong enough right now. Once you are strong enough, I should be able to help her. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng suppressed the anger in his heart and his lips curled into a cold smile, I'll trust you one more time. Also, you must tell me everything in the future and do not hide anything. Otherwise, I will immediately break the contract with the Divine Medicine Codex and you can look for another master. Little Mo's heart trembled violently and he was so anxious that he was about to cry, Master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'm really confident that I can help her. At that time, I was worried that you would abandon her if I told you. Sob, it wasn't easy for me to meet you, Master. Please don't abandon me. The little boy's soft sobs softened Yun Luofeng's heart. She knew that Little Mo was speaking the truth. If she had known this earlier, even if she had saved Lin Ruobai, she might not have accepted him as her disciple. After all, she was no longer alone. She could not simply take risks and she could not bring danger to her family. If she had been alone, she would have risked her life regardless of the danger. But now, since she had accepted Lin Ruobai as her disciple, she would take responsibility for her no matter what kind of person she was. Little Mo, you must remember, there will not be a next time. If she had brought danger to her family because of her, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Master, don't worry. This won't happen again. No matter what happens in the future, I will tell you in advance. Little Mo's voice was firm. This time, he did realize that he had made a mistake. No matter what decision his master would make, he should tell him the truth without any selfishness. By the way, Master, Little White, she's my disciple now, so no matter how confident she is in controlling that power, I won't give up on her. Yun Luofeng looked up slightly, his black eyes shining like the stars in the night sky. Little Mo, when the time comes, what should I do to help her? Little Mo pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not too sure right now. I only know that Master needs to improve your strength. The stronger you are, the more confident she will be in controlling that power. Alright, I understand. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyelids. It looked like she really needed to increase her strength. Of course, the pressing matter at hand now was to first find the jade token that sealed a piece of Yun Zhao's soul. Only by taking back that jade token could she leave Spirit Realm with peace of mind and increase her strength. Chapter 401. At this moment, in a luxurious room, Xiaofan stared at the beautiful woman lying on the bed with heartache in his eyes. He slowly stepped forward and gently brushed his fingers through her silky hair. There was a hint of hostility in his lowered eyes. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Lin Yu laughed icily and turned around to face the wall. Clearly, she had not forgiven Xiaofan for what he had just done. Xiaofan's hatred towards Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng deepened when he saw Lin Yu's attitude. He took a deep breath and said, Father has said to let Yuqing enter the secret zone earlier. When that time comes, you can do whatever you want to those two. Lin Yu's body trembled. A sense of hatred flashed in her eyes and her beautiful face twisted into a sinister expression. You're saying that Yuqing can enter the secret zone earlier? Lin Yu turned around and looked at Xiaofan. Xiaofan nodded gently. This is Father's decision. Furthermore, he no longer cares about the engagement token. Even if that good-for-nothing is unwilling to hand it over, the engagement between them must be annulled. Then let Yuqing marry the Ling family's girl as soon as possible. Lin Yu smiled icily. Otherwise, some women will harbor ill intentions towards him. She still believes that Yun Luofeng would never like a good-for-nothing like Yun Xiao and that his heart would only belong to Xiao Yuqing. However, she had never considered that if Yun Luofeng truly loved Xiao Yuqing, why would he have attacked her? Are you willing to forgive me for my previous actions? Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with tenderness as he stared pitifully at Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed covered in wounds. He could imagine how vicious Yun Luofeng must have been to beat her up to this extent. Lin Yu's eyes darkened. Xiao Chen, I've been married to you for so many years and I've even given birth to such an outstanding son for you. Yet, you chose to abandon me at a critical moment. Do you know how bitterly disappointed I am? I made that choice back then for our son. We still have a use for that good-for-nothing now. When he's no longer useful, we'll cripple him. When he said the last few words, Xiaofan gritted his teeth fiercely, as if Yun Xiao was his irreconcilable enemy and not his own son. When she heard this, Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. She pointed out something and said, Xiao Chen, it is said that after all the disciples of the Xiao clan are born, they will use a piece of their soul to make a jade tablet to bind the disciples of the Xiao clan. You mean, I want that trash's jade token. Lin Yu's lips curled up into a cruel smile. If you want me to forgive you for what you've done, then hand over the jade token of that good-for-nothing. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Xiao Chen frowned and fell silent. The jade plates of all the disciples of the Xiao clan were in his father's hands. Now that his father was busy with Yuqing's matter, he probably had no time to care about these secular matters. Moreover, even if he had the time, he might not hand the jade plates to Lin Yu. However, when he saw the anger in Lin Yu's eyes, Xiao Chun made up his mind and said through gritted teeth, "Fine. I know where the jade plate is. I'll steal it for you later. However, I'll need to make a fake jade plate to replace the one I've taken." If he did not do this and his father found out about it, his father would certainly fly into a rage. Chapter 402. Husband. Lin Yu's expression softened when she heard Xiao Chen's words. She buried her swollen face in the man's arms and said gently, "Then I'll wait for your good news here." Xiao Chen felt a little nauseous when he saw Lin Yu's swollen face. However, when he recalled what Xiao Lin had said to him previously, he hid all the disgust in his heart and revealed a doting look in his eyes. I'll bring his jade token to you very soon. You just need to wait quietly." After saying this, Xiao Chen hugged Lin Yu's body tightly and the corners of his lips curled into a helpless smile. While they were talking, they did not notice that in a dark corner, a little white hamster had quickly squeezed out of the door and disappeared under the bright sunlight, east courtyard. In the cozy bedroom, Yun Luofeng slowly opened her eyes and looked at Milk Tea who had rushed in from outside the door. She asked, "How was it? Did you manage to find out anything?" Squeak squeak. Milk Tea leaped onto Yun Luofeng's thighs and waved her hands and feet as she squeaked. "Little Mo, can you understand what it's saying?" Yun Luofeng frowned and asked. After a while, Little Mo's soft voice came from her soul bosom, "Master, it said that it heard a piece of news from Xiao Chen and Lin Yu's room just now. Apparently, Yun Zhao's jade tablet is in Xiao Lin's possession, but Lin Yu gave it to Xiao Chen to steal it and give it to him." Yun Luofeng was startled and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "I originally guessed that Lin Yu would not easily swallow this humiliation. That's why I asked Milk Tea to investigate the situation. I didn't expect to receive such a huge surprise. If the jade token was in Xiao Lin's hands, it would be very difficult for her to find out its whereabouts. After all, who knew where he had hidden it?" What Yun Luofeng did not expect was that Lin Yu had designs on Yun Zhao's jade token. In this case, she only needed to keep an eye on Lin Yu. "Milk Tea, continue to keep an eye on the situation. Inform me if there's any news." Squeak squeak. Milk Tea happily called out twice. Her small body quickly rushed out of the door and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yun Luofeng stared at Milk Tea's disappearing figure, and the smile on the corners of his lips revealed a trace of evil. "Now, I only need to wait here quietly for news. Once we obtain the jade token, it will be time to strike at the Yun family." Night fell. The moonlight was like water, pouring into the room. Xiao Chen's figure sneaked in from outside the door. After making sure that no one was following him, he heaved a sigh of relief and walked towards Lin Yu, who was resting on the bed with her eyes closed. "I've already brought the jade token for you." He carefully took out a jade token from his lapel, put it in front of Lin Yu and said, "You must keep this jade token well. At least before Yuqing ascends to the position of the family head, you can't let anyone know about this. If my father finds out about this, both of us will be punished. Once Xiao Yuqing becomes the patriarch, they will have the final say in the entire Xiao family. In this case, why would they need to be afraid of that old fart?" Lin Yu happily took the jade token and a sinister smile hung on her face. That good-for-nothing probably never thought that there would be a day where his life would be in my hands. In the future, if I want him to live, he must live. If I want him to die, he can only die. Chapter 403. At that moment, Lin Yu was no longer as beautiful as she used to be. Coupled with her ferocious expression, Xiao Chen could not help but feel disgusted. However, she was Xiao Yuqing's mother. For Yuqing's sake, he had to pretend to love her very much. "I've brought you what you wanted. However, I have other matters to attend to now. You should have a good rest." Xiao Chen's gaze was filled with gentleness. His voice was as gentle as ever. Lin Yu played with the jade token in her hand and did not even look at Xiao Chen. She said happily, "All right, you can go now." Xiaofan shook his head. He took one last look at Lin Yu before he turned around and walked out of the room. His tall and fierce figure soon disappeared into the night. "Jade token, I've finally got you." Lin Yu took a deep breath. There was a sinister look in her beautiful eyes. "From now on, I'd like to see how a good-for-nothing like you can pretend to be so cold in front of me. Furthermore, you even dared to snatch my son's woman. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? How can you be worthy of the Ling family's daughter?" Swoosh! Just as Lin Yu was playing with the jade token, a white shadow suddenly appeared from the side. Then, the jade token in her hand disappeared into thin air. Lin Yu stared at her empty palm and was stunned. She hurriedly swept her gaze towards the door. She then saw a fat white hamster dragging a jade token that was even bigger than it as it struggled to run out of the door. Lin Yu immediately returned to her senses and shouted angrily, "Little bastard, how dare you steal from the Xiao family? You're courting death." Lin Yu stood up angrily and slapped the little hamster on the ground. The entire ground trembled from her slap and dust rose into the air. She had initially thought that she would be able to smash milk tea into a meat patty. However, when she retracted her palm, she realized that there was only a hole the size of a jade token left on the ground. As for the little hamster that had stolen the jade token, it had already escaped from the hole. Ah! Lin Yu had gone completely mad. Her messy hair hung loosely over her shoulders as she roared angrily like a mad woman. "That damned gold-seeking rat! If she ever finds it, she will definitely tear it into pieces." What happened? Xiaofan, who had gone far away, turned back when he heard Lin Yu's angry roar. He hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. He frowned in dissatisfaction when he saw Lin Yu with disheveled hair. Lin Yu's heart gradually calmed down, and she said in a normal tone, "Just now, a gold-seeking rat took away my jade ring. I was about to slap it to death, but it dug a hole and escaped." No matter what, she could not let Xiaofan know that the jade token had been stolen, so she chose to lie. "Gold-seeking rat?" Xiaofan frowned. Why does the Xiao clan have such an inferior spirit beast like the gold-seeking rat? Do you remember the color of the gold-seeking mice? I'll send someone to search for it later. All right. Lin Yu nodded slightly and said, "That gold-seeking rat has a white body and is quite fat. It can dig holes very quickly. Husband, you must catch this damned beast." Lin Yu gritted her teeth in hatred as she spoke. One could imagine how much damage Milk Tea's actions had caused to her. She had been eyeing the jade token for a long time in order to kill that good-for-nothing. She had never expected that it would be stolen right after she had gotten it. How could she not feel hatred? As long as she caught that little beast, she would not be able to quell the anger in her heart until she whipped its corpse for 100 days. Chapter 404. This is the Soul Jade Tablet? In an elegant room, the curtains fluttered as Yun Luofeng received a dark brown jade tablet from Milk Tea. The corners of his lips curled into a smile as he turned to look at the grim man next to him. "Yun Xiao, take a look and see if this jade tablet is real or fake." Yun Xiao received the jade tablet from Yun Luofeng's hand and examined it carefully before placing it back into the young girl's hand. "It's real." Yun Luofeng raised his brows. In that case, Xiaofan did not casually use a jade tablet to fool Lin Yu. However, their actions have benefited us. Yun Xiao, since you've obtained the jade tablet, take good care of it. Yun Xiao glanced at the jade tablet that Yun Luofeng had placed in front of him but did not accept it. He gently raised his dark eyes and stared deeply at the young girl's beautiful and demonic features. "This jade tablet is for you." Yun Luofeng was stunned and confusion flashed across his eyes. "The soul jade tablet represents your life. I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate for you to give it to me like this." Hearing this, Yun Xiao's gaze became even more serious. "The jade tablet, and my life are in your hands. The jade tablet, and my life, are in your hands." The man's voice was filled with sincerity and caused Yun Luofeng's fingers to tremble. She looked at the man's grim and handsome features and finally accepted the jade tablet. "All right, I'll take care of this jade tablet for you. As long as I'm alive, I won't allow it to suffer any damage." When he saw Yun Luofeng accept the jade tablet, the corners of Yun Zhao's lips curled up at an extremely slow speed and curled into an undetectable smile. "If I'm not by your side in the future, this represents me and will accompany you." Yun Zhao slowly stepped forward and wrapped his powerful arms tightly around the beautiful young girl in front of him. At this moment, he could even smell the faint fragrance from the young girl's body. This fragrance made him feel very satisfied. In this life, as long as he could have her, he would have no other regrets. "Yun Zhao, when do you plan to make a move against the Xiao family?" Yun Luofeng seemed to remember something and asked. Yun Zhao stared blankly, his brows tightly knitted together. "On the day that Xiao Yuqing opened the secret realm. Because I'm interested in this secret realm." "All right." Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. "When that day comes, I will make the people of the Xiao clan regret what they did to you that day. They would live in extreme regret for the rest of their lives, unable to climb out of it." This was her severe punishment for the Xiao family. The opening of the Xiao clan's mystic realm was the most significant event in the past 100 years. Therefore, on this day, the three great clans of Four Corner City gathered at the Xiao clan. However, Xiao Lin and the head of the Ling family, Ling Feng, ignored Wei Liancheng as if they didn't notice his existence. Wei Liancheng didn't mind. His smiling eyes were fixed on the adorable little girl standing next to Yun Luofeng. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she was safe and sound. It had been a few days. It had been a few days since he sent a message to Spirit God Mountain. That person must have already known that his daughter was being bullied here and would probably come to Four Corner City soon. For a guy who loved his daughter as much as his own life, he would be distressed for half a day if his daughter lost even a strand of hair, let alone being humiliated like this. Cough cough. Looking at the crowd, Xiao Lin coughed dryly and cleared his throat. He said, "I'm sure that everyone knows what the Xiao clan is going to hold today. But before that, I have something to announce to everyone." Chapter 405. Everyone looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Just as they were guessing what Xiao Lin was going to announce, the old man's hoarse and stern voice was heard again. As everyone knows, a few years ago, the Xiao clan and the Ling clan had a marriage agreement, but we didn't expect little Xiao to be a natural good-for-nothing. I don't want to drag Ling Yao down, so I plan to break off the marriage agreement for both of them and marry Ling Yao to Yuqing. Lin Ruobai stood quietly next to Yun Luofeng. After hearing Xiao Lin's words, her bright and adorable eyes showed a hint of disdain. This old man dared to call Grandmaster a good-for-nothing. If Grandmaster was a good-for-nothing, what kind of genius would there be in this world? Although Lin Ruobai still did not know Yun Zhao's power, she had absolute faith in Yun Luofeng. How bad could a man that Yun Luofeng had taken a liking to be? In the end, this group of people came to this conclusion without knowing anything. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with ridicule. She looked at the joyful Ling Yao next to her and her expression gradually softened. "Yao, do you still remember what I said to you last night?" Ling Yao nodded vigorously. "Auntie, can you really find a doctor to cure me?" "Of course. It's fake." She does not even know what poison Ling Yao is suffering from. How could she possibly cure her? Moreover, the Ling family had found so many doctors to no avail. Where could she go to find a miracle doctor? Even though that was what she was thinking, Lin Yu still smiled and replied, "Of course it's true. Have you heard of miracle Dr. Tianya? He's a famous miracle doctor on the mainland. He plans to cure you so you don't have to be afraid of Yun Luofeng anymore. With the Xiao family backing you up, what's there to be afraid of? This girl Ling Yao is stupid and easily fooled. She believes everything I say. How could I possibly invite a person like miracle Dr. Tianya? However, no matter what, it's enough as long as Ling Yao believes me. Auntie, I understand. Ling Yao's heart was filled with excitement. That bitch Yun Luofeng did such a thing to me. I won't let her get away with it. Lin Yu curled up the corners of her lips and a sinister smile appeared on her face. Whatever you want to say, whatever you want to do, go ahead. As long as you can discuss them today, I will immediately ask Dr. Tianya to treat you. As the madam of the Xiao family, she needed to maintain her dignity and couldn't insult others. That was why she schemed to make Ling Yao listen to her. This way, not only would she not lose face, she would also be able to say what she wanted to say. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the fear in Ling Yao's heart disappeared. She raised her head and puffed out her chest as she walked towards Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, so what if you don't hand over our engagement token? I will still break off the engagement with you. Let me tell you, only brother Yu Qing is worthy of me. Who do you think you are? Even if I, Ling Yao, were blind, would never fall for a man like you. She had originally thought that after she and Xiao Yuqing got engaged, this good-for-nothing would no longer be able to maintain that cold expression and would no longer be able to indulge in his desires. Who would have thought that even at a time like this, Yun Xiao would still not look at her? His eyes were fixed on the peerless beauty next to him. Ling Yao was thoroughly enraged. She pointed at Yun Luofeng and gritted her teeth as she said, "Don't think that I don't know that you had purposely invited this woman here with the intention of putting on a good show of indulging in your desires. Unfortunately, you've underestimated me. No matter what, I will never like you." Chapter 406. In Ling Yao's opinion, no matter how strong Yun Luofeng was, she was only the daughter of a small noble family in Long Yuan country. How could she compare to the little princess of the Ling family? It was impossible for Yun Xiao to not pursue someone with such good qualifications and choose a lowly woman instead. That's right. In Ling Yao's mind, even if Yun Luofeng was the eldest daughter of the general's residence, she could not escape the word lowly. Yun Xiao's expression finally changed a little. His cold gaze slowly turned to Ling Yao and he said in a low voice, "Scram." Ling Yao was stunned. This trash actually told her to scram? Where did he get the courage to say such a thing? What did you just say? Ling Yao's face was ashen. Say it again if you dare. Pfft. Lin Ruobai couldn't help but burst into laughter. She blinked her big bright eyes at Ling Yao and giggled. "Auntie, is there something wrong with your brain? My grandmaster told you to scram, didn't you hear him? My grandmaster isn't ugly enough to take a fancy to a woman as ugly as you." Xiao Bai's words made Ling Yao tremble in anger. This damned girl, she was only a few years younger than her, how dare she call her auntie? And she even insulted her for being ugly? With her looks, she had seduced countless young men in spirit realm. How dare she say she was ugly? Damned girl, do you have any manners? Ling Yao glared at the innocent-looking Lin Ruobai. She wanted nothing more than to tear her adorable, apple-like face apart. Birds choose the best tree to nest in. I wonder if you've heard of this saying? Even if this woman's talent is not bad, she has a lowly status. Which man would give up on me and choose her? In the Wei family's group, Wei Liancheng frowned when he heard Ling Yao's words. This Ling family girl really had a problem with her brain. How dare she say that this little ancestor's master had a lowly status? If her status was lowly, then what was Spirit God Mountain? Wei Liancheng wanted to teach her a lesson. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Lin Yu's gentle voice. "Yao, you can't say that. Even if she has a lowly status, we can't disrespect her like this." Wei Liancheng's frown deepened. Even though Lin Yu kept saying that she wanted to respect Yun Luofeng, she was still biting on the word lowly. Everyone could hear the meaning behind her words. "Auntie," Ling Yao pouted unhappily, "have you forgotten how this bitch treated you? You're still speaking up for her. A few days ago, she took advantage of the fact that our Xiao family still needed this trash and did not hesitate to use this as a threat to beat you up. You're still speaking up for her now. People like her won't appreciate it. Ling Yao's voice drew everyone's attention to Lin Yu. Only then did he discover that there were indeed some scars on Lin Yu's face. The redness and swelling on her chin had not faded. She was not as beautiful as she used to be. Lin Yu frowned in displeasure when she noticed Ling Yao's words. She cursed her for being an idiot in her heart. However, no matter how angry she was, she did not show it on her face. She continued to smile at Ling Yao. We should repay evil with good. We shouldn't be so unforgiving. Yao, I know you hate this woman because she seduced Yu Qing. But my Yu Qing is so resolute. How could he be seduced? You can rest assured on this point. Chapter 407. The crowd sighed endlessly and looked at Yun Luofeng with disdain. Who would have thought that this woman, who looked so righteous, would seduce young Master Yu Qing after seducing the eldest young master of the Xiao family who had been chased out? A beautiful woman like her should be captured and thrown into a pig's cage. Yun Zhao's cold gaze gradually shifted away from Yun Luofeng and slowly turned towards Lin Yu. A murderous aura abruptly rose from his body. His paralyzed face was expressionless and he was as cold as a god of death. A man like this would be the center of attention no matter where he was. Unfortunately, he was just a good-for-nothing. What? Ling Yao noticed Yun Zhao's gaze and laughed icily. She then said mockingly, Is Auntie wrong? Do you want to fight with Auntie? The Xiao family is willing to let a good-for-nothing like you return to the family. You should be grateful. I don't believe that you have the courage to fight with the Xiao family. Why should she be afraid of a good-for-nothing? Anyone who insults her will die. Yun Zhao's thin lips parted and his cold expression was filled with a cold murderous intent. Ling Yao burst into laughter. Her smile was filled with disdain and mockery. Ha ha ha, Yun Zhao, you say that you want me dead? That depends on whether a good-for-nothing like you has the ability to do so. In the Xiao family, Xiao Yu Qing is the #1 genius. You can't compare to him at all. She held her head high proudly and did not see the man and woman in front of her as a threat. Wei Liancheng shook his head helplessly and simply shut his mouth. He did not say anything else. After all, the Xiao and Ling families were digging their own graves. It was enough for him to watch the show from the sidelines. Yun Luofeng, let me tell you, the poison you've given me is no longer effective. Auntie has found Dr. Tianya for me. By then, will you be able to threaten me? Looking at Ling Yao's smug expression, Yun Luofeng finally understood why she had the courage to rush out today. It was because she had fallen into Lin Yu's trap. At the thought of this, she turned to look at Lin Yu with her star-like black eyes. Her gaze seemed to have seen through everything that Lin Yu had done. Pfft! Just as Ling Yao finished speaking, a muffled sound rang out from within her body. Then, her body flew out and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate little face was as white as a sheet. Who hurt me in the dark? Ling Yao gritted her teeth as a trace of fear appeared on her pale face. Shortly after, the spiritual energy in her body went berserk, continuously crashing against her body. Those who humiliated her would die. Suddenly, Ling Yao thought of the man's cold voice, and her body suddenly trembled. Impossible. It couldn't be him. This guy was just a piece of trash. How could he control the spiritual power in her body? Someone must be helping them in the dark. Wei Liancheng. How dare you hurt me? Ling Yao turned to Wei Liancheng and roared angrily. It must be him. Apart from this old man, no one else had such strength. Wei Liancheng, you actually injured a junior. Do you still want your face? Xiao Lin had long been displeased with Wei Liancheng. Now that he finally had a handle on him, how could he not make use of it? Therefore, his expression was cold as he stared at Wei Liancheng. Seeing that his own granddaughter was injured, Ling Feng couldn't help but frown. He coldly said, Wei Liancheng, you attacked a junior. How can you be the leader of the three families? I knew you were shameless, but I didn't think you would be this shameless. Chapter 408. Wei Liancheng only snorted coldly in response to these people's cold mockery. Maybe the others did not notice, but he saw Yun Xiao's aura turn sharp in that moment. He didn't need to think to know that Yun Xiao had caused Ling Yao's spirit energy to go berserk. It seemed that this trash of the Xiao family was not simple. It was laughable that the Xiao family did not realize and mistook such a treasure for dust. Wei Liancheng, I called you here today to let you witness this precious moment of the Xiao family. I hadn't expected you to act against my daughter-in-law. Do you not have anything to say? Xiao Lin grew even angrier, his gaze like sharp swords shooting towards Wei Liancheng. Wei Liancheng sneered. I only want to say one thing, the Xiao family is completely blind. There is someone even more outstanding than Xiao Yuqing that you did not realize. Yun Xiao was able to act against Ling Yao in front of so many people without being discovered. It could be imagined just how strong he was. If not for his senses being more sensitive than others and feeling the change in the man's aura, he would not have thought that this trash who had been exiled from the Xiao family would hide so deeply. Wei family patriarch, what do you mean? Lin Yu frowned and said in displeasure. What do you mean more outstanding than my Yuqing? In this spirit realm, no one can compare to my Yuqing. Wei Liancheng glanced coldly at Lin Yu. Are you sure no one can compare to Xiao Yuqing? Disregarding the geniuses that your Xiao family missed out on, just the daughter of the Lord of Spirit God Mountain is a rare genius. Huh, Lin Yu laughed mockingly. You said she is a daughter and cannot inherit the family. So what if she is a genius? She is not like my Yuqing. Not only is she talented, she can continue the family. Who can compare? Spirit God Mountain was mysterious and powerful, but they had all heard that the Lord of Spirit God Mountain only had one daughter and no sons. Wasn't this the same as having no descendants? No matter how talented that girl was, she was someone else's daughter-in-law. Lin Yu did not notice that when she said this, Lin Ruobai was so angry his forehead was smoking and his body was trembling. So what if I have a daughter? My father only has one daughter. Why can't I inherit the family? Our daughters are not inferior to men. At this moment, the violent spirit energy in Ling Yao's body still hadn't stopped. She was rolling on the ground in pain, but no one paid attention to her, including her grandfather. Their minds were filled with the thought of using this matter to make Wei Liancheng lose his position. Yun Xiao stood at the side and watched coldly without any pity. To him, he only needed to take pity on Yun Luofeng. Even if the others were crushed to pieces, it had nothing to do with him. Little girl, you are too insensible. No matter how much your father dotes on you, you are still a girl. Sooner or later, you will have to give birth to someone else's child. How can you give away the huge family business to an outsider? That's why your father would rather give all his assets to me than to an outsider like you. In Lin Yu's mind, her daughter was an outsider. It was her fault for not being able to carry on the family line. Even their nephews would be closer to them because their nephews followed their surnames. Fortunately, Lin Yu gave birth to a son, so she didn't have to worry about that. Wei Liancheng shook his head once more. If it had been someone a bit smarter, they would definitely have connected Lin Ruobai's words to the Spirit God Mountain. Chapter 409. Unfortunately, Lin Yu was too conceited. She did not think that Yun Xiao would be able to form a relationship with the Spirit God Mountain, so she did not connect Lin Ruobai to the Spirit God Mountain. Lin Ruobai's expression became even more furious. She clenched her little fists tightly and kicked Ling Yao, who was rolling around in front of her, aside. She then placed her hands on her hips and walked towards Lin Yu. I dare you to say that again. Who are you calling an outsider? You don't love your daughter but your nephew? My father isn't that stupid. If you dare to say something like that again, I'll strangle you to death. Boom! Just as Lin Ruobai finished speaking, a sharp aura surged towards them like a gust of wind. It happened in the blink of an eye. Yun Luofeng had already appeared in front of Lin Ruobai in a flash. He held Lin Ruobai tightly in his arms as he faced Xiao Chen's sudden attack head-on. Bang! The two palms collided and Xiao Chen's body flew out of the way, crashing into the crowd. Those who were unaware of Yun Luofeng's power were shocked. They stared in astonishment at the young girl's peerlessly beautiful features. Her white robes fluttered in the gentle breeze. Yun Luofeng lowered his head to look at Lin Ruobai in his arms and frowned. Are you hurt? Lin Ruobai shook her head in a daze. Her large, bright eyes stared at the young girl in snow-white robes before her as she stupidly replied, Master, if I were a man, I would definitely marry you. Whoosh! Just as Lin Ruobai had spoken, a gust of cold air assaulted her from behind. It was so cold that her entire body shivered. How could I have forgotten that Grand Master is still behind me? I'm finished this time. She had actually said such things in front of her master. Lin Ruobai was so frightened that she curled up in Yun Luofeng's arms, trying to find a sense of security. However, before she could find any safety, an arm reached out from the side and pulled Yun Luofeng away. Yun Xiao? Yun Luofeng turned to look at the man's cold features and suddenly chuckled, Are you jealous? This fellow was truly a vinegar jar. He was even jealous of a woman. The man glanced at her. Yun Luofeng did not know if it was an illusion, but his grim eyes seemed to contain a sense of grievance. She said she wanted to marry you. He would not allow anyone to marry her, be it man or woman. But, she's not a man, she can't marry me. Yun Luofeng's eyes were full of smiles. Moreover, I already have you. Hearing this, Yun Zhao's brows relaxed. After thinking for a while, he still said a little worriedly, Don't forget, you have to be responsible for me. Responsibility? These two words caused the corners of Yun Luofeng's mouth to twitch violently. And from her expression, Yun Xiao could tell that she was unwilling to take responsibility. Instantly, her entire being tensed up. We've already slept together. You can't go back on your word. Yun Luofeng was speechless. They had indeed shared the same bed, but nothing had happened between them. However, Yun Zhao's words made it seem as if they had done everything. As for her, in the words of the old man, she had pulled up her pants and refused to acknowledge anyone. Among the crowd, Xiao Yuqing, who had not said a word since the beginning, involuntarily looked at the other two after hearing Yun Zhao's words. His brows furrowed slightly and his clear and cold gaze contained a strange light that no one could detect. At this moment, Xiaochen crawled to his feet and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His handsome features were deathly pale. Father, this woman is too audacious. Chapter 410. Pa. Xiao Lin slapped Xiao Chen's face. His face was ashen as he roared angrily, Have you forgotten what I told you before? Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with hatred as he held his swollen face. He had indeed forgotten. He could not afford to offend this piece of trash before the arcane territory opened. Ling Yao and Lin Yu had ridiculed him previously, but he actually wanted to hurt them. If Yun Xiao stopped opening the mystic realm out of anger, Yu Qing would not be able to increase her strength. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, I understand. Xiao Lin snorted coldly, turned to look at Yun Xiao, and said indifferently, It's about time. You and the other Xiao family disciples go to the side and let out your blood. Use your blood to open the secret realm. Yun Xiao stood there without moving, her paralyzed face was as expressionless as ever. Xiao Lin's expression was somewhat unhappy. Don't worry, just a few drops of your blood will be enough. It won't harm your body. As a disciple of my Xiao clan, it's fine if your strength is crippled, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. A few drops of blood is enough to scare you to this extent. Lin Ruobai couldn't help but roll his eyes. How did this old man know that Grandmaster was frightened? Her Grandmaster was clearly unwilling to help the Xiao family. Seeing that Yun Xiao was still standing there without moving, Xiaolin's heart surged with rage. I've satisfied you with everything you wanted these past few days, what else do you want? If it wasn't for you opening the secret territory, the Xiao family wouldn't have let you come back. Yun Xiao coldly looked at Xiaolin. I did not return to the Xiao clan to help Xiao Yuqing. Then why did you do it? For annihilation. Yun Luofeng had promised him that once he had dealt with the Xiao family, she would strip naked for him to see. Hence, he had chosen to return to the Xiao family in order to take off her clothes. What did you say? Xiaolin's eyes flashed with anger. If you have the guts, say it again. Extermination? Only this trash could say it. Yun Xiao obediently repeated, clan extermination. Boom! A wave of hostility emanated from Xiaolin's body. He didn't think that this stinking brat would actually have the guts to repeat these two words. Good. Very good. It seemed like he had indulged him too much during this period of time, causing him to be so lawless. A piece of trash like you dares to say that you want to destroy my Xiao family? Who gave you such courage? Is it the woman beside you? Xiaolin coldly smiled as he glanced at Yun Luofeng. This woman's talent is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, she is only an earth spirit. An earth spirit is not enough for me to fear. At that time, if not for the fact that I wanted you to obediently help me open the secret realm, I would not have allowed her to do as she pleased in the Xiao family. The space between Yun Zhao's brows was cold and her black eyes were calm without the slightest ripple, as if she was not the one who had just said the word, clan extermination. Originally, I wanted to wait until the arcane realm opened before exterminating her clan, but you humiliated her. In other words, because these people had humiliated Yun Luofeng, he could not wait any longer. Stinking brat, I'll kill you first. Xiaolin was so angry that he lost his mind. His figure flashed and he charged towards Yun Xiao. His eyes were filled with rage and an insufferably arrogant murderous aura. However, just as Xiaolin was about to reach Yun Xiao, a green figure quickly flew over from the void in the distance and met Xiaolin's attack. Chapter 411. Then, a mocking voice rang out and fell into everyone's ears. There's no need for my master to take action against someone like you, lest you taint my master's hands. Lin Qiong's palm collided with Xiaolin's fist, forcing him to take a few steps back. A smile finally appeared on his handsome face. It had not been easy for him to be released from that place by his master. He had to perform well and not disappoint his master. Who are you? Xiaolin's expression darkened and he took a few steps back. He looked at Lin Qiong with a serious expression. I, your grandfather, am a man of my word. Lin Qiong raised his head arrogantly and looked at Xiaolin disdainfully. I am master's most capable subordinate, Lin Qiong. Lin Qiong? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and turned to Yun Xiao. Is she the Lin Qiong who gave you the erotic pictures? Lin Qiong, who had been full of arrogance, froze when he heard Yun Luofeng's words. He had only given master an erotic picture and master had punished him in a fit of anger. He did not expect mistress to remember this. Lin Qiong looked at Yun Luofeng guiltily. He was afraid that the young girl would get even with him for what had happened in the past. Yun Xiao nodded in response to Yun Luofeng's question. Yun Luofeng smiled when he heard this. His half-smiling eyes gradually fell on Lin Qiong. The erotic picture you gave me was not bad. Yun Luofeng was telling the truth. It was because of that erotic picture that Yun Xiao had been enlightened so quickly. However, when Lin Qiong heard her words, she thought that Yun Luofeng was blaming her for what had happened in the past. Lin Qiong immediately felt like crying. Mistress, I didn't do it on purpose. Master has already punished me. If mistress still hasn't forgiven me, I'll let mistress scold me. Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips. That depends on your performance now. Depends on my performance now? Lin Qiong's eyes lit up and he glanced coldly at Xiao Lin. A cruel smile appeared on his handsome face. Does mistress mean that if I perform well here, she will forgive me for what I did in the past? At this moment, the back mountain of the Xiao clan was completely silent. Everyone fixed their eyes on Lin Qiong and Yun Xiao, trying to guess the relationship between them. No one dared to think of the two of them in the other direction. After all, in the eyes of the world, Yun Xiao was just a good-for-nothing. How could he have such a powerful subordinate? Even if this subordinate called him master, they were still deceiving themselves and thinking that they had heard wrongly. Xiao Lin's old face turned livid as he stared at Lin Qiong. You said that this trash is your master? His words had voiced the doubts in everyone's hearts. That was because everyone saw that the man named Lin Qiong had stepped through the air toward them. Only a heavenly spirit realm expert had the strength to step through the void. Even though the Xiao family had over 10 heavenly spirit practitioners, Yun Xiao was merely a good-for-nothing. What right did he have to order the heavenly spirit practitioners to do things for him? What trash! How dare you say that my master is a good-for-nothing? Lin Qiong glared at him. If my master was a good-for-nothing, how could the world call him the Ghost Emperor? How dare you humiliate my master? Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck down from a clear sky, causing everyone present to feel dizzy. The Ghost Emperor? Was he the Ghost Emperor who had suddenly risen to prominence in recent years? Chapter 4:12. It was said that the Ghost Emperor was very mysterious. No one had seen his face or knew his age. They only knew that he was cruel and ruthless. Many people guessed that the Ghost Emperor must be extremely ugly. Otherwise, he would not have shown up in public with a mask. However, to everyone's surprise, the famous Ghost Emperor on the mainland turned out to be the good-for-nothing from the Xiao family. Xiao Lin's face turned from green to white and then from white to green. His old body trembled in the breeze. He subconsciously forced himself to deny Lin Yu's words. How could a good-for-nothing have anything to do with the Ghost Emperor? It was impossible. Before Xiao Lin could deny it, Lin Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Father, do you really believe these people's nonsense? How could this good-for-nothing be the Ghost Emperor? He has no strength at all, and it's impossible for him to subdue a celestial spirit master as his subordinate. I think there must be some shady deal between them. Anyway, I heard that many men in the secular world are attracted to men. This good-for-nothing is good-looking. He must have used his to make the celestial spirit master lie for him so that you will regret it. She glanced at Yun Xiao disdainfully. Her eyes seemed to be telling Yun Xiao that she had already seen through everything. Lin Qiong was dumbfounded. He widened his eyes and looked at the self-righteous Lin Yu in surprise. He really did not know where this woman got the courage to slander his master with this kind of thing. Was there something wrong with her head? Xiao Yuqing had not recovered from the shock just now. When he heard his mother's words, he turned his head in surprise. There was a trace of doubt in his cold eyes. He knew that his mother did not like Yun Xiao. Even he did not like this man, let alone his mother. However, he did not expect that his mother would say such words in public. This was not in line with her usual character, so he could not help but doubt her. Lin Yu was obviously mad with anger. She definitely could not let the Xiao family believe this man's nonsense. Otherwise, she would lose her position in the Xiao family in the future. It was because of this mentality that she stood up and said such self-righteous words. Lin Qiong. Lin Qiong was thinking about how to torture this woman. Suddenly, a cold, knife-like voice came from behind. This voice made him tremble all over. He answered with a trembling voice, "Master. You are wasting too much time." The man's deep voice was filled with dissatisfaction, which made Lin Qiong's back break out in a cold sweat and her whole body tremble. "Master, please give me another chance. I will handle this matter properly." Lin Qiong bit her lips and said, "Get out of my way." The man's tone left no room for doubt. Lin Qiong was so scared that she hurriedly made way for him. 10 years ago. Yun Zhao's grim gaze fell upon Lin Yu as he spoke expressionlessly, "You threw me into the forest of no return." Lin Yu shuddered. "You're talking nonsense." She absolutely could not let anyone know about this. However, Yun Xiao didn't seem to hear her words and continued to speak. 10 years later, you humiliated my woman." Although Lin Yu didn't jump out to insult Yun Luofeng, she used Ling Yao's mouth to say everything she wanted to say. Just based on this point alone, Yun Xiao would never forgive her. "No matter how you insult me, I can ignore you. However, I won't allow anyone to bully her." Chapter 413. Yun Xiao slowly walked towards Lin Yu as a sharp glint flashed across his grim eyes. "Stop!" Xiao Yuqing panicked and hurriedly stood in front of Lin Yu. Her clear and cold eyes stared icily at Yun Xiao, who was walking towards them. "Logically speaking, should call you elder brother, but I think that you don't want me to call you that, so I won't be so despicable. However, the one who humiliated me was Ling Yao, not my mother. The person you should be dealing with is her." No matter how much he doubted Lin Yu, she was still his mother and he would never allow anyone to hurt his mother. Furthermore, Ling Yao was indeed the one who humiliated Yun Luofeng. His mother was innocent. Scram! Yun Xiao shouted coldly as he spoke with a cold expression. Xiao Yuqing's gaze was as cold as ever. "I won't allow you to hurt my mother." Joy flashed across Lin Yu's eyes when she saw the figure in front of her. "Yuqing, this good-for-nothing wants to hurt me. Kill him now and let him see the difference between a genius from the Xiao family and a good-for-nothing like him." A good-for-nothing. Her own son could kill him with a single slap. She wondered what kind of ability he had to be so insolent here. "Get lost." Yun Zhao's voice was deep and low. At the same time as he said that, his palm wind also shot out. Smack! The palm landed on Xiao Yuqing's chest. Xiao Yuqing's pupils instantly shrank and his entire body flew out like a rocket. With a bang, he smashed into an ancient tree. Then, the ancient tree collapsed with a loud bang and smashed into his body. Xiao Yuqing spat out a mouthful of blood and his handsome face turned pale. He wanted to push the ancient tree that was crushing him, but the ancient tree was like a huge mountain that prevented him from moving. Everyone's expressions froze. The most obvious was the group from the Xiao family. They looked dazed and clearly did not know what had happened. Ha ha ha. Wei Liancheng was the first to react. He burst into laughter and his smile was filled with delight. What a good-for-nothing from the Xiao family. I really don't know where you get your confidence from to think that Xiao Yuqing is more outstanding than him. In the end, Xiao Yuqing couldn't even resist a single palm from him. Ha ha ha, I'm so amused. His expression was full of schadenfreude. He was probably rejoicing that he came to the Xiao clan today. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see such a good show. Xiao Lin and Xiao Chen's faces were filled with astonishment. They had never thought that this guy was no longer trash. Moreover, he was stronger than Xiao Yuqing. Was he really the famous Ghost Emperor? As members of the three great families of Spirit Realm, they definitely knew the Ghost Emperor better than Gao Ling and the others. After all, after the Ghost Emperor became famous, they had sent experts from their clan to investigate the situation, but none of them returned. From this, it could be seen just how powerful the Ghost Emperor was. Even among his subordinates, there were quite a few mid-level heavenly spirit beings. One had to know that the family heads of the Xiao and Ling families were only mid-level heavenly spirit beings. Compared to the astonishment of the Xiao family's father and son, Lin Yu's expression was distorted, and her eyes were filled with malevolence. Yuqing was the most outstanding one. What did this trash count as? She would not allow anyone in Spirit Realm to surpass Yuqing, especially this trash. Brat, you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the Ghost Emperor? Don't forget, you're also a member of the Xiao family. Your soul jade token is in the hands of the Xiao family. If the Xiao family wants you dead, you must die. Chapter 4:14. Soul Jade Plate. Lin Yu's words reminded Xiao Lin of something. His gaze shifted a few times and his tone was no longer as sharp as before. Instead, he spoke in a gentle tone, "Little Xiao, the Xiao clan had some misunderstandings with you in the past. Now, I want you to join the Xiao clan. Are you willing to do so?" Hearing Xiao Lin's shameless words, Wei Lianqing let out a cold laugh, but his heart was filled with worry. He also knew about the Xiao family's affairs. Every single member of the Xiao family would have a soul jade tablet made after they were born. This was to allow the Xiao family patriarch to conveniently control the entire family. If Yun Zhao's soul jade tablet were to fall into the hands of the Xiao family, he would probably be led by the nose by the Xiao family in the future. What a pity, such an outstanding man. Wei Lianqing shook his head, his face filled with helplessness. Now, he could only hurry and get the little ancestor's father to come over. Only his arrival would be able to help Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao remained unmoved in the face of Xiao Lin's words as he stood tall and upright under the gentle breeze. His face was as cold as ever and his black eyes were calm without a ripple of emotion. "Xiao, as long as you return to the Xiao clan, I'll let you replace Xiao Yuqing's position and let you be the Xiao clan master," said Xiao Lin with a warm smile on his face. Xiao Chen hurriedly nodded, "That's right. As long as you return to the Xiao clan, you'll be my only son. You will also be the one to marry into the Ling family. As for the woman beside you, if you really like her, I can forgive her mistakes and allow you to take her as a concubine." In Xiao Chen's opinion, it was normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. He could see that Yun Xiao liked Yun Luofeng, but to a man, as long as the woman he liked was by his side, did it matter whether she was a concubine or a wife? In any case, the Xiao family could only be connected by marriage with the Ling family. No man would reject the chance to hug a woman in both arms. The Ling family's patriarch, Ling Feng, was also moved. If the Ghost Emperor became his grandson-in-law, it would obviously be much better than Xiao Yuqing. It would be a great honor to say it out loud. Moreover, the Ghost Emperor was so talented. How could Xiao Yuqing compare? Upon hearing the Xiao father and son duo's words, Lin Yu's heart instantly turned cold. If the soul jade tablet was still in her hands, she would definitely be able to deal with Yun Xiao. Unfortunately, the jade token had already been stolen by that damned little bastard. But Yun Xiao definitely didn't know about that little bastard stealing the jade tablet. She mentioned the soul jade tablet was merely to threaten him. Thinking of this, Lin Yu gradually calmed down. "Xiao, Seeing that Yun Xiao was still expressionless, Xiao Lin took a step forward, his eyes filled with warmth. "It's been hard on you all these years. Don't worry, if you return to the Xiao family, I will open up the secret plane for you to cultivate in. Furthermore, I can get your father to fulfill his promise." Ling Feng nodded his head in agreement. "Xiao family head, the matter of the engagement is imminent, let's just let the two of them settle the marriage today." "No, their marriage has long existed, as long as the words you said before don't count, it's fine." "Ha ha ha, then our two families will really be in-laws from now on." The two of them laughed loudly, and they did not ask for Yun Zhao's opinion. From Xiao Lin's point of view, Yun Zhao's soul token was still in the hands of the Xiao family. What objection would he dare to have? Wouldn't he still have to listen obediently? Just as they were about to discuss the marriage, the man's cold and deep voice slowly rang out, "I've said it before, I came to the Xiao family to exterminate them." The position of Xiao family head? He didn't care. Chapter 4:15. Xiao Lin's expression froze. He turned to look at Yun Xiao in disbelief. "Xiao, have you been bewitched by this woman? You still dare to speak like this? Have you forgotten that your soul jade tablet is still in the hands of the Xiao family?" After saying that, his tone softened. Moreover, I'm not trying to separate you. Didn't I agree to let her be your concubine? Isn't this the best of both worlds? Xiao, Ling Feng chimed in. My Yao is kind and won't do things like being jealous. So, you're lucky to marry a woman like my Yao, who isn't jealous. With a beautiful wife and concubine by your side, isn't that great? Yun Zhao's gaze gradually shifted to Ling Yao, who was on the ground. At that moment, the spiritual energy in Ling Yao's body was no longer colliding, but her heart was still gripped tightly. This good-for-nothing is actually a ghost emperor? I was blind to have given up on such a genius. Fortunately, the Xiao family had something on him. No matter what, he must marry me. Ling Yao blushed at the thought of this. Then, she saw Yun Zhao's gaze and her face turned even redder. She looked at him shyly and timidly. Brother Xiao, I've wrongly treated you as a good-for-nothing. We're husband and wife now, I hope you won't remember my mistakes. Yun Xiao slowly raised his hand. Ling Yao's heart beat wildly when she saw his actions. Does he want to touch my face? Should I play hard to get or should I just obey him? However, before Ling Yao could come up with a decision, a sharp spiritual energy was produced in the man's palm. It turned into a strong force and hit Ling Yao's chest with a loud bang. Ah! Ling Yao screamed shrilly. Her heart-wrenching voice spread throughout the Xiao family's back mountain. Xiao Lin was furious and shouted angrily, "What are you trying to do?" Yun Zhao's face was cold and expressionless. She has already become a good-for-nothing. She's not worthy of me. Don't you want me to marry Ling Yao? Then I'll make her a good-for-nothing and never see the light of day. Yao. Hearing this, Ling Feng turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran to Ling Yao's side. After checking the condition of her body, he glared daggers at Yun Xiao. Bastard, you actually dare to ruthlessly cripple Yao, This matter, your Yun family must give me an explanation. He was so angry not because his heart ached for Ling Yao, but because in a power like the Ling family, there was no such thing as familial love, only exploitation. Although Ling Yao's personality was unruly, she was quite talented. But now, she had become a piece of trash. How could he not be angry? Don't worry, Patriarch Ling, I'll give you an explanation for this. Xiao Lin took a deep breath and pulled out a jade tablet from his sleeve. He smiled coldly and said, I already knew that you wouldn't be content with your lot. Luckily, I've made ample preparations. Now, I'll ask you one question. Are you willing to listen to me or not? Yun Xiao said coldly, in this life, I will only have one woman, and she is Yun Luofeng. Impudent. Xiao Lin's face was filled with rage. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If this woman had not done so much in the Xiao family, perhaps I would have let you marry her. Unfortunately, she has incurred the wrath of the public. Letting you take her as a concubine is already an act of mercy. You don't know what's good for you. Even if Ling Yao has become a good-for-nothing now, you must marry another woman from the Ling family. Chapter 4:16. Yun Xiao glanced at Xiao Lin coldly, then I'll kill them. His tone was filled with coldness, as if those people were merely ants and not living beings. Good, very good. Yun Xiao, you really don't want to live anymore. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell. Xiao Lin was so angry that he laughed sinisterly and placed his palm on the jade tablet. There was a clatter. The jade tablet broke into 2 pieces in his hand. Yun Xiao, this is what happens to you for being disobedient. The Xiao family doesn't need disobedient people. Xiao Lin looked at Yun Xiao with a cold smile. He was completely stunned when he saw it. The man stood under the gentle breeze with his black robes fluttering. He looked cold and handsome. His eyes were still calm and emotionless as he looked at Xiao Lin. Impossible, how is this possible? Xiao Lin shivered, why are you still alive when the jade tablet is broken? Just as Xiao Lin finished speaking, Yun Luofeng, who had been watching the show from the side, finally spoke up slowly, "You should ask your good son about this." Hearing this, Xiao Lin immediately turned to look at Xiao Chen. His eyes were filled with anger. "Tell me, what's going on?" His tone was filled with irrepressible anger. Only now did Xiao Chen remember what he had done a few days ago. He was so frightened that he trembled a little. "Father, I gave this jade tablet to Lin Yu to curry favor with her." Phew, even though Xiao Lin was still angry, he heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Xiao Chen's words. He turned to look at Lin Yu and asked, "Where's the jade tablet? Take it out." Lin Yu opened her mouth and a trace of fear flashed across her beautiful face. "Lin Yu, return the jade tablet to father," Xiao Chen frowned. "Don't you want him dead? You can do as you wish now. As long as you hand over the jade tablet, his soul will immediately return here." "The jade tablet?" Lin Yu said guiltily, "The jade tablet is in my room. If that's the case, I'll send someone to get it now." As long as the jade tablet was still there, it didn't matter where it was. To them, the jade tablet was the only thing that could threaten Yun Shao. Lin Yu's expression froze. While she was trying to figure out a way to solve the problem at hand, a devilish voice rang out slowly. "Are you sure the jade pendant is still in your room?" Lin Yu frowned and looked at Yun Luofeng with displeasure. At this moment, a milky white hamster appeared in front of her. The little hamster lay on the back of Yun Luofeng's hand. It rubbed its claws and looked at Lin Yu. The little hamster's eyes seemed to be mocking Lin Yu for being a fool. "Little bastard, so this is where you are." Lin Yu looked at the milk tea on the back of Yun Luofeng's hand, and her face instantly became ferocious. No wonder you dare to disobey the orders of the Shao clan. It turns out that the little bastard in your hand has stolen my jade tablet." She would recognize this little hamster even if it turned into ashes. When she thought about how the little hamster had snatched her jade token, the hatred in her heart intensified, and she wished she could tear it into pieces. "What did you just say?" Xiao Chen heard Lin Yu's words and grabbed her by the collar. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. "You said that the jade tablet has been stolen?" "That's right." Lin Yu saw that she couldn't continue lying, so she simply admitted it. "The jade tablet has been stolen." Chapter 417. Boom! Xiao Lin was unable to control himself and his fist landed on Lin Yu's body, causing her body to fly out of the way and crash heavily onto the ground. At this moment, Xiao Lin clenched his fists tightly and cracked them. His elderly face was ashen and the flames of rage that were pouring out of his eyes seemed to be able to burn Lin Yu into ashes in an instant. "You slut, you had the audacity to take the jade token and let someone else steal it." Lin Yu closed her eyes and her expression was filled with despair. She then opened her eyes and stared straight at Yun Shao. "Back then, I had thrown you into the forest of no return. Why didn't you die? It would have been great if you had died." Xiao Yuqing had just moved away from the tree that was pinning him when he suddenly heard his mother's words. His body trembled and his handsome face instantly turned pale. Yun Luofeng's words were actually true. Mother has really done something to harm the Xiao family's bloodline. Xiao Yuqing slowly closed his eyes. Every time he thought about how he had once defended his mother, he felt that it was all a joke. Reality has truly given him a fierce slap on the face. It was extremely painful. "Mother, you said that his mother had kidnapped a servant girl to threaten you in order to obtain father. Is this a lie?" Xiao Yuqing opened his eyes and stared icily at Lin Yu who was lying in front of him. His voice was filled with disappointment. This disappointed voice seemed to pierce into Lin Yu's heart, causing it to tremble. "That's right, it's a lie." At this moment, she no longer tried to hide her feelings and admitted Xiao Yuqing's words. Boom! Xiao Yuqing's heart trembled and he stumbled back. He held onto a tree next to him and steadied himself. His clear eyes were filled with deep pain. Right at this moment, he saw Xiao Lin's fist descending on Lin Yu again. In his desperation, he didn't have time to think. His body flashed and he rushed in front of Lin Yu, using his own body to block Xiao Lin's attack. Thump! The blow sent Xiao Yuqing flying several meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his internal organs were in agony. He never thought that after finding out the truth, he would still be unable to bear his mother's death. Jade clear. Perhaps Lin Yu had found her conscience and was not as cowardly as she usually was. She hurriedly ran to Xiao Yuqing's side with an anxious look on her face. How are you? Mother, back then, why did you do that? Xiao Yuqing looked at Lin Yu in disappointment. Why did you do so many unforgivable bad things? Bad things? His words irritated Lin Yu. She said angrily, how can you think that I've done something bad? I've done so much for you. Do you want to be an illegitimate child? In order to let you return to the Xiao family, in order to give you the identity of a legitimate son, I did so many things, why do you still blame me? Xiao Yuqing laughed bitterly, if I had known that the position of the first wife's son would be obtained in such a manner, I would rather not have it. I would rather live outside than come to this heartless Xiao clan. Did his mother really do so much for him? No. She was doing this for herself. She yearned for a noble life, yearned for a respectable position, and for this, she did not hesitate to make countless mistakes. He should have known this a long time ago, but he had deceived himself for so many years. Yuqing, from now on, you are all my hope. Lin Yu lowered her eyes and whispered into Xiao Yuqing's ear. Chapter 418. Before Xiao Yuqing could react, he saw Lin Yu take out a talisman from her bosom. Then, she suddenly pressed down on Xiao Yuqing's hand and tore the talisman with his own hand. Yuqing, this is a teleportation talisman. It can teleport you to a place thousands of meters away. It's the only treasure I've kept for so many years. Remember, you must avenge me. No. Xiao Yuqing cried out anxiously. Then, his entire body floated in the wind and he soon disappeared from the back of the mountain. Lin Yu's actions were too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. Then, she slowly turned her gaze towards Xiao Chen and the corners of her lips curled into a bitter smile. I gave my youth and my entire life to you, but you have failed to live up to my infatuation. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and she no longer had her usual arrogance. Fortunately, I still have Yuqing. He's all my hope and I won't let him die in the hands of you people. If it had been the Lin Yu of the past, she would definitely choose to live and let Xiao Yuqing die. However, her heart was now filled with hatred. She did not want to drag out an ignoble existence. She only wanted revenge. Based on her talent, even if she left this place, she would never have the chance to take revenge. Therefore, she had left her hope of survival to Xiao Yuqing so that he could avenge her in the future. Yun Xiao stared at the direction in which Xiao Yuqing had left and frowned slightly. He then gave Lin Qiong, who was next to him, a look. Lin Qiong understood what he was trying to convey and hurriedly flew into the distance. Soon, she disappeared from the crowd's sight. After Lin Qiong had left, Yun Xiao withdrew his gaze and stared coldly at Lin Yu. A murderous intent gradually spread from his body and shrouded the entire back of the mountain. He. Lin Yu sensed Yun Xiao's murderous intent and laughed coldly. Even if I die in your hands, my son will definitely avenge me. When that time comes, you'll definitely accompany me in hell. Ha ha ha. Her smile was ferocious and her eyes were filled with viciousness. Hatred. How could she not feel hatred? No one could surpass his son, especially this trash. Wei Liancheng couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and said mockingly, Lin Yu, I just want to say one thing. Your son isn't as good as Yun Xiao now, and he won't be as good as him in the future. Don't place too much hope on him. Humph. I don't believe that my son is so outstanding. For this trash to become so powerful, he must have obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter. So, I've already sent Yun Xiao out just now. Moreover, the place she was sent to is still the forest of no return. Wei Liancheng shook his head. This woman is crazy. Previously, she had thrown Yun Shao into the forest of no return. Now, she had thrown her own son into the forest of no return. Only a crazy woman would do such a thing. Kill me if you want. Anyway, my jade clear will avenge me. Lin Yu lifted her chin and sneered at the people in front of her. Do you want to die? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Haven't you heard of the phrase, a life worse than death? She would never forget how much harm this woman had caused to Yun Shao. This alone was enough for her to die 1,000,000 times over. Chapter 419. Lin Yu's body trembled. She stared at Yun Luofeng, who was closing in on her step by step, and fear finally appeared on her face. What are you trying to do? She took 2 steps back and bit her lip. Her face was pale. At that moment, she finally felt fear. I'll let you experience what it's like to wish you were dead. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly and took 2 steps towards Lin Yu with a faint smile on his lips. I wonder if you'd like to try the body-tearing bone-shattering pill. Lin Yu was stunned and fear filled her eyes. Before she could say anything, a black pill shot out from the young girl's fingertip and into her mouth. Gulp. Lin Yu accidentally swallowed the black pill. She hurriedly clutched her throat and ran to the side to retch. However, the black pill melted in her mouth and quickly entered her body. Yun Luofeng, Ling Yao laughed icily when she saw this. You're making a big mistake if you think you can use this body-tearing bone-shattering pill to restrain us. Don't you know that she has already contacted Miracle Dr. Tianya? With Tianya here, your body-tearing bone-shattering pill will be useless no matter how powerful it is. In the past, Ling Yao would have addressed Lin Yu as aunt. However, now, she had clearly used a disrespectful form of address. After all, Xiao Yuqing's talent was not as good as Yun Zhao's. Now, her heart was already biased towards Yun Shao. Even if she was a good-for-nothing. When she thought of what Yun Shao had done to her earlier, her heart clenched in pain. However, she still believed that the reason why Yun Shao had treated her this way was because of Yun Luofeng. If Yun Luofeng had died, perhaps she would have been able to take advantage of his weakness. As for her crippled Dan Tian, didn't Lin Yu say that she had already contacted Miracle Dr. Tianya? She did not believe that there was an illness in this world that a miracle doctor could not cure. Yun Shao stared coldly at Ling Yao, the murderous intent in his eyes growing thicker and thicker. Just as he looked at Ling Yao, the spiritual energy in her body went berserk once again, causing her so much pain that she could no longer say a single word. Won't you know if there's anyone who can cure my body-tearing bone-shattering pill? Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards Lin Yu with a sinister smile on his face. All of a sudden, Lin Yu felt pain all over her body. It was as if her bones had been crushed to pieces. She screamed in pain. I've said it before, those who bully Yun Shao will not simply die. She would only let them suffer a fate worse than death. Looking at Lin Yu's miserable appearance, the father and son of the Shao clan trembled. It was obvious that they were terrified of Yun Luofeng's methods. The 3 great clans of Four Corner City were conferred by that person from the Spirit God Mountain. Xiao Lin gritted his teeth and said, no matter how strong Xiao is, she can't go against the Spirit God Mountain. If you insist on attacking the Spirit God Mountain, those people from the Spirit God Mountain will certainly not let you go. Wei Liancheng shook his head in exasperation when he saw Xiao Lin mention the Spirit God Mountain. A disdainful smile hung on his elderly face. Could it be that this old man didn't know that Lin Ruobai was the young miss of Spiritual Divine Mountain? How dare he say such words in front of her? If that lord knew about these things, how could he let these people go? Wei Liancheng. Xiao Lin turned towards Wei Liancheng and continued to speak, the 3 great clans are one. Now that foreign enemies are invading, you must join forces with us to fight against them. If this had happened in the past, he would not have paid any attention to Wei Liancheng. Chapter 420. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to board Wei Liancheng's boat. After all, Wei Liancheng was the only one who could contact the Lord of Spirit God Mountain. Hee, Wei Liancheng sneered and his lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Sorry, I don't think I'm one with the Xiao family. The Xiao family must bear the consequences of their mistakes. At this moment, Wei Liancheng had already noticed Lin Ruobai's dissatisfied gaze. He immediately drew a clear line between himself and Xiao Lin, proving his innocence. He didn't want this little ancestor to misunderstand. Xiao Lin's expression changed. He didn't think that Wei Liancheng would be so anxious to cut ties with him. Anger welled up in his chest. Wei Liancheng, I hope you won't regret your actions today. Wei Liancheng smiled. Don't worry, I won't regret your Xiao family. Humph. Xiao Lin scoffed and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Do you really want to make things difficult for the Xiao family? Aren't you afraid of the people from Spirit God Mountain? Spirit God Mountain? Yun Luofeng instinctively glanced at Lin Ruobai. When she first met Lin Ruobai, it was at the foot of Spirit God Mountain. Therefore, even though the old man didn't tell her about Lin Ruobai's identity, she could imagine her position among the spirit gods. Moreover, she didn't think that Spirit God Mountain would side with the Xiao family for no reason. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng pressed down on Yun Xiao's hand as he looked at the Xiao father and son with a smile on his lips. The corners of his lips curled into an arc. Back then, when you chased Yun Xiao out of the family, did you ever think that this would happen today? Xiao Chen's heart trembled. His handsome face was pale and his pleading eyes went past Yun Luofeng to glance at the cold man next to her. Xiao, don't forget, without the Xiao family, there wouldn't be you. Can you really bear to see the Xiao family destroyed? Yun Xiao's gaze slowly landed on Yun Luofeng. His gaze was no longer as gentle as before. Instead, it carried an incomprehensible light. As long as she's happy. He still said the same thing. As long as Yun Luofeng was happy, no matter what she did, he would silently support her from behind. Then, as if recalling something, Yun Xiao added, she promised me that as long as I solved the Xiao family's problem, she would let me take off her clothes. The implication was that he wanted to destroy the Xiao clan, and his goal was to take off Yun Luofeng's dress. Xiao Chen was thoroughly enraged. He glared fixedly at the man's grim features and scolded him angrily, "You're treacherous, how dare you treat your grandfather and father in such a manner? You'll die a horrible death." Boom! Just as Xiao Chen finished speaking, a gust of wind from a palm suddenly appeared and pushed him back a few steps. The young girl straightened her dress. Her arrogant eyes were filled with condescension as she coldly looked down on the Xiao family. "You don't have the right to humiliate my man." Puchi. Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his body was trembling. He wanted nothing more than to tear these people in front of him into pieces. On the contrary, Xiao Lin's eyes revealed a wisp of despair. Because he knew that this time, the Xiao family could be considered to be completely finished. "Master." Just as Xiao Lin was sinking into despair, a hurried voice came from outside the door. Shortly after, a servant quickly walked in and clasped his hands together, reporting to the patriarch, "The people from the Spirit God Mountain have arrived." Chapter 421. Spirit God Mountain? Xiao Lin's despairing expression brightened when he heard those three words. The people from Spirit God Mountain are here? If they come, the Xiao family will be saved. Ha ha ha. Wei Liancheng, you colluded with outsiders to harm Spirit Realm. Do you think that the person on Spirit God Mountain will forgive you? Although Xiao Lin was puzzled as to why Spirit God Mountain would come to the Xiao family for no reason, that did not mean that he would not use Spirit God Mountain's power to show off. As long as Spirit God Mountain was in charge, these people would not be able to cause any trouble. When he thought of this, he turned to look at Yun Xiao. His old face was full of smiles. "I'll give you one chance. Hand over your soul jade token and return to the Xiao family. Otherwise, you'll regret the decision you've made today. Spirit God Mountain was the strongest faction in Spirit Realm and the symbol of authority. In the hearts of the people of Spirit Realm, Spirit God Mountain was like a god. Invincible. As he spoke, a wave of footsteps came from the foot of Spirit God Mountain and resounded uniformly throughout the back of the mountain. A moment later, Shaolin saw a handsome middle-aged man quickly walking up from the foot of the mountain. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind and his aura was shocking. He did not need to think to know that this man's identity was extremely noble. A group of guards followed closely behind the man. These guards were all powerful and their aura was like an unsheathed sword. It was extremely sharp. Lin Jingfeng immediately saw Lin Ruobai, who was standing obediently next to Yun Luofeng in the sea of people. His heart slowly relaxed when he saw that his precious daughter was fine. Now, whenever he thought of Wei Liancheng's letter, he would feel anger surge from the bottom of his heart. Lord Jingfeng. Wei Liancheng slowly walked over and a smile appeared on his old face. You've come? Lord Jingfeng. A wisp of surprise appeared on Shaolin's face. Could it be that the middle-aged man before him was the supreme existence on Spirit God Mountain that was worshipped by others? My lord. When he thought of this, Shaolin immediately returned to his senses. He glared fiercely at Wei Liancheng and said hurriedly, that old bastard Wei Liancheng has gone too far. He dared to collude with outsiders and plot for power in Spirit Realm. That illegitimate daughter of his is the best evidence of his crime. Wei Liancheng's illegitimate daughter acknowledged an outsider as her master, and now this outsider wanted to harm the Xiao clan. Didn't this indirectly prove that Wei Liancheng was colluding with someone? Lin Jingfeng, who had been about to walk towards his daughter, stopped when he heard Shaolin's words. He glanced at Wei Liancheng in surprise and asked, Liancheng, when did you have an illegitimate daughter? Why didn't I know about this? Wei Liancheng was also confused. He rubbed his head and asked doubtfully, illegitimate daughter? I don't even know where I got my illegitimate daughter from. Wei Liancheng. You still want to quibble? Shaolin snorted coldly and pointed angrily at Lin Ruobai, isn't this little girl your illegitimate daughter? If not for your relationship with her, how could you possibly indulge him like this? Following the direction Shaolin was pointing, Lin Jingfeng's gaze gradually shifted to the cute girl chewing on her fingers, then, he was completely dumbfounded. Wei Liancheng's gaze was strange. Other than the initial disdain, there was now a hint of sympathy in his gaze. He shook his head helplessly but did not disguise his schadenfreude. Chapter 422. My lord. Shaolin did not see Wei Liancheng's strange gaze and continued, a person like him does not have the right to be the spokesperson of Spirit God Mountain. Only those who are absolutely loyal to Spirit Realm have the right. He was just short of saying that Wei Liancheng did not have the right to be the spokesperson. Only someone as loyal as Shaolin had the right. Ha! Wei Liancheng laughed coldly. Shaolin, I really don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. This idiot dared to claim that Lin Ruobai was his illegitimate daughter in front of Lin Jingfeng. Wasn't he just seeking death? Lin Jingfeng's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes seemed to be surging with an intense storm. He glared coldly at Shaolin with his sharp, sword-like eyes, but in the end, he did not say anything and walked towards Lin Ruobai. Wei Liancheng. When Lin Jingfeng reached the girl, he paused and called out in a low and hoarse voice. Shaolin looked smugly at Wei Liancheng. This old thing dared to help these people make things difficult for the Xiao family. Now that the people of Spirit God Mountain had come, he was dead for sure. However, Lin Jingfeng's next words caused Shaolin's old face to freeze. He was so shocked that he could not speak. The man's voice deepened and floated over like a cold knife. Watch him, don't let him escape. Shaolin's expression was blank. He did not understand what Lin Jingfeng meant. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be furious and kill these foreign enemies and the traitor Wei Liancheng? But why did he ask Wei Liancheng to watch over him? Lin Jingfeng's actions quickly answered Xiao Lin's questions. When he arrived in front of Lin Ruobai, his stern gaze gradually softened. A gentle smile hung on his handsome face as he said in a gentle voice, "Xiao Bai, why didn't you throw yourself into my arms like you usually do when you see me this time?" The man's voice immediately sent Xiao Lin into hell. His heart turned cold and his body broke out in cold sweat. He seemed to have heard Lin Jingfeng say the words father to that young girl. Could that girl be Lin Jingfeng's daughter? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Xiao Lin's face immediately turned pale. Wei Liancheng indulged this girl not because she was his illegitimate daughter, but because she was the young miss of Spirit Divine Mountain. It was laughable that he had always thought that Lin Ruobai was Wei Liancheng's illegitimate daughter, and had even said it in front of the girl's father. Lin Ruobai looked at Lin Jingfeng, who was walking towards him. His bright eyes were filled with grievance. "It's not that you don't love me." Lin Jingfeng didn't understand why his precious daughter would say such a thing. He couldn't help but be stunned, and then he saw the aggrieved expression on her face. The gentleness between his brows deepened. "Xiao Bai, you're daddy's only daughter. If daddy doesn't love you, who will he love?" Lin Ruobai curled her lips and glanced at Lin Yu, whose face had already turned pale. Just now, this auntie said that a daughter can't carry on the family line because her father doesn't like her daughter. Only a person like her son can be regarded as a truly outstanding talent. She also said, "Father, even if you hand over the business to your nephew, you can't hand it over to me. Otherwise, you'll definitely be laughed at by others." Chapter 423. Lin Jingfeng's gentle smile instantly darkened when he heard his daughter's words. His sharp gaze was like a storm as he followed Lin Ruobai's finger and looked at Lin Yu, who was pretending to be dead on the ground. Lin Yu's eyes were tightly shut and her body was trembling uncontrollably. Her pale face was covered in cold sweat and she desperately hoped that Lin Jingfeng would not notice her. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. The man's gaze was like a wind blade that cut her skin painfully. It was as if a knife was slicing through her body. Pain and fear filled her heart. "I never thought that your Xiao family's daughter-in-law would be so bold." She dared to point fingers at the spirit god mountain and even said that my precious daughter is not worthy of my love. Lin Jingfeng laughed coldly. His laughter was like a cold knife, causing the entire Xiao clan to kneel down in fear. "Lord Jingfeng." Xiao Lin knelt in the cold wind. His old body trembled uncontrollably. "I didn't know that this young lady was your daughter. Oh." The corners of Lin Jingfeng's lips curled up coldly. He glanced at Xiao Lin sinisterly. "You didn't know that Xiao Bai was my daughter. How can you be so sure that she is Wei Liancheng's illegitimate daughter?" Lin Jingfeng was clearly a distance away from him, but Xiao Lin could sense the man's voice right next to his ear. His body trembled even more violently as if he was trying to bury himself in the dust. "Get lost!" Lin Jingfeng shouted coldly. "I will settle the score with you later." With that, he turned to look at Lin Yu on the ground. The corners of his lips curled into an eerie smile. "If you continue to pretend to be dead, I will make you regret your actions today." Xiao Bai was his precious daughter. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to speak harshly to her. Now, this woman had the audacity to humiliate his precious daughter. She even said that even if he were to hand over the power to his nephew, he would never give it to his own daughter. His words frightened Lin Yu so much that she stopped pretending to be dead. She quickly got up from the ground and knocked her head on the ground with a loud sound. "I beg you, let me go. I only want you to let me go, and I'll do anything to repay you in the future." In the beginning, she had used the talisman to send Xiao Yuqing out. At that time, she had indeed made the decision to face death with equanimity. However, who in this world was not afraid of death? Not to mention someone like her who had spent so much effort to climb to her current position. If she could live, she didn't want to die here. Work for me. Lin Jingfeng raised his chin arrogantly and sneered, are you worthy? The man's words were full of mockery and his eyes were full of arrogance. It was obvious that he did not take Lin Yu, who was like a crazy woman, seriously at all. Indeed, there were too many people who wanted to work like slaves for spiritual God Mountain. What was Lin Yu to him? Bang! Lin Yu took 2 heavy steps back and fell to the ground. All of a sudden, she burst out laughing. Did I say anything wrong? So what if your spiritual God Mountain is strong? Wouldn't he still end up with no descendants? Even if someone like you enters hell, you won't be able to face your ancestors. Ha ha ha. Since she was going to die, why didn't she humiliate these people before she died? Furthermore, Lin Yu felt even more carefree when she saw the drastic change in Lin Jingfeng's expression. Chapter 424. In her opinion, she had hit the man's sore spot. After all, there's no one in this world who doesn't want a son. Unfortunately, some people have committed too many sins in their past lives, so they can only end their family line in this lifetime. Lin Yu had not expected Lin Jingfeng's expression to change drastically. It wasn't because of the words "end his family line." In his opinion, his daughter could inherit the family business as well. He had been angered by Lin Yu. It was fine if Lin Yu valued boys over girls, but she had actually dared to say such things to his face. He had never believed that women were inferior to men in any way. He laughed coldly when he thought of this. He raised his hand and grabbed Lin Yu's neck tightly as his face filled with viciousness. You're courting death. Lin Yu slowly closed her eyes as a resolute smile curled on the corners of her lips. That's right. She valued boys over girls. She had not hesitated to strangle her own daughter to death all those years ago. However, no one knew about this, including Xiao Chen. If he found out about this, not only would she lose her position in the Xiao family, even Xiao Yuqing's life would undergo a tremendous change. She would also lose her only support, Xiao Yuqing. Wait. Suddenly, a charming and evil voice rang out from behind Xiao Chen, causing him to slowly loosen his grip on Lin Yu's neck. Everyone watched as the beautiful young woman in white slowly walked towards him. The corners of her lips curled slightly. Let me deal with this woman first. I still have some things to ask her. All right. Lin Jingfeng would never refuse any of Yun Luofeng's questions. After all, this young woman was the benefactor who had saved his precious daughter. Moreover, he would not have been able to pull himself together if the young woman had not humiliated him back then. Wei Liancheng glanced at Yun Luofeng curiously when he saw this. He did not know if he was mistaken, but he had a feeling that the relationship between Lin Jingfeng and Yun Luofeng was not as simple as he had imagined. That was because he could sense Lin Jingfeng's respect and gratitude towards the young woman from his words and actions. But how old is this young woman? Why does Lin Jingfeng respect her so much? There must be something he didn't know. Yun Xiao silently stood behind Yun Luofeng, allowing the young girl to do as she pleased. His pair of black eyes followed her figure from beginning to end, unwilling to leave her even for a moment. Tell me, Yun Luofeng raised his peerless features and stared down at Lin Yu from above, where is Yun Zhao's mother? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. She rolled her eyes a few times and said, I don't know. You don't know? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up into a smile. He kicked Lin Yu's chest, and with a bang, he sent her flying. Do you know what I do to people who don't answer me? Poochie. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. She rubbed her aching chest and glared at Yun Luofeng angrily. No matter what, I am Xiao Zhao's legal mother. If you marry him, I will be your elder. Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? Yun Luofeng's foot landed heavily on Lin Yu's body. His eyes were filled with arrogance as if he was looking down on the world. Firstly, he is a member of the Yun family and has taken on my surname. Secondly, as a concubine, you have the audacity to call yourself his legal mother? His mother will always only be one person, you are not worthy. Thirdly, if heaven's punishment really exists in this world and it condemns me because of someone like you, it only means that the heavens are blind. So what if I destroy the heavens who are blind? Chapter 425. The young girl's condescending posture was like a high and mighty deity, overlooking all living things in the world. Lin Yu's face turned even paler. She felt a burning pain in her chest and could not move at all. If she moved, her bones would be pulled and she gasped in pain. Yun Luofeng, you will definitely go to hell. She fiercely gritted her teeth and cursed him word by word. Yun Luofeng sneered, unfortunately, you don't even have the right to go to hell. I'll give you one more chance, where is Yun Zhao's mother? Humph. Lin Yu bit her lips tightly and snorted coldly. Since she was going to die anyway, why should she tell this woman so much information? Let them search blindly for the rest of their lives, but in the end, they would never be able to find her. Looks like you want to taste the body-tearing and bone-crushing pill now. Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes and looked at Lin Yu with a demonic charm. Since that's the case, I'll satisfy you. As soon as Yun Luofeng finished speaking, a pain as if her body was being crushed spread throughout her entire body. Under this intense pain, she broke out in a cold sweat. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. It was so painful that she couldn't even scream. I'll talk. She forcefully gritted her teeth and used all the strength in her body to force out these few words. At this moment, she finally understood why Ling Yao was so afraid of Yun Luofeng. It turned out that the feeling of having one's body crushed and bones crushed was not something an ordinary person could endure. After saying this, the intense pain disappeared. However, at this moment, her entire body was already drenched in sweat. Whenever she thought of that intense pain, her heart would involuntarily break out in a cold sweat. His mother was taken away by a mysterious person. This was something I happened to see by accident. Even the father and son of the Xiao family did not know about this. All these years, she had kept this a secret and did not tell anyone, allowing this matter to become a secret in her heart. She never thought that she would be forced to reveal it at this time. Do you know the identity of that mysterious person? Yun Luofeng thought for a moment before asking. Lin Yu shook her head weakly. I'm not sure, I don't even know who that mysterious person is. At this time, Lin Yu could not continue to lie. It seemed that she really did not know who that mysterious person was, but she didn't understand why that mysterious person wanted to take Yun Zhao's mother away. Let's put this matter behind us. I have another question for you. Is Xiao Yuqing really your biological son? I've never seen a mother send her son to a place like the Forest of No Return. All those years ago, Yun Xiao had only managed to survive in the Forest of No Return by luck, but Lin Yu believed that Yun Xiao had surely obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the Forest of No Return for being able to possess the strength he possessed today. Hence, she had used a talisman to teleport Xiao Yuqing into the Forest of No Return. Chapter 426. However, Yun Luofeng had only asked this casually. After all, how could such a large family like the Xiao family allow someone who was not of the family's blood to stay? However, just as Yun Luofeng finished speaking, Lin Yu's entire body trembled and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. She laughed maniacally as if to cover up this fear. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yuqing is definitely my biological son. Do you feel fear now? My son has entered the Forest of No Return and will definitely obtain a powerful opportunity. He will definitely not be any worse than this good-for-nothing. When that time comes, he will come looking for you to avenge me. Ha ha ha. As she laughed maniacally, Lin Yu suddenly punched her own chest. Instantly, blood spurted out and dyed the entire ground red. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She never thought that someone as cowardly as Lin Yu would commit suicide. Could it be that she was afraid that she would find out something from her interrogation? Or perhaps, his casual question just now had struck a chord in her heart. Xiao Yuqing was not her biological son. I will investigate this matter. Yun Xiao clearly understood the doubts in Yun Luofeng's heart. He slowly stepped forward and gently wrapped his arms around the young girl's shoulders. There was a sense of seriousness in his grim eyes. "All right." Yun Luofeng nodded gently. "Leave this matter to Yun Xiao. He will definitely be able to find out the truth." "Yun Xiao, what do you want to do with these people from the Xiao family?" Yun Luofeng leaned against the man's shoulder as the corners of his lips curled into a devilish angle. Yun Xiao glanced coldly at the Xiao father and son. His voice was as cold as ever as he said, "Kill them." He paused and added, "Don't forget the promise you once made to me." At this moment, the man's dark eyes were focused on her. His naked gaze seemed to be able to penetrate her clothes and see her entire body. The corner of Yun Luofeng's brow twitched slightly. This man was still thinking about what she had said previously even at a time like this. "Yun Xiao," Yun Luofeng raised her head and stared intently at the man's handsome and heroic features, "I will definitely fulfill my promise to you." Even if she had only said it casually in the beginning. However, since Yun Xiao had taken it seriously, she would fulfill her promise. Hearing the young girl's affirmative reply, the corners of Yun Xiao's lips curled into a shallow angle. Then, he turned his grim gaze towards the Xiao father and son pair and the curve of his lips disappeared without a trace. His smile would only bloom towards Yun Luofeng. No one else was qualified. Xiaochen shuddered and laughed dryly, "I'm your father after all. If you kill me, you'll be unfilial. You won't do such a disgraceful thing, right? Besides, your brother has already left the Xiao family. From now on, the Xiao family will only have you. As long as you return, I will definitely treat you well with all my heart." From Xiao Chen's point of view, he was Yun Xiao's biological father after all. There was no way this man would be so cruel as to really make a move on his biological father. After all, if the son killed the father, he would definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. The man's eyes were cold, and his voice was low. "I only have one family member. That person was Yun Luofeng. I was wrong in the past. Now, I know that I was wrong." Xiao Chen's smile was a little stiff. He tried to make his tone sound as gentle as possible. "If you return to the Xiao family, I will use the rest of my life to make it up to you." Chapter 427. Make up for it? Yun Luofeng laughed coldly when he heard Xiao Chen's words. Yun Xiao was chased out of his clan at the age of 7 and thrown into the forest of no return. Can you imagine how many close calls and narrow escapes he has gone through all these years? Do you think you can make up for all these years? But Xiao Chen looked at the girl walking towards him and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He gritted his teeth and tried to defend himself. "It was my father's idea to expel him from the family, and it was Lin Yu's idea to throw him into the forest of no return. All these have nothing to do with me. I am innocent." When Xiao Chen said this, he did not feel guilty at all. He only knew how to twist words and force logic, pushing all the blame onto others. "You." Xiao Lin turned to Xiao Chen angrily, the finger that was pointing at him trembled slightly. "You dare say that you didn't despise him for being trash back then? If you hadn't brought Lin Yu and her son back, I wouldn't have expelled him from the clan. Father, this is your fault. I was just following your orders. Besides, I didn't intend to give Lin Yu and her son a proper status in the beginning. It was because you saw Xiao Yuqing's outstanding talent that I brought Lin Yu and her son home." Xiao Chen snorted coldly and retorted. At this moment, Xiao Lin's face turned from green to white, then from white to green. His eyes were filled with anger, but there was even more disappointment and pain. This was the good son he had raised for so many years. In order to survive, he did not hesitate to shirk his responsibility. "Father, all spiritual beasts know how to protect their children. If you really treat me as your son, you should commit suicide and apologize in front of Miss Xiao. In this way, there will still be people who will wear mourning clothes for you." Otherwise, you can only be buried in the mass grave. A ruthless glint flashed across Xiao Chen's eyes. Every man for himself. Even if the person in front of him was his family, it was not as important as his own life. As long as it could appease Yun Zhao's anger, no matter how many people were sacrificed, it would be worth it. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lin was so angry that he started laughing. His laughter spread throughout the entire back mountain of the Yun family. This is the good son that I have taught for so many years. You want me to take the blame? Dream on. You also have an indelible responsibility for Miss Xiao being expelled from the Xiao family. What's more, have you forgotten how you treated his mother back then? If Lin Yu hadn't said that someone had taken his mother away, that woman might have been tortured to death by you. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't abuse her at all. Don't try to frame me. After saying that, his gaze instantly turned to Yun Xiao and hurriedly explained, Xiao, don't listen to this old thing's nonsense. My feelings for your mother are sincere, the sun and moon can prove it. If this old thing hadn't taken a fancy to Xiao Yuqing and insisted that Lin Yu and her son enter the Xiao family, I wouldn't have been forced to demote your mother to a concubine. This is all his fault. I'm innocent. From the beginning to the end, Yun Xiao did not look at the two people who were tearing at each other, as if even looking at them would be an insult to him. Miss Yun. When Xiao Chen saw that Yun Xiao was ignoring him, he quickly turned to look at Yun Luofeng and begged, I was really dragged down by this old thing. Help me plead for him. As long as Xiao forgives me, I will definitely do my best to make it up to him. Looking at Xiao Chen, who had lowered himself, Wei Lianqing shook his head and his lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Chapter 428. That was the character of the Xiao father and son duo. It was really a case of dogs biting each other. Yun Luofeng glanced at Xiao Chen wickedly. A domineering light surged in his pitch-black eyes. What if I lock you up for 10 years and let you suffer endless torture and pain for 10 years? I'll make it up to you after 10 years. What do you think? Xiao Chen's face turned pale. He could not control himself and roared again, but I'm Yun Zhao's father. He'll be punished by the heavens for doing this. Is that so? Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips and said with a faint smile, then wouldn't what you did just now be punished by the heavens even more severely? For better or for worse, you only gave Yun Xiao life, but Xiao Lin raised you up, gave you rich material goods and limitless glory, yet you keep calling him an old thing, and even want him to commit suicide to apologize. I wonder if your actions will be punished by the heavens? Boom! Xiao Chen felt as if thunder had exploded in his head, causing him to stagger a few steps back. He clenched his fists tightly, but he could not stop his heart from trembling. Yun Luofeng glanced at him coldly. His gaze seemed to look down on the world, insolent and domineering. I don't believe in any heavenly punishment. I only believe in an eye for an eye. How you treated Yun Xiao back then, now, he's just paying you back. No! Xiao Chen screamed sharply, I don't want to die, I don't want to die in this place. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged towards Lin Yu, who had already lost her life. He took out a long sword and stabbed her body fiercely. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have missed a peerless genius like Xiao. You and Xiao Yuqing deserve to die. If it wasn't for you, I, Xiao Chen, would be the father of the Ghost Emperor. Ha ha ha. He had completely lost his mind. His black hair was messily draped over his shoulders and his face was ferocious. He did not seem to have vented his anger and used the long sword in his hand to dismember the body in front of him. Xiao Bai. Perhaps Lin Jingfeng was afraid that Lin Ruobai would be agitated by the bloody scene in front of him, so he hurriedly tried to cover her eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruobai raised her hand and slapped his hand away. Her bright eyes stared at the bloody scene in front of her and her eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Jingfeng was stunned. He looked at her carefully as if he was seeing his daughter for the first time. This little girl actually had such a bloodthirsty and violent nature buried in her bones. She was actually so excited to see someone's corpse being dismembered. The corners of Lin Jingfeng's mouth twitched when he saw how eager he was. He solemnly exhorted, "Xiao Bai, you can't do such bloody things in the future. When dealing with enemies, killing them in one move is enough. Got it?" Lin Ruobai blinked and nodded obediently. "Got it, Daddy. I'm just curious. I won't do it myself, as long as you understand." Lin Jingfeng patted Lin Ruobai's little head as his gaze softened. He didn't want his daughter to become a pervert who enjoyed ravaging corpses. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the back mountain. His laughter was ferocious and terrifying, sending chills down people's spines. "Dead, you're finally dead. And Xiao Yuqing, if it wasn't for the two of you, I wouldn't have ended up in this state today. All of you deserve to die." Until now, Xiao Chen still had not thought about how he ended up in this state. He continued to push the blame onto others. Chapter 429. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng turned around, his back facing Xiao Chen. His pitch-black eyes were like the stars in the night sky, full of depth. "I'm tired." In other words, she hoped that Yun Xiao could quickly deal with these people so that she could go back and rest. "All right." Yun Xiao nodded slightly, "Give me 1 minute." After the man's cold words fell, the Xiao father and son's eyes revealed a look of terror. Then, 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared into their throats. Xiao Chen probably never thought that Yun Xiao would really make a move against his own father. Could it be that he really wasn't afraid of heaven's wrath? Until the moment he closed his eyes, he was still thinking about this question. From the moment Yun Xiao said those words to the moment the Xiao father and son collapsed, a total of 20 seconds had passed. It was still a long way from the 1 minute he said. After dealing with the 2 people from the Xiao family, the man's cold gaze turned towards the Ling family's group. Ling Feng had wanted to sneak away when no one was paying attention, but before he could get far, he met the man's cold gaze. His back stiffened and he couldn't help but sweat. "Young Master Xiao," Ling Feng laughed dryly, "you and Ling Yao can be considered to have an engagement first, and our Ling family has never harmed you. So, can you let me go? As long as you're willing, I can give Yao to you as a concubine." When the girl lying on the ground heard her grandfather's words, a trace of anger appeared on her face. She was originally Yun Zhao's fiancée, but now she could only become a concubine? She would definitely be laughed at if word of this got out. Furthermore, she didn't think that Yun Luofeng's status was higher than hers. "Brother Xiao," Ling Yao looked at Yun Xiao with teary eyes, "I know I was wrong. If you're willing to give me another chance, I'm willing to fulfill the engagement and marry you." At this moment, every word Ling Yao said caused a piercing pain in her body. It was clear that her injuries weren't light. For Yun Xiao, she had completely endured the pain to say these words. However, she seemed to have forgotten that Yun Xiao had just crippled her without any mercy. Why would he feel any pity for her? "Yao, Ling Feng's expression changed. It should be known that Ling Yao was already a good-for-nothing now. Being able to marry Yun Xiao was already a blessing in disguise. If not for the fact that the 2 of them were previously engaged, he would not have planned on using Ling Yao in exchange for the peace of the Ling family. However, from the looks of it now, apart from her talent, Ling Yao's granddaughter was completely useless in all other aspects. She didn't even have a shred of brains. "Young Master Yun Xiao, if you don't like Ling Yao, our Ling family has other women. I can give them all to you as concubines." Ling Feng looked at Yun Xiao in a fawning manner, "I only ask that you let our Ling family go." Because Lin Jingfeng had arrived rather late, he hadn't seen what had happened earlier. Naturally, he didn't know that Yun Xiao had mercilessly crippled Ling Yao. Therefore, when he heard Ling Feng's words, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes, but more than that, he was worried. In this world, there were very few men who could resist the temptation of beauty. If this man couldn't resist Ling Feng's conditions, what would happen to Xiao Bai's master? Just as Lin Jingfeng was feeling worried, the man's cold voice slowly resounded from the mountain. The Ling family humiliated her. What? Ling Feng was stunned. She didn't understand what the man meant. The man paused for a moment before he continued, "Those who humiliate her, die." Chapter 430. Boom! Before Ling Feng could react, a powerful aura attacked from the front. It was as if an invisible giant hand had pierced through his chest and fiercely crushed his heart. Ling Feng's entire body stiffened. His eyes widened in disbelief as his old body gradually fell towards the ground. He died with everlasting regret. At this moment, Ling Yao was clearly frightened when she saw the scene of her grandfather's tragic death. She opened her mouth wide and her eyes showed terror. Suddenly, she felt the man's gaze fall on her body. This was the first time Yun Xiao had looked at her directly. However, his gaze contained a strong murderous intent. "No. Don't," Ling Yao's hoarse voice carried a sobbing tone. It was only at this moment that she finally experienced the taste of regret. Then, she saw the man raise his hand. Boom! A terrifying force hit Ling Yao's body. Her body flew out of the air and landed heavily on the ground. Bright red blood flowed continuously from her mouth and dyed her clothes red. However, this was not the end. Under her terrified gaze, several streams of light flashed quickly and gradually enlarged in front of her eyes. Immediately after, she felt a piercing pain in her chest and her consciousness started to fade. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she still closed her mouth. However, Ling Yao's final glance towards Yun Luofeng was filled with jealousy and envy. A man who not only had such exquisite looks, but was also so powerful, was so loyal to her. Moreover, he only took one out of the 3,000 weak waters. This kind of loyal and unwavering relationship was something that many people could not even envy. However, it had been obtained by this woman. If she was given another chance, she would not have mocked and ridiculed Yun Xiao when he was in decline. If that was the case, would this man choose her in the end? Ling Yao slowly closed her eyes in despair. Her face gradually lost its color and became a sheet of green and white. Yun Xiao slowly turned around. His expression was as cold and merciless as ever. "I've done what I promised you." When his gaze looked towards Yun Luofeng again, it carried a hint of gentleness. His thin lips gently pursed as he asked seriously, "Then shouldn't you fulfill your promise as well?" Originally, to him, the survival of the Xiao family had nothing to do with him. The only reason he came to Spirit Realm was because of her words. "Aren't you going to take a look at your Xiao clan's secret territory?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a smile. Yun Zhao's expression was focused. "Compared to the secret realm, you are more important to me." In other words, compared to the Xiao clan's secret realm, stripping Yun Luofeng was more important. "Okay, then I'll wait in the room, for you to take off my clothes." Yun Luofeng's fingers gently lifted Yun Zhao's chin, and his lips moved to the side of his ear. Standing on his tiptoes, he whispered in his ear in an extremely ambiguous voice. Her voice seemed to have an extremely powerful allure, as it struck Yun Zhao's heart with a loud bang, causing the most primitive desire to appear in his body. This. Wei Liancheng rubbed his head when he saw the interaction between the two of them. He asked curiously, "Young people nowadays are so open-minded? It's completely different from our time." The corner of Lin Jingfeng's mouth twitched. He never expected Xiao Bai's master to be so flirtatious. Not many men could resist her temptation. Chapter 431. The night was as clear as water. The pale moonlight poured into the room and fell on the girl's beautiful face. The young girl sensed the movement outside the door and opened her eyes slightly. Her face revealed a charming smile. Her eyes were like the night sky full of stars. They were bright and full of temptation, making people involuntarily fall into them and unable to extricate themselves. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng's eyes were full of smiles as he looked at the cold man who entered the room. What are you going to do about Xiao Yuqing? Yun Xiao was silent for a while. Lin Qiong is back. Xiao Yuqing was indeed transported to the forest of no return. That place is too dangerous, so I summoned Lin Qiong back. The outside world said that the Ghost Emperor was cold and ruthless. He was also cruel to his subordinates. However, he would never let his subordinates make unnecessary sacrifices. If Lin Qiong were to go to the forest of no return to find Xiao Yuqing, it would undoubtedly make him think twice. What was the point of doing such a thing? Yun Xiao, do you think Xiao Yuqing is really Lin Yu's son? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Why would Lin Yu choose to commit suicide if she did not have a guilty conscience? But, she seemed to have thought of something and continued, I heard that only the Xiao family's bloodline can enter the Xiao family's secret realm. If Xiao Yuqing is not of the Xiao family's bloodline, why would Lin Yu let him enter the secret realm without worry? Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng, wanting to say something but hesitating. After a long while, he made up his mind and said, there is a secret technique that can completely exchange blood in a person's body. This is to deceive the world. If Lin Yu killed her own child and exchanged her child's blood with Xiao Yuqing's, even the Xiao family's secret realm would not be able to tell the difference. Xiao Yuqing was the heir of the Xiao family. If his identity was fake, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving away the Xiao family? Therefore, before Lin Yu entered the Xiao family, Xiao Lin would definitely use a blood test to prove his identity. If he wanted to deceive the world, he could only use the secret realm to exchange their blood. Only then could he ensure that Xiao Yuqing would become the legitimate son of the Xiao family. Yun Luofeng's hand holding the teacup trembled. You mean, Lin Yu would kill her own child? You exchanged that child's blood with Xiao Yuqing's? No matter how cruel and merciless Lin Yu was, could she really kill her own son? Just now, I sent someone to investigate. Yun Xiao stared deeply at Yun Luofeng. Back then, the people who helped Lin Yu deliver the baby all died in an accident. Not long after that, someone dug up a female infant whose blood had been drained from a nearby field. This female infant's corpse was hastily buried because no one claimed it. In other words, Lin Yu had killed her own daughter and swapped their blood. Finally, in order to destroy the evidence, she had drained all the blood from the baby girl to prove that Xiao Yuqing was a child of the Xiao family. Yun Luofeng sneered, we let Lin Yu die too easily. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. In order to stand out, she even killed her own child. This kind of sin was enough to send them to hell for eternity. Yun Zhao's expression was cold. He had never been overly sentimental towards unimportant people. Hence, even though Lin Yu had done such a thing, his face remained expressionless. Before I was 7, Lin Yu had always lived outside. She had enough space to do this without anyone finding out. Chapter 432. If this had happened in the Xiao family home, perhaps Lin Yu's actions would have been discovered. However, during those few years, she had been kept in an outer room. No matter what she had done, no one would have been able to find out. Lin Yu had thought that her plan was flawless, but she did not know that she had already been betrayed by many things. Yun Xiao, let's not bother with these people. Yun Luofeng slowly rose to her feet and a demonic smile hung from the corners of her lips. She took large strides towards Yun Zhao's side and her breath was filled with ambiguity. Xiao Yuqing won't be able to stir up any waves. Now, let's fulfill our previous promise, alright? Her smile was like a flower and the breath from her thin lips carried an alluring scent. Yun Zhao's eyes could not help but fall upon her body. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the thin veil on the young girl's body and see her faintly discernible snow-white skin. Alright. Yun Xiao was very honest. His objective in coming to the Xiao family home was to take off the young girl's clothes. Now that they had reached such a crucial moment, how could he shrink back at the last minute? Come. Yun Luofeng curled her lips and stepped forward. Her beautiful smile was like a purple rose, demonic and bewitching. It was so dangerous that one could not help but want to get close to her. Or are you saying that you want me to help you take it off first? As she spoke, the young girl's hand was already on the man's lapel. Her slender fingers slipped through the open lapel and gently caressed the man's sturdy chest. Whoosh! Suddenly, she lifted her hand and the man's shirt was lifted off. Instantly, the strong chest and the 8-pack of abs were imprinted in the young girl's eyes. Not only did this man look heroic and handsome, his figure was perfect as well. Anyone who saw such beautiful abs would be unable to control their most primal urges. Just as Yun Luofeng's hand was slowly caressing the man's chest, the man raised his hand and grabbed her tightly, pressing her body tightly against the wall. Yun Luofeng gently narrowed his eyes and the smile on his peerlessly beautiful face grew even more pronounced. Yun Xiao, at the very beginning, you were just a piece of white paper. My greatest interest was to stain that piece of white paper to prove that you were mine and that I was the only person in this world who could train you. Yun Xiao pursed his thin lips, his black gaze gradually shifted downwards from Yun Luofeng's collarbone. His hand gently removed the thin veil covering the young girl's body. The girl's body was in full view of the man, but she raised her hand and hooked the man's neck without shyness. She moved her lips to his ear with an evil smile and said with a low smile, "If you want to see, I'll let you see enough this time." Her hot breath hit the man's ear, bringing with it an ambiguous atmosphere, causing the man to lose his mind in an instant. With a bang, he was filled with hot blood. His big hand pressed the girl tightly, and he leaned over to kiss her beautiful lips. This kiss, with a man's domineering aura, was imprinted on the girl's lips, lingering for a long time. "Feng, he called out in a low voice. His magnetic voice was like a grinding stone, making one's heart unbearably aroused. The young girl responded gently and raised her brow. Her smiling black eyes stared at the grim man in front of her the entire time. "I want you." This time, not only was Yun Zhao's mouth honest, even his body was honest, showing the reaction in his heart. "Yun Xiao, your kissing skills have improved." Chapter 433. The young girl did not answer his question and looked at Yun Xiao with a smile. "It looks like skills really do need to be practiced. In the future, when we have time, we can practice often. What do you think?" "All right." He would never reject Yun Luofeng's requests, especially when it was such an ambiguous suggestion. "Yun Xiao, when your heavenly spirit technique has a breakthrough again, I'll give myself to you, okay?" If it was said that Yun Luofeng only had a good impression of Yun Xiao at the beginning, then when she was willing to use dual cultivation to treat Yun Zhao's insanity during his breakthrough, it had already proved that she had wholeheartedly accepted him. With such an outstanding, loyal, and obedient man by her side, it was likely that very few people could remain unmoved. She was the same. This man, for the first time, gave her a taste of what it felt like to be moved. "For you, I will break through as soon as possible." Yun Zhao's gaze was focused and serious. After saying these words, he silently picked up the clothes on the ground and draped them over the young girl's body. The young girl gently raised her brows. "Not going to continue looking? It's cold." Yun Xiao stared at Yun Luofeng. "I'm afraid you'll catch a cold." Yun Luofeng was stunned. She looked at the man's serious expression and could not help but raise the corners of her lips. "Yun Xiao, I finally know why I like you." She laughed softly. "It's because of your foolishness and innocence. Perhaps in this big vat of dye in this world, it's really too rare for you to be able to maintain this kind of character. You said that you've dyed my paper with a black dot. Actually, that's not all. That piece of paper of mine has been completely dyed black by you." Yun Zhao's gaze was still serious and sincere, "But, I will only allow you to dye my piece of paper with other colors." In this life, the only woman he wanted, was her. So, he only allowed her to dye the white paper that represented his path of love with black. "Ah Xiao." Yun Luofeng raised his finger and lifted the man's chin. Standing on his tiptoes, he gently planted a kiss on his lips. I'll wait for your heavenly spirit skill to break through. At that time, I'll give you a complete version of myself. After saying this, Yun Luofeng's hand slowly landed on the man's chest. She wanted to gently push his body away. However, just as her hand touched the man's chest, the man suddenly pulled her into his arms and kissed her again. Beside her ears was the man's hoarse voice. You said you wanted to practice kissing with me, so let's continue practicing now. Outside the door, Lin Ruobai, who had wanted to find Yun Luofeng, accidentally heard the commotion inside the room. She had just stretched out her hand to push the door open, but she quickly retracted it and covered her eyes. See no evil, little white, what are you doing? Suddenly, a man's pleasant voice came from behind her, startling her. She quickly turned her head, put her finger to her lips, and made a shushing gesture. Father, Master and Grandmaster are making a baby. Let's not disturb them. Through the thin curtain, she could vaguely see the two people kissing in the room. According to the pictures, the next step should be making a baby. Thinking of those embarrassing scenes, Lin Ruobai's face turned red. Fortunately, she stopped in time and didn't push the door open. Otherwise, with Grandmaster's terrifying personality, he would definitely cut her into pieces. Chapter 434. Making a baby? How did you know? Lin Jingfeng looked at his daughter suspiciously. Lin Ruobai blinked cutely. That's what's written in the erotic pictures. Is that wrong? Erotic pictures? Lin Jingfeng immediately exploded when he heard those words. His hair stood on end as he glared at Lin Ruobai. What did you just say? You actually looked at erotic pictures? Could it be that his daughter was starting to get sexually aroused? Lin Jingfeng's entire being turned sour at the thought of this. He was heartbroken and his expression of despair was as if his wife had run away with someone else. All these years, he had never considered that his daughter would marry someone sooner or later. To him, his daughter was still young. She should stay by her father's side and not be the wife of some stinky man. Even if his daughter were to get married, it would be a few years later. Who would have thought that she would get sexually aroused so soon? How could this be? This was undoubtedly a knife stabbing into his heart. Xiao Bai. Lin Jingfeng hurriedly calmed his raging heart and placed his hand on Lin Ruobai's shoulder tightly. He looked at her seriously and attentively. You're only 13 years old. You're still young. You can only look at erotic pictures when you grow up. But, Lin Ruobai pursed her lips. Master is only 2 years older than me. She can already make a baby with Grandmaster. Why can't I look at erotic pictures? This. Lin Jingfeng was speechless. His eyes darted around and he said, You know that your master is 2 years older than you. So, you're still too young. You can understand those things in 2 years. You're not allowed to do it now. All right. Lin Ruobai pouted. I won't look at them in the future. At most, her master would take her to a brothel in the future. It was said that she could see real erotic pictures there. It was much more interesting than the pictures. As for why she didn't dare to look at Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's erotic pictures, that was because she didn't have the guts to offend Grandmaster. Otherwise, she wouldn't know where Grandmaster would throw her away. If she never saw her master again, who would she cry to? My dear daughter, tell me, who gave you those erotic pictures? Lin Jingfeng's tone softened. Xiao Yu was secretly looking at it. I found out, so I snatched it. After looking at it, I found it quite interesting, so I put it away. Little Yu? Violent rage surged from Lin Jingfeng's body. With his back to the dark sky behind him, he said coldly, Someone, throw that brat into the devil's den for punishment. How dare you show this kind of thing to Miss? In the darkness, a figure cupped his fists and disappeared into the boundless night in the blink of an eye. The devil's den was the most dangerous place in Spirit God Mountain. It was said that those who were thrown into the demon's den would definitely lose a layer of their skin before they could come out. One could imagine how furious Lin Jingfeng was right now. Lin Ruobai didn't dare to say another word when he saw his father's aggressive appearance. He was extremely vexed. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have told them the erotic pictures. "Father, it's getting late. I'm going back to rest." Lin Ruobai hurriedly changed the topic. "Oh right, don't disturb Master and Grandmaster. Grandmaster is too terrifying. Not only is he powerful, but he also has a bad temper. Only Master can subdue him." Other than in front of Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao would never show a good expression to anyone. He would always have a poker face. Chapter 435. In the simple yet elegant room, the man seemed to have heard the commotion outside. He frowned slightly and a cold light flashed across his black eyes. At this moment, the young girl's devilish voice reached his ears, causing his brows to gradually calm down. "Ignore them, let's continue, all right." The two of them hugged each other tightly. They kissed from the wall to the bed. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The next day, the morning sun rose. There were many people gathered at the back mountain of the Xiao clan. Wei Liancheng saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman walking over with a single glance. His eyes were filled with admiration. "You guys are here?" Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. "Have all the members of the Xiao family with pure bloodline power arrived? Little Yun, are you planning to let him enter the mystic realm?" Wei Liancheng's eyes were filled with astonishment. "I heard that only those below the celestial spirit stage can enter the Xiao family's secret realm. From what I see, Yun Zhao's strength seems to have reached the celestial spirit stage long ago, or even higher. Am I right?" Yun Xiao glanced coldly at Wei Liancheng and replied coldly, "I can control my aura to be below that of a celestial spirit one." In other words, the taboo of the Xiao clan's secret realm could not trouble him at all. He. Wei Liancheng chuckled awkwardly. "That's good. It's just that you won't be able to come out for a while after entering this mystic realm." Yun Xiao fell silent. After a while, he turned to look at Yun Luofeng, "Return to the Yun family and wait for me." Only when she returned to the Yun family would he be able to enter this secret realm with peace of mind. "All right, I'll wait for you at the Yun clan." Her purpose of coming here was to find Yun Xiao. Now that she had found Yun Xiao, it was time for her to go back. However, she originally thought that she would need at least half a year to come to Spirit Realm. She didn't think that she would finish everything in just a few months. This trip was unbelievably smooth. Yun Xiao took one last look at Yun Luofeng. His callous gaze swept across the Xiao family members whom he had specially left behind. He said coldly, "All of you, go and open the Xiao family's secret territory now." Only the people of the Xiao clan could enter the Xiao clan's secret realm. Moreover, their strength couldn't surpass that of a heavenly spirit realm expert. Fortunately, Yun Xiao was able to control her aura and successfully deceive the secret realm. Now, he could only protect her if he had enough power. "Miss Yun." Lin Jingfeng smiled. "I'll leave my daughter to you. Please teach her well. She's too mischievous and mischievous. She doesn't know any better, so please take her away." However, in Lin Jingfeng's heart, his daughter would always be his precious darling. She was more important than his life. "Then let's go now," Yun Luofeng said after a slight pause. "Yes, master." Lin Ruobai grinned as he walked to Yun Luofeng's side. His slightly blinking eyes shone with a bright light. "Master, are we going back to your hometown? Is it fun there?" "You'll know when you get there." Yun Luofeng did not say anything more. She retracted her longing gaze from Yun Xiao and her lips curled into a lazy smile. "It's getting late, let's go." Once she had finished speaking, she did not spare Yun Xiao another glance as she walked down the mountain on her own. At this moment, Yun Luofeng could clearly feel a gaze following her from behind until she left this place. Chapter 436. Long Yuan Country. Outside the gate of the general's mansion, a group of people dressed in white robes blocked the entrance. They surrounded it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The pedestrians on the street did not know what was going on. They kept pointing at the group of white-robed people and casting curious gazes at them. Yun Qingya, get the hell out here. The leading white-robed old man shouted loudly. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire Yun family. Not long after, a group of people walked out of the Yun family. Amongst the group of people, the one at the front was the Yun family's old man, Yun Luo. His old face was solemn, his brows were tightly knitted, and a cold light shone in his sharp eyes. The cold and indifferent Yun Qingya followed beside the old man. His face was handsome and elegant like a chrysanthemum. His eyes were as clear as a spring, but at this moment, they gradually carried a hint of coldness. Lu Yin, the people of your medical city are actually so untrustworthy. You've already agreed to the 3-year agreement, yet you came knocking on our door at such a time. Aren't you afraid of losing your reputation? The old man's chest was filled with anger. He glared fiercely at the old man in front of him and asked while gnashing his teeth. He. Lu Yin sneered disdainfully, Yun Luo, as long as you hand over the Yun Qingya beside you, I will let you live. Otherwise, today will be the day your Yun family is destroyed. The old man was so angry that his entire body was trembling. This Lu Yin was only making a comeback because Elder Ning and Elder Rong had both left Long Yuan country. Back then, when Lu Yin left Long Yuan country, he never thought that this old fellow would be so untrustworthy. If you want me to hand over my son, I'll have to die here. The old man took 2 steps forward, standing firmly on the ground like Mount Tai. Yun Luo, do you think that with the Ning family's medical pavilion supporting you, you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, the medical pavilion's position in our doctor association is not very high. If it wasn't for the fact that we're from the same faction, I wouldn't have let you off that day. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed slightly as a sneer appeared on his lips. Now, I'll only give you one chance. Hand over Yun Qingya and I'll spare your life. Bah! The old man spat a mouthful of phlegm on Lu Yin's body. I'm not a coward. You want me to back down? Dream on. Lu Yin was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He never thought that Master Dongfang would spit at him, so he had not taken any precautions. Only when the thick spittle landed on his body did he react. His elderly features turned ashen as he roared angrily, Yun Lu, you're looking for death. Boom! His fist brought with it a fierce wind, attacking the old man. The members of the Steel Flame Legion drew their weapons and prepared to deal with Lu Yin. Bang! Suddenly, a gray figure swept over from the top of the wall and quickly stood in front of the old man, his palm meeting Lu Yin's attack. After a loud bang, the gray figure retreated a few steps. Qin Yuan waved his numb arm and smiled bitterly. The Yun family really knew how to provoke enemies. Ordinary enemies were fine, but now there was even a celestial spirit realm expert. He had only just broken through to the heavenly spirit realm, so he was afraid that his heart would not be strong enough to face these people. But no matter what, he had promised Yun Luofeng that he would protect the safety of the Yun family. Heavenly spirit realm? Lu Yin was also a little surprised. He looked at Qin Yuan and his gaze darkened. Yun Luo, no wonder you dare to challenge me. So your Yun family actually has the protection of a heavenly spirit realm expert. However, this guy broke through to the heavenly spirit realm not long ago. He's no match for me at all. Chapter 437. At this moment, the old man was also confused. He rubbed his head and glanced at Qin Yuan doubtfully. Wasn't this man the one who often appeared by Yun Zhao's side? He seemed to be Yun Zhao's subordinate. Especially during this period of time, he had taken great care of the Yun family. He was also very humble and often helped the Yun family. But from what Lu Yin said, Qin Yuan was also a heavenly spirit realm expert. The old man was shocked. If Qin Yuan was a heavenly spirit realm expert, then how powerful was Yun Shao? All of you leave this place first. Qin Yuan's expression became more and more serious. Leave this place and find my master and Miss Yun. Only they can protect you. But, you, old Master Yun was stunned. He couldn't bring himself to abandon Qin Yuan and escape on his own. I promised Miss Yun that I would protect the Yun family, so I would rather die here than let anyone touch you. However, I can't hold them off for too long. Hurry up and leave, the further the better. Don't come back. His gray clothes seemed extremely firm in the breeze. The man's eyes were filled with the determination to face death as he coldly looked at the people of the medical city in front of him. No way. Old man Yun's domineering aura was fully displayed as he said coldly, "There are no deserters on the battlefield. This is not a battlefield." Qin Yuan was a little anxious. To me, any battle is a battlefield. On the battlefield, there is no reason for the general to abandon his troops and flee. If this general really runs away, then my dignity will be completely lost. My reputation will be ruined. As a general, old man Yun accepted the principle that he would rather die in battle than admit defeat to the enemy. From his point of view, if he abandoned Qin Yuan and ran away, what was the difference between him and a deserter? As long as he was alive, he would never allow anyone to step into the Yun family. Father. Yun Qingya's eyes contained a cold light, but her lips curled into a bitter smile. I'm sorry, I've implicated you. The man's apologetic voice caused old man Yun's heart to tremble. He turned his head to look at that handsome face, raised his hand, and gently patted him on the shoulder. There are no cowards in my Yun family. Feng'er's parents died on the battlefield, and he was fearless in the face of danger. Feng'er also inherited her parents' personality, and would rather die than submit. So, I don't think you did anything wrong. Do you want my son to be afraid of death and submit to the threat of the enemy? The old man paused for a moment before continuing, No. If you had admitted defeat on the arena back then because of the opponent's identity, and if you had allowed them to bully you without retaliating, then you wouldn't be my son. My son is not a coward. Every member of the Yun family was a hero. Never give in, never retreat. He would never submit to his enemy for the sake of survival. Qingya, your father's good son. I'm already very satisfied to have you and Yun Yang as my sons, as well as Feng'er as my granddaughter. I have no more regrets. Besides, I believe that with your niece's ability, she'll avenge us one day. What was there to fear about death? To Yun Luo, death wasn't scary. What was scary was a heart that became weak in the face of death. Ha ha ha. Yun Luo burst into laughter and turned to look at Lu Yin. A mocking smile hung on his aged face. Lu Yin, if you want to kill me, then kill me. You want me to hand over my son in order to live? Let me tell you, it's impossible even in my next life. How can I, Yun Luo, be a coward who is afraid of death? As a man, I can never abandon my family. Chapter 438. Qin Yuan looked at Yun Luo with a complicated expression. Towards this old general who had fought on the battlefield for many years, there was nothing but admiration in his heart. With such a heroic, courageous and resourceful old man, it was no wonder that he was able to stay on the battlefield for so many years. It was a pity that the previous emperor of Long Yuan country had eyes but failed to see. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state, father. Yun Qingya smiled faintly. His smile was elegant and moving, as if a hand was gently stirring up the other party's heart. I understand. No matter what, I will not regret what I did back then. Just as his father had said, there were no cowards in the Yun family. Even if he had to live a dark life for 10 years because of what happened back then, he would not regret it. Humph. Lu Yin coldly snorted, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Yun Qingya, even now, you are still so stubborn. There are some things that you can't shake. The strength of our medical city is too strong, to the point of being unimaginable. As for our family's young master, he is even more noble and beautiful. If he wants to compete with you, you should let him beat you up. You shouldn't fight back. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, unfortunately, after more than 10 years, you still haven't understood this principle. On the continent, it's useless to have hard bones. You have to have hard fists to stand firm. Boom! Just as Lu Yin finished speaking, his body suddenly moved and he quickly rushed towards Yun Qingya. Be careful. Qin Yuan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly appeared in front of Yun Qingya and activated a shield. However, he had only broken through to the heavenly spirit realm not long ago, so how could he compare to Lu Chen? With a boom, a punch landed on the shield. The invisible shield immediately shattered, turning into specks of light that scattered into the air. Puchi. At the same time, Qin Yuan's body was also sent flying, heavily smashing into the wall. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. Yun Qingya, go to hell. Lu Yin's speed was too fast, so fast that other than Qin Yuan, no one else could react in time. Qingya. He wanted to rush in front of Yun Qingya, but the other party's attack had already landed. He had no time to block this attack for his beloved son. He could only watch in despair as the old man's fist landed on Yun Qingya. In the face of this sudden attack, Yun Qingya's expression did not change at all. Under this powerful pressure, even his expression did not change in the slightest. He stood firm in the old man's pressure, his posture straight. Father is right, there are no cowards among the sons of the Yun family. Even if he had to die, he would die standing. He would never yield to the enemy. Puchi. Suddenly, a beautiful figure floated over from somewhere and steadily landed in front of Yun Qingya. The girl opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful face instantly turned pale, and her beautiful hair slowly fell down, fluttering in front of Yun Qingya. Yun Qingya's pupils suddenly constricted as she stared blankly at the young girl in front of her. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Only when the young girl's body tilted to the ground did he react. He quickly took 2 steps forward and caught her soft and delicate body. Why did you? You saved me? Ever since Elder Ning left a while ago, this young girl had stayed in the Yun family. She said that she was waiting for Yun Luofeng to return, but she had always been wandering in front of him. However, Yun Qingya did not have much feelings for this young girl who was 10 years younger than her. She only treated her like a little sister. He did not expect that she would rush out at this moment and block Lu Yin's attack for him. Chapter 439. Ning Xian slightly closed her eyes. Her 2 fan-like eyelashes gently trembled. Her breathing was very weak, so weak that it seemed like it could disappear at any moment. Because, I admire you very much. After a while, the young girl opened her eyes. Her eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, quietly stared at the man in front of her. A weak smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yun Qingya's heart trembled. Her arms involuntarily hugged the young girl's body tightly. Big brother Yun, I admire you not because of your talent. In this life, I have seen many geniuses, and there are many in the Ning family. However, after hearing about your deeds, I was deeply fascinated by you. The young girl's voice was weak, but her tone was filled with unquestionable determination. I admire your strength of character, and I am infatuated with your courage to not fear power, to not lower your head even in death. You clearly know the identity of the other party, but you are still unwilling to put down your dignity and pride on the stage. So. The young girl paused for a moment before continuing, for you, I am willing. The young girl's words made Yun Qingya's heart tremble even more. He tightened his grip on her, and his cold eyes were filled with determination. Don't worry, little Fenger will be back very soon. When she comes back, you will be fine. Ning Xian smiled bitterly and shook her head. Brother Yun, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until then. After Feng'er returns, you will bid farewell to her on my behalf. In this life, I don't have many friends, and she is the only one. In a power like the Ning family, even though there were many noble daughters who wanted to befriend her, those people were only doing so for the sake of the Ning family. Only Yun Luofeng, in the eyes of that young girl, did not have nobility or lowliness, only whether he was worthy of her friendship or not. Therefore, only in front of Yun Luofeng would she open her heart without reservation. Hearing the young girl's increasingly weak voice, Yun Qingya's heart surged with monstrous anger. Her clear eyes coldly looked at the people of the medical city. If anything happens to Ning Xian, one day, I will destroy your entire medical city. His voice was filled with earth-shattering rage. His crescent robe fluttered in the breeze. Elder Lu Yin, what should we do? That last Ning Xian is seriously injured. If word gets back to the Ning family, old man Ning will go crazy. Behind him, a white-robed man came out and said worriedly. They had only come to deal with the general's mansion. Who would have thought that Ning Xian would also be in the Yun family? She even risked her life for Yun Qingya. Knowing Elder Ning's protective nature, if he were to find out that Ning Xian had been accidentally injured in the medical city, he would definitely fly into a rage. Especially since it seemed like Ning Xian was not going to make it, quick. Lord Yun was the first to react. He hurriedly said, Qingya, quickly take her to the medical pavilion. There are quite a few doctors there, so they might have a way to control her injuries. As long as we wait for Feng'er to return, there will be no problems. Yun Qingya suddenly came back to his senses. Without saying a word, he quickly carried Ning Xian and rushed towards the other side of the street. Perhaps he was too anxious, but his speed was as fast as the wind. Elder Lu Yin, the white-robed man, looked in the direction that Yun Qingya had left in. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Yin's voice. Let's return to the medicine city and discuss with the city lord how to deal with the Ning family's old man's anger. Chapter 440. But this Yun Qingya. The white-robed man frowned. Were they going to return empty-handed this time? It's useless for him to go to the medical pavilion. Only I know the power I used just now. Even the pavilion master of the medical pavilion might not be able to save her, Lu Yin said coldly. Now, let's rush back to the medical city and discuss this with the city lord. As for the Yun family, we can only let them live for a few more days. The little girl of the Ning family was already heavily injured, but this was unintentionally caused by him. He hoped that the Ning family would be more reasonable and reconcile with the medical city. However, if he stopped Yun Qingya from bringing Ning Xian to the medical pavilion, then the nature of the matter would be different. At that time, even if he explained that he had no intention of hurting her, no one in the Ning family would listen to him. If I knew that the little girl of the Ning family was here and protected Yun Qingya with my life, I wouldn't have come to the Yun family at this time. Lu Yin was very vexed in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, let's retreat. Ning family. When they heard that Ning Xian had been injured outside, the entire Ning family was in an uproar. Everyone gathered together with ugly expressions on their faces. The people of the medical city are so bold. They actually dared to injure our little girl Ning Xian. Patriarch, we can't let this matter rest like this. We have to go to the medical city and settle the score with them. The person who said this was the great elder of the Ning family. His face was ashen as he spoke angrily. Patriarch, why did the people of the medical city injure Ning Xian? There must be an inside story behind this. I heard that the old master had left Ning Xian alone in Long Yuan country, and no one knows where he went. This time, Ning Xian was injured because she was protecting the son of a general. I really don't know what the old master was thinking, to actually allow Ning Xian to interact with those ordinary people. No, we have to bring Ning Xian back. Ning Xian is seriously injured now. If we don't hurry up and treat her, she might not be able to be saved. The crowd began to discuss amongst themselves. Their words were filled with anger towards the medical city and disdain towards the Yun family. Enough. The middle-aged man, who was sitting at the head of the table, slammed his palm down. His handsome face was cold and detached. Old master must have his reasons for leaving Xin heir in Long Yuan nation. Furthermore, the granddaughter of the Long Yuan country's general is the savior of the old master. Furthermore, she has a good relationship with Xin heir. If the two of you were to talk about the general's mansion like this and the old master heard about it, he would definitely be furious. I don't believe that a young lady from the general's mansion would be able to cure the old master's illness. Perhaps the old master just doesn't want us to worry about him and made up an excuse. An elderly man frowned. Master, we really can't stop worrying about Ning Xin. Please allow me to bring some men to bring Ning Xin back to the Ning family for treatment. With the strength of my Ning clan, recruiting doctors from all over the world is not a problem. The middle-aged man closed his eyes in agony. When he found out that his daughter was injured, no one was more worried than he was. He wished he could fly to Long Yuan country immediately. However, the old master was not at home and he needed someone to take charge of the situation. All right, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. I'll allow you to bring some men to bring Xin heir back to the Ning family immediately. However, you need to be polite to the general's mansion. Do not be too rude. Otherwise, if the old master were to get angry, no one would be able to stop him. Yes, master. The elderly man cupped his fists, his voice filled with respect, but his face showed a hint of disapproval. Chapter 441. In the quiet back hall of the medical pavilion, Fangya wiped the sweat off her forehead and slowly stood up from the bedside. Her face was filled with fatigue as she turned to look at the nervous Yunqingya behind her. How is it? Yunqingya's heart tightened. His tightly clenched fists were covered in sweat. His handsome face was filled with anxiety. Fangya shook her head, her face filled with helplessness. Seeing her expression, Yunqingya felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his head, causing him to uncontrollably take a few steps back. I've tried my best, but her injuries are too severe. Lu Yin's palm shattered her internal organs. I've used all my strength to maintain her life for 10 days. If Yun Luofeng still hasn't returned in 10 days, I'm afraid she really won't be able to be saved. 10 days, Yunqingya's gaze gradually turned to the young girl on the bed. At this moment, the young girl's face was as pale as paper, as if it would shatter with a single touch. Her lips were devoid of blood, and her tightly furrowed brows revealed the pain she was enduring. This is all my fault. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have suffered such a heavy injury. Yunqingya's heart ached. He had never thought that at that time, Ning Xin would disregard her life to protect him. This kind of friendship was something that he would never be able to repay even if he used up his entire life. When will Yun Luofeng return? Fangya frowned slightly, a hint of worry appearing on her seductive face. When Elder Ning left Long Yuan, he had asked the medical pavilion to take care of Ning Xin. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Just as the two old men left, the people from the medical city arrived. Yunqingya shook his head with a bitter smile. His fingers gently caressed the girl's tender skin on the bed. Xiaofan has already been gone for a few months. No one knows when she will return. Maybe Xin won't be able to wait for her to return. Fangya opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but at this moment, a servant in the medical pavilion hurriedly lifted the curtain and walked in. He said respectfully, Miss Fangya, the people from the Ning family are here. Ning family? Hearing this, Fangya frowned slightly. Who is the person from the Ning family? Miss Fangya, that old man claims to be the fourth elder of the Ning family. He's here to bring Miss Ning Xin home. The servant's words caused Yunqingya's heart to tremble. He hurriedly held Ning Xion's hand, his cold eyes filled with determination. No. I can't let Xiao Xin go. I want to wait for Xiaofan to come back. If Ning Xian returned to the Ning family, only death awaited her. If she waited here for Yun Luofeng, perhaps she would have a chance. He would not allow the Ning family to take Ning Xian away. Humph, I'd like to see what kind of strength you have to keep Ning Xian here. Suddenly, a cold snort came from outside the curtain. When Yun Qingya turned to look, she saw an old man in a long robe leading a group of people into the back hall. The old man's aura was imposing, and his indifferent eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible arrogance. His navy blue robe made his aged body seem extremely long, and he was like a sharp sword that could kill without leaving a trace. In particular, there was a faint trace of hostility in his gaze as he looked at Yun Qingya. You can't take Ning Xian away. Seeing the person who had arrived, Yun Qingya's gaze gradually darkened. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter, and his cold voice was filled with determination. Ha ha. The old man sneered, then I want to see if you can stop me. Someone. Take the young miss away. Chapter 442. Yun Qingya's expression changed as she clenched her fists tightly. She quickly stepped forward, wanting to stop those people, but at this moment, Fangya stretched out a hand and stopped him. Elder Ning. Fangya frowned slightly, her seductive face filled with seriousness. Her fox-like eyes turned towards the Ning family and asked, if you insist on taking Ning Xian away now, she might die. Is this the result that your Ning family wants? The fourth elder snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Just because your medical pavilion can't cure the symptoms doesn't mean that other doctors are helpless. Only when Ning Xian returns to the Ning family will she receive the best treatment. Fangya's eyes darkened. She took a deep breath and said, Elder Ning, you're not a doctor and you don't know much about medicine. I've just examined Ning Xian's condition and I can tell you that there are only two people in this world who can save her. One is the godly Dr. Tianya, and the other is the Yun family's Yun Luofeng. Godly Dr. Tianya has always been elusive, and it is extremely difficult to find him. Therefore, we can only let Ning Xian stay here. When Yun Luofeng returns home, she will be safe. Even at this time, Fangya still wanted to persuade the Ning family to keep Ning Xian. However, after hearing her words, the fourth elder scoffed and curled his lips in ridicule. Yun Luofeng? I've never heard of her name before. How dare a granddaughter of a general be compared to the godly Dr. Tianya? Elder Ning, Yun Luofeng cured Elder Ning's illness. Do you think she has the qualifications to be compared to the godly Dr. Tianya? Fangya's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, a hint of impatience gradually appearing on her face. The people of the Ning family were really stubborn. If Elder Rong was here, they wouldn't dare to come to the medical pavilion to snatch people away. Although Elder Rong's status was not as respected as Elder Ning's on the continent, they had known each other since they were young. How could their relationship for so many years change with the change in status? Therefore, the people of the Ning family were very respectful towards Elder Rong. No one dared to act rashly in front of him. Ha ha ha. Fangya's words caused fourth elder to burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with sarcasm. Fangya, do you really think that I don't know that Elder Ning's illness is not under control? He must have found an excuse to reassure the Ning family. How could a general's granddaughter have the ability to cure him when so many famous doctors on the continent were helpless? Do you think I'm stupid? You. Fangya was so angry that her delicate body trembled and her chest heaved up and down. Let me tell you, it's not just Elder Ning, our medical pavilion's pavilion master was also cured by Yun family's fallen maple. Furthermore, you all know that Yun Qingya's strength was crippled before. The reason he was able to stand here safe and sound was all thanks to Yun Luofeng. You actually said that her medical skills are not good enough? The fourth elder coldly snorted. How would I know if Yun Qingya's strength has been crippled? Maybe he was just pretending to be seriously injured and had been hiding his strength for so many years. As for the pavilion master of the medical pavilion, his illness had indeed recovered, but you said that it was Yun Luofeng who had cured him, so it was her credit? Who knows if you're making it up or not? In any case, he did not believe that Yun Luofeng's medical skills could be compared to godly Dr. Tianya's. It should be said that the two were not worthy of comparison. How could a 15-year-old girl, born in a place like Long Yuan, possess such brilliant medical skills? Chapter 443. Did Fang Ye really think he was stupid? Would he believe her lies? Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I will say the same thing. In this world, other than godly Dr. Tianya, only Yun Luofeng can save Ning Xian. If you forcefully bring her back to the Ning family, can you bear the responsibility if something happens to her? At this moment, Fang Ye's expression was extremely ugly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a cold light. If she stays here, she will die. The fourth elder waved his hand. Don't worry about these people, take Ning Xian away immediately. Boom! Just as those people were walking towards the bed, Yun Qingya straightened his body and blocked the bed behind him. His aura surged and his handsome face was suffused with a cold light. None of you are allowed to take her away. His eyes were filled with determination. With a choice that was unafraid of death, he forcefully blocked these people. Beat him up. The fourth elder's gaze darkened as he coldly berated. In an instant, the people from the Ning family rushed towards Yun Qingya, the spiritual energy in their hands attacking the cold and handsome man in front of them. Ever since his injuries had been healed, Yun Qingya's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he had even broken through to become a high-level high spiritualist. However, even so, it was difficult for him to fight against four hands with just two fists. Just as he was distracted, his chest was forcefully punched. Puchi. Yun Qingya's footsteps suddenly retreated. Seeing that he was about to collide with the bed behind him, he hurriedly stopped in his tracks. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at the Ning family members. I won't let you take her away. Ning Xian had been seriously injured in order to protect him. No matter what, he would protect her well and not let anyone take her away from him. You're courting death. The fourth elder coldly snorted. Then, his body moved and he suddenly charged towards Yun Qingya. The aura on his body was extremely sharp, like a sword shooting out. Stop! Fang Ye's expression changed drastically. She looked at the fourth elder's actions in fear and hurriedly wanted to go forward to help. However, before she could reach Yun Qingya's side, she was affected by the old man's aura. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past, fiercely blowing her away. Bang! Her soft body fell to the ground. She raised her head and stared angrily at the fourth elder of the Ning family. Hurry up and stop. If anything happens to Yun Qingya, your Ning family will be destroyed one day. Fang Ye was clearer than anyone else about Yun Luofeng's vengeful personality. Now that her second uncle had been injured by the Ning family, based on her personality, she would never let the Ning family off so easily even if she was on good terms with old man Ning. However, the girl's growth was too terrifying. In just half a year, she had already reached such a level. Who could stop her in the future? Offending her was no different from offending the devil. Bang! With a punch, Yun Qingya's body was thrown out with a bang. She smashed through the wall and fell into the ruins. His fingers twitched as he tried to get up from the floor. But he felt powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the Ning family carried Ning Xian from the bed. Let her go, Yun Qingya's voice became very hoarse. His fingers tightly pinched the sand in front of him. Just as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His handsome face was so pale that it was almost transparent. At this moment, his eyes were filled with anger and despair, and he had never been as powerless as he was today. It was as if his body had been hollowed out. Chapter 444. Fourth Elder, what about that man? The Ning family guard carried Ning Xian by the waist and walked in front of the fourth elder as he asked. The fourth elder paused and said coldly, "Don't worry about him. They won't be able to cause any trouble." Let's hurry back to the Ning family. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the back hall of the medical pavilion without looking back. After the Ning family left, Fangya propped herself up and staggered towards Yunqingya, who was lying in the ruins. She asked worriedly, "Young Master Yun, how are you?" Yunqingya did not say anything. His fingers tightly gripped the sand on the ground, his eyes filled with deep pain. "Your injuries are very serious. I'll treat you." Fangya sighed softly. She knew that with her and Yunqingya's strength, they would not be able to stop these people from the Ning family. Now, they could only let them take Ning Xian away. Yunqingya's expression was somewhat sluggish as he allowed Fangya to help him up and walk towards the bed. At this moment, he looked like a person who had lost his soul. His eyes were unfocused. "Someone, come." Fangya's gaze darkened as she ordered, "Go to the Yun family and invite the Yun family's old man over. Tell him something has happened to Yunqingya." Standing outside the Yun family's gate, Yun Luofeng stopped in her tracks. She looked at the panicked servants in the Yun family's courtyard and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that something had happened to the Yun family while she was away? Just as Yun Luofeng was about to step through the door, he bumped into a familiar figure. That person had clearly noticed Yun Luofeng at the door as well, and his eyes were filled with surprise. "Mistress, you're back? Where's my master?" Qin Yuan's face was filled with excitement. However, when he saw that there was only a little girl following beside Yun Luofeng and that cold figure was nowhere to be seen, he couldn't help but be stunned. The matter with the Xiao family has been resolved. He still has some other things to do there. "Oh right, what happened to the Yun family? Why are all of you so flustered?" Yun Luofeng frowned and asked. Hearing Yun Luofeng's question, the excited smile on Qin Yuan's face gradually disappeared. He carefully glanced at the young girl in front of him and said, "Mistress, young Master Qingya is injured and is currently being treated in the medical pavilion." The young girl's face suddenly darkened, her pitch-black pupils seemingly boundless. Qin Yuan immediately became nervous. He explained anxiously, "Mistress, this matter is my fault. I did not protect young Master Qingya properly, causing him to be injured. No matter how Mistress punishes me, I, Qin Yuan, will accept it." At this point, Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with guilt. Before Yun Luofeng left Long Yuan country, he had promised her that he would take good care of the Yun family. However, Ning Xian was injured first, and then, due to his negligence, even Yunqingya was seriously injured. This time, even if he died 10,000 times, he would not be able to absolve himself of the blame. Yun Luofeng didn't reply to Qin Yuan. She didn't even look at him. She silently turned around and walked in the direction of the medical pavilion. Seeing this, Qin Yuan didn't dare to say anything else. He followed the young woman anxiously, and his heart was tightly in his throat the entire way. In the back hall of the medical pavilion, old Master Yun sat in front of the bed. He looked at the man lying on the bed with his eyes wide open and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. "Miss Fangya, I've really troubled you this time. I didn't expect so many things to happen. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Qingya come to the medical pavilion alone." Chapter 445. Fangya forced a smile. There was a trace of worry between her eyebrows, but even more so, there was a sense of guilt that could not be erased. "Patriarch Yun, please don't say that. If it wasn't for Yun Luofeng, our pavilion master's illness wouldn't have been cured. But now, your Yun family needs help, and I can't help you at all. But don't worry, I've already sent a pigeon to inform Elder Rong of this matter and have him help me find Elder Ning's whereabouts." 10 days. Ning Xian only had 10 days. She had to find Elder Ning and Yun Luofeng within these 10 days. Otherwise, Ning Xian's life would be in danger. "Miss Fangya, no matter what, I still have to thank you for what you've done for the Yun family. If you hadn't saved him in time, perhaps Qingya." At this point, old Master Sheng's words stopped abruptly. However, the meaning he wanted to express was already very obvious. He didn't want to experience the pain of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person a second time. Miss Fangya, Patriarch Yun, the eldest daughter of the Yun family is here. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from the front hall. Upon hearing this voice, Yun Luo stood up abruptly with a whoosh as a look of pleasant surprise appeared in his murky eyes. Fenger is back. This was great. As long as she came back, both Yun Qingya and Ning Xian would be safe and sound. Just as the old man finished speaking, the curtain was lifted by a hand. Immediately, a young girl dressed in white walked in from the front hall and appeared in the old man's eyes. Beside the young lady was a cute little girl. This little girl was sucking on her finger and looking around curiously with her big eyes. Fenger. The old man's throat was a little dry, and tears welled up in his eyes. Yun Luofeng's return had suddenly allowed him to find his backbone. His tightly clenched heart had also slowly calmed down. Even the old man didn't know when Yun Luofeng had become the backbone of the Yun family. It was as if as long as she was here, any difficulty could be easily solved. In this world, there was nothing she couldn't do. We'll talk about other things later. Let me take a look at second uncle's injuries first. With that said, the young girl walked towards the big bed. Her fingers gently touched Yun Qingya's body. After checking the injuries on his body, her heart gradually returned to her stomach. Second uncle has indeed suffered a very serious injury. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Fangya, I have a pharmacy here. Go and get some medicine for second uncle to use. After Yun Luofeng finished speaking, he took out a green medicinal herb from somewhere. Remember, add this spiritual herb. All right. Fangya took the spiritual herbs that Yun Luofeng handed over and immediately ordered the servants to prepare a pen and paper. Once Yun Luofeng had written down all the herbs he needed, she left the back hall. The entire back hall quietened down because of this. The girl turned to look at the old man and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, what happened?" The old man laughed bitterly. The people of the medical city did not keep their promise. They gave up on the 3-year agreement and launched an attack on the Yun family. In order to protect your second uncle, Ning Xian suffered a palm strike from Lu Yin and was severely injured. She was on the verge of death. In order to save Ning Xian's life, your second uncle brought him to the medical pavilion, but who would have thought? Not only did the Ning family rush over, they even injured your second uncle. Chapter 446. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened bit by bit, his black eyes containing a strong storm. Even the aura on her body had cooled down following the old man's words. Does Elder Ning know about this? She muttered to herself for a while before saying this. The old man shook his head. Elder Ning is not in the Ning family. Fangya has already informed Elder Rong of this matter and asked Elder Rong to invite Elder Ning to uphold justice. Tell Fangya to bring a message to Elder Ning. No matter who the person who injured my second uncle is, I will seek justice for him. The old man opened his mouth, and a bitter smile appeared on his aged face. What about that girl Ning Xian's injuries? As if he had heard Ning Xian's name, Yun Qingya's face finally showed an expression. However, he still did not speak and lay quietly on the bed. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Qingya. Ning Xian has a good personality, I like her a lot. Moreover, she was injured for second uncle this time, so no matter what, I will not ignore her. After second uncle recovers, I will go to the Ning family to find Ning Xian, and I will bring her back. Really? Old man Yun's eyes lit up. The Ning family will let Ning Xian go? To be honest, the old man liked that beautiful and dignified little girl, Ning Xian, from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, if she hadn't rushed out to block that attack for Yun Qingya back then, the one who was injured might have been Yun Qingya. Because of this, old Master Sheng's fondness for her increased a little. The corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled up slightly. Don't you think it would be good to have a daughter-in-law like Ning Xian? Second uncle has also reached the age of marrying a wife. I think the two of them are quite suitable. Grandfather, don't worry. No matter what, I will bring your daughter-in-law back. Before Yun Qingya saw the sun again, Yun Luofeng already knew that Ning Xian worshipped and respected Yun Qingya in her heart. Now that she had suffered such a heavy injury for her second uncle, her feelings were very obvious. As for second uncle, perhaps he had only treated Ning Xian as a little sister at the beginning, but now, because of Ning Xian's departure, he had become so distracted. From this, it could be seen that second uncle did not have no feelings for her. Even if second uncle had become like this because he was worried about Ning Xian's injuries, feelings could be slowly nurtured. The most important thing right now was to bring Ning Xian back from the Ning family. Miss Yun. Fang Ye's charming voice sounded from outside the curtain. She then walked in with a bowl of medicinal soup and carefully placed it on the table. I've already brewed the medicinal soup you wanted. Also, I have one more thing to tell you. Fang Ye lifted her head and looked at Yun Luofeng. The person who came to the Ning family this time is the fourth elder of the Ning family. He has a son, and because he's old, he's been spoiled rotten by him. Furthermore, his son's talent is not bad. As a result, among the younger generation of the Ning family, besides Ning Xian, his son has the highest status. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. And then? Fang Ye sighed helplessly. His son has always liked Ning Xian. In his heart, Ning Xian has already become his daughter-in-law. The fourth elder of the Ning family also treats Ning Xian like his daughter-in-law. It's a pity that Ning Xian doesn't like his son. That's why he's so hostile towards Yun Qingya. If it was another elder who came to Long Yuan, it wouldn't be the same. Yun Luofeng's face was expressionless, but the storm in his black eyes was getting stronger and stronger, as if it would explode at any moment. Chapter 447. Fang Ye, I'll leave my second uncle to you for now. She took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in her heart. She raised her eyes and stared at the seductive woman in front of her. Fang Ye was stunned when she heard the girl's words. She frowned and said, "You plan to go to the Ning family like this? You're not going to wait for Elder Ning to return?" "No need." Yun Luofeng shook his head. "Ning Xian probably won't be able to escape for long. I'll go to the Ning family to treat her injuries first, then I'll settle the score with the fourth elder of the Ning family." She had never imagined that so many things would happen during the time she was away. She would not let off anyone who hurt her family. "All right." Fang Ye thought for a moment and nodded. "Leave Yun Qingya to me. I'll take good care of him. Also, you probably don't know where the Ning family is. I'll send someone to send you there." Indeed, as Yun Luofeng had said, Ning Xian wouldn't be able to hold on for long, and Elder Ning was still somewhere unknown, therefore, she could not stop Yun Luofeng's choice. She could only hope that Elder Rong could quickly find out Elder Ning's whereabouts so that this girl wouldn't suffer a loss in the Ning family. Perhaps sensing Fang Ye's worry, Yun Luofeng's black eyes gradually calmed down. "Don't worry, Yun Luofeng, will eat anything, but I won't lose out." After saying this, she turned to look at the old man with sincerity in her eyes. "Grandfather, wait for me here. I'll bring your daughter-in-law back." The old man opened his mouth, his eyes filled with worry. "Should I go with you?" How could he be at ease letting his granddaughter enter the tiger's den alone? The Yun family needs someone to take charge. Yun Luofeng looked at the old man's worried expression solemnly. "So, you must stay here." Hearing this, the old man laughed bitterly and sighed helplessly. "All right, then come back early. I'll wait for you to bring my future daughter-in-law back." Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Qingya, who was lying on the bed, and lowered his eyes to hide the raging anger in them. "Xiao Bai, let's go." "Oh." Lin Ruobai blinked her eyes cutely. "Master, do you want to ask my father for help?" Yun Luofeng shook his head. "It's too far. There's no time. Ning Xian's injuries couldn't be delayed any longer. If she returned to spirit realm and asked the spirit god for help, Ning Xian would probably die from her injuries before she returned. Wait. Just as Yun Luofeng turned to leave, an anxious voice came from behind him. She saw that the man who had been lying on the bed with lifeless eyes, had somehow forced himself to stand up. His hands were tightly pressed against the edge of the bed as a beautiful smile bloomed on his handsome, pale face. The man's smile was like a lotus, so beautiful that it could move one's soul. I'll go with you. Yun Luofeng was startled. He frowned slightly. Your injuries, I'm fine. Yun Qingya shook her head slightly and smiled weakly. Little Fenger, Xiao Xian was injured because of me, and you are planning to go to the Ning family because of me. How can I retreat at a time like this? I wasn't able to protect her before. Now, I will personally bring her to the Yun family. He was a man, and as a man, he had to have a strong spirit. Instead of hiding behind his niece. Looking at Yun Qingya's determined expression, Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Drink the medicine and immediately set off with me to the Ning family." Chapter 448. In the great hall of the Ning family home, the middle-aged man sat on the highest seat. His brows were furrowed in worry as he asked in a low voice, "Has the master not returned yet?" Reporting to the master. The great elder walked out and clenched his fists as he replied respectfully, "The Ning family is already searching for the old master's whereabouts. However, we don't know where the old master has gone, so we haven't been able to find him yet." Sigh, the middle-aged man sighed and the worry between his brows deepened. "I'm afraid that Xianer won't be able to hold on for much longer, but the master has yet to return. Perhaps, they won't even be able to see him one last time." He rubbed his forehead with his fingers and his handsome face was filled with agony. These past few days, he had searched for famous doctors, but they all said that Ning Xian's injuries were too severe and there was nothing they could do to save her. Unless they could find the godly doctor, Tianya. Only then would they be able to come back from the dead and save Ning Xian's life. However, when the master had been gravely ill, they had searched for Tianya for a few years but had not been able to find him. Now, in just a few short days, where could they go to find him? Forget it, forget it. The middle-aged man waved his hand and exhaled deeply. "Great elder, spread the news that Ning Xian is in a critical condition. If Master Darren hears about it, he will naturally return. Ning Xian only has a few more days to live. Let's not disturb her too much and let her leave in peace." As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the great hall. In just a few days, the man who was once all-powerful in the Ning family gradually hunched his back. It was as if he had aged several decades in an instant. His hair, which was originally as black as ink, had turned half of it white without anyone noticing. "Master." Just as the middle-aged man was about to step over the threshold, a servant hurried in and said respectfully, "There's a man and a woman outside the door who wish to see you." The middle-aged man paused in his steps and frowned. "Who do you think they are?" "Master, the two of them claim to be from Long Yuan country. The lady's name is Yun Luofeng and the other man is Yun Qingya." Hua. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to respond, the fourth elder rose to his feet in the great hall. His gloomy eyes burned with rage. The people from the Yun family actually dare to come. Especially that Yun Qingya. If he hadn't provoked the people from the medical city, Ning Xian wouldn't have been injured. He wouldn't only have a few days to live. But I didn't expect him to have the guts to come to our door even though our Ning family didn't settle the score with him. Patriarch, let me go teach this kid a lesson right now. What surprised the fourth elder even more was that although he didn't kill Yun Qingya with his palm, he still used an unknown amount of strength. How could he still come to the Ning clan? Could it be that his injuries had been healed? No. Impossible. Only he knew the strength he used. It was impossible for him to recover so quickly. Fourth elder. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He looked at the furious fourth elder and said indifferently, that Yun Qingya is someone that Xian'er risked her life to protect. If you do this, how can you be worthy of Xian'er's sacrifice? However, I also want to see what kind of person this Yunqingya is, to be able to make Xian'er risk her life to protect him. The fourth elder clenched his fists tightly, his old face gloomy. If he had known that Yunqingya would still be able to get out of bed, he wouldn't have shown mercy at that time. Someone like him didn't have the qualifications to match up with Ning Xian. Chapter 449. Outside the courtyard, the young girl stood in the wind. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, and she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Her eyebrows were wild, and her black eyes were deep and evil. Her rather lazy posture was like a beautiful painting, and it was so pleasing to the eye. However, the young lady narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw the members of the Ning clan walking out to welcome her. A dangerous and demonic light flashed in her eyes. Yunqingya had been standing beside Yun Luofeng the entire time. Her handsome face was no longer as pale as before, but there was still the weakness of someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. Her clear and cold eyes carried a stubborn light, and her straight body stood quietly under the gentle breeze, firm and determined. Only Lin Ruobai, who was at the side, looked as if it had nothing to do with her. She blinked her eyes adorably, and her bright eyes carried an evil light. Is that person in the navy blue robe the fourth elder? Yun Luofeng immediately saw the old man behind the middle-aged man. Due to the anger and hatred on the old man's face, she immediately guessed his identity. Hearing this, Yunqingya nodded slightly. It's him. Hearing the man's answer, Yun Luofeng didn't say anything else. She narrowed her eyes and examined the middle-aged man who was walking over quickly as she asked in a deep voice. Where is Ning Xian? She went straight to the point and asked about Ning Xian's whereabouts. The middle-aged man was slightly startled and smiled faintly. I believe this must be the granddaughter of the general of Long Yuan country, Lady Yun Luofeng. My father once mentioned you to me, so I've heard of your name for a long time. Where is Ning Xian? The young girl acted as if she didn't hear the middle-aged man's words and continued to ask. The middle-aged man didn't expect Yun Luofeng to be so determined to see Ning Xian, and even ignored his words. He couldn't help but feel a little unhappy, and his voice no longer had the friendliness from before. Xian is seriously ill in bed. I'm afraid she won't be able to meet any guests. Miss Yun, please go back. As he said this, the middle-aged man's eyes kept glancing at Yunqingya, sizing her up with a scrutinizing gaze. The more he looked, the more dissatisfied he became. This Yunqingya's talent was considered not bad in the secular world. For a power like theirs, only the hedonistic young city lord of the medical city would be defeated by him. However, everyone knew that the young governor's talent was not that great. It was only because after the young governor had been born, the governor of the medical city had lost his ability to reproduce. Hence, he had pampered his only child so much, resulting in his lawless character. As for the Ning family, whether it was Ning Xian or fourth elder's grandson, they were both rare geniuses. It was also something a man like Yunqingya could not compare to. He could treat the guest well for the sake of the old master and Ning Xian, but that did not mean that he could accept this man as his son-in-law. If you want her to die, then stop us from seeing her. If you want her to live, you must bring me to see Ning Xian now. Just as the middle-aged man was examining Yunqingya, the beautiful girl beside him slowly spoke again. Her unquestionable tone made the middle-aged man's heart tremble. He frowned slightly. Humph. The fourth elder coldly snorted and looked at Yun Luofeng with a mocking gaze. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Little girl, I advise you to be a little more guilty. Do you think that you can call yourself a doctor just by reading a few medical books? Our Ning family has found so many famous doctors to be unable to cure this illness. Do you think that you can cure Ning Xian with your little ability? If it wasn't for the sake of the old head, you would have been thrown out of our Ning family a long time ago, and you still dare to clamor here. Chapter 450. The young girl glanced at the fourth elder evilly. The cold light in her eyes made one's heart tremble uncontrollably. It was as if a knife was placed on their necks, incomparably cold. Scram! Her cold shout exploded in the crowd like a bomb. Her demonic and beautiful face was shrouded in a layer of murderous intent. Whenever she thought of what the fourth elder had done to Yun Qingya, the anger in her heart would surge, and it would be enough to swallow a person in an instant. However, the most important thing now was Ning Xian's injuries. It would not be too late to settle the score with the fourth elder after Ning Xian's condition stabilized. The fourth elder was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. Suddenly, a cold smile hung on his lips. "Little girl, do you know what you're saying? This is the Ning family, what right do you have to tell me to scram? Who do you think you are? If you still want your life, you'd better leave this place. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." If it was in the past, the middle-aged man would have stopped the fourth elder. However, today, he did not do anything and quietly watched from the sidelines. He wanted to know, in the face of the fourth elder's oppression, how would this girl choose? Leave this place? Or, to fight against the fourth elder? After all, even now, he still did not know why his old man would admire such a young girl so much. Therefore, he wanted to test Yun Luofeng's strength through the fourth elder. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous light in his eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. "You're asking me what right I have to tell you to scram? Alright, I'll show you my qualifications now." After saying this, Yun Luofeng took out a dark green jade pendant from his sleeve. The word Ning, engraved on the jade pendant, shone brightly under the sunlight. "This is Father's jade pendant? Why do you have this on your hand?" The middle-aged man, who had been watching coldly from the side, was shocked when he saw Yun Luofeng take out the jade pendant. His eyes were filled with deep astonishment. Father's jade pendant. Why was it in her hands? And this jade pendant was a symbol of power. It meant that she could mobilize the Ning family's power at will. But why would father give the jade pendant to a girl he had never met before? Was this just out of admiration for her? No. It was just admiration. Father would never hand over such a precious thing. There must be some reason he did not know. The middle-aged man's face was filled with annoyance at the thought of this. If he had known that his father would give the jade pendant to her, he would not have remained so indifferent when the fourth elder had made things difficult for him. That's right, this is indeed the family head's jade pendant. The great elder carefully examined the jade pendant in Yun Luofeng's hand and came to this conclusion. Suddenly, the way everyone looked at Yun Luofeng changed. There was no longer any enmity in their eyes. "I don't know if this is enough to make you scram." Yun Luofeng raised his black eyes slightly and turned to look at the ashen-faced fourth elder. The corners of his lips curled into a sinister smile. For a moment, the fourth elder was silent. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed it. This girl had the old master's jade pendant in her hands. If he insisted on chasing her away at this time, it would be disrespectful to the old master. "Second uncle, let's go. I'm afraid Ning Xian won't be able to hold on for long." "Second uncle, let's go. I'm afraid Ning Xian won't be able to hold on for long." Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Qingya and said in a low voice. Chapter 451. All right. Yun Qingya nodded slightly. He probably hadn't expected Yun Luofeng to have Elder Ning's jade token. No wonder she was so confident in coming to the Ning family. Seeing that the two of them were about to enter the Ning family, the fourth elder's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward and stopped them. "Master, since this Yun Luofeng has come to the Ning family as a guest, we can treat our guests with courtesy. However, I don't think that he would be able to save the little girl Ning Xian based on his own abilities. He might even end up making things worse and speeding up her death." Fourth elder gritted his teeth, "So, I think that we cannot let him see the little girl Ning Xian." Yun Luofeng's footsteps paused, and her pitch-black eyes gradually fell on the fourth elder's old face. Her gaze was bright and penetrating, as if she could see through the fourth elder's eyes and see his heart. That penetrating gaze made the fourth elder feel even more afraid, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Why do I feel that you don't want me to save Ning Xian?" Yun Luofeng took 2 steps towards fourth elder, her body exuding a dangerous aura. "Is it because your son likes Ning Xian, but Ning Xian doesn't like your son? Is that why you're so angry and embarrassed that you think that if I can't have her, you can forget about having her?" The fourth elder's expression suddenly changed. He could feel the middle-aged man's gloomy gaze and hurriedly defended himself. "What nonsense are you spouting? I've treated Ning Xian like my daughter since I was young. I want her to survive more than anyone else. Don't try to sow discord here. Patriarch, you must not believe this woman's nonsense. She clearly said that on purpose." As he said this, he looked anxiously at the middle-aged man. After feeling the other party's sharp aura, his heart slowly sank. Yun Luofeng. This damned brat. How dare she say such words in front of the patriarch? If she didn't have the patriarch's jade pendant in her hands, he would have already attacked this damned girl. Fourth elder, the middle-aged man's voice sank. "You said that you want Xian heir to survive more than anyone else?" The fourth elder quickly nodded and said solemnly, "That's right, I want Ning Xian to recover more than anyone else." At this moment, the fourth elder was only concerned with clearing his suspicions, but he didn't notice at all that his words had completely angered the middle-aged man. Aren't parents and relatives the ones who want their daughter to survive the most? But the fourth elder had actually exaggerated it. How dare he say that he was the one who wished for Ning Xian's safety the most? Then what would he become? How could he not want his daughter to live as much as an outsider? Looking at the increasingly ugly expression on the middle-aged man's face, the fourth elder felt a little guilty. He didn't know what he had said wrong to cause the patriarch to be so angry. The middle-aged man glanced coldly at fourth elder, then turned his gaze to Yun Luofeng. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Can you really cure Xian, To tell the truth, he was the same as fourth elder. He did not think that Yun Luofeng had this strength. However, Xian would definitely die if she wasn't treated. As such, he could only take the risk and trust her once. However, this did not mean that he could accept the Yun family's Yun Qingya as his son-in-law. Second uncle, little white, let's go." Yun Luofeng did not answer the middle-aged man's words. He walked into the Ning family's main gate. In the Ning family, other than Elder Ning and Ning Xian, she did not have a good impression of anyone else. Chapter 452. In the boudoir, the fragrance was pleasant. The snow-white veil fluttered in the wind, and one could vaguely see a beautiful body on the bed through the veil. The young girl's face was pale as she lay silently on the bed. Her breathing was extremely weak, so weak that it seemed as if it would dissipate at any moment. Looking at the young girl's pale face, Yun Qingya's heart suddenly tightened. Her black eyes were filled with guilt. If it wasn't for him, Ning Xian wouldn't have been injured. Her condition isn't very serious. Perhaps feeling the guilt and worry in the man's heart, Yun Luofeng glanced at him and comforted him. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Qingya's tightly clenched heart finally relaxed. From his point of view, if Yun Luofeng said that it was fine, it meant that Ning Xian's injuries could still be treated. Humph. The fourth elder snorted coldly as he glanced at Yun Luofeng with ridicule in his eyes. A hint of ridicule appeared on his aged face. "I really don't know if you're pretending to understand." Lu Chen's palm had pierced a hole in Ning Xian's heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the medical pavilion had life-prolonging medicinal herbs that could extend her life for 10 days, Ning Xian might have died on that day. And all of this was caused by your Yun family. Whenever he thought about how Ning Xian had been seriously injured in order to save Yun Qingya, he gritted his teeth in hatred. This lowly girl, her son had pursued her for so many years, but she had remained unmoved. Yet, she had lost her life for a useless man like Yun Qingya. He really brought this upon himself and couldn't bear it. Yun Qingya did not say anything. This time, he had tacitly agreed with the fourth elder's words. Indeed, if it wasn't for saving him, how could Ning Xian have been seriously injured? He owed her a life, so he could only repay it with his life. Yun Luofeng coldly glanced at the fourth elder. If you say another word, I don't mind. From today onwards, you won't be able to open your mouth. You. The fourth elder was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He gritted his teeth and said, "You only dare to be so presumptuous because you have the old patriarch's jade tablet in your hands. If you didn't have the old patriarch to support you, what would you be? You'll find out soon enough. I need to treat Ning Xian now, I don't have time for you." Other than healing Ning Xian, she had also come here to avenge Yun Qingya. But Ning Xian couldn't drag things out any longer. She ignored fourth elder for now. "My master told you to shut up. Hurry up and shut up." Lin Ruobai glared at the fourth elder, who was about to continue speaking. "I've never seen such a stupid old man. Is there no one in the Ning family to discipline him?" From Little White's point of view, anyone who master did not like was not a good person. And her master obviously hated these people from the Ning family, including her second uncle's future father-in-law, therefore, none of these people were good people. The fourth elder's expression grew increasingly ugly. He opened his mouth but was interrupted by a voice next to him. "Fourth brother, forget it. That last Ning Xian doesn't look like she's going to make it out alive. We can only try our best and trust this once." The great elder shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. His pitiful gaze fell on the half-dead girl on the bed, and a hint of heartache appeared in his eyes. Even though Ning Xian was the young miss of the Ning family, she had never been arrogant. She treated others peacefully and was dignified and magnanimous. Therefore, they all doted on her from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 453. He never thought that Ning Xian would suffer such a serious injury this time. And this was all the fault of those bastards from the Medicine City. A murderous intent flashed across Elder Da's body. Even if Ning Xian manages to survive this time, he would never let the people from the Medicine City get away with it. They clearly knew that Ning Xian was in the Yun family home and yet they still dared to attack the Yun family. They clearly have no regard for the Ning family. However, Elder Da has clearly wronged the Medicine City. If the Medicine City had known that Ning Xian was in the Yun family home, they would not have chosen to attack at that time. It was precisely because they thought that Ning Xian had left with Elder Ning that they had come to cause trouble. At least the Ning family has a sensible person. Lin Ruobai raised her chin, her adorable little face showing a hint of arrogance. She patted the great elder's shoulder and said in a lecturing tone, "Unlike some people who don't believe in my master's abilities. If my master wasn't powerful, do you think the old master of the Ning family would have given her the jade pendant?" The middle-aged man's face turned red. He had not believed in Yun Luofeng's abilities in the beginning and had even been moved by her rudeness. However, if he had known that Master Ning's jade pendant was in her hands, he would never have acted so rudely. "Xiao Bai, don't speak." Yun Luofeng berated, "I'm treating Ning Xian's illness. You can't disturb me. Do you understand?" "Oh." Lin Ruobai replied obediently and stood quietly by Yun Luofeng's side. She had taken out a stick of candied hawthorn from somewhere and was licking it adorably. The entire room became quiet. Even the fourth elder didn't dare to say a word. However, he stared at Yun Luofeng with a look of disdain. He clearly did not believe that this young girl had the ability to come back from the dead. "What did you say?" Deep in the mountains, the old man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, heard the youth's report and immediately opened his eyes. His elderly face was filled with anger. "The Medicine City has the audacity to attack the Yun family while I was away? Are the Yun family members all right? Elder Ning, the Yun family is fine, but Lady Ning Xian was injured by Lu Chen in order to protect Yun Qingya. Her fate is unknown. Standing in front of Elder Ning was a doctor from the medical pavilion. He was ordered by Elder Rong to search for the whereabouts of Elder Ning. He was quite lucky to actually find Elder Ning, who was meditating in the depths of the mountain. Hearing this, a violent aura surged from Elder Ning's body, instantly destroying the surrounding trees. He rose angrily and asked with a livid face, "Where's Xian now?" A few days ago, he had sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. In order to successfully break through, he had left Ning Xian at the Yun family and planned to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. Who knew that so many things had happened in the past few days? Medical City. Lu Yin. Good. Very good. If they dared to touch his granddaughter, he would make them regret it for the rest of their lives. The young man glanced cautiously at Elder Ning. Miss Fangya has temporarily saved Miss Ning Xian's life, but she only has 10 days. Elder Rong has also sent people to look for Miss Yun. It's said that only Miss Yun can save her. 10 days. Elder Ning's heart tightened. How many days are left now? Today is already the last day, what? Elder Ning's face instantly turned pale. What about the Yun girl, has she returned yet? The young man nodded. Miss Yun returned to Long Yuan country a few days ago.